Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 124, The Restless Tsukiyama Show. Wrong, it was repelled, not defeated. Byakuya corrected him matter-of-factly. Well, it's pretty much the same thing, hee. Shio pointed at something on Byakuya's plate. That looks really good. Can I try some, Byakuya-san? Sure. Byakuya picked up the piece of meat with his chopsticks and fed it to Shio. It really is delicious. Shio's face was full of satisfied happiness. While Shio chatted with Byakuya, Amon glanced over and was immediately shocked. This young girl, was wearing both the white single-wing badge and the silver osmanthus badge. This meant they had already eliminated an S-rated ghoul and killed over 50 ghouls in a single year. Despite appearing so young, their achievements already surpassed his own. No wonder they were with Arima-san. It would have been nice if Amaha had brought back a pair of the owl's arms too. Just then, Arima displayed his natural side again, as if equating ghoul extermination with hunting wild boar. Yes. Byakuya responded perfunctorily without elaborating. Setting aside whether he could do it, he would never do such a thing anyway. The manager now wasn't what he'd been 10 years ago. Back then, having Tokugun arms taken by Arima was manageable. Now, not necessarily. Byakuya naturally wouldn't do anything to harm the manager. Suzuya, your performance this time should qualify you for promotion to rank 2. Though you'll need to work on the written exam and interview. I'll be cheering for you. Arima addressed Suzuya. Thank you, Arima-san. Suzuya smiled. Also, there's something I need to tell Amaha. Per the chairman's recommendation, once you're promoted to first class, you'll be assigned to Squad 0. How do you feel about that? Note, Associate Special Class, in Chapter 119 has been changed to First Class. Arima's inquiry about his wishes was merely symbolic. Arrangements from the chairman left virtually no room for refusal. Of course, Byakuya had no intention of refusing anyway. He could guess that his performance this time had attracted the Wash's attention, hence wanting to place him in Squad 0 for observation. What he didn't realize was that Arima himself had suggested this to the chairman. The implications of these two scenarios were completely different, because Arima was the Wash's mole. If Byakuya knew the truth, he could deduce what Arima might be planning. No problem. It would be my honor. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. Amon also figured Byakuya wouldn't refuse. He felt envious. Besides Mato-san, Special Class Arima was the investigator he respected most. Arima was practically his idol. If he had the chance to join Squad 0 and work with Arima, he would absolutely seize it. Unfortunately, Amon could tell the two who'd come with Arima were probably Squad 0 members, which explained the child's remarkable achievements. By comparison, his own performance fell far short. He needed to work even harder. Looks like we'll be working together soon, hee. Shio said happily. Afterward, Arima and his group prepared to leave. Goodbye, Byakuya-san. Goodbye, Shio. Byakuya smiled in response. Suzuya, rank 1 Amaha, it seems you both know Special Class Arima. Amon asked curiously. Yes. When Byakuya and I did our whack-a-mole internship, we were working with Arima-san. Suzuya said. I see. Suzuya's mention of whack-a-mole brought back memories for Amon. His ex-girlfriend, Harima Takuko, had been a fellow academy graduate from his year. She died during the Ward 24 whack-a-mole internship. Unlike Amaha and Suzuya, who had both survived, Amon felt deeply moved. To this day, he still used the keepsake Harima had left him, the Quinqua Dejima 1/2. Ward 20, Antiku. Strange. Tuka is really late today. Usually she'd give us a heads up if something came up. It was already Tuka's shift, but there was no sign of her. Kaya Irimi wondered aloud. Could she have been taken by some bad guy? After all, such a cute girl would easily attract creepy old men. Roma's voice was full of worry. I hope Tukanichan just lost track of time. Hinami was worried too. Byakuya fell into brief contemplation. Roma definitely knew something, starting her speculation with Tuka being kidnapped. So then, Byakuya immediately thought of Tsukiyama Sho. Most likely, Tsukiyama hadn't given up on him and had kidnapped Tuka to use as leverage. Tuka at this point was no match for Tsukiyama. Her prolonged abstinence from fresh human flesh had seriously weakened her. If this was the case, then this situation had arisen because of him. He absolutely couldn't stand by. Rise, can you locate Yukiyama? Byakuya asked Rise. Yes. As long as I know the general area, I can track him by scent. Rise nodded. Just as Nico had tracked her scent to quickly find Antiku, ghouls with sufficiently developed senses of smell could do the same. So you're going to rescue that Kirishima girl? She could have been taken by Yukiyama's show. Rise sounded somewhat displeased. After all, Byakuya was going to rescue another girl again. I have to. She's in danger because of me. I can't just ignore her situation. Byakuya said. Fine, I'll help you find that guy. If he really won't stay put, we might as well just kill him this time. Rise could imagine that Yukiyama's reason for kidnapping Tuka was his continued desire for Byakuya's body. She absolutely would not allow any ghoul besides herself to have such designs on Byakuya. Chapter 125, the Yukiyama family's servants. However, just as Rise was about to help Byakuya settle scores with Yukiyama, a letter arrived at Antiku. Irimi checked the envelope. The sender is Yukiyama Sho. Hearing Yukiyama's name, Byakuya knew Tuka's disappearance was definitely his doing. Irimi-san, may I see it please? Byakuya said immediately. The letter actually says it's addressed to you, Amaha-kun. Irimi handed it over. Byakuya quickly scanned the contents. As expected, Yukiyama had knocked out and kidnapped Tuka. And besides Tuka, he'd also captured Ken Kaneki. Yukiyama explained his reasoning, knowing Kaneki was Byakuya's friend, and that Tuka was on fairly good terms with him, using them as leverage would be most effective. In truth, Yukiyama didn't have many options. Rise, Koma, and Irimi were out of the question. He couldn't capture them without getting killed himself. Between the unfamiliar Fuikuchi mother and daughter and Tuka whose strength he knew, he chose Tuka. According to the letter, both were currently unharmed, but Byakuya was required to come alone today in exchange for their freedom, otherwise their safety couldn't be guaranteed. So he wants me to come alone. Now Byakuya fully understood Yukiyama's intentions. Yukiyama probably had traps set up to ensure he could be captured. So what now? Should I secretly follow you? Rise asked. No need. I'll go alone and see what tricks he's playing. Byakuya said calmly. He knew the Yukiyama family's capabilities well. The most troublesome were their S and SS-rated servants, not a significant threat to him. He had nothing to fear. Afterward, the Antiku staff learned that Tuka's disappearance was connected to Yukiyama. So, is Onaikan going alone to rescue Tukanichan? Hinami asked with concern. Yes. That's the only way to ensure Kirishima-san and Kaneki's safety. Byakuya nodded. All right, please be careful, Onaikan. Hinami said worriedly. Amaha-san, we're entrusting Tuka to you. Irimi said. We're going to owe Amaha-san another favor. Koma added. Not at all. This is something I should do, since the situation arose because of me. Byakuya said. Rise wasn't worried about Byakuya's safety. Yoshimura wasn't either, only they had witnessed Byakuya's performance during the Ward 11 Aojirai suppression operation. Byakuya arrived at the designated location from the letter, an abandoned underground garage in Ward 19. Entering the garage, he stayed alert to his surroundings. After going deep enough, he spotted Yukiyama Sho. This time, Yukiyama wasn't alone, two people flanked him. One was a purple-haired servant with somewhat long hair, longer bangs on the right side, wearing a mask that only covered the upper half of his face above the nose. Byakuya recognized this as Yukiyama's servant, Kane, real name Karen. Originally from the German Roswald Ghoul family, she'd fled to the main Yukiyama family after the Washa-led German CCG annihilated her clan, changing her name and identity. Yes, changing identity meant this person was a girl disguised as a boy. Probably S-rated at most. The other person beside Yukiyama was a woman in a maid outfit wearing a similar mask. But this was no ordinary servant, this was the Yukiyama family's SS-rated ghoul, Matsumi. Left, Matsumi. Right, Kane. The Yukiyama servants were all formidable. In the original story, Hairui was killed in the Yukiyama family extermination operation, partly due to carelessness, but also because she faced both the conservatively S-rated Mero and the SS-rated Matsumi simultaneously. Before being caught off guard and killed, Hairu had been dominating both an S-rated and an SS-rated ghoul. She already possessed special class level strength, despite still being first class at the time. Seeing that Yukiyama had brought both Kane and Matsumi, Byakuya figured Yukiyama thought he had this in the bag. But clearly, Yukiyama was unaware of his feats during the Ward 11 Aojirai operation. His estimate of Byakuya's strength probably hadn't progressed past the ghoul restaurant incident, otherwise he wouldn't have brought only Kane and Matsumi. Where are Kaneki and Tuka Kirishima? Where are they? Byakuya asked, as he hadn't spotted them yet. Jukiyama then ordered Kane, bring them out for Amahakuen. Since Matsumi had confirmed only Byakuya had come, he wouldn't release them so easily otherwise. Yes, sir. Kane complied immediately. Shortly after, Kaneki and Tuka, bound and gagged, were brought out. Amahakuen, exchange yourself for them, and I'll let them go. Jukiyama smiled faintly. Fine. Untie them first, and I'll come over. Byakuya began walking toward Jukiyama's side, showing good faith. Release them. Jukiyama ordered Kane. Kane swiftly freed Kaneki and Tuka from their restraints, then shoved them toward Byakuya. Why did you come alone? The moment she could speak, Tuka anxiously questioned Byakuya. Byakuya didn't answer that question, instead saying, Kaneki-kun, Kirishima-san, I'm sorry you got caught up in my affairs. Please leave now, those people won't bother you anymore. What's even going on here? Kaneki was still confused. He only remembered being invited out by Jukiyama-san that morning, then having something pressed over his mouth, and losing consciousness. When he woke up, he was tied up in this underground garage, completely immobilized. Hearing what Amahakuen just said, this seemed connected to him somehow. Though still confused, the frightened Kaneki quickly fled. Maybe if he called the police for Amahakuen after getting out, there'd still be time to save him. Jukiyama-san, I'm the one who told Amahakuen to come alone. Otherwise I would have killed you. It seems Amahakuen values you quite highly, I really caught the right people. Jukiyama looked smug. Such enviable friendship, perhaps even some romance in there. Chapter 126, Shit Jukiyama. Despicable. Tuka spat at Jukiyama. This damned bastard had used her and an innocent student to threaten Byakuya, forcing him to come alone. Jukiyama was already formidable, and this time he'd brought two servants of unknown strength. Tuka couldn't help but worry for Byakuya. So she didn't want to leave Byakuya here alone. Kaneki had nearly escaped the garage by now, but Tuka still stood there, glaring at Jukiyama with hatred, clearly not intending to leave. Oh. Kirishima-san doesn't want to leave. That's even better, how delightful to contemplate. Seeing Tuka stay behind, Jukiyama grew even more pleased. Even with Tuka interfering, he didn't care. Her current strength was too weak, had it been some time earlier, he might have been wary. Kirishima-san. Byakuya was about to tell Tuka she didn't need to worry. But Tuka spoke first, I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave you here alone. I'm going to beat that disgusting, revolting shit Jukiyama. How dare you insult the young master like that? Kane was immediately enraged by Tuka's words and wanted to teach her a lesson. Don't mind her. The priority is capturing Amahakuen. I can't wait to eat him. Jukiyama calmed Kane. Then he pulled out the handkerchief Rise had thrown to him before, still carrying Byakuya's scent. His expression became manic and intoxicated. Ah, such an unforgettable aroma. Byakuya scanned the surroundings again, only Jukiyama, Matsumi, and Kane were present. Apparently Jukiyama thought this was enough. Because there hadn't been any powerful ghouls at the ghoul restaurant last time, Madame A at S- was among the strongest there, and Byakuya had only casually taken out some unlucky ones, Jukiyama had severely underestimated him. Even the S-rated Kaneki from the original story could solo the entire ghoul restaurant, since attendees were generally B and A-rated ghouls. Jukiyama and Furuta, who'd fled when things went south, didn't even count. Aside from the family head Mirumo, the SS-rated Matsumi was the Jukiyama family's strongest fighter, no wonder Jukiyama was so confident. If you really don't want to leave, Kirishima-san, then let's fight together. Though Tuka staying wouldn't really help, Byakuya wouldn't show any disdain. Looks like Amahakuen wants to resist. I suggest you cooperate, that way I can make it quick. Jukiyama offered his kind advice. If I'm about to be eaten by a ghoul, wouldn't it be strange not to resist? Byakuya said flatly. Leave shit Jukiyama to me. Can you handle the other two? Tuka had moved to Byakuya's side, quickly coordinating their battle plan. No problem. Be careful. Byakuya reminded her. You too. With that, Tuka coldly addressed Jukiyama, shit Jukiyama. I won't let you succeed. Heh. Jukiyama scoffed. Kirishima-san, aren't you overestimating yourself? Are you sure you're still my match after going so long without fresh human flesh? We'll only know by trying. Tuka said grimly. She released her ukaku, only half a complete wing, which actually had a unique aesthetic to it. Humph. Jukiyama snorted coldly. Kane, Matsumi, don't interfere with my fight against her. I can handle this overconfident little girl myself. Just capture Amahakuen. Matsumi nodded slightly. When she'd captured Tuka per the young master's orders, she'd already noticed Tuka wasn't strong, so she wasn't worried about him now. Then Matsumi and Kane charged at Byakuya while Jukiyama engaged Tuka directly. Byakuya calmly opened his portable case and fired Akaku projectiles at the two servants using 13th Jason in cannon form. Matsumi dodged the projectiles while closing distance with relative ease. Kane's shoulder got grazed. Damn. Kane clutched the wound, expression souring. The young master's target was more troublesome than expected. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama and Tuka clashed with their Kagun. Within moments, Tuka was losing. She, who had once been stronger than Tsukiyama, was now far weaker simply because she'd gone so long without eating fresh human flesh. She hadn't anticipated how severely her strength had declined. Just then, Tsukiyama found an opening and drove his Kagun through Tuka's arm, then kicked her several meters away. Kirishima-san, you really can't do it anymore. Tsukiyama smiled. But don't worry, I won't kill you. My only target is Amahakuin. You just need to sit there and enjoy the show. He'd been smiling 1 second, but the next, he looked up to see Kane flying toward him. Unable to dodge in time, he was knocked down. Even Matsumi had taken a wound to the abdomen, clearly in bad shape. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, quickly finish off Kane and Matsumi, then heroically save the beauty by defeating Tsukiyama Sho. Reward, 40 fusion points. Option 2, let Tuka eat your flesh to restore her strength, enabling her to personally defeat Tsukiyama Sho. Watching Tuka enjoy you will also devastate Tsukiyama. Reward, 100 fusion points. A choice appeared in Byakuya's mind. Option 2 would clearly be more satisfying, and it offered more fusion points. The only catch was getting eaten again. Byakuya walked straight toward Tuka. Kirishima-san, your strength declined because you haven't eaten fresh flesh in too long, right? Then eat my flesh now. Are you sure? Tuka was somewhat surprised. Byakuya said without hesitation. Hearing this exchange, Tsukiyama's expression twisted violently. He hadn't even tasted this delicacy yet, and now Tuka was going to get the first bite. Absolutely unacceptable. You filthy sow. Don't touch my food. Tsukiyama screamed, practically crawling desperately to stop Tuka, but it was already too late. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Playtime is over. Tuka grabbed Byakuya's arm. Still hesitant, she only took a small, gentle bite. Thanks to the Hashirama cell's potent effect, just that tiny amount instantly restored the severely weakened Tuka to her peak condition. Perhaps even slightly beyond her peak. Tuka was astonished by the dramatic change in her body, and equally shocked by Byakuya's taste. Though she'd long known Byakuya's scent was incredibly appealing, actually tasting him was a completely different experience. Now she fully understood why Tsukiyama was so obsessed with Byakuya. And Rise too, always clinging to Byakuya, obviously for the same reason. Tuka didn't dwell on it further. With her strength restored, she immediately charged at Tsukiyama. Shit, Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama happened to be rushing toward her. Looking completely deranged, he'd completely neglected defense against Tuka's attack, and took a knee strike directly to the jaw. Already solid contact, plus Tsukiyama's own forward momentum. His jaw shattered instantly, and who knows how many teeth were knocked out. Young master. Kane cried out. Though wounded, she desperately tried to rush over to protect Tsukiyama. But she was a step too slow. Tuka spread her Akaku and launched Kagun at Tsukiyama. Unable to dodge, his body was riddled with projectiles. As Tuka devastated Tsukiyama, Byakuya received his system reward. Ding. Host completed option 2. Reward, 100 fusion points. Seeing the young master in danger, Matsumi immediately moved to intercept Tuka. Though Tuka had grown significantly stronger, at most she was roughly on par with, or slightly below, Ayato's level. She was no match for the SS-rated Matsumi. Matsumi's Kukaku struck at Tuka. Surprised by her speed, Tuka immediately raised her Akaku to block. But the opponent surpassed her in not just speed but strength. Tuka was sent flying. Just as she was about to slam into the wall behind her, Byakuya flashed over and caught her. He lifted Tuka in his arms and set her aside, saying lightly, "Leave the rest to me." Tuka's mind went momentarily blank. She'd just been held by him. And in that position. Her cheeks flushed slightly. This was definitely a bit embarrassing. Playtime is over. With his system reward secured, Byakuya had no intention of wasting more time with these Tsukiyama people. Kane. Get the young master out of here. Having witnessed Byakuya's power, Matsumi immediately shouted to Kane. She could only try to stall him, buying time for the young master to escape. Kane didn't hesitate, urgently helping Tsukiyama flee. Did Byakuya really think he'd let Tsukiyama go that easily? He immediately used body flicker to catch up with Kane, his speed momentarily startling her. Jason, in his hand, slashed at Tsukiyama, but Kane shielded him with her own body. A massive, hideous wound appeared on her back. A pained grunt escaped her, but she had no regrets if it was for the young master. Matsumi's expression changed drastically. Only now did she rush over to block Byakuya. Though her kukaku was the heaviest of the 4 Kagun types, in her hands it seemed anything but clumsy. She was also one of the rare ghouls who had mastered Kagun detachment technique. Normally, ghouls could only release fixed-form Kagun, like the Kirishima siblings Akaku wings or Jukiyama's sword-type kukaku. But with Kagun detachment technique, one could separate their fixed-form Kagun and recombine it into any other shape. Right now, Matsumi had separated her Kagun into a net-like barrier, trying to keep Byakuya outside. Byakuya had known from the start that Matsumi had this ability. His expression didn't change. Jason, in sword form, was in Rinkaku mode. Rinkaku's hallmark attack power could counter Kukaku's hallmark defense. Indeed, the 4 Kagun types had a rock-paper-scissors relationship. Kukaku Akaku Bikaku Rinkaku Kukaku. This was the Kagun counter-cycle. It was as if ghouls were born for slaughter, even their own kind had built-in weaknesses against each other. Rinkaku countering Kukaku, combined with Byakuya's tremendous strength, quickly tore a gap in Matsumi's net barrier. Forced to engage Byakuya up close, Matsumi's attacks were fierce yet couldn't touch him at all. Every move, no matter how tricky, was dodged at even trickier angles, as if he'd seen through all her techniques. She felt increasingly hopeless and powerless. Just then, Byakuya suddenly drew Hirako 176th from inside his coat and thrust the dagger quinkwa at Matsumi's eye. Too fast and too sudden, Matsumi couldn't react in time. The dagger blinded her left eye, followed immediately by a sweeping strike from Jason that sent her flying with severe damage to her waist. No. Matsumi's first thought wasn't her own injuries, but Kane and the young master who hadn't escaped the garage yet. Byakuya raised Jason, now transformed to cannon form, already aimed at the fleeing Kane and Jukiyama ahead. Kane's already wounded back took more damage, even her Bikaku Kakuhu at her waist was pierced. Her legs gave out and she collapsed, bringing the Jukiyama she'd been supporting down with her. Matsumi still tried to reach them, but Byakuya instantly flashed over to intercept. A single sword thrust into her Kukaku's Kakuhu rendered her completely unable to fight. Ding! Host defeated S-rated ghoul, Kane. Reward, 30 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated SS-rated ghoul, Matsumi. Reward, 80 fusion points. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Akatsuki Organization. Now Kane and Matsumi had essentially lost all ability to resist, at least they wouldn't regenerate anytime soon. Next, time to finish off Jukiyama. Byakuya had originally intended to leave Jukiyama alone, but the fool kept threatening people around him. Even if it meant offending the Jukiyama family, he had to eliminate this pest. Tuka stood stunned. Byakuya had crushed those 2 Jukiyama servants in no time, complete domination. She'd badly underestimated his strength. She'd worried he might struggle against those 2 ghouls, especially since Matsumi seemed even stronger than Jason. Now it was clear her concern had been utterly unnecessary. Just as Byakuya was about to deliver the finishing blow to Jukiyama, a figure suddenly blocked his path. You're... Byakuya looked closely, a middle-aged man in a suit, with the face of Jukiyama Group President Mirumo Jukiyama. Jukiyama's father. Mirumo didn't speak immediately. Instead, he dropped to his knees before Byakuya, a full Dajiza. I apologize for my child's offense. Please show mercy and spare him. I'm willing to offer any terms as compensation. Mirumo was pleading for Jukiyama's life. He'd heard she planned to bring Kane and Matsumi somewhere involving a CCG investigator. Uneasy, he'd followed, and sure enough, disaster had struck. Byakuya watched Mirumo expressionlessly, unsurprised by this behavior. The original Mirumo had been exactly like this, indulging Jukiyama in everything, then going to any length to protect him when trouble arose. The Jukiyama family extermination operation happened because Kane and the servants kept hunting humans and ghouls indiscriminately to cheer up a despondent Jukiyama, eventually drawing CCG attention. In the original story, Mirumo had chosen to let the CCG capture him without resistance just to protect Sho. With his probable SSS-rated strength, the operation would have been far more difficult otherwise. Why only probable? Because Matsumi's strength was known to be below Mirumo's. A conservative estimate put him at SS+ or SSS-. Just as Byakuya was about to ignore Mirumo and step past him, a system choice appeared. Ding! Host has activated a selection quest. Option 1, ignore Mirumo's plea. Eliminate Jukiyama Sho, Kane, and Matsumi together. Reward, 50 fusion points. Option 2, capture Mirumo as well, exposing the entire Jukiyama family as ghouls. However, this will draw intense Washu attention, possibly being viewed as a threat. Reward, 100 fusion points. Option 3, spare Jukiyama Sho's life, but demand Matsumi's servitude and unrestricted access to Jukiyama Group's wealth. The group's finances can serve as startup capital for the Akatsuki organization. Reward, 200 fusion points plus further declassification of Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel. Byakuya's expression grew serious. All three options offered substantial rewards, clearly a significant quest. Also, Option 3 seemed to want him to establish the Akatsuki organization. Using the Jukiyama group as Akatsuki's foundation made sense given their immense wealth. Ito had struggled with poverty when first building Aojirai Tree. She'd even tried writing for money, accidentally becoming a famous author. Aojirai's growth was funded largely by her royalties. But what truly caught Byakuya's attention was the Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel. After pondering, Byakuya made his choice. Agreed. My terms: enslave that reasonably strong servant, unrestricted access to Jukiyama Group's wealth, and Jukiyama Shu is never to touch anyone around me again, otherwise I'll crush him like an ant. Byakuya stated his conditions coldly, without any courtesy. No problem. As for Matsumi. Mirumo glanced at Matsumi, still struggling on the ground. He knew that reasonably strong servant meant Matsumi. I'm willing to, if it means sparing the young master. Matsumi's voice was weak and strained. She couldn't defy this demand, their lives were in his hands. Moreover, if she failed to satisfy him, his status as an investigator meant he could bring the CCG down on the Jukiyama family. The young master and master would both be endangered. So she could only submit to being called master. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 200 fusion points plus Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel. Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel, this world has no tailed beasts and people have no chakra, yet the Eye of the Moon plan can still be achieved. The modified, Infinite Tsukuyomi, can trap all humans and ghouls worldwide in a beautiful illusory world. There will be no chakra absorption or white zetsu transformation. Instead, it will absorb all ghouls' kakuho, kagun, and RC cells beyond human norms, until all ghouls are completely converted into humans. Note, establishing the Akatsuki organization will unlock additional, Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel. Akatsuki establishment requirements, 1 leader plus 2 SS-rated ghouls plus 4 S-rated ghouls. Reading this intel, Byakuya's pupils contracted sharply. If the system was telling the truth, this modified Infinite Tsukuyomi was the optimal solution for this world. True peace between humans and ghouls was impossible, ghoul nature guaranteed this. Even if special food allowing ghouls to eat was developed, it wouldn't stop ghouls pursuing gourmet experiences or greater power from continuing to prey on humans. The original ending had dragon orphans becoming a common enemy for humans and ghouls, plus the one-eyed king, Kaniki's intimidation, achieving temporary relative peace, relative because many disobedient ghouls still hunted humans. And the dragon orphans were also humanizing. Years later, they'd likely evolve into human-like ghouls, then the world would return to mutual human-ghoul slaughter. By comparison, the system's Infinite Tsukuyomi was clearly the optimal solution. Chapter 129, Enslaving Matsumi and Kane. However, before achieving Infinite Tsukuyomi, per the system's instructions, Byakuya needed to establish the Akatsuki organization first. Honestly, Byakuya found the idea of establishing Akatsuki and then implementing the Eye of the Moon plan rather fitting. The immediate question was how to gather the requirements for founding Akatsuki. First, he would obviously be the leader himself. Then he needed at least 2 SS-rated ghouls and 4 S-rated ghouls as members for official establishment. He now understood why the system had suggested enslaving Matsumi as a condition. She was a ready-made SS-rated ghoul. Then there was Rise, whose true strength should reach SS or above. The system's judgment would determine that. That left 4 S-rated ghouls still needed. Kurona and Nishiro could count as 2. Kane might also be recruited to fill the ranks. As for Jukiyama Sho, he'd pass for now. Unless that guy truly reformed, forget recruitment, next time there'd be no more chances. Also, make that one over there my servant as well. Then I won't trouble your son again. Byakuya said flatly, more precisely, I never troubled him at all, he's the one who kept coming after me. No problem. I'll definitely discipline my child properly. Mirumo spoke humbly. Even as president of Tokyo's prestigious Jukiyama group, when it came to his son's safety, he would bow without limit to Byakuya. Mirumo was truly a good father, just cursed with a troublesome son. Without Shi's antics, the original Jukiyama family extermination operation wouldn't have happened. Unlike Matsumi, who was still conscious, Kane had passed out from her more severe injuries. She had no idea she'd already been enslaved by Byakuya. Mirumo's sudden appearance surprised Tuka. She knew Shit Jukiyama's backing, the Jukiyama family, was supposedly formidable. She hadn't expected the family head himself to personally appear and kowtow to Byakuya. Even now, Mirumo remained in Dajiza position without rising. Please get up, President Jukiyama. This matter is settled for now. Since Mirumo kept kneeling, Byakuya had to tell him to rise. When Mirumo stood and noticed Tuka beside Byakuya, realizing she was also among those his son had harmed, he performed another Dojisa to her as well. Tuka was somewhat startled. Please get up. This is making me feel awkward. She'd already beaten Jukiyama thoroughly, her anger had mostly dissipated. Afterward, Mirumo prepared to take Shu away, instructing Matsumi, Matsumi, from now on you and Kane will obey that young man's orders. Consider it punishment for your mistake this time. Yes. Matsumi knelt on one knee, mainly because the Kakuho damage had temporarily crippled her regeneration, she could barely stand. After Mirumo left with Sho, Byakuya spoke to Matsumi in a cold tone, that one probably won't wake up for a while. Support her and follow me. Despite knowing Matsumi was injured and could barely move, he showed no concern whatsoever. Ghouls could regenerate slowly anyway. As long as the Kakuho wasn't critically damaged, nothing serious would happen. Besides, if Matsumi and Kane hadn't attacked him, they wouldn't be in this state. They'd brought it on themselves. Yes. Matsumi could only nod, not daring to complain, even though each step was agonizing. Her and Kane's lives were now in his hands. Moreover, if they failed to satisfy him, his status as an investigator meant he could bring the CCG down on the Jukiyama family. The young master and master would both be endangered. Matsumi endured the pain and difficulty, supporting Kane as she followed Byakuya. As they exited the underground garage and approached populated areas, Tuka whispered to Byakuya, haven't they been punished enough? If someone sees them and calls the police, wouldn't that be troublesome? Since Tuka still didn't know Kane was actually a girl disguised as a boy, she referred to Matsumi and Kane as them. You're right. You take one, I'll take the other, let's bring them to Antiku to rest first. Byakuya nodded. He couldn't actually make Matsumi and Kane walk all the way back. If passers-by saw wounds and blood on those two, they'd probably call the police. Having cops and investigators show up would be troublesome. What's your name? Byakuya walked up to Matsumi and asked directly. Not expecting the sudden question, Matsumi paused before answering with difficulty, Matsumi. Jukiyama Matsumi. All right, Matsumi. I'll carry you to recover first. Hold on tight. With that, Byakuya positioned himself for her to climb onto his back. You're. Matsumi hadn't processed this, she'd assumed he would keep punishing her by making her painfully support Kane the entire way. Obviously I'm carrying you back. Or would you prefer a princess carry? Byakuya asked flatly. No, this is fine. Matsumi responded with some embarrassment. She climbed onto Byakuya's back, while Tuka could only support Kane. Wait, why do I have to carry this guy? Tuka protested immediately. Guy. You're mistaken, that one's actually a girl disguised as a boy. Meaning she's female. Byakuya explained. Matsumi, on his back, was somewhat surprised, she hadn't expected him to have seen through Kane's true gender. Huh? You're saying this person is female? Tuka found this hard to believe. Come to think of it, there was indeed a faint perfume scent on this person, and the appearance leaned toward an androgynous, delicate look. But in her view, the most effective way to confirm was. With that thought, Tuka grabbed directly at Kane's chest. The unconscious Kane let out a soft moan. Now Tuka was certain, though they seemed bound down, there was definitely something there. Chapter 130, Amahasama. So she really is female. Well, never mind that for now. Tuka immediately hoisted Kane onto her back. Since Kane was still unconscious and couldn't hold on, Tuka had to be careful not to let her fall. Then Byakuya and Tuka leaped rapidly across rooftops. Being carried on Byakuya's back, Matsumi could only wrap her arms around his neck. Due to the position, her chest inevitably pressed against his back. If she weren't currently unable to move, she definitely wouldn't have done this. Soon, Byakuya and Tuka brought Matsumi and Kane back to Antiku. They laid them on the second-floor couch to rest. Just stay here and regenerate slowly. With that, Byakuya headed downstairs. He wasn't worried about Matsumi or Kane acting out, not unless they were brainless. Downstairs, Irimi asked curiously, who were those two just now? They're two Jukiyama family servants. That shit Jukiyama has been dealt with. Tuka then explained the whole situation. That Jukiyama bastard is really despicable, pulling such underhanded tricks. Irimi said indignantly. But Amaha-san really is impressive. I hear the Jukiyama servants are no weaklings, ordinary people couldn't defeat them. Koma praised. Those two servants were indeed very strong, one was even no weaker than Jason. But he still crushed them completely. Tuka nodded. Jason. I've heard of that Ward 13 Jason. He was supposedly the Ward 13 boss before, brutal and powerful. Amaha-san can actually beat ghouls even stronger than Jason. Roma suddenly grew excited. It's decided. From now on, Amaha-san is my idol. No wait, Amahasama. Byakuya was somewhat speechless. Roma was such an actress. In the original story, she'd never even met Kaneki yet constantly screamed, Kaneki-sama, at Antiku, purely for entertainment value, since Kaneki was the most successful artificial one-eyed ghoul. The same logic applied to him now. A powerful investigator willingly hanging out with Antiku's ghouls, and Rise was among them too. The clowns probably knew quite a bit about his affairs, except for his transmigrator identity and system, which they definitely didn't know. Good that Toka's safe. So what do you plan to do with those two Jukiyama servants upstairs? Yomo asked while wiping a plate, his tone flat as always. Nothing special. They're my servants now. The Jukiyama group's president offered them as a condition for sparing his son's life. Byakuya said. Before this, when Toka still didn't know Kane was a girl disguised as a boy, hearing Byakuya's condition about enslaving those two servants hadn't struck her as anything particular. Now that she knew Kane was female, and Byakuya had been the one to tell her, meaning he'd seen through it long ago, suddenly something felt off. So, you spared Jukiyama because you fancied those two girls' looks? Toka questioned Byakuya in an eerie tone. Girls. Enslaved. These two words combined created quite an impact on Hinami's mind. She wasn't a clueless child, she could imagine various scenarios, all rather stimulating for her. Oh my. Hinami shouldn't overthink it. I don't think Amahakuen would do that sort of thing. Ryuko said with a smile. Though Amahasama seems a bit perverted, I remain Amahasama's devoted fan. Roma's cheeks reddened slightly, her voice shy. Undoubtedly, this was acting. Koma and Irimi just smiled without comment. Yomo showed no reaction whatsoever, such trivial matters weren't worth noting. Of course not. Byakuya immediately protested, I enslaved them naturally to have them work for me. What I valued most was the Jukiyama group's wealth, how could I possibly spare Jukiyama just for their looks? Toka nodded slightly. I see. Then I wrongly accused you. Sorry. The Jukiyama group's wealth was indeed formidable, ranking among the top in all of Tokyo. And their true identity as a ghoul family was well known in the ghoul world. Given Byakuya's condition of unrestricted access to Jukiyama group finances, thinking about it carefully, that was indeed far more valuable than any servant's looks. Afterward, Toka continued chatting with the staff downstairs about the Jukiyama situation while Byakuya went upstairs to check on things. Out of habit, he pushed the door open directly, only to find Matsumi undressing. Fortunately, Matsumi had her back to him, and her clothes weren't fully off. He didn't see anything critical, just pale skin and a graceful figure. But the next moment, hearing the door open, Matsumi immediately turned her head, and her body began turning too. Stop. Byakuya commanded immediately. Don't turn around, or I'll really see everything. Realizing what was happening, Matsumi's eyes went wide, trembling with agitation, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Fortunately Byakuya had warned her in time. Coming to her senses, she maintained her position facing away while quickly putting her clothes back on. Why didn't you lock the door? Byakuya asked calmly. As if the incident hadn't affected him at all. Normally in such situations, the men who'd seen something would get blamed, but here Byakuya was questioning Matsumi. After all, when undressing one should lock the door first. Fault needed to be assigned properly. I didn't want to move around. I just wanted to check my wounds. I didn't expect. Master, you'd come up just then. When Matsumi didn't expect, she remembered her current enslaved status and immediately changed her address. She couldn't afford carelessness here. If she failed to satisfy him, the young master and even the entire Jukiyama family would be endangered. So she could only humbly call him Master. Chapter 131, one must not be disrespectful to the master. Jukiyama Matsumi was known as the Knight of the Jukiyama family, the strongest among all their servants, renowned for her formidable power. Yet even someone of her caliber could only bow her head and address Amaha Byakuya as Master. Fine. Just remember to lock the door next time before doing something like that. Byakuya spoke casually. By the way, hasn't that one woken up yet? No, she hasn't. Should I wake her? She could tell that Kane had passed the danger zone and was simply still unconscious. Waking her directly wouldn't be a problem. No need. Let her sleep for now. After Byakuya said this, he noticed the bloodstains on Matsumi's and Kane's clothes needed to be dealt with. Right, I can't let you two stay like that. Wait here a moment. Matsumi nodded and sat obediently beside Kane. Byakuya then found Yoshimura. Manager, does the shop have any spare uniforms? I need to borrow 2 sets for the servants from the Jukiyama family. Of course. I'll go get them for you. Yoshimura retrieved 2 work uniforms, identical to what Toka and the others wore. Byakuya handed them to Matsumi without any fuss. I borrowed these from the manager. You two change into them for now. Before leaving, he added one more thing, and don't forget to lock the door this time. Matsumi felt slightly embarrassed. Yes. She then changed into the uniform Byakuya had provided and helped Kene change as well. Master, we finished changing. Assuming Byakuya was waiting outside the door, Matsumi walked over and announced this. There was no response. When she opened the door, Byakuya was nowhere to be seen. After a moment's thought, Matsumi headed downstairs. Master. The moment she spotted Byakuya and opened her mouth to call out, she felt several gazes converging on her at once. Wow, she's already calling you Master. Roma exclaimed. You made her call you Master that quickly. Tuka gave Byakuya a slightly strange look. This must be the Jukiyama family servant that Tuka-san and Amaha-san mentioned. And she's wearing our shop's uniform. It actually suits her quite well. Koma stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed. She has an excellent appearance, fitting for a professional butler from a prestigious family, Irimi agreed. Big brother is so mean. Hinami murmured quietly. She too apparently assumed Byakuya had forced the woman to call him Master. After all, Matsumi had been so natural about it from the start that it was easy to assume coercion was involved. No. I never asked her to. She started calling me Master on her own. Byakuya's expression was somewhat helpless. That's correct. This is not a requirement from the Master. I simply believe one must not be disrespectful to the Master. Matsumi's expressionless explanation effectively cleared up the misunderstanding. So what brings you down here? Byakuya steered the conversation back to business. I came to inform the Master that Kane and I have finished changing. That's fine. You don't need to report such things to me. Go back upstairs and look after Kane. Understood. Matsumi nodded and followed orders. She still had some questions in her mind, though she didn't voice them. She could tell by scent that every employee in this cafe was a ghoul. She recalled Byakuya mentioning this place was Antiku. She knew perfectly well what kind of place Antiku was. After all, the young master often came here to play. What puzzled her was that this young man, her new master, was clearly a CCG investigator, yet here he was in Antiku, a place teeming with ghouls, chatting and laughing with the staff. Come to think of it, the girl that young master Shu had ordered her to capture alive was also a ghoul, and clearly a friend of this young man. An investigator befriending ghouls. Matsumi found this rather incredible. Was he really an investigator who didn't consider the ghouls of Antiku his enemies? Kane opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. But she could smell Matsumi nearby, which brought her immediate comfort. Then she remembered what had happened before she lost consciousness. Young master. Kane shot upright with a cry and urgently asked Matsumi, head maid Matsumi. How is the young master? Matsumi's official title in the Jukiyama household was head maid, essentially the manager of all servants. The master has taken the young master home. However, we've become collateral for the young master's survival. Matsumi explained calmly, her tone flat. Phew. Hearing this, Kane let out a long breath of relief. She didn't care at all about what Matsumi meant by collateral, knowing the young master was safe was all that mattered. Then the rest caught up with her. Wait. Head maid, what do you mean by collateral? It means we've been enslaved by the master now. Matsumi's tone was so matter-of-fact she might as well have been discussing the weather. Master. Kane didn't immediately register who Matsumi was referring to. She looked around the room and spotted the third person present, Amaha Byakuya. It's you. The moment she saw him, she treated him as an enemy. After all, Kane had just woken from unconsciousness and hadn't yet processed the situation. The only thought in her mind was to fight the enemy. Kane. Sensing that Kane was about to offend Byakuya, Matsumi immediately spoke sharply, one must not be disrespectful to the master. What? Kane was stunned. She pointed at Byakuya. Head maid, you're saying he's our master. That's correct. As servants, we must maintain proper manners. Did the master of the house not teach you this? Matsumi lectured her. She was doing this for Kane's own good. Otherwise, the consequences could be unthinkable. Before Kane could figure out what was going on, she suddenly realized her clothes had been changed while she was unconscious. In that instant, her mind filled with all sorts of chaotic imaginings. Chapter 132, willing to sacrifice everything for the young master. The most distressing thought was that her clothes had been changed by the very person who had hurt the young master. If that were true, not only had her identity as a woman been exposed, but her body had already been defiled. Watching the rapid changes in Kane's expression, Byakuya could guess she was letting her imagination run wild. I will never submit to you. Kane's expression was one of someone prepared to die, as if Byakuya had designs on her body. In her agitation, she'd even spoken in German. German was her native language, she was originally from Germany. Her features carried that dignified, striking quality characteristic of German women. As for her purple hair, that was another matter entirely. Don't speak a language I can't be bothered with. Speak the local language when you're in a place. Byakuya's expression was flat. The system had granted him fluency in all languages from the beginning, so he actually understood her German perfectly. But this self-important fool was too ridiculous to deserve a polite response. However, Kane seemed unable to hear what Byakuya was saying anymore. Still speaking in German, she said with intense indignation, "You've already defiled my body, are you planning to trample my dignity next? No matter how you humiliate me, I will never." Midway through, Matsumi, realizing Kane had misunderstood something, immediately cut her off. "Kane, calm down. The master didn't do anything to you." Those words brought Kane back to her senses. "He didn't do anything. Then my clothes. I changed them for you. And these clothes were borrowed by the master on our behalf. You should be thanking him, not being so disrespectful." Matsumi lectured her again. She sincerely hoped Kane would be more rational. If she accidentally angered this young man, the master's sacrifice would be in vain, and the entire Jukiyama family would. Only then did Kane lower her head. I understand. Then why haven't you apologized to the master for your rudeness? And don't forget to thank him for the clothes he borrowed for us." Matsumi's requirements were strict. In truth, back in the Jukiyama household, servants had followed similar protocols, only now the object of service had changed from the young master to their new master. For someone as rational and absolutely loyal as Matsumi, she could sacrifice everything for the young master, the master of the house, and the entire Jukiyama family. But Kane's rationality and resolve were far inferior to Matsumi's. Right now, she was deeply reluctant, her heart still struggling. "Did you not hear me?" Matsumi displayed the authority she wielded as the Jukiyama family's head maid. Kane had no choice but to comply. "Master. I was disrespectful just now. I hope the master will forgive me." She said this with extreme reluctance, her expression stiff. Not only was it painful for her to say, but Byakuya found it rather uncomfortable to hear as well. He hadn't forced her to call him master or demanded an apology, Matsumi had taken it upon herself to do all of this. "All right, that's enough." Byakuya spoke coldly. "I'm not forcing you to call me master, but the fact remains that you're now in my hands. Know your place, especially you self-important woman." That last part, "you self-important woman," was clearly directed at Kane. Feeling Byakuya's cold gaze, Kane realized he was talking about her. Hadn't the head maid changed her clothes? How did he know she was a woman? To prevent any more self-important assumptions, Byakuya spoke first, "Your pathetic attempt at cross-dressing couldn't fool my eyes. Take some time to come to terms with your current situation. After that, do what I tell you. Try anything funny, and you won't like the consequences." With that, he turned and left. After Byakuya had been gone for a while, Kane asked Matsumi in a subdued voice, "Head maid. Are we really at this human's mercy now?" "Yes. Accept this reality and do what needs to be done. Don't disappoint the young master and the master of the house." Matsumi sighed softly. She'd sensed that the young man had already become somewhat displeased, Kane's words and actions just now had been truly rude. Fortunately, his temperament seemed reasonable, he hadn't been provoked. "All right." Hearing the mention of the young master and the master, Kane gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure. "Head maid, can you tell me what happened while I was unconscious?" She wanted to fully understand the situation. Matsumi then explained everything, how Marumo had appeared, and the conditions he had agreed to in order to save the young master's life. Only then did Kane understand everything. So we're now slaves to that guy. Damn it. Kane was deeply unwilling to accept this. "Stop that. If the master were still in this room, I absolutely wouldn't allow you to show such disrespect." Matsumi's tone was stern. "I was wrong." Kane immediately admitted her error. She understood why the head maid was being so strict with her, it was all for the young master. Only their sacrifice could ensure the young master's safety. "Head maid, for the young master's safety, I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have." Kane then spoke to Matsumi with complete seriousness. It was a declaration of her loyalty to Shu and the entire Jukiyama family. "Good. No matter what happens, never forget that everything we do is for young Master Shu." Matsumi smiled slightly with relief. Now she could feel somewhat more at ease about Kane. Still, she felt some unease about what might come next. She knew almost nothing about this young man, only that he was a ghoul investigator who seemed to get along quite well with the ghouls at Antiku. But who knew if he had some terrifying other side? Yes. Kane nodded firmly. She had made up her mind. No matter what happened, even if she was humiliated, abused, defiled, she was willing to sacrifice everything for the young master. Chapter 133, Are you the lady of the house? For now, I don't have any specific tasks for you. Just help out here at Antiku for the time being, you're already wearing their uniforms anyway. Once Matsumi and Kane had recovered enough from their injuries, Byakuya gave them their assignment. It wasn't really an assignment per se, he simply didn't want to leave them with nothing to do. As for the Akatsuki organization, Byakuya's original intention was to recruit Matsumi and Kane to fill the numbers. But numbers were one thing, these two weren't trustworthy yet. There was no rush to tell them about the Akatsuki organization. Better to observe their attitudes first and see if they actually had any value to offer. The last thing he needed was to bring in two traitors and create problems for himself. The Akatsuki organization could be built slowly. No need to rush. Working here? Yes, understood. Matsumi nodded without objection, following the master's orders completely. Kane had also calmed down considerably since earlier. Though she didn't respond verbally, she nodded obediently. So we have two new companions, even if they're temporary. Koma's tone sounded quite welcoming toward Matsumi and Kane. Since you're going to be working here, do your jobs properly. Don't try anything funny. Tuka warned the two women. She couldn't trust them yet, after all, they'd been fighting each other just hours ago. We won't. We are now absolutely loyal to the master. Matsumi said immediately. Yes. I don't understand what funny business you're referring to. Kane said calmly. Better be that way. Tuka said nothing more. From then on, Matsumi and Kane worked as servers in the cafe. This kind of work was second nature to them, they'd been servants in the Jukiyama household, doing similar tasks every day. It was even much easier than before, since there weren't nearly as many rules to follow. Still, neither of them believed this was the extent of what Byakuya would demand from them. They didn't let their guard down. When Antiku closed for the day, the staff prepared to go home. Matsumi and Kane hesitated, uncertain where to go. Going back to the Jukiyama mansion probably wasn't allowed. Did that mean they had to go home with the young men? Byakuya noticed their indecision and spoke up, you can choose to go back to the Jukiyama mansion, or you can rent a place nearby. That's up to you. Just be available when I need you. Byakuya had no interest in restricting their freedom. Besides, the more freedom he gave them, the easier it would be to gauge their true attitudes and usefulness. Yes, master. We understand. Matsumi nodded slightly. But she misinterpreted Byakuya's meaning, thinking the two choices he'd offered were a test, and both were traps. Since they'd been enslaved, they should have the self-awareness of slaves. Even when she was merely a servant before, she'd had to attend to the young master and the master of the house daily. How much more so now that she was enslaved? Matsumi gave Kane a meaningful look, hoping she'd understand. Kane caught the headmaid's signal and nodded seriously. Byakuya assumed they'd returned to the Jukiyama mansion and didn't concern himself further. But after a while, something felt off. Matsumi and Kane had been following behind him ever since. Was the Jukiyama mansion in the same direction as his home? Yet even after arriving at his front door, Matsumi and Kane were still behind him. Only then did Byakuya turn around to ask, are you two planning to come home with me? Yes. Servants should attend to the master at all times. Matsumi nodded, her expression neutral. You're the one who enslaved us, master, yet you seem surprised. Even now, Kane still wasn't entirely comfortable calling this human boy master. Byakuya was somewhat speechless. Didn't I just say you could go wherever you wanted? But since you're already here, you might as well stay the night. My house is fairly large. There are several spare rooms. Make yourselves at home. With that, Byakuya walked through the front door. Matsumi's thoughts remained unchanged. She still believed the master was testing them and that she had to be careful not to make mistakes. Kane thought the same, so she followed Matsumi inside. Pardon me, master, but I need to familiarize myself with the layout of your home. After entering, Matsumi made her request immediately. To better serve the master, she naturally needed to know her way around. Same here. I hope the master will permit this. Kane added her request. Do as you like. Byakuya replied casually. Matsumi and Kane set off to explore, but almost immediately ran into Rise in the living room. Who are you? Rise questioned them at once. Though she'd already caught Byakuya's scent and could guess he'd brought these two strangers home, she didn't know why. Might you be the lady of the house? We are the master's servants. Matsumi bowed respectfully. Kane didn't speak but bowed alongside her. The master you mentioned, that would be Byakuya. Rise didn't deny the lady of the house label. Instead, she asked about the master. That's correct. Amahasama is our master. Matsumi nodded. By this time, Byakuya had also entered the living room and was immediately greeted by Rise's gentle smile. Darling, would you mind explaining what this is all about? Byakuya proceeded to explain, giving her the general outline of what had happened. Meanwhile, Matsumi and Kane stood silently to the side. They could tell by scent that the beautiful woman before them was a ghoul. But they had no idea she was the infamous binge eater. Given that the master was a CCG investigator, the fact that there was also a ghoul living in his home, and apparently as his wife, astonished them completely. Chapter 134, the whole house is full of ghouls. If this young investigator really had married a ghoul, that would explain why he could get along so well with the ghouls at Antiku. But still, an investigator falling in love with a ghoul was truly unthinkable. So these two are servants of that Jukiyama guy. I see. Rise nodded slightly. Speaking of which, where are Kurona and Nishiro? Haven't they come back yet? Byakuya noticed the house seemed to have only Rise at the moment. They're not back yet. Probably still on some assignment. Rise said. Afterward, Byakuya took Matsumi and Kane upstairs to let them choose their rooms. If I may ask, Master, was that woman just now your wife? Matsumi asked curiously. It was such an unbelievable situation. No. Byakuya denied it. He didn't want to share too many details about himself with Matsumi and Kane, so he said nothing more. Matsumi nodded and refrained from asking further, lest she displease the master. Matsumi and Kane then chose to share a room, wanting to be able to look out for each other. Sitting on the bed they'd made up, they took advantage of Byakuya having gone downstairs to chat. That really startled me. I thought an investigator had actually married a ghoul. Though it does seem like he's living with that ghoul. Kane remarked with some wonder. Come to think of it, aren't we now also living with the master? Perhaps it's some kind of preference of his. Matsumi said flatly. What a strange person. But regardless of what preferences he has, I'm already prepared to sacrifice everything. Kane's gaze was resolute. In private, we can talk about it, but you absolutely must not mention preferences or anything like that in front of the master. Matsumi reminded Kane. It would be best if you got used to saying the master instead of him, even when talking to me. Yes, I'll remember that, head maid. Kane nodded seriously. After only a brief exchange, they went back to properly organizing the room, rearranging furniture, cleaning dust, and so on. They didn't idle afterward either, voluntarily going downstairs to find Byakuya. Master, is there anything you need us to do? Matsumi asked. Then I'll leave the housework to you. Nothing else for now. Byakuya replied casually. Both Kane and Matsumi were professional servants, so handling household chores was their specialty. Byakuya figured he could leave all future housework to them. Not bad at all. Understood. Kane and Matsumi responded in unison. Kurona and Nishiro had received extra training from Kyoko Ora, so they returned later than usual. When they walked in, they immediately saw two uniformed strangers sweeping and mopping the floor. They were momentarily stunned. Matsumi hadn't expected two more girls to come home. But she reacted quickly and bowed immediately. Welcome back. Ah, who are you? Kurona asked. We are Amahasama's servants. Matsumi explained once again, unfazed. Servants. Kurona and Nishiro both immediately thought of certain unhealthy things. Their faces slightly flushed, they quickly made their way over to Byakuya. However, Matsumi wisely spoke up first, explaining on Byakuya's behalf what had happened. Learning the truth, Kurona and Nishiro relaxed considerably, though part of the reason might have been that they didn't know Kane was female. Night fell. Matsumi and Kane prepared for sleep in their shared room. What surprised Kane was that nothing had happened tonight. Housework didn't count, to her, that was trivial. What she'd anticipated hadn't occurred at all. She'd braced herself for the worst, unspeakable, humiliating scenarios. Matsumi, by contrast, hadn't overthought things. She accepted that anything could happen, whatever came, she'd grit her teeth and obey. With that resolve already in place, there was no point dwelling on possibilities. Head maid, no, the master doesn't seem like he'll do anything to us. Kane ventured. This is only the first day. Don't overthink it. Who knows what might happen next? Matsumi said. And even if something did happen, so what? For the young master and the master of the house, they'd simply have to endure it. Kane lay down with her heart still unsettled. She thought about the young master while also worrying about what might come next. By the time she finally fell asleep, she had no idea what hour it was. Chapter 135, Call Me, Madam. The following morning. Matsumi woke up early. She'd intended to wake Kane as well, but noticed Kane still seemed to be sleeping soundly, so she decided to let her wake naturally. "Master, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you?" Matsumi asked Byakuya, who was also already awake. Though she couldn't eat human food herself, she knew how to prepare it. The Jukiyama group had always maintained a human identity publicly, often hosting business partners with human cuisine, prepared, of course, by servants like herself. "Sure. Thank you." Byakuya nodded. "Not at all. It's my duty," Matsumi said. Before long, breakfast was ready. Now that there were 6 people living in this house, Byakuya was still the only one who could sit at the dining table and eat normally. The other 5 were all ghouls. Since Kurona and Nishiro had gotten up a bit late, by the time they came downstairs, Matsumi had already prepared Byakuya's breakfast. "Nishiro, I think we got up too late." "Yeah, that woman beat us to it. The Jukiyama family servants really are impressive." Just then, Matsumi heard the sisters talking but paid no attention to the content of their conversation. "Kurona-sama, Nishiro-sama, would you like me to prepare breakfast?" Matsumi asked them respectfully. "No need. I usually eat out." "No need. I only eat what Onaikin makes with his own hands." Kurona and Nishiro replied almost simultaneously. Clearly, Kurona and Nishiro had no intention of revealing their status as one-eyed ghouls in front of the unfamiliar Matsumi. Without them telling her, Matsumi couldn't tell anyway. As long as they didn't expose their kakugan, the only way ghouls could identify each other was by scent. But artificial half-ghouls like Kurona and Nishiro smelled the same as humans, at most slightly more appetizing, so Matsumi assumed the twins were human. When facing Rise, Matsumi asked the same question, "Madam, no, Kamishiro-san, would you like me to prepare breakfast?" She knew Rise was a ghoul, and after last night's introductions, she'd learned Rise's name. But knowing just her name, she still had no idea Rise was the binge eater. She had rarely mentioned the binge eater around her. Since Rise was a ghoul, the breakfast Matsumi referred to was naturally human flesh. Although ordinary ghouls only needed to feed once or twice a month to maintain normal nourishment, elite ghoul families like the Jukiyamas enjoyed a lifestyle quite different from common ghouls. For instance, breakfast might be a thinly sliced eyeball, lunch some other body part, essentially small meals throughout the day. Even ordinary ghouls didn't consume an entire person at once when feeding, they'd preserve most of the body for later, just as Ito stored her food in a refrigerator. "Oh. Why did you suddenly stop calling me, madam?" Rise asked at once. "Because I made bold to ask the master yesterday, and he denied that you were his wife." Matsumi answered honestly. "I see." Rise didn't say anything to Byakuya directly. Instead, she told Matsumi, "Then don't listen to him. You may continue calling me madam. Hearing Kamishiro-san doesn't feel quite as nice." At this, Matsumi looked toward Byakuya, seemingly seeking his opinion. "No." Before Byakuya could say anything, Kurona spoke up first. "She's clearly not Byakuya Naikin's wife, yet she wants to be called madam. Is Rise-san making things up?" Nishiro was even more direct. "I was merely offering a suggestion to Matsumi-san. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, don't you also call Byakuya Onaikin without permission?" Rise said with a smile. Byakuya felt a headache coming on. Why were they fighting over something so trivial again? "All right, that's enough." Byakuya cut off the dispute directly, he had something more important to say. "Matsumi, you mentioned preparing breakfast for Rise-san just now. Were you planning to get her human flesh?" "Yes. I have foolproof methods for hunting." Matsumi nodded. She'd always been in charge of hunting for the Jukiyama household, and she had extensive experience in this area, enough to ensure the CCG would never notice. But perhaps because it was early morning and her mind was still foggy, she'd overlooked something. Her new master was a CCG investigator. "Did you forget? I'm an investigator. How could I possibly allow you to do something like that?" Byakuya nearly laughed at the absurdity. "Rise-san's food situation isn't something you need to worry about. She works at Antiku and gets enough carrion from there. And I won't allow you or Kane to hunt humans under my watch. From now on, you'll both eat carrion at Antiku." Indeed, Rise had always helped Antiku collect human corpses, even before meeting him. It was just that this troublesome woman insisted on hunting freely in Ward 20 despite helping out, which was why she was considered part of Antiku, more or less. Under Byakuya's influence, she no longer hunted humans, but she still went out to collect bodies for Antiku. "I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I can't believe I was so careless." Matsumi finally realized her brain had short-circuited. She'd actually forgotten the master was an investigator. "It's fine. Just remember what I said." Byakuya said flatly. "Yes. I will engrave it in my heart." Matsumi nodded. Meanwhile, Kane still hadn't come downstairs. Matsumi was starting to feel anxious on her behalf. To think that Kane would sleep in on her first official day of service, even back in the Tsukiyama household, such behavior would have warranted strict discipline. Fortunately, this young man had a surprisingly good temper and hadn't taken offense. But Kane couldn't possibly stay in bed much longer. The worst-case scenario came to pass. A long time had passed, and Kane still hadn't appeared. Matsumi was even getting angry now, her opinion of Kane dimming. How could this possibly satisfy the master? Had this been back at the Tsukiyama mansion, as head maid, she would have absolutely punished Kane. Matsumi requested directly, "Master, would you be willing to go upstairs and wake Kane? I want to finish the housework and then get to Antiku for work." She also made sure to plead on Kane's behalf. Kane may simply be unaccustomed to the new environment. I hope the master will forgive her. Her thinking was that Byakuya personally going up there would effectively intimidate Kane, preventing future carelessness. All right, I'll go wake her. Byakuya didn't think much of it. When he reached the door and knocked, there was no response. He simply opened the unlocked door and saw the bedding still lumped up. Kane. Time to get up. Byakuya approached and called out. But the lump under the covers still didn't react. He raised his voice and called again. Kane. Kane had been deep in dreamland until she was jolted awake. The moment she sat up, she found Byakuya right there. Her nightwear was disheveled, and she seemed disoriented from sleep. Her first reaction was that the master had come to assault her. Her hands flew to her chest, but almost immediately, she gave up resistance. Her face showed a mix of shame, indignation, and resignation as she presented herself in a posture of, take what you will. She had already resolved to sacrifice everything for the young master. Chapter 136, Tsukiyama joins. Seeing Kane's strange expression and posture, Byakuya knew this fool's head was filled with nonsense again. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm going to assault you? Byakuya questioned, feeling rather speechless. Just hurry up and get it over with. Instead, it was Kane urging him on. She had resigned herself to her fate. Byakuya's brow furrowed slightly. Get what over with? When did I ever say I was going to assault you? You woman with nothing but filth in your head, look at what time it is already. At his reminder, Kane turned to look at the clock and realized it was already 8 a.m. Back at the Tsukiyama mansion, not being up by this hour would have meant punishment. Now Kane realized she'd been completely self-important. Obviously, the master had come to wake her up. The flush on Kane's face hadn't faded, and now it deepened considerably, spreading all the way to her ears. Looks like you've come back to reality. Get up already, or Matsumi will end up doing all the housework by herself. Byakuya spoke flatly. With that, he headed back downstairs without looking back. Kane changed out of her nightwear, her face burning with shame. Before, she'd been embarrassed because she thought she was about to be assaulted. Now she was embarrassed because of her own self-importance. As she changed, her mind kept wandering back to what had just happened. After all, she'd already presented herself in that take-what-you-will posture, yet he hadn't seemed the least bit affected. So maybe that human wasn't what she'd imagined. Or perhaps, he didn't find her attractive enough. Feeling like her thoughts were drifting too far, Kane shook her head vigorously, casting aside all the random musings. A few days passed. Matsumi and Kane worked dutifully at Antiku. As fellow newcomers, their performance was leagues ahead of Roma's. Just then, Roma somehow managed to trip on flat ground again. Accompanied by her shriek, several plates and cups she'd just gathered went crashing to the floor. Roma, how did you fall again? Seeing this, Tuka could only rub her forehead in exasperation. It had only been a few days, yet she'd already had another fall. If this kept up, it would be hard to handle. Don't do this again, you hear me? To prevent such incidents from happening frequently, Tuka deliberately adopted a harsher tone with Roma. But unexpectedly, Roma went straight to Byakuya with an aggrieved expression. Amahasama, Kirishima-san is being mean to me. She hid behind Byakuya, hugging him from behind. Being rather petite, her head could only peek out from under his arm. You, making a mistake and then not letting anyone say anything about it. Seeing Roma being so intimate with Byakuya, Tuka, who had only been pretending to be harsh, was now genuinely annoyed. Roma-san, try to be more careful in the future. Byakuya smiled helplessly. Okay. Roma nodded, looking pitiful. But without question, she'd do it again next time. Kane, who was working nearby, noticed the commotion. She found it hard to understand how someone so clumsy had gotten a job here in the first place. Welcome. At that moment, Matsumi was greeting a new customer at the door, only to find that the customer standing before her was the most familiar person in her life. Hey, Matsumi. You seem to be doing well. It was Tsukiyama Shu who had come to Antiku. Young master. Why are you? Matsumi was momentarily stunned. Hearing Matsumi's voice, Kane immediately turned her head and, sure enough, saw young master Shu. Young master. Kane's voice carried surprise. She hadn't expected the young master to suddenly appear here. Wouldn't this put him in danger? Oh. I didn't expect Tsukiyama to dare show his face in front of us. Tsukiyama's arrival made Tuka frown. She sneered coldly. Hearing Tuka use that insulting nickname, Tsukiyama, again, Kane felt displeased, but she held her tongue. After all, this was their territory, and she was now Byakuya's servant. Why wouldn't I dare? Tsukiyama smiled composedly. But let me make clear, I'm here to see Yamaha-kun. Still not giving up? I'd advise you to quit while you're ahead. Tuka mocked with a smile. By the way, I was absolutely blown away by how Yamaha tasted last time. Too bad you'll never get to experience it in your lifetime. Tsukiyama's smile instantly stiffened. He was definitely rattled inside, but he forced himself not to show it. Instead of responding to Tuka's mockery, he bowed respectfully to Byakuya. Yamaha-kun, no, Yamaha-sama, my father is making me follow you as punishment. Is that so? And Tsukiyama Shashu is comfortable with that? Byakuya asked expressionlessly. It was hard to say whether Mirumo had demanded this of Shu, or whether Shu had wanted this himself, or perhaps the father and son had discussed it beforehand. After all, Matsumi, the knight of the Tsukiyama family, had been enslaved by him. Perhaps Mirumo had noticed that Matsumi and Kane had been treated well these past few days, and decided that putting Shu under his care would actually be better. Regardless, if Tsukiyama genuinely wanted to follow him, his personality meant that few people could be more reliable. And there was another benefit, with Tsukiyama around, he basically didn't need to worry about whether Matsumi and Kane might turn traitor. Of course. Tsukiyama replied with gentlemanly poise. As long as Yamaha-sama doesn't find me a nuisance, I'm willing to follow in your footsteps. Fine. Then you can help out at Antiku too from now on. Byakuya was surprisingly agreeable this time, accepting immediately. Wait. Tuka was immediately concerned. Is this really okay? That shit Tsukiyama might still be plotting something. It's fine. Byakuya smiled lightly. To be trusted so readily by Yamaha-sama, I'm deeply honored. Tsukiyama said at once. Honestly, even he hadn't expected such immediate acceptance. But let me make one thing clear, if you ever dare threaten anyone close to me again, I'll personally twist your head off and wipe out your entire Tsukiyama family. Byakuya's eyes suddenly turned ice cold, his voice frigid as he warned Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama's expression immediately changed. He nodded solemnly. Absolutely not. As expected, this was the Yamaha-kun who fascinated him the most. Chapter 137, make sure to take safety precautions. Since the Akatsuki organization hadn't been formally established yet, they didn't even have a base. For now, all these people from the Tsukiyama family were lumped together at Antiku. Antiku had essentially become Byakuya's temporary storage facility. But there were already enough servers at Antiku. Under manager Yoshimura's arrangement, Tsukiyama would handle the same duties as Rise, periodically going out to retrieve human corpses for the cafe. Shit Tsukiyama, if you don't do your job properly, I'll have the manager fire you. Tuka had never gotten along with Tsukiyama, and she hadn't expected him to suddenly become a member of Antiku. This guy was every bit as troublesome as Rise had been before, especially given what had happened just a few days ago. That had left quite an impression on Tuka. So her attitude toward Tsukiyama was terrible, she'd immediately put him in his place. Then Tuka suddenly recalled something. Rise had also been a huge problem before, but after getting involved with Byakuya, she'd become remarkably well-behaved. Could Shit Tsukiyama also be changed by Byakuya? But now Tuka had something else on her mind. How exactly had Byakuya made Rise so docile? Rise hadn't hunted humans lately, nor had she been picking up supplies at Antiku. Could it be she was sating her hunger directly through Byakuya? Tuka had actually guessed correctly on this point, though her imagination was more extreme. She assumed Rise had eaten Byakuya many times over. In reality, Rise now satisfied her hunger through blood drinking alone. The power of the Hashirama cells meant that just an occasional drink was enough to keep Rise nourished, so she never needed to pick up supplies from Antiku. Unless absolutely necessary, she couldn't be bothered with carrion. Kirishima-san is still as unlovable as ever. Such prejudice against me, it's truly heartbreaking. Tsukiyama sighed. It's not prejudice. You're just inherently untrustworthy. Tuka rolled her eyes at Tsukiyama and stopped engaging with him. Instead, she walked over to Byakuya and asked quietly, speaking of which, didn't I bite your arm last time? It seemed to heal really fast. She hadn't noticed before, but it just occurred to her now, These past few days, Byakuya showed no signs of arm injury whatsoever. No bandages, no careful movements, as if the arm had never been harmed at all. Yeah. Maybe it's because I have an unusual constitution, healing ability similar to you ghouls. Byakuya didn't bother hiding this. It was too obvious to conceal anyway, so there was no point trying. There's actually a constitution like that. Tuka was immediately astonished. Yoshimura, who happened to overhear, also took notice. He'd never heard of any human possessing such a constitution, not even half-humans. Could Amahakuin also be a half-ghoul like Ito? Even if not natural-born, he could have been artificially created through experimentation. After all, Kurona and Nishiro were living examples, and Amahakuin was close to those sisters, which made the speculation even more compelling. That would also explain Amahakuin's abnormally powerful abilities. And if Amahakuin was indeed a half-ghoul, Yoshimura felt even more confident that he could save Ito. Besides Yoshimura, Roma was also thinking quite a bit about Byakuya's constitution. This Amaha Byakuya kept bringing more and more pleasant surprises. No wonder Nico and Suda had recommended she come play at Antiku. Coming here had definitely been the right choice. At that moment, Byakuya simply removed his outer jacket, revealing an arm that had healed perfectly. More accurately, it had healed without a trace the very same day Tuka had bitten him. It's true. I remember biting right here. Tuka grabbed Byakuya's arm and examined it closely. There really wasn't the slightest mark. A human with such a constitution, she found it incredible. But a moment later, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. She leaned in and whispered in Byakuya's ear, "I was wondering why Kamishiro-san has been so well-behaved lately. Is it because you're always letting her eat your flesh?" She couldn't help but be concerned. After all, Rise was infamous for her brutal, insatiable appetite. Her feeding urges were massive, and her method savage. Byakuya must have suffered considerably dealing with someone like that. Not really. Just once or twice total. Byakuya said. As for the blood drinking, that was basically negligible, he barely even felt pain from it anymore. As his physical capabilities kept improving, so did his pain tolerance. What are Tuka-chan and Amaha-san whispering about? Why can't you share with us? Is it something private between just the two of you? Just then, Irimi spoke up teasingly. Not surprising at all. Tuka-chan is at that age when youthful passion runs highest. Koma chimed in with a sigh. Make sure to take safety precautions. Yomo was even more direct, speaking these words with a completely straight face. Does that mean Onaikan and Tuka-wanchan are? Hinami's bright eyes went wide. Ryuko wasn't present, today wasn't her shift, and she'd only come later to pick up Hinami. Yoshimura smiled without comment. Jukiyama lightly supported his chin, thinking, I see. Matsumi and Kane didn't participate in this conversation, staying focused on their work. That's not it at all. What are you all imagining? Tuka immediately denied everyone's assumptions, her face flushed, especially her uncle's comment, which was the most outrageous. Safety precautions, that was way too far-fetched. Why is Kirishima-san denying it so vehemently? Could it be because she's too embarrassed to admit it? At this moment, Jukiyama's tone carried a suggestive lilt. Shut up, shit Jukiyama. Tuka glared viciously at him. Chapter 138, The Meaning of the Akatsuki Organization. It's really nothing private. Kirishima-san was just asking me about Rise-san. Byakuya explained on Tuka's behalf. His calm demeanor, unlike Tuka's flushed, emphatic denial, made it difficult for everyone to continue teasing. Tuka breathed a sigh of relief, but she found herself inexplicably fixating on one detail in Byakuya's words. He called Rise-san, but called her Kirishima-san. There was a substantial difference in the nature of those forms of address. But she didn't bring it up. Asking someone to call her Tuka-san directly would be too embarrassing. While Tuka was preoccupied with such things, Byakuya was conversing with Jukiyama. Since you're following me now, why don't you take Matsumi and Kane back to the Jukiyama mansion? They just need to come when I call for them. That won't do. Matsumi and Kane are now Amaha-sama's servants, so they should stay by your side to attend to you. Even my father wishes for them to fulfill their duties properly. Jukiyama replied. Hearing the young master say this, neither Matsumi nor Kane showed any dissatisfaction, they agreed with what he said. Fine. Byakuya was momentarily at a loss for words. When closing time came, Jukiyama returned to the Jukiyama mansion on his own, while Matsumi and Kane went home with Byakuya. Perhaps because the young master had also chosen to follow this human boy, Kane's resistance toward him had lessened considerably. Walking home, Byakuya thought of something. Including Jukiyama now, and with Matsumi and Kane essentially confirmed, the requirements for establishing the Akatsuki organization had been met. The two SS-rated ghouls were Rise and Matsumi. The four S-rated ghouls were Kurona, Nishiro, Kane, and Jukiyama. It all depended on whether the system would classify Rise as SS-rated. Currently, the CCG still had the Binge Eater listed at S+, and since she'd essentially vanished from their radar lately, her danger rating wouldn't change. Now that the personnel were assembled, the next step was preparing a base. Byakuya wasn't about to mooch off Antiku for a base, he'd have to set up his own. The Jukiyama group's financial resources would come in handy for that. Though technically his own house could serve as a base. It was large enough to work as a temporary headquarters for now. But eventually, he'd need to prepare a proper base. Given its membership composition, the Akatsuki organization would undoubtedly be classified by the CCG as a ghoul organization. For something that would constantly be under CCG surveillance, the official base couldn't be set up casually. For now, Byakuya just wanted to confirm one thing, the system's rating for Rise. Given Kamishiro Rise's extremely high growth potential and her innate ability to achieve Kakuja form, the system conservatively rates her as SS class. The system once again demonstrated its mind-reading-like ability, addressing the question in Byakuya's mind. Good. The Akatsuki organization now meets the establishment requirements. Byakuya thought to himself. The system's assessment was indeed objective. Not all Kakuja were SSS-rated ghouls, Tatara could also achieve Kakuja form, but his danger rating was only SS. Although CCG ratings were based on danger level rather than pure combat power, the ratings did generally correspond to strength. The higher a ghoul's danger rating, the more their power matched that classification. Take the SSS-rated, non-killing owl, and one-eyed owl, that father-daughter pair. No SS-rated ghoul could even come close to their level of strength. But Rise had always eaten purely for pleasure, with no pursuit of power. She'd never engaged in cannibalism, after all, ghoul flesh tasted awful. Though she possessed the innate ability to achieve Kakuja form, she'd never used it. So from a strength perspective, she definitely didn't reach SSS level. Now Byakuya had just one remaining issue, explaining the Akatsuki organization to Jukiyama, Matsumi, and Kane. He could certainly force them to obey, but that was meaningless to him. He'd prefer these three to join the Akatsuki organization willingly. Byakuya considered this part of the preparatory work for establishing the organization. The same applied to Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters, he needed to explain to them the meaning of the Akatsuki organization's existence. So the first thing Byakuya did upon returning home was to call Rise, Kurona, and Nishiro to his room. Why is Byakuya suddenly calling all three of us to his room? After these past weeks of familiarity, Kurona could now naturally call him Byakuya without the awkwardness of earlier, when she'd stumbled and changed it to Byakuya-san. Maybe Onaiken has something important to say. Nishiro spoke softly, her expression neutral. Though it could also be that Onaiken is feeling lonely. After all, there are more and more girls in the house, and he's still single. Nishiro, how did your mind go there? But I can't exactly deny it makes sense. Kurona couldn't argue with that. Thinking that that kind of thing might happen, her face reddened slightly without her control. Nishiro, by contrast, showed no trace of embarrassment, as if she didn't care about such matters at all. When they entered the room, they found Byakuya seated with a solemn expression. It seemed this wasn't the second possibility they'd imagined, he had something important to tell them. What's going on? Calling all three of us here so suddenly? Rise was the first to ask. Have a seat first. I have something important I want to discuss with you. Byakuya's tone was serious. This serious. Seeing him like this, even Rise adopted a more earnest attitude. Kurona and Nishiro obediently sat down on the bed. I'm planning to establish an organization, not simply a human organization, nor simply a ghoul organization. Byakuya got straight to the point. Establish an organization. For what purpose? Rise immediately asked. The goal is to change the current state of this world. I want humans and ghouls to coexist peacefully. But my strength alone isn't enough, I need you. Byakuya spoke frankly. The organization will be called Akatsuki, the character for Dawn. To bring daybreak and hope to this world. Chapter 139, Takatsuki-sensei, you're the one-eyed king, aren't you? Akatsuki. World peace. Rise smiled faintly. I have absolutely no interest in that sort of thing. But I am interested in you. Halfway through, Byakuya had thought Rise might refuse. By the end, he smiled with relief. It wouldn't have been strange at all if Rise had truly refused to join the Akatsuki organization. For instance, when Banju had once hoped Rise would become the leader of Ward 11, she'd nearly killed him in annoyance. The solitary Rise found such matters extremely uninteresting, even repulsive. If it had been anyone other than Byakuya inviting her, she would have given them the same treatment as Banju or Jukiyama. What about you two, Kurona and Nishiro? Anything you want to say? Byakuya turned to the sisters. Nothing. Neither do I. Whatever Onaikan asks, Nishiro is willing. Kurona and Nishiro spoke simultaneously. Good. Byakuya smiled at them. I won't let you down. Eventually, you'll be able to return to normal, become regular humans again. Really? Nishiro and I can actually become human again? Kurona immediately asked with interest. She'd thought she and Nishiro would be one-eyed ghouls for the rest of their lives. She hadn't expected there might be hope of returning to normal. Of course. As long as the Akatsuki organization achieves its ultimate goal. Byakuya spoke with certainty. The ultimate goal he referred to was naturally the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The system had already hinted at it very clearly, practically stated it outright. The unlocking of information about the Infinite Tsukuyomi was tied to the Akatsuki organization. Byakuya also agreed with this path, achieving the organization's goal through the Eye of the Moon plan. If all ghouls could truly be transformed into humans, there would be no more conflict between species. The racial divide between humans and ghouls was the key issue, resolving it would undoubtedly bring relative peace to the world. He said, relative peace, because war among humans themselves would always exist. That was unavoidable, human nature was simply like that. Sometimes, class issues could be even more severe than racial ones. Just look at how comfortably the upper-class ghouls lived, especially the Washa clan. Meanwhile, lower-class ghouls were merely tools for the Washa to maintain their dominance. The same went for lower-class human investigators, they too were tools being used by the Washu. The clan had gone to great lengths to develop Quinkwas precisely so human investigators could fight on equal terms with lower-class ghouls. And naturally, upper-class humans were complicit as well. The Washa clan couldn't have risen to their current position without colluding with certain human elites. Lower-class investigators and lower-class ghouls would fight to the death, never knowing who was truly oppressing them. But this was getting too far off topic, a slippery slope best left alone. In any case, Byakuya couldn't be bothered with all that chaos. He just wanted to resolve the human ghoul problem first. Although Kurona and Nishiro didn't know what Byakuya meant by ultimate goal, they were willing to trust him unconditionally. After all, Byakuya was the only person they could rely on now, not family by blood, yet closer than family. Besides you three, Jukiyama Shu and those two Jukiyama servants will probably also become members of the Akatsuki organization. I just haven't told them yet. Byakuya continued. I'm planning to wait a while before bringing it up with them. Jukiyama is still an unknown quantity. Theoretically, given Jukiyama's personality and after what had happened, he should become quite obedient and reliable. But in practice, things weren't always so predictable, some observation was definitely needed before he could feel at ease. I have no objections. But I still won't go easy on him if he gets any ideas about you. Rai said lightly. On that point, even I wouldn't go easy on him. Byakuya said. Kurona and Nishiro naturally had no objections either, unless Jukiyama proved untrustworthy, in which case they'd be the first to help Byakuya eliminate the problem. During this period, or rather, ever since the Aojirai suppression operation had ended, Byakuya's life had been quite comfortable. Occasionally, he'd be assigned to go on extermination missions with Kori Ui, since Ui was still technically his partner. They'd eliminated a handful of ghouls here and there. His promotion to first class would have to wait for the promotion ceremony, when the CCG would hold a unified promotion ritual for qualifying investigators. During this time, Aojirai Tree had been quiet. The CCG had been investigating them intensively, but with little success. It seemed Aojirai was biding its time, waiting for the day they'd strike again with something as major as the Cochlea prison assault. Suzuya, how's the preparation going for the written exam and interview? Today, Byakuya had come to the Ward 1 CCG main office for some business. He happened to run into Suzuya and greeted him. Should be fine. Shinohara-san has been coaching me. Suzuya said with a smile. By now, Suzuya's ghoul elimination record was enough to promote him from rank 3 to rank 2. As long as he passed the relevant written exam and interview before the promotion ceremony began, he'd be promoted smoothly. Suzuya was working hard toward that goal. Both the written exam and interview were considerable challenges for him. Speaking of which, Suzuya will be promoted to rank 2 soon. I still don't know when I'll ever get promoted. Byakuya and Suzuya were chatting in the rest area when Takizawa passed by and joined the conversation. Takizawa-san, Huji-san. Seeing Takizawa and his partner Huji beside him, Suzuya greeted them politely. Under Shinohara's guidance, he'd become considerably more mature and composed than at the start. Besides, if he didn't change, he'd easily fail the interview. Suzuya looks like he's in good spirits. You must feel confident about the exam and interview. Huji replied kindly. So Suzuya is about to achieve rank 3 to rank 2 in 1 year. The last person, and the only person, to do that was Arima-san, wasn't it? Takizawa said enviously. Going from rank 3 to rank 2 in 1 year might not sound that impressive, but to date, only Kishu Arima had ever accomplished it. As for Byakuya going from rank 2 to rank 1, that was a different matter entirely, and even more remarkable. By the way, Amaha-san went from rank 2 to rank 1 in less than half a year, right? That's even more terrifying. Takizawa exclaimed. He'd previously idolized Amon and Arima. Now he had one more person to admire. He really wanted to hear Amaha-san recount his exploits, like how he'd eliminated Jason, but he was too embarrassed to ask, not wanting to waste his time. Byakuya just smiled without comment. In reality, he'd done it in less than a month. Mainly because he'd passed the written exam and interview at lightning speed. But there was no need to emphasize such things. After some more small talk, everyone went their separate ways. Byakuya had come to the Ward 1 main office today for the written exam and interview materials. He needed to take some relevant materials back to prepare. The first-class promotion exam would definitely be harder than the rank 1 exam. Even so, it was no challenge for Byakuya. In his room, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and effortlessly memorized all the theoretical knowledge needed for the written exam. Half a month later, he passed the written exam with a near-perfect score. The written exam ended in the morning. By afternoon, he'd cleared the interview as well. Ding! Host has completed the written exam and interview for promotion to first-class investigator. Reward, 10 fusion points. Now he just needed to wait for the upcoming promotion ceremony, where Bureau Director Washa would bestow upon him the first-class investigator's badge. Perhaps because Aojirai Tree was lying low, Ito had more time for a side job, things like holding fan meet and greets. Her main job was, of course, the great cause of Aojirai Tree. Onaikan, Takatsuki-sensei's fan meet and greet is about to start. Can you come with me? Hinami was sitting on Byakuya's lap, reading one of Sen Takatsuki's books together with him, when she brought this up. Sure. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. The mention of Takatsuki's fan event reminded him of Kaneki. He hadn't seen Kaneki at the cafe lately. Probably because of the Jukiyama incident. Actually, Kaneki had come by occasionally during this period, but upon seeing Jukiyama through the window, he'd fled in terror. After that previous incident, he'd called the police after escaping, but when they arrived, they'd found nothing. Mirumo had had the scene cleaned up, and the whole matter had been swept under the rug. Byakuya felt he should find an opportunity to explain things to Kaneki, and bring Jukiyama along, since he was the one who'd caused the whole mess. I knew Onaikan was the best. Hinami beamed with joy. By the way, Onaikan, what does this word mean? She pointed to a word in a certain passage of the book. Her reading had improved to the point where she could get through most things without trouble, though she still occasionally encountered complex vocabulary. It didn't really affect her overall comprehension, but she'd grown accustomed to having her big brother read with her. A few days later, Sen Takatsuki's fan meet and greet arrived as scheduled. Hinami had dressed up especially pretty today, with her mother's help. Perfect. Our little Hinami is the cutest now. Ryuko looked at Hinami's reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Hinami smiled happily. When you meet Byakuya Onaikan later, remember to ask him what he thinks first. Ryuko began instructing her. I understand. Hinami nodded seriously. Then when it gets crowded, hold on to Byakuya Onaikan's hand. He definitely won't refuse. That should be enough for now, don't rush things. After that, just enjoy your date today. Hinami had been following along, but gradually started feeling something was off. It's not, this isn't a date. Onaikan is just going with me to meet Takatsuki-sensei. Hinami's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. Ryuko just smiled knowingly without saying more. When Hinami arrived at the agreed meeting spot, she'd come half an hour early, yet found that her big brother was already there. Am I late? I didn't make you wait too long, did I? No, I just got here myself. Byakuya said. He wasn't being polite, he really had just arrived. That's good. Then Hinami remembered what her mother had said before she left. What do you think, Onaikan? She asked somewhat bashfully, keeping her question vague. Byakuya's reaction was quick. One look at Hinami's expression and he knew what she was asking. Hinami-chan looks very cute today. You must have put a lot of effort into dressing up. Yes. Hinami's face lit up with joy, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, making her even more adorable. Later, at the meet and greet venue, Hinami also remembered her mother's words. Taking advantage of the crowd, she reached for her big brother's hand. Sure enough, he didn't shake her off. If anything, he held on a bit tighter. After waiting in line for a while, Byakuya and Hinami sat down in front of Sen Takatsuki. Isn't this Amaha-kun from last time? And this time you've brought such a cute little sister. Ito spoke first. Her hair looked even more disheveled than at the last meet and greet, probably having overslept and rushed to the venue. But the messy style only made her look more like an eccentric genius. Hinami hadn't expected Takatsuki-sensei to be so chatty right off the bat. She immediately felt a bit nervous. "What's your name, little one? Can you tell big sister?" Ito asked Hinami with a smile. "Hinami. Fuiguchi Hinami." Hinami responded nervously. "So it's Hinami-chan. You and Amahakuin seem to get along really well, so close." As she spoke, Ito's gaze drifted downward, landing on Byakuya and Hinami's joined hands. Hinami suddenly realized she'd forgotten she was still holding her big brother's hand. She let go shyly, embarrassed. "So cute." Ito giggled. Having teased little Hinami enough, Ito turned her attention to Byakuya. "So, Amahakuin, any wishes this time? A signed autograph, perhaps?" Byakuya shook his head slightly. He beckoned with his finger, gesturing for Ito to come closer. Ito actually complied, standing up and leaning in toward him. Byakuya whispered directly into Ito's ear, "I've heard that Takatsuki-sensei is the one-eyed king of Ayajirai tree. Is that true?" Chapter 140, Ito's invitation. Hearing these words, Ito's pupils trembled slightly. But she wasn't particularly surprised, she could guess who had told Byakuya this. Just as in the original story, Nico had hinted to Kaneki that the one-eyed king was Sen Takatsuki. Later, when Kaneki lost his memories and became Sasaki Hayes, then eventually recovered them, he'd immediately gone to Takatsuki's home with Furuta to arrest her. At that time, Ito hadn't been surprised at all. She'd even turned herself involuntarily, as if everything had been within her predictions. At this point in the timeline, Ito probably already knew that the clowns might be stirring things up behind the scenes. At the very least, she definitely knew of the clown's existence. She likely knew that both the construction site steel beam incident, involving Rise, and the one-eyed ghoul experiments had the clown's involvement. Whether she knew about Furuta specifically was another matter. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary author who enjoys creating." Ito's face still wore its composed smile. "But I'm interested in you. Would you mind waiting until the meet and greet ends and having a drink with me?" "Of course." Byakuya responded without hesitation. Only Hinami looked completely bewildered. She hadn't heard what Byakuya had whispered to Takatsuki-sensei, so naturally she couldn't understand their exchange, or why Takatsuki-sensei had suddenly invited her big brother for a drink. "Then I'll trouble Amahakuin and Hinami-chan to wait a bit," Ito said. "Or you could go have fun elsewhere first and come back for me when the time comes. I wouldn't want to ruin your date, after all." At this, Hinami's cute little face flushed red. "That's not. Onaikin is just accompanying me. It's not a date or anything." I know. Big sister knows everything." Ito grinned, clearly enjoying teasing little Hinami. "Then we'll go explore elsewhere first," Byakuya said. Hinami lowered her head shyly. "Have fun, Hinami-chan." "Thank you, Takatsuki-sensei." With that, Byakuya and Hinami temporarily left the meet and greet venue. As they were leaving, more and more people were flooding in from outside. At that moment, Byakuya extended his hand toward Hinami. Hinami was slightly startled, she hadn't expected her big brother to reach out first. "This way we won't get separated," Byakuya said. Hinami nodded happily. Afterward, Byakuya walked around with little Hinami, exploring various places. Since this Takatsuki meet and greet was being held in Ward 19, which happened to be Hinami's original home, their wandering eventually brought them past the Fuiguchi family clinic. Little Hinami reminisced about the past here. "I always used to play here when I was little. Those times were really happy," Hinami said wistfully. "But I'm happy now too, because I have Onaikin and everyone at Entiku. I hope Hinami-chan can stay happy forever. I won't let the things you cherish be destroyed again." Byakuya smiled warmly. "Thank you, Onaikin. But please don't push yourself too hard." Hinami felt both grateful and worried. After all, she could imagine that the only ones capable of destroying Entiku would be the CCG. If her big brother wanted to protect Entiku in such a situation, he'd inevitably be going against the entire CCG. She didn't want him to put himself in danger for something like that. "Don't worry. I'll definitely act within my means," Byakuya said. Hinami relaxed somewhat. As they continued walking, they came across a shopping mall. Byakuya was about to ask if Hinami wanted to buy anything when he noticed her gaze fixed on a particular storefront. It was a shop selling various accessories. Little Hinami seemed captivated by all the pretty, cute accessories. But there was also some conflict in her eyes, probably because she didn't have the money to buy them. "Come on. I'll get you a little gift," Byakuya led Hinami over. He picked out a cherry blossom pink hair clip that seemed perfect for her. What do you think of this one? Or you can pick something you like. I really like this one. Thank you, Onaikan. Hinami said with a smile. Truthfully, she'd love anything her big brother chose for her. Then this is the one. Byakuya bought the hair clip for her. It barely cost anything, but making little Hinami this happy was definitely worth it. But just then, Byakuya happened to turn his head and spotted an unexpected figure. It was Nutcracker, specifically, the adolescent version of Nutcracker. She wasn't dressed boldly or provocatively yet, had no garish makeup, and wore only a thin, worn-out dress. Her somewhat disheveled black hair was long, and her dark red eyes weren't unusual enough to draw suspicion. Though completely unadorned and even a bit grimy, her delicate features couldn't be hidden. Her figure had already developed gracefully. Byakuya suddenly recalled that Ward 19 was indeed Nutcracker's home territory. He just hadn't expected to run into her by chance. In the original story, the Nutcracker who appeared at the Ghoul auction was about 3 or 4 years in the future. Her name came from her fondness for crushing men's testicles. But the Nutcracker of this era didn't seem so twisted yet. Her clothing clearly showed she was still just a poor, down-and-out young girl. Nutcracker's eyes were fixed on Hinami, apparently drawn by the new hair clip on Hinami's head and her prettily dressed appearance. This was quite understandable. Nutcracker loved being beautiful but was too poor to dress herself up. That frustration would eventually drive her to increasingly deranged behavior, like devouring or auctioning off any woman she deemed prettier than herself. And then there was the origin of her Nutcracker moniker. Even at the very end, when she was killed by Mitsuki, she was still murmuring, "I want to be beautiful." Ding. Host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1, ignore Nutcracker entirely. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2, eliminate Nutcracker on the spot to prevent future trouble. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3, spend a few bucks to gift her a pretty hair clip. Perhaps it will change Nutcracker's future fate. Reward, 10 fusion points. Chapter 141, Nutcracker. Looking at the 3 options before him, Byakuya felt there was nothing to deliberate over. Since Nutcracker hadn't yet gone down the path of no return, he figured if there was really a chance to change her fate, it was worth trying. Besides, killing her outright would actually be more troublesome than spending a few bucks, because first, you'd have to prove she was a ghoul. Of course, as a transmigrator with a god's eye view, he could ignore CCG rules and forcibly eliminate a target who hadn't been identified as a ghoul. He'd receive mild reprimand at most. But there was no need for that. Byakuya stepped forward, coming to stand before Nutcracker. Would you like one? Which do you like? Byakuya asked directly. Nutcracker's expression froze. She clearly hadn't expected him to speak to her, let alone ask what she wanted. She hesitated for a moment, then her gaze shifted away from Hinami. She extended her hand and pointed at a purple hair clip. She seemed to really like the color purple. In the original story, she'd eventually dye her black hair purple. Without another word, Byakuya bought that purple hair clip and gave it to Nutcracker. He didn't say much, just offered her a small smile. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 10 fusion points. Thank you. Nutcracker was overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness. After all, this was the first time anyone had ever given her something beautiful. Onaikan, do you know this girl? Hinami asked curiously. No. Byakuya shook his head. But she looked like she really wanted it, so I gave it to her. Oh, I see. Hinami didn't think much of it, she just thought her big brother was really kind. She certainly didn't mind. The older girl in front of her seemed quite pitiful. She could already tell from the scent that this person was one of her own kind. Between the girl's disheveled appearance and her identity as a ghoul, it was easy to imagine how difficult her circumstances must be. Just then, Nutcracker thought Byakuya was about to leave and spoke up, could you tell me your name? Ding. Host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1, avoid getting too involved with Nutcracker. Leave with Fueguchi Hinami immediately. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2, tell Nutcracker your name. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3, tell her your name and recommend that Nutcracker go to Antiku in Ward 20 for help. Prepare to cultivate Nutcracker as a member of the Akatsuki organization. Reward, 20 fusion points. Seeing the choice mission appear, Byakuya immediately said to Nutcracker, my name is Amaha Byakuya. Amaha Byakuya. Nutcracker murmured the name, as if trying to commit it to memory. And you? Byakuya asked in return. Mayu. Nutcracker replied. It seemed she had only a given name and no family name, which was actually quite common. Ghouls who had legitimate surnames had usually received help from humans at some point. For example, Rise's Kamishiro surname had been passed down from Shachi's human martial arts master, who then passed it to Rise. Without a surname, Mayu couldn't live a normal life like humans. School was completely out of the question, she could only wander the streets day after day. She was probably bullied by other ghouls regularly, since she could easily stumble into another ghoul's feeding ground. What about your parents? Byakuya continued asking. Mayu fell silent for a moment. I don't have parents. What had been Byakuya's guess was now confirmed, Mayu had lost her parents long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such dire straits. Hinami's eyes also filled with sympathy. Mayu. I'd suggest you go to Antiku in Ward 20 for help. The manager and staff there are all very kind. Byakuya told her. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ward 20. Antiku. What is that place? Mayu asked, looking confused. It seemed she'd never left Ward 19 and didn't know Antiku existed. Mayu Wunshin, you're the same as me, right? At this point, Hinami spoke quietly to Mayu. Mayu nodded, unable to deny it. She had already detected the ghoul scent on the other girl, so she wasn't surprised. But something did concern her, the big brother named Amaha Byakuya clearly smelled human, yet he was so close to this ghoul girl. Did he not realize? Onaikan, can you help Mayu Wunshin? Hinami seemed to sympathize with Mayu and made her request to Byakuya. Of course. Byakuya smiled. Then Mayu, let's take you to Antiku right now. He had nothing else to do anyway, and he thought the system's suggestion was quite good. Mayu was indeed a suitable candidate. If he remembered correctly, Mayu was just like little Hinami, both were prodigies who possessed 2 types of Kagun. Hinami's hybrid Kagun was Rinkaku plus Kukaku, while Mayu's was Bikaku plus Kukaku. These were Kagun inherited from both parents. Only an extremely small number of ghouls had this kind of talent, and the prerequisite was that both father and mother had to be ghouls with different Kagun types. As for Ryo possessing all 4 Kagun types at once, that was a mystery. All that was known was that he was uniquely born with all 4 types. Currently known ghouls born with 2 Kagun types were limited to Fuiguchi Hinami and Mayu. Such individuals could be called prodigies in the ghoul world because their ceiling was extremely high, and they often came with an additional innate ability. For instance, Hinami's ability was perception far more acute than ordinary ghouls. Ghouls already had sensory capabilities far beyond humans, and Hinami surpassed even regular ghouls in this regard. Mayu's talent lay in the Kagun detachment technique. The special technique that Matsumi had painstakingly mastered, Mayu seemed to learn it easily, possibly even as an innate ability. Okay. Thank you, Onaikan. Mayu followed behind Byakuya just like that, almost like one of those little girls easily lured away by a suspicious uncle with a lollipop. Chapter 142, Hybrid Kagun. Mayu wasn't actually much older than Hinami at this point, but her parents' genes were probably quite good. Even as an adolescent, she'd already reached about 165 centimeters. And that was while severely malnourished, so her figure hadn't fully developed yet. For Japan's average female height, this was already quite tall. She was definitely a big sister in front of Hinami. As for the appointment with Ito, Byakuya certainly hadn't forgotten, but since Takatsuki's fan meet and greet hadn't ended that early. Taking Mayu to Antiku first wouldn't affect anything. Wards 19 and 20 weren't far from each other, and taking the subway made it even faster. As they walked, Mayu carefully placed the purple hair clip Byakuya had given her in her hair. Though she couldn't see what she looked like wearing it, a happy smile still spread across her face. Just having such a pretty hair clip was enough to make her overjoyed. Seeing Mayu's face light up with that smile, Byakuya felt a sense of satisfaction. He was planning to take Mayu to the subway station when several figures suddenly emerged from a narrow alley beside them. Well, isn't this poor little Mayu bringing us a big meal, are you? From these words alone, it was clear these people were ghouls. They all fixed Byakuya with unfriendly, greedy gazes. More than because of Mayu, these people seemed to have been lured out by the scent wafting from Byakuya. Mayu naturally recognized these fellow ghouls from Ward 19. She'd been bullied plenty by this particular group. Even the carrion she'd managed to find had been snatched away by them and other ghouls before. Because she was too weak, no organization would take her in. She had no fixed feeding ground of her own, she could only wander everywhere, hoping to scavenge whatever scraps other ghouls left behind. She'd grown accustomed to being bullied herself. Usually, when it wasn't about food, other ghouls didn't go out of their way to pick on her. But now these ghouls wanted to attack this kind big brother, that was something she couldn't accept. No. Mayu shouted harshly. Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. She knew this was a stupid threat, but she had no other way. Did you say call the police? The group burst into laughter, as if they'd never heard anything so funny. Don't be ridiculous. You're one of us. If you actually called the cops, you'd be the first one caught. Would you dare? They even mocked her. Matters between ghouls couldn't be resolved by calling the police were humans. They could even use the police to make Mayu suffer while they themselves escaped. After all, police were nowhere near as capable as investigators. And they had masks, Mayu didn't. If the police saw her face, investigators would target her specifically. Run, Onaikan. Mayu positioned herself in front of Byakuya and Hinami, apparently intending to hold them off with her own strength to buy time for Byakuya and Hinami to escape. Getting bold, aren't you? Daring to stand in our way. The leader was a woman with dark lipstick who seemed to be the head of this little group. She signaled her companions to grab the human boy and the little girl while she herself would teach little Mayu a lesson. They didn't take the three in front of them seriously at all. Mayu was obviously pathetically weak, she couldn't even manifest her Kagun. That human boy was surely even weaker than Mayu. As for the little girl, though she smelled like a ghoul, such a small kid probably wasn't any better off than Mayu. That's why they dared to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Taking advantage of the momentary absence of bystanders, they planned to quickly grab the human and drag him into the alley to devour him. In the blink of an eye, Byakuya and Hinami were surrounded. They appeared to have nowhere to go, but Byakuya hadn't planned on going anywhere. Hinami's face showed no worry either, she knew these people were no match for her big brother. But Byakuya wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to see if this incident could stimulate Mayu into releasing her Kagun. In the original story, something similar had happened to Hinami. After her parents were killed one after another, just when Tuka was about to die at Kiryu Mato's hands, Hinami had suddenly erupted with her hybrid Kagun and grievously wounded Mato. If Mayu could replicate that situation, her strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, if it didn't work out, he'd definitely ensure Mayu's safety. No. Seeing Byakuya and Hinami about to be harmed, especially this big brother who had given her that beautiful gift, whose importance in her heart had already become extraordinary. Her emotional turmoil triggered unprecedented potential, and both her Bikaku and Kukaku burst from the Kakuho on her back simultaneously. Theoretically, every ghoul could use Kagun, it was just that at the beginning, some kind of catalyst might be needed to unlock it. Mayu's Kukaku manifested as two long, armor-like projections, while her Bikaku was the common tail type, distinguishable from Rinkaku by the absence of scales on its surface. Ding! Host has facilitated Mayu's mastery of Hybrid Kagun, Bikaku plus Kukaku. Reward, 30 fusion points. What? The ghoul boss was shocked by the two types of Kagun Mayu had suddenly released. They each had only one type of Kagun. Why did this brat have two? Their knowledge was clearly limited, they'd never heard of Hybrid Kagun. Almost instinctively, Mayu directed her Kagun to attack the ghouls surrounding Byakuya and Hinami first. These were all just B-rated ghouls, only the boss was slightly stronger, barely reaching A-rated. Compared to Mayu, who was at least A+, rated the moment she released her hybrid Kagun, they were far too weak. Those ghouls were all swept away and instantly killed by Mayu's Bikaku in one swing. The main reason was their overconfidence, they'd never imagined Mayu could suddenly become this strong. They were obliterated before they could even release their own Kagun. Not only that, Mayu also used her Kukaku to shield Byakuya and Hinami. Meanwhile, her own front was completely unprotected, having just learned to use Kagun, her combat experience was severely lacking. At this moment, despite being heavily shocked, the boss managed to seize the opportunity to attack Mayu. Her Rinkaku was about to pierce through Mayu's abdomen. As long as I can kill this suddenly mutated little brat, that human boy and the little girl will be nothing to worry about. Chapter 143, Investigator Onaikan. Her imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Just as the boss's Rinkaku was about to strike Mayu, a dagger came flying. The terrifying force behind it strung her Rinkaku together like beads on a thread. This was mainly due to Byakuya's overwhelming strength, otherwise, a B-rated Quinkwa would have difficulty dealing such effective damage to an A-rated ghoul's Kagun. What is this? For a moment, she had no idea what had just happened. Then she noticed a silver-white briefcase had appeared in the human boy's hand at some point. Only then did she realize this was no ordinary human. That white briefcase was clearly a dove's weapon. That damn Mayu, she was working with a CCG dove. But before the boss could curse Mayu, Byakuya had already sliced her head clean off with 13's Jason. Watching her head fly through the air at close range, Byakuya suddenly thought of the original story's Nutcracker. He suspected that the original Mayu had developed her bizarre aesthetic sense from spending too much time around trashy ghouls like these. The hair dye was one thing, but she'd also worn all sorts of excessive makeup, like that thick, dark lipstick. Perhaps after this, Mayu's sense of aesthetics wouldn't turn out so strange. Ding! Host has eliminated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. With all enemies dealt with, Mayu's face had gone deathly pale. Realizing that Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, she hurriedly withdrew her Kagun into her body. Though she'd never been harmed by investigators herself, she'd witnessed other ghouls being captured and killed by them. Even her parents had been killed by investigators when she was young. She'd survived by luck and had been wandering alone ever since. So she knew what it meant for her ghoul identity to be discovered by an investigator. Mayu was too afraid to meet Byakuya's eyes, yet she didn't want to fight him either. She stood there looking completely defenseless. At this moment, Byakuya returned, 13's Jason, to its briefcase form and walked toward Mayu. Then he reached his hand toward her, and Mayu immediately shut her eyes in fear. But what happened next was completely unexpected. The beating she dreaded didn't come. Instead, a hand gently brushed across her face, seeming to wipe something away. Huh. Mayu opened her eyes in surprise. She found that Onaikan's expression was the same as before. He wasn't looking at her with disgust or contempt, which surprised her greatly. I've wiped the blood off your face. Byakuya smiled. Why? Aren't you a ghoul investigator? And I'm a ghoul, your enemy. Mayu stammered in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that even with her ghoul identity exposed, he would still treat her so gently. It made no sense to her. Why would you say that? You just protected Hinami and me. I don't consider you my enemy at all. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Then, you won't hurt me, right? Mayu still looked incredulous. Of course not. To keep Mayu from dwelling on this, Byakuya changed the subject. Let's keep going. By the way, Mayu, have you ever ridden the subway? Subway? No, never. For Mayu, this was something completely unfamiliar. Then you can experience it for yourself soon. Byakuya said. Following behind Byakuya and watching his back, Mayu found it all so strange. Investigators were supposed to be ghouls' mortal enemies, yet one had become the kindest person to her, and person applied regardless of whether they were human or ghoul. She suddenly wondered if he also knew that little Hinami was a ghoul, yet could still walk so closely together with her. Byakuya and Hinami brought Mayu to the subway station, where they boarded a train passing through Ward 20. Suddenly finding herself in such a crowded place, Mayu felt awkward. Her body was a bit dirty and smelly, mainly because she'd been wearing these worn-out clothes for so long. Noticing what Mayu was thinking, Byakuya draped his outer jacket over her shoulders. There, problem solved. But how can I? I'm so dirty. Mayu said embarrassedly. It's fine. I don't mind. Byakuya said. Instead of worrying about little things like that, you should look at the scenery outside. Following his suggestion, Mayu looked out the window. Her mouth fell slightly open. Not just because of the beautiful view passing by, but also because the subway's speed amazed her. Mayu was enjoying the novelty of new experiences while wearing Onaikan's jacket, much warmer than her thin, worn clothes. Though a ghoul's constitution meant she didn't really fear the cold, she liked this warm feeling. When they reached Ward 20, Mayu was brought to Antiku immediately. Amaha, is this a friend of yours? Seeing a completely unfamiliar new face, Tuka asked Byakuya. What caught her attention, though, was that this girl seemed to be wearing Byakuya's jacket. Not a friend. I just met her in Ward 19. I thought Ward 20 would be better for her, so I brought her here. Byakuya explained simply. Though his explanation was vague, Tuka understood the gist. With so many ghouls in the shop, it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss ghoul matters openly in case the occasional human customer overheard. Then let me take her upstairs to confirm things. Tuka could smell that this girl did carry a ghoul scent, though it was faint, which made verification even more necessary. For example, if a ghoul spent a long time among a group of humans, their scent could become mixed with human scent, making it very similar to a human's. The reverse was also true. To prevent anyone from faking a ghoul's scent, checking for Kakugan was the most direct and reliable method. Mayu didn't say anything. Instead, she looked toward Byakuya. The ghoul scent here was strong, but given her past experiences, this investigator Onaikan was the only one she dared trust. It's fine. Go with Kirishima-san. She just needs to verify your identity. Byakuya said immediately. Mayu nodded and obediently followed Tuka upstairs. Now then, show me your Kakugan. And tell me your name while you're at it. On the second floor, Tuka sat facing Mayu. Even now, Mayu was still wearing Byakuya's jacket, and the more Tuka looked at it, the more it bothered her. Chapter 144, Old Maid Ito Yoshimura. My name is Mayu. Mayu replied while displaying her Kakugan. Good. That checks out. Tuka nodded. Afterward, Yoshimura also welcomed Mayu to join them. Byakuya's idea was to have Mayu help Antiku collect human corpses regularly. Occasionally, if the shop was short-staffed, Mayu could also help out as a server. Since the shop didn't have a bathroom, Mayu could only wash her face and hands at the sink for now. Ryuko kindly offered to let Mayu bathe at her place. Mayu's first instinct was to check with Byakuya. That's fine. Go ahead and use the bathroom at Fuiguchi-san's place. Byakuya nodded. Thank you, Fuiguchi-san. Mayu turned and thanked Ryuko. Don't mention it. Hinami and I both welcome you. Ryuko said with a smile. Hinami beside her was also smiling. Clearly, little Hinami had already told her mother about Mayu. Mayu left with Ryuko for about an hour. When she returned, she was wearing new clothes. Apart from Byakuya's jacket still draped over her shoulders, all her old, worn clothes had been changed. This is. Byakuya guessed these were probably Fuiguchi-san's clothes, lent to Mayu. Fuiguchi-san lent them to me. Mayu's explanation confirmed Byakuya's guess. My clothes fit this child quite well. Ryuko said with a smile. This was because Mayu and Ryuko were nearly the same height, with similar builds. They really do look nice. Mayu looks much prettier now. Byakuya nodded. The Mayu before him had not only bathed thoroughly but also changed into pretty clothes. Compared to before, she looked like a completely different person. Hearing Byakuya's compliment, Mayu's heart filled with joy. She loved being beautiful, so naturally she loved receiving praise, especially when it came from Byakuya. Byakuya checked the time. Before Sen Takatsuki's fan meet and greet ended, he prepared to go alone for his appointment. What he and Ito needed to discuss privately wasn't suitable for anyone else to hear, not Hinami, not Mayu. Seeing Byakuya about to leave, Mayu wanted to say something but held back. His jacket was still on her. But since she'd been wearing it for so long, it wouldn't be appropriate to return it to him just like this. She planned to wash it herself before giving it back, which was why she'd hesitated. About 10 minutes before the fan meet and greet's scheduled end, Byakuya returned to the venue. Though it wasn't officially over yet, the crowd had mostly dispersed. He could see Ito packing up her things. Today she'd brought only a small, elegant handbag. Ah, perfect timing, Amahakuin. Today's meet and greet is almost over. Ito spotted Byakuya and waved. Good to know I'm not late. Byakuya said. Ito noticed Hinami wasn't there. Speaking of which, where's Hinami-chan? Has she already gone home? Yes. Byakuya nodded slightly. That works out better, actually. Saves us from playing riddle games later. Ito remarked casually. If little Hinami had been sitting beside them while Ito and Byakuya discussed things that couldn't be spoken openly, they would have had to speak in cryptic hints. So then, for our first date destination, where does Amahakuin have in mind? Though I was the one who invited you, it's better if the man decides where to go, right? Ito immediately started joking around with Byakuya. Is that so? Then let's find a cafe. I think that kind of atmosphere is quite nice. Byakuya played along. Both of them knew perfectly well this wasn't anything like a date, yet they acted as if it were. Byakuya's choice of a cafe was somewhat deliberate, given that Ito's father Yoshimura also ran a cafe, Antiku. Through this, Ito thought of certain things, such as the possibility that he already knew about her relationship with Antiku's manager. But she didn't show any concern. Besides, she often went to cafes to write and read anyway. As long as it wasn't that antique coffee shop, anywhere was fine. If Byakuya had actually taken Ito directly to Antiku, that would have been too much. She'd probably have turned on him instantly. He was here to talk with Ito, not to mess around, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Finding a somewhat upscale-looking cafe nearby, Byakuya brought Ito inside. They chose a window seat on the second floor. There weren't many people near their spot, unlikely for their conversation to be overheard. Excuse me, miss, could we get a couple set, please? As soon as they sat down, Ito called out to a waitress passing by. Certainly. One couple set for two. Please take a look at which one you'd like. The waitress flipped the menu to the page showing couple sets. Which one do you want? I'm fine with anything. Ito handed the choice to Byakuya. Watching Ito's repeated attempts to tease him, Byakuya felt this conversation probably wouldn't go smoothly. He randomly selected a set without even taking a second look. After the waitress left, Byakuya got straight to the point. So, Takatsuki-sensei really is the one-eyed owl of Aojirai tree, correct? This served as the opening for their conversation. I've never admitted to that, you know. I just found Amahakuin interesting and wanted to have a drink together. Ito smiled lightly. Please just say what's on your mind, Takatsuki-sensei. It's not as if you've actually taken a fancy to me. Byakuya said flatly. He didn't want to beat around the bush with Ito, it felt like a waste of time. But Ito went along with it. Is that so impossible? Would it be so strange for me to take a fancy to you? Honestly, you're quite handsome. As an older single woman, I have needs too, you know. Ito could joke about her own age without a care, even calling herself an older single woman. Chapter 145, the couple's set. This was indeed something Ito would say. She'd even called herself a 24-year-old old lady before. I know where I stand. Byakuya didn't want to say much about this, feeling somewhat speechless. As a transmigrator who knew Ito's personality and her identity as the one-eyed owl, there was no way he'd believe such nonsense. If he were an ordinary person who actually believed this, his fate would be far worse than just having his organs harvested. All right. I'll stop joking. Ito finally became more serious, though she still wore a smile. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised my identity was exposed so quickly. Though she'd long been wary of the clowns, she was still surprised that they'd revealed her identity to Byakuya so soon. Even though she wasn't the true one-eyed king, this still had a significant impact on her. But at this point, there was no meaning in hiding anymore. Once the CCG suspected someone of being a ghoul, there were plenty of ways to investigate: raiding homes, surveillance, and tailing. Even if she immediately disposed of the food in her refrigerator, she couldn't evade being followed. If she killed the investigators tailing her, that would only give the CCG more evidence. Especially given her special status as the prime suspect for the one-eyed king, the CCG would investigate her with maximum intensity. So it was better to have a conversation with Byakuya like this. So it really is you. Sen Takatsuki-sensei, who has written multiple best-selling works, actually has this other identity. It's hard to believe. Byakuya remarked with feeling. You're supposed to be an investigator, Amahakuin, yet you didn't bring an investigator's weapon. Knowing I'm such a dangerous ghoul, aren't you afraid I might suddenly attack you? Ito said lightly. You mean a quinkwa? I did bring one. With that, Byakuya produced a dagger from his pocket. As for 13th Jason, he hadn't brought that. The bag containing the briefcase with 13th Jason had been left at Antiku. He simply felt there was no need. Based on his understanding of Ito, he was certain she wouldn't attack him in this situation. Ito had a curious dual nature between her human form and her bandaged Ito form. In human form, she was a lively, interesting big sister. In her bandaged Ito form, she was brutal and merciless. Moreover, Ito was extremely goal-oriented. She basically wouldn't do anything detrimental to her plans. Looking at the dagger in Byakuya's pocket, Ito seemed amused and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, such a tiny thing. B rated. A rated at most. You've got quite the nerve, Amahakuin. It's fine. I believe Takatsuki-sensei wouldn't harm her fans. I'm actually a fan of your books. Byakuya smiled lightly. Really? Being trusted like this makes me a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Ito suddenly shifted topics. Her gaze turned sharp, as if trying to see through to Byakuya's innermost thoughts. So then, could you bear to hurt an author you like? As a CCG investigator, you'll probably rush to report my identity the moment you get back to claim credit, won't you? Under normal circumstances, perhaps. Byakuya said flatly. Oh. And what about abnormal circumstances? Ito's lips curved upward. I'm actually quite tolerant toward ghouls. You could even say I have a bit of a savior complex. Byakuya said self-deprecatingly. So my guiding principle is to address the root causes of all evil and tragedy. This world has never been as simple as conflict between humans and ghouls. Am I right, Takatsuki-sensei? You seem to understand quite a lot. Ito found him increasingly interesting. The Ward 11 Aojirai suppression operation, you participated, didn't you? First you encountered the one-eyed owl and repelled it. Then you encountered another executive. Though you beat him badly, you still spared his life. Ito brought up the Aojirai suppression operation. It's clear that Amahakuin is quite tolerant toward ghouls. That doesn't quite match your identity as an investigator. Most of the Kagun on Noro was actually hers, so she could sense certain things that had happened at the time. Perhaps. But one thing worth mentioning was that one-eyed owl, the real one-eyed owl. Byakuya's words carried a certain significance. Ito smiled slightly. If Amahakuin is willing to join our Aojirai tree, wouldn't you find out whether it was the real one-eyed owl? I'll pass on joining Aojirai tree. But if there's an opportunity to tour Aojirai, I think that could work. Byakuya naturally wouldn't accept Ito's invitation, otherwise, what would be the point of his Akatsuki organization? That's a bit of a shame, but you'd still be very welcome. At this point, Ito handed over a business card. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out when you have time. All right. Byakuya accepted the card and nodded slightly. He could see the name on the card was also Sen Takatsuki, not Ito's real name. Though this conversation hadn't produced anything substantial, he'd accomplished what he came to do, subtly conveying his stance to Ito. It was important not to rush at the beginning. If he'd blurted out everything from the start, like shouting about wanting to save her or declaring that she was the real one-eyed owl, that would have been too obvious and frankly stupid. It wouldn't have led anywhere. Gradual progress was best. He wasn't in any hurry to save Ito. His overall goal was to change this world. Saving Ito was just something he'd do along the way. He wasn't some selfless saint, it was just that the way things played out in the original story left him feeling unsatisfied. Since he now had the power as a transmigrator to change this world, he was willing to work toward that. Besides, if he'd come to this world and done nothing, wouldn't that be boring? Afterward, Byakuya stood up to leave. In his view, this conversation was over, there was no need to stay. But Ito called out to stop him. What's the rush? Our couple set is almost here. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Ito Yoshimura's trust level. Hearing this, the corner of Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. A couple set, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Unless you're saying you look down on an old lady like me. Ito immediately adopted a sorrowful expression. Not at all. Takatsuki-sensei really loves to joke. At first, I honestly wondered if you might only be 18. Byakuya said. Such a sweet talker. Ito smiled faintly. Byakuya didn't say much more, but he'd actually meant what he said. Without knowing Ito's true age, just looking at her appearance, even saying 18 felt like an overestimate. Especially since her height seemed to have stopped growing when she was very young, though her figure had developed. It was probably due to malnutrition from growing up in Ward 24. Ito's genes were certainly no worse than Mayu's. Both had suffered from malnutrition, yet they'd turned out completely different as they grew up, which showed just how painful and miserable Ito's childhood in Ward 24 must have been. If Amahakuin isn't in a hurry, why not stay and have a drink before leaving? Ito said. I'm certainly not in any hurry. Byakuya had been about to stand up and leave, but now he sat back down. Mainly because the couple set had already been ordered and was about to arrive. If he left now, it would look like he was trying to skip out on the bill. Since it had already been ordered, might as well try it. Soon, the waitress brought out their couple set. Please enjoy, you too. 2 cappuccinos plus some desserts, not too expensive, with decent value for money. Just looking at it makes me think it'll be delicious. Ito's eyes showed anticipation. Isn't Takatsuki-sensei a ghoul? Can you really conclude that human food is delicious? Byakuya asked, already knowing the answer. Coffee is fine. As for those desserts, I can just pretend to eat. As long as it looks like I'm enjoying myself to others, that's enough. Ito deliberately concealed her half-ghoul identity. Natural-born half-ghouls were different from artificial half-ghouls, they could normally consume human food. They possessed a ghoul's powerful abilities while also being able to live a normal life like humans. Byakuya wasn't in a rush to expose this. But I've heard that Aojirai Tree's one-eyed king has only one Kakugan. Could it be that single-eyed ghouls have some unique differences compared to regular ghouls? Not at all. Ghouls are ghouls, humans are humans. No matter what, ghouls can never live like humans. Ito calmly denied Byakuya's speculation. I suppose so. Byakuya said lightly. But speaking of which, does Aojirai Tree have 2 one-eyed members? Or was the one-eyed owl I faced actually you, Takatsuki-sensei? There's no need to test me on something you already know the answer to. Ito's perception was naturally sharp, she'd long since noticed he was trying to get her to reveal information. From this, she could suspect that he most likely already knew the true identity of the one-eyed owl who had appeared during the Aojirai suppression operation, and might even know about the relationship between that person and herself. As expected of Takatsuki-sensei, you saw right through me. Byakuya's tone remained calm. Since you already know, there's no need to fish for information from me. Ito made her stance clear. This was essentially an admission, though she wouldn't directly answer any of Byakuya's questions. Because she couldn't be entirely certain how much Byakuya actually knew. What he already knew was one thing, but if she accidentally revealed something he didn't know, that would be problematic. Then let me be sincere. We can exchange information. Byakuya's expression became more serious. Takatsuki-sensei's real name should be Yoshimura Ito. Am I correct? Hearing this, Ito's eyes immediately narrowed. This single statement revealed a great deal. For him to know her name, it had almost certainly been disclosed by her father. In that case, how much else did he tell you? Ito's expression became somewhat grave. Well, actually not that much. It was because I sensed it was him when facing that one-eyed owl that I went to ask him about it afterward. Byakuya said. He was covering for Yoshimura somewhat, because he felt that if Ito knew her father had revealed so much information, including things about half-ghouls, her resentment toward him would only deepen. Especially regarding the so-called salvation. Something a father wouldn't do himself, yet entrusted to an outsider like Byakuya. From Ito's perspective, that's roughly how it would appear. Though objectively speaking, Yoshimura had no choice and trusted Byakuya enough. But complete understanding between people was always a luxury, otherwise, the relationship between this father and daughter wouldn't be so awkward. As for why I could sense that the one-eyed owl at that time was him, you know why, Takatsuki-sensei. Rai-san is usually by my side. Byakuya continued. It seems Rai-san told you quite a lot. Like the secret of the washu. Ito said mysteriously. Byakuya nodded slightly. Then our positions are roughly aligned, unless you're also one of the washu's dogs. Ito spoke frankly. If I were a washu dog, the CCG would have mobilized in full force to surround Takatsuki-sensei's fan meet angry today. Byakuya remarked casually. Indeed. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's first try the coffee. Ito picked up the coffee on the table and began to drink. After this exchange, her trust in Byakuya had increased considerably. Largely because Byakuya knew the washu's secret. The washu would never let an ordinary human who knew those secrets live, just like her mother. Otherwise, back then, Yoshimura could have completely submitted to the washu with his wife and daughter to preserve their lives, secretly handing the yet undiscovered Ito to Noroi. But the washu gave no chance of survival to Yukina, the human journalist who had learned their secrets. So Ito understood clearly that Byakuya had no way out, unless he was himself a washu half-human. But that was simple to verify, she could just confirm with Kishu Arima. Chapter 147, the date for visiting Ayajirai tree. In Ito's view, the cornered Byakuya had only two choices. One was to pretend he knew nothing and obediently serve the CCG, which represented the washu's interests. The second was to resist the washu. Since he dared tell her these things, he probably wouldn't obediently serve the washu. His usual conduct also showed some hints of this. Now Byakuya was practically telling her outright that he intended to oppose the washu, otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately discussed so many things with her. Byakuya also tried the coffee. He felt the taste was slightly inferior to Antiku's, the manager and his staff made better coffee. But he wouldn't say such things in front of Ito. However, unexpectedly, it was Ito who brought up the topic. How does it compare to Antiku's coffee? Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Do you want me to be honest? He hadn't expected Ito to not avoid this kind of topic. Go ahead. Are you being considerate of my feelings? Ito asked with a light smile. Yes. Byakuya replied. It's fine. I'm not that petty, at most, I hold grudges. Ito laughed. Then honestly speaking, Antiku's coffee is better by comparison. Byakuya said truthfully. I see. Too bad I've never tried it. Ito's tone carried some regret. Though Ito's words were just casual chatter with Byakuya, there was indeed something to regret. If, back when Ito went to Antiku to find her father, she hadn't happened to see the manager laughing and chatting with two staff members, if she had actually stepped through Antiku's door, she could have tasted Antiku's coffee, and the father-daughter relationship might have been somewhat mended. What happened back then wasn't simply about Ito's hatred for her father. More importantly, her last shred of hope for this world had been extinguished, driving her to resolve to change this world at any cost. Her adoptive father Noroi had already been killed by V while protecting her. Yoshimura was her only living relative in this world, her only hope. That incident made her completely lose hope in this world, essentially the same as Furuta. Furuta ruthlessly used Rise as a sacrifice to change the world. Ito also ruthlessly used Yoshimura as a sacrifice to change the world. The fundamental reason was that they had both despaired of this world. From the original story's plot development, these two sacrifices were indeed necessary. Without Rise, there would be no one-eyed Kaneki-ken. Without Yoshimura providing his Kakuho to Takizawa Sidu, it would have been difficult to trigger Kaneki's memory recovery. Takizawa was actually particularly tragic, he became a complete stepping stone for Kaneki. Not only was he tortured for a long time, but unknowingly, he ate a meatball made from his own mother and sister. And then there was Kane, who was abused and modified by Ito, all sacrifices for Kaneki to become the one-eyed king. They were practically indispensable on Kaneki's path of growth. How about I bring you a cup next time we meet? Byakuya offered. Thank you for the kind offer, Amahakuin, but that won't be necessary. Ito declined with a smile. Her resentment toward the place was still quite deep. If she actually tasted coffee from there, it would only sour her mood. Afterward, Byakuya and Ito finished most of the couple's set. Ito talked about pretending to eat, but when she actually ate those desserts, she did so with obvious delight. Of course, a skilled ordinary ghoul could also achieve this effect with good enough acting, which was why Ito was so unguarded about it. Does Takatsuki-sensei find it delicious? Byakuya asked casually. You're trying to get me to slip up again. This is pretend eating, acting, you understand. Acting. Ito said unhurriedly. Byakuya smiled without comment. By the way, when do you plan to visit our Ajirai tree? I need to make arrangements in advance. Ito suddenly asked. Actually, any time works. Before I'm promoted to first class, I have quite a bit of free time. Byakuya said. Because after being promoted to first class, not only would he have to mentor a new investigator as his partner, but he'd also be assigned to Squad 0. Essentially, he'd be doing 2 jobs. If the CCG didn't give him a raise at that point, it would be unreasonable. What do you mean? Is there something besides mentoring a partner? Ito asked casually. Yes. I'll be assigned to Squad 0 to work with Arima-san and the others. Byakuya mentioned this quite casually. Because he knew perfectly well that Arima was actually Ajirai Tree's true one-eyed king, so saying such things didn't matter. Oh, I see. Ito found this even more interesting. If Byakuya truly became a colleague working alongside Arima, their interactions would be much more convenient. As for Arima's true identity, she would never tell Byakuya. Little did she know that Byakuya knew everything about Ajirai Tree inside and out. Then let's say next Monday. How does that sound? I'll give you the specific address then. Ito set the date. That works. I'll bring Rai-san along to visit Ajirai Tree, as a gesture of sincerity. Byakuya said calmly. Though he knew Rise was one of Ajirai Tree's targets, since he dared bring her along, he naturally had absolute confidence in leaving with her safely. That's quite bold of you. You'd be very welcome, of course. Ito was somewhat surprised. He should know that Ajirai Tree had been planning to capture Rise, this Washu escapee, alive. Especially since he emphasized it as a gesture of sincerity, which showed even more clearly that he knew Rise was one of Ajirai Tree's targets. I hope everyone at Ajirai Tree can be somewhat friendly when the time comes. Byakuya said. Of course. I wouldn't want to make things difficult for my fan. Ito replied immediately. As for what would actually happen, that would only be known when they got there. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, I had a chat with your daughter. The conversation ended. After settling the bill, Byakuya and Ito parted ways. He returned to Antiku first. Wasn't Onaikin on a date with Takatsuki-sensei? You're back so soon. Seeing Byakuya return, Hinami was somewhat surprised. A date with Takatsuki-sensei. Tuka immediately took notice. She knew of the famous author Sen Takatsuki, but why would Byakuya go on a date with her? It wasn't a date. I just discussed some things with Takatsuki-sensei. Byakuya corrected. Oh, I thought it was a date. Hinami had been misled by what Takatsuki-sensei had said earlier. At that moment, noticing manager Yoshimura wasn't downstairs, Byakuya went directly up to the second floor to find him. Sure enough, he saw the manager organizing supplies on the second floor. Amahakuin, is something the matter? Yoshimura paused what he was doing. I've already had a chat with Sen Takatsuki, that is, your daughter. Byakuya said directly. Yoshimura fell silent for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat grave. What did you discuss with Ito? He naturally knew that the author, Sen Takatsuki, was his daughter Ito. He'd always been secretly watching over her. Quite a lot, though I was careful about boundaries. Overall, I'd say I've earned some of Takatsuki-sensei's trust. Byakuya said. Now it just depends on how things go when Rai-san and I visit Ajirai Tree. You're taking Rai-san with you. Will that be all right? Yoshimura was somewhat worried. It'll be fine. I'm fully prepared. Byakuya said lightly. That's good then. Hearing Amahakuin say this, Yoshimura could relax. In his impression, Amahakuin wasn't the type to make empty boasts. That said, when the time came, he still wanted to follow secretly and observe. If anything unexpected happened, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. After a while, Antiku was about to close. Where Mayu would stay tonight became a problem that needed solving. She couldn't just keep wandering the streets. Besides Byakuya, no one else's home was really suitable for taking in an extra person. Surviving in human society as a ghoul was quite difficult, even renting a room was no easy matter. Among Antiku's ghouls, Yoshimura was undoubtedly the wealthiest. His time as a cleaner 4V in his youth had earned him considerable wealth, otherwise, he couldn't have opened such a large cafe. I recall that Jukiyama-san and Kane-san are staying at Amaha-san's place. Can your house accommodate Mayu-san as well? Koma asked. Since Tuka already knew Kane was a girl disguised as a boy, the others at Antika basically knew her true gender as well. However, even though this was no longer secret, she still maintained her male disguise. This was because she wanted to shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Rosewald family like a man, and to avoid pursuit by the German CCG. Now she was the only surviving member of the Rosewald family, so no one else could bear this responsibility. There's still room, Byakuya said. Eh? Amaha-san's house is that big? To accommodate so many people? Irimi said with some surprise. It's decent. Byakuya smiled slightly. He'd never mentioned to anyone at Antika that his home was a large villa. Truth be told, even a few more people moving in wouldn't be a problem. Though the composition of his household was becoming increasingly strange, aside from himself, none of them were human. My house is fine, but it mainly depends on Mayu's wishes. Byakuya then asked Mayu, what do you think? I definitely have no objections. I mean, would you find me a burden? Mayu said weakly. Of course not. Byakuya smiled. Then let's go. Time to head home. Mayu suddenly felt a sense of novelty and anticipation. She'd never experienced what going home felt like. Then Mayu walked alongside Byakuya, with Matsumi and Kane following behind. Master is really kind to ghouls, even though you're an investigator. At this moment, Matsumi suddenly spoke up. Oh. I nearly killed all of you before, can you still conclude that I'm kind to you? Byakuya remarked casually. That was a special circumstance. We were in the wrong first, after all. It was already remarkable that the master spared us. Matsumi said logically. Even Kane couldn't deny this. Back then, it wouldn't have been strange for this human boy to kill them all. Yet at the master's pleading, he'd spared the young master and them, though with conditions attached. But nothing was more important than their lives. Byakuya made no comment. Mayu beside him was a bit confused, not knowing what had happened between this Onaikan and those two. Mayu, up ahead is your home from now on. As they approached the front door, Byakuya said to Mayu beside him. This is it. Mayu's face immediately showed surprise. She didn't have much concept of villas, she just hadn't expected Onaikan's house to be so big. Even more incredible was that she'd be living here. Before, if she'd managed to find an abandoned shack not occupied by other ghouls, she would have been overjoyed and grateful. Yes. Though there are quite a few people in the house, you'll meet them soon. Byakuya said. Mayu nodded. She was thinking there were other girls besides Tsukiyama-san and Kane-san. I'm home. I'm home. As Byakuya said this, Mayu tried to imitate him. Welcome back, darling. But, why did you bring home another new girl today? Seeing the unfamiliar Mayu, still wearing Byakuya's jacket, Rise couldn't help but question this. Byakuya walked over and quietly explained to Rise, she's a new member of Antika now, but she has nowhere to stay temporarily, so. Plus, she actually possesses 2 types of hybrid Kagun, a prodigy. I think she'd be an excellent candidate for the Akatsuki organization. So that's your reason for bringing her home and putting your boyfriend jacket on her. Chapter 149, The Mask Maker, Yuta. Byakuya was silent for a moment, then decided not to bother explaining. You're overthinking it. Anyway, it's not what you're imagining. Rise didn't press the topic further. Mayu looked completely confused, she had no idea what boyfriend jacket meant. This is Mayu. Like Hinami-chan, she's from Ward 19. Byakuya properly introduced Mayu to Rise. I'm Mayu. Nice to meet you. Mayu immediately spoke to Rise as well. Though her tone was somewhat nervous. Hello, Mayu-chan. I'm Kamishiro Rise. Rise said with a smile. Rise Wunchan. Mayu said obediently. She immediately felt this big sister seemed quite easy to get along with. In reality, this was just Rise's surface act. She could smile at anyone, but she could also turn on them in an instant. A scary woman indeed. But regardless, her surface act was at least done well, and Mayu's unease basically disappeared. Afterward, Byakuya had Mayu meet Kurona and Nishiro. Seeing identical twins for the first time, Mayu found it quite novel. This is Kurona Wunchan, and this is Nishiro Wunchan, right? Mayu confirmed the twins' names. Correct. Actually, you can tell them apart by their hair color. The one with black hair is Kurona, and the one with white hair is Nishiro. Byakuya taught Mayu the simplest way to distinguish them. Oh, I see. Mayu nodded, this really was very simple. Though Byakuya Naikan bringing girls home every day is a bit of a headache, having a little sister feels pretty nice. Nishiro deadpanned. Agreed. Kurona added. It's not quite every day, is it? Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. This was the one point he really couldn't refute. It had happened so gradually that before he knew it, there were this many people in the house. Matsumi, Kane, please help Mayu set up her new room. Byakuya then instructed Matsumi and Kane. Yes, master. Understood. Matsumi and Kane immediately got to work. Meanwhile, Rise was sitting on the sofa reading a fashion magazine. Mayu happened to catch sight of the magazine's cover and was instantly drawn to it. She almost unconsciously walked over, wanting to see what was inside. Rise noticed Mayu's gaze and handed the fashion magazine to her. Want to look? Yes. Mayu nodded immediately. She took the magazine from Rise, sat down on the sofa, and began reading with great interest. Rise had more than one fashion magazine. She picked up another and continued reading. Mayu looked at all the fashionable outfits in the magazine while fantasizing about how beautiful she'd look dressed like that. Speaking of which, Mayu doesn't have any clothes to wear. She's just borrowing Fuiguchi-san's clothes right now. Why don't we go buy some new clothes tomorrow? Seeing how engrossed Mayu was, Byakuya suddenly remembered this. But I don't have a single yen. Mayu's expression fell. That's not a problem. I can buy them for you. If you feel bad about it, you can owe me and pay me back when Antiku pays you. Byakuya said. The money for clothes wasn't the point was that constantly giving someone things for free would actually make them uncomfortable. The manager gave Antiku members a salary each month, that was certain. Otherwise, people like Tuka wouldn't be able to pay for tuition and rent without any income. Okay, thank you, Onaikan. Mayu was immediately grateful. She really couldn't wait to get beautiful new clothes. She couldn't bear to wait until Antiku paid her. Later, in private, Byakuya discussed Aojirai Tree matters with Rise. I talked with one of Aojirai Tree's executives today. We agreed that I'll visit Aojirai Tree next Monday. Would you like to come with me? Byakuya asked Rise. Considering that Rise didn't know about Yoshimura's daughter yet, he didn't specify which executive it was, explaining that would be quite troublesome. Do you even need to ask? Rise answered with a question of her own. So that's a yes. But before that, we need to get masks made. Byakuya said. Since Aojirai Tree was a mixed bag of all kinds of ghouls, he couldn't let random ghouls see his and Rise's faces. Sure. Where do you plan to go? Rise didn't particularly like wearing masks, but she could guess why Byakuya wanted her to get one, so she didn't resist. Ward 4. There's a mask maker there who specializes in this. He's made masks for quite a few ghouls. Byakuya said. The mask maker he was referring to was naturally Yuta, Renji Yomo's best friend. Never heard of him. Rise said casually. That guy used to be Ward 4's manager and the leader of Clown Masks. Though the Clown Mask school group was mostly wiped out by a team led by Kishu Arima long ago. Byakuya briefly explained Yuta's background. Clown Masks and the Clowns were different things, though Yuta, as the former leader of Clown Masks, was indeed a member of the Clowns. So, that guy is one of the Clowns. Hearing Clowns, Rise made the connection. Probably. According to CCG intelligence files, it was because Clown Masks had connections to the Clowns that Arima was sent to lead the suppression. Byakuya said. But we're just going to have masks made. Whether he's a clown doesn't really matter. Among the clowns, the only one who actually posed a threat to Rise was probably Furuta. Someone like Yuta would rather spend his days harassing Yomo than take any interest in Rise. In a sense, his love for Yomo had reached a fanatical level. Every clown member had their own target for amusement, and Yomo was his. Rise smiled with amusement. It really doesn't matter. After all, you said you'd protect me, didn't you? Chapter 150, Straight Black Hair. The next day, morning. Byakuya first took Mayu shopping for new clothes. But Rise, Kurona, and Nishiro also wanted to come along. To be fair, Kurona and Nishiro really didn't have many clothes. When they'd completely cut ties with Dr. Kano, they hadn't brought anything. They'd only bought 1 or 2 outfits before to make do. Rise was different. She spent most of her spare money on various beautiful clothes, with a small portion going to books. Rise's wardrobe was full of clothes. She could practically wear something different every day. Don't you already have plenty of clothes? Byakuya couldn't help asking Rise. I'm not buying new clothes this time. I feel like I need new shoes. Rise said. Oh, I see. Byakuya nodded. Matsumi and Kane had gone to work at Antiku. Walking toward the mall, Mayu still felt a sense of unreality. She was about to get the beautiful clothes she'd dreamed of. With immense anticipation and longing, Mayu followed Byakuya and the others to the clothing store. As soon as they arrived, Kurona and Nishiro purposefully went to pick out the clothes they wanted. They looked at color first. Kurona liked black, Nishiro liked white. They basically wouldn't consider other colors. Mayu was first drawn to some sexy lingerie. It seemed her pursuit of sexiness was ingrained in her bones. But at this stage, she wasn't about to wear only sexy lingerie and stockings. She picked out a beautiful black dress. Not wanting to trouble Onaikan too much, she only chose 2 outfits she found most beautiful. But sexy lingerie and black stockings were her core equipment. Then came the fitting stage. Byakuya, who had been relaxed until now, suddenly got busy. Mayu was halfway through changing in the fitting room when she suddenly cracked the door open, poked her head out, and quietly said to Byakuya, "Onaikan, could you come here for a moment?" "Sure." Byakuya didn't think much of it, assuming Mayu had run into some problem while changing and needed a bit of help. When he reached the fitting room door, Mayu gestured for him to come inside. Byakuya sensed something was off, but he entered anyway. What he saw was Mayu wearing only black lace lingerie, her legs wrapped in black stockings. Apart from her hairstyle and bare hands, Mayu looked almost exactly like the original Nutcracker. In the original story, Nutcracker even wore stockings on her hands. Oh, and her figure hadn't developed to its later extent, though the foundations were already there. Seeing the emerging form, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect, Mayu's aesthetic sense had apparently always been like this. This look was certainly sexy, but it was somewhat lacking in modesty. Even so, Byakuya didn't plan to interfere too much with Mayu. He wouldn't impose his own aesthetic on her. At most, he'd mention something about modesty. Otherwise, if Mayu actually walked around in public wearing only lingerie and stockings, that would be problematic. Onaikan. Mayu's face had a faint blush, but her tone wasn't shy at all. She boldly displayed her figure before Byakuya. "Any thoughts?" Byakuya hesitated for a moment, considering how to broach this topic with her. "From a sexiness standpoint, it really does suit you. But one thing is, I don't think you should show this look to just anyone. It should be reserved for people who are important to you." He didn't have time to think it through completely, so he'd just thrown together some words. Mayu tilted her head slightly, looking puzzled. Byakuya's words seemed to confuse her. "But Onaikan, you are someone important to me." Mayu explained why she looked so confused. Byakuya hadn't expected Mayu to answer like that. He laughed awkwardly. "All right then. I do feel it would be embarrassing if others saw me like this, but when it's Onaikan, I don't feel that way at all. That's why I asked you to come in and take a look." Mayu continued. Wanting to wear beautiful new clothes wasn't just because she liked pretty things, she also wanted to be appreciated and complimented by others. Of course, her current appearance was only for Onaikan's evaluation. Normally, she would definitely wear her new dress, otherwise, what would be the point of buying it? "I see. Seems I jumped to conclusions." Byakuya used a smile to mask his awkwardness. "Anyway, it suits you well." Mayu nodded happily. "I'm thinking about changing my hairstyle. Does Onaikan have any suggestions?" Mayu suddenly said. She seemed unsatisfied with her current loose black hair. "You want my opinion?" Byakuya confirmed what she meant. "Yes. I can't decide what hairstyle would look better." Mayu explained. "I actually think your current hairstyle is already quite nice. It goes well with your figure too. Just remember to brush it regularly." Byakuya expressed his view. "It has that straight black hair quality. You might not understand what I mean, but basically, what you have now is good." Of course, this wasn't objective advice, it was rather subjective, though such matters couldn't be completely objective anyway. He personally felt there was nothing wrong with smooth, long black hair. Combined with Mayu's figure, it had that straight black hair aesthetic. If she changed to the original Nutcracker's hairstyle, by his aesthetic standards, he really couldn't appreciate it. It gave the feeling that her figure and face are somewhat let down by the hairstyle. Okay. Hearing Onaikan's opinion, Mayu immediately abandoned the idea of changing her hairstyle. At the same time, she was curious about what straight black hair meant. She planned to secretly research what straight black hair meant when she got home. After all, it sounded like something Onaikan liked. Chapter 151, A Perfectly Serious Critique. Byakuya Onaikan. Just then, Nishiro's voice came from outside. She had finished changing and emerged from the fitting room only to find that Byakuya had vanished. "Rise-san, where did Byakuya go?" Kurona addressed Rise, who sat nearby. "Him? He just went into Mayu's fitting room. Who knows what those two might be doing in there?" Rise's words carried more than a hint of mischief. Still inside the fitting room, Byakuya heard the conversation between Rise, Kurona, and Nishiro. This wasn't good. He found himself in an awkward position. Stepping out seemed wrong, but staying put wasn't any better. On balance, leaving directly seemed like the better option. Fortunately, Mayu was already putting on her dress. Once she was mostly dressed, he walked out with complete composure. He immediately found Rise, Kurona, and Nishiro right in front of him. Having formed an unusual, united front, the three girls appeared ready to barge in and see what he and Mayu were up to. Being stared at by three girls simultaneously, Byakuya maintained his calm expression. "Byakuya Naiken, why were you in a girl's fitting room?" Nishiro asked immediately. "Yes, I'd also like to raise the same question as Nishiro." Kurona chimed in. "Darling, if you were really that desperate, you could have just told me directly." Rise looked like she was thoroughly enjoying stirring up trouble. She could more or less guess that Byakuya hadn't done anything inappropriate in there. "I asked him to come in and help." At that moment, Mayu spoke up in Byakuya's defense. With that, Byakuya felt there was no need for him to explain anything himself. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. As the little commotion drew to a close, Kurona and Nishiro asked Byakuya to evaluate the new clothes they had tried on. The sisters' tastes in clothing were nearly identical, they had both chosen light, flowing dresses, differing only in color. Kurona's was naturally black, while Nishiro's was white. "They both suit you well. More precisely, you both look cute." Byakuya spoke frankly. "Then I'll take this one." Nishiro nodded with satisfaction. "Is cute really the only comment you have?" Kurona seemed somewhat exasperated. Byakuya had called her cute before too. But she was definitely happy about it on the inside. Just then, Rise suddenly took hold of Byakuya's arm. "Since everyone's finished picking out their clothes, come with me to look at shoes." This clothing store didn't sell shoes, so they would need to find a shoe store. Rise quickly pulled Byakuya away. Before leaving, however, Byakuya paid for Mayu's clothes first. As for Kurona and Nishiro, they received salaries from both the CCG and Antiku, so money wasn't an issue for them. The original clothing store was just 2 shops away from a shoe store. So Byakuya and Rise turned left out the door and arrived after just a few steps. Rise selected a pair of white canvas shoes and a pair of purple casual shoes. Compared to high heels, she actually preferred wearing this kind of casual footwear. Taking off her original shoes, her feet wrapped in flesh-toned stockings, Rise first tried on the purple casual shoes. "How do these look?" Rise looked down at the shoes on her feet. "They're nice. They suit you." When it came to evaluating girls' outfits, Byakuya was consistently at a loss for words. "Then these will do." Rise didn't mind that Byakuya's evaluation was only a few words. For her, as long as his assessment was positive, that was enough. Then she changed into the other pair of white canvas shoes. "What about these?" "Also nice, though comparatively speaking, white stockings would match these shoes better than the flesh-toned ones." Byakuya offered a perfectly serious critique. Only when it came to this sort of commentary that somewhat touched on personal preferences did his evaluations not sound so perfunctory. Is it really appropriate to be so seriously evaluating a girl's white stockings? Rise's lips curved upward as she asked Byakuya in an amused tone. "It's fine. I'm just offering an objective observation." Byakuya's expression remained calm. "Understood. Next time I wear these new shoes, I'll pair them with white stockings," Rise said with a smile. Apart from Byakuya himself, everyone had finished buying what they needed. They were ready to head back, yet Byakuya alone seemed to have nothing he wanted to purchase. "By the way, Byakuya, aren't you going to buy some new clothes for yourself?" At that moment, Rise suddenly spoke up. "I have enough clothes at home. There's no need to buy new ones," Byakuya said. "But isn't the CCG's promotion ceremony coming up soon? You can't show up dressed so casually. At the very least, you should wear formal attire, right?" Rise recalled the matter of the promotion ceremony. "Now that you mention it, I really do need at least one suit." Reminded by Rise, Byakuya nodded slightly. For such an important formal occasion as the promotion ceremony, wearing a suit was indeed appropriate. Japan was quite strict about wearing formal attire for formal occasions. Although as a transmigrator he didn't need to follow every convention, he didn't want to stand out awkwardly at the promotion ceremony either. If all the investigators attending the promotion ceremony were dressed formally while he alone wore casual clothes, wouldn't that make him conspicuous? "Then let me help you pick something out," Rise said, seizing the opportunity. "You mean us? This isn't just your affair alone, Rise-san." Kurona corrected her in a cool tone. "That's right. I'll also provide the most reliable advice I can for Byakuya Naiken," Nishiro added. I want to help too," Mayu said softly. "Alright, let's go take a look then." Byakuya said, "Compared to other colors, I think I prefer a white suit." After that, he was practically dragged by Rise and the others to a men's clothing store. The salesperson inside was somewhat startled by this grand procession. He had worked here for years and had never seen anything like this. 4 beautiful women, each stunning in her own way, accompanying a single male customer to look at clothes. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Ward 4 Mask Shop. Ward 4, also known as Shinjuku. This district, once ruled by the Clown Masks Ghoul organization, was a dangerous area where numerous ghouls fiercely competed for feeding grounds. After the Clown Masks were wiped out by Arima, Ward 4's danger level hadn't improved much. This was because Yuta, the former manager of Ward 4, had retired and now ran a mask shop called Heisei Art Mask Studio. Meanwhile, Renji Yomo, who held similar prestige to Yuta, had been rescued by Yoshimura during the great battle against Arima and had since remained at Antiku in Ward 20. Ward 4 today was even more chaotic than when Yuta and Yomo had been in charge. Truthfully, Byakuya didn't know the exact location of that mask shop. He was indeed a transmigrator, but he wasn't so impressive as to know the precise location of every place. Even if he did know the exact location, showing up unannounced wouldn't be appropriate. His plan was to ask Tuka Kirishima or Renji Yomo to take him there. Where's Yomo-san? Arriving at Antika today, Byakuya didn't see Renji Yomo. Yomo-san went out on business. He probably won't be back until late. If there's anything, Amaha-san, you can tell me and I'll pass it along to him. Kaya Irimi responded. That won't be necessary. I'll ask Kirishima-san. Byakuya said. Is there something you need from me? Hearing Byakuya mention her name from behind, Tuka turned to ask. It's like this, I need to have a mask made for Rise-san. I heard there's a mask maker in Ward 4 who specializes in making masks for ghouls, but I don't know where to find him. Byakuya explained. Since the manager isn't here, I thought I'd ask Yomo-san. I see. You need a mask made. Tuka replied, I know the person you're talking about. How about I take you there? Among ghouls, masks were commonly referred to as just that, masks. Byakuya nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Kirishima-san. Compared to the 2 times you saved me before, this is nothing. Having said that, Tuka temporarily handed her work over to Roma Hoito. Hoito-san, I'm leaving the rest of the work to you. Eh? Come on. I wanted to rest for a bit. Roma immediately started complaining. I'll help share your workload when I get back. Is that acceptable? Tuka said helplessly. This Hoito girl hadn't been at Antiku long and was already thinking about slacking off. Afterward, Tuka changed out of her work uniform into casual clothes, a blouse, plaid skirt, and tall boots. She looked no different from an ordinary human girl. Tuka immediately led Byakuya and Rise toward the mask shop in Ward 4. Down a small alley in Ward 4 stood a mask shop called Heisei Art Mask Studio, the destination of their trip. Although this mask shop's primary service was making masks for ghouls, it would also serve human customers if any happened to come by. After navigating various alleyways, a somewhat eerie-looking mask shop appeared before them. Tuka casually pushed open the door with one hand in her pocket. The interior decorations were even more bizarre, displaying all sorts of strange, frightening masks and even human skeletons. Besides these, 2 people sat inside the shop, Yuta and Ittori. Yuta had long hair and numerous tattoos on his body, especially the Latin phrase on his neck that fully expressed his feelings for Renji Yomo. Translated, it meant, I cannot live with you, but I cannot live without you. Beyond the tattoos on his body, even his eyes had been injected with pigment, making them look very much like Kakugan. He called these tattoo eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could tell these weren't true Kakugan. Real Kakugan would be more vivid and unsettling, with vein-like patterns appearing around the eyes. Ittori was a mature woman with long orange-red hair. She was good friends with both Yomo and Yuta, and was also a member of the Clowns organization. Little Tuka. What brings you here so suddenly? Seeing Tuka's unexpected arrival, Ittori asked with surprise. It's been so long. Tuka-chan, you've become even prettier than before. Yuta also spoke up. Yomo had an excellent relationship with both Yuta and Ittori. Even now, he occasionally came back to visit them. As his niece, Tuka was naturally quite familiar with these 2 as well. Yuta-san, Ittori-san, actually someone needs you to make a mask. Tuka said directly. Then she introduced Byakuya and Rise. This is Yuta-san, the one who makes masks for us ghouls. A ghoul, and a human. Ittori looked at Rise and Byakuya beside Tuka, initially identifying them by their scent. Of course, as a member of the Clowns, she could easily recognize Byakuya and Rise. She just couldn't be so obvious about it on the surface. I assume it's this ghoul lady who needs the mask. Yuta asked calmly. As if he knew nothing at all. Tuka sat down nearby, as there was nothing for her to do at the moment. I'm Amaha, and this is Kamishiro. Byakuya made polite introductions to Yuta and Ittori. Kamishiro-san, is it? That surname suddenly reminds me of a certain old acquaintance from Ward 6. Yuta said meaningfully. Rise's gaze sharpened slightly. She knew who that old acquaintance was. It could only be Shachi. Though that old acquaintance seems to have escaped during the chaos when Aojirai tree attacked Koklea prison. No idea where he's gone now. Yuta continued. He actually knew, of course. He was just deliberately saying this for Rise to hear. Byakuya gently squeezed Rise's hand, signaling that she didn't need to respond. Although Yuta was speaking cryptically about some strange things, there was no malice in his words. And Amahakuin, Yoshimura-san has mentioned you to us. A promising young investigator. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Yuta said with a smile. Now then, Kamishiro-san, please come over here so I can take your measurements. He gestured for Rise to sit nearby. He would need to measure her facial dimensions first before making a properly fitting mask. At that moment, Rise spoke with a smile. All right, but I have one request. I'd like Byakuya to take my measurements instead. Chapter 153, I want it all. Yuta paused, somewhat surprised that Rise would make such a request. But it was understandable. She probably just didn't want his hands touching her face. After all, taking facial measurements involved such close contact. No problem. Then I'll leave the measuring to Amahakuin. Yuta naturally didn't mind. Fine. Byakuya went over to assist. Meanwhile, Itori sidled up next to Tuka. So, little Tuka, do you have a boyfriend now? Tuka's expression shifted slightly. No. Is that, absolutely not, or not yet? Itori asked meaningfully. Absolutely not. Tuka insisted firmly. She had no desire to answer such questions. Ah. With such a great environment at school, not dating would be such a waste, wouldn't it? I'm getting worried for Rinji on your behalf. Itori sighed. School is for studying. Tuka's expression grew slightly impatient as she retorted. But she lacked confidence saying this, since her grades at school were among the poorer ones. Is that so? I think that Amahakuin is pretty good, you know. He's quite handsome, and very capable too. Itori suddenly brought up Byakuya. Are you stupid? It's not like you don't know he's an investigator. Tuka said very quietly. Seeing this, Itori's lips curved upward. She could tell that little Tuka had just wavered a bit. Who says an investigator can't date a ghoul? Besides, Yoshimura-san told us before that young man has been taking great care of everyone at Antiku. He's clearly not the type of investigator who's completely hostile to ghouls, right? Itori said with a smile. Anyway, I don't want to think about that kind of thing right now. University entrance exams are coming up soon, that's what I need to focus on. Unable to argue with Itori, Tuka could only change the subject. On the other side, Byakuya was using tools to measure Rise's facial dimensions. It was done in no time. All right, the measurements are complete. So, Kamishiro-san, do you have any specific requirements for the mask? Yuta said while recording the measurement data. A white mask will do. Rise said casually. She didn't really care much about things like masks. She just felt the white mask Byakuya had given her before was nice to wear, so she made a similar request. Would you like some decorative patterns added? Yuta asked for details. Sure. Rise's response remained casual. All right. Once the mask is finished, I'll have it delivered to Antiku. That's all for now. With that, Yuta went to begin making the mask. Then we'll head back. Byakuya said. But just then, Itori suddenly spoke to them. No need to rush off, is there? Since you've come all this way, why not stay and chat for a bit before leaving? As she spoke, she walked toward Byakuya. Young man, I'd like to have a little chat with you. Mind indulging me? All right. Byakuya nodded expressionlessly. Since he knew Itori's deeper identity as a member of the clowns, he instinctively assumed there was something important to discuss, so he agreed. But when he sat down at the front counter with Itori, the question she asked was beyond his expectations. So I'm curious about something. Which one do you like, Amahakuin? Itori rested her chin on one hand, tilting her head as she asked Byakuya. Byakuya fell into brief silence. He had thought it was something important, but it turned out to be such a pointless topic. He had originally found it strange. If it were truly something important, they should have spoken privately, not sat at the front counter where Tuka and the others could easily hear. Yet the moment Itori spoke, Tuka's reaction was even greater than Byakuya's. Though her gaze didn't sneak over, pretending she didn't care, her ears were pricked up, trying to hear Byakuya's response clearly. Even Rise couldn't help but pay attention to what was happening over there. Unlike Tuka's furtive manner, she stared directly at Byakuya's direction. Yuta had already begun making the mask according to Rise's facial measurements and requirements. What do you mean? Byakuya asked. You know what I mean. At that moment, Itori leaned closer to Byakuya and whispered, I'm asking which of them you like. Is it the pure but slightly tsundere Tuka-chan, or the strong and elegant Kamishiro-san? Byakuya didn't want to answer this question. Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, answer, I like Kirishima Tuka. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2, answer, I like Kamishiro Rise. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 3, answer, I want them all. Reward, 100 fusion points. Seeing the choice mission pop up before him, Byakuya felt even more speechless. This system really was something. Especially that third option, wasn't that a textbook scumbag declaration? But when Byakuya thought about his current situation, especially the situation at home, it seemed, the nature of things really was pretty much, I want them all. Since that was indeed the truth, there was nothing he couldn't say. Seeing Byakuya remain silent and unwilling to answer, Itori continued in a whisper, just tell me secretly. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone. At this moment, Tuka couldn't hear what Byakuya and Itori were whispering about, and she couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. Although Rise's sensory perception was a tier above Tuka's, and sensory perception naturally included hearing, she could only barely make out some unimportant content. I'll just say this, I want them all. Just then, Byakuya gave his answer. I want them all. JPG. Ding. Host has completed choice 3. Reward, 100 fusion points. Hearing this, Itori froze for a moment. This was an answer she had completely failed to anticipate, leaving her astonished. Besides Itori, only Rise had barely heard what Byakuya said. Upon hearing it, her eyes widened, and she fixed Byakuya with a cold, somewhat frightening stare. Clearly, this was not the answer she had hoped to hear. Yet seeing Rise's unhappy reaction, Tuka immediately formed a misunderstanding. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, even more terrifying now. What exactly did she misunderstand? Naturally, Tuka mistakenly believed that Byakuya's answer had been her, which was why Rise was reacting that way. Little did she know, her understanding was completely wrong. By normal logic, Byakuya's answer should have been either her or Rise. Who could have imagined Byakuya would play so far outside the rules, directly going with, I want them all? Tuka simply believed her mistaken judgment. Her face grew somewhat flushed, and she became even more embarrassed to look toward Byakuya. Meanwhile, after her surprise, Itori found this human youth truly fascinating. She had originally intended to probe him, to see how this human, especially one who was an investigator, viewed these two ghoul girls, Rise and Tuka. Even if he had answered with just one of them, it would have been enough to surprise her. After all, a human investigator paired with a ghoul was unprecedented, unheard of. Even ordinary human-ghoul pairings were extremely rare. Yet this young man had directly gone with, I want them all. She was genuinely thrown off. Didn't this mean that this human youth not only had feelings for Rise but also had feelings for Tuka? Both of these girls were ghouls. Itori found this increasingly interesting. No wonder Roma, Suda, and Nico were also interested in this youth. Now she more or less understood why. She couldn't help but look forward to what other astonishing, unexpected things this young man would do next. Thinking this, Itori's gaze inadvertently caught Tuka's reaction. Looking at that adorably flushed little face, her lips curved slightly upward, as if she had realized something. Oh. Little Tuka over there seems to have developed some wonderful misunderstanding. Amahakuin, your answer gets a perfect score. Itori smiled and praised Byakuya. If Byakuya hadn't given such an astounding answer, she wouldn't have gotten to witness such entertainment. Not only was Kamishiro-san displeased now, but little Tuka had also misunderstood because of Kamishiro-san's reaction. Byakuya vaguely felt that Itori's words were somewhat sarcastic, but he couldn't detect any sarcasm in her tone. He had no idea what her perfect score actually meant. That's about it. I finished chatting with Amahakuin about what I wanted to discuss, so you all can head back. I won't see you out. At that moment, Itori spoke with satisfaction. After that, the three of them set off to return to Antiku. On the way back, Tuka still felt somewhat embarrassed, deliberately walking behind Byakuya and Rise. In her mind, she was troubled by certain matters. Now that Byakuya had made his feelings clear. Although she didn't quite understand why she felt this way, she had to admit this was indeed what she had hoped for. But she wasn't mentally prepared yet, nor did she know how to respond to Byakuya. This was what troubled her now. In contrast, Rise wore a cold expression the entire way, not saying a word, looking rather intimidating. Yet Byakuya had no idea what Tuka was troubled about. He only felt that both Rise and Tuka were acting somewhat strange, abnormal. He assumed both Rise and Tuka had heard his, I want them all, from earlier. If so, their reactions were understandable. They probably both thought he was a scumbag and a turn-off. But since he had already said those words, there was no point worrying about it now. So at this moment, Byakuya wasn't overthinking anything and had already adopted an indifferent attitude. This strange atmosphere persisted until they returned to Antiku. By then, Tuka had calmed down somewhat. The flush had long faded from her face, though her mind still lingered on thoughts about Byakuya. Rise's face showed no particular expression, looking much the same as usual, just lacking her usual ambiguous smile. I heard you went to find Yuta to make masks. How did it go? That guy Yuta didn't give you any trouble, did he? Seeing them return, Yomo spoke with concern, his expression its usual deadpan. No, Yuta-san was very kind to us. Now we just need to wait for him to finish the mask and deliver it to Rise-san. Tuka said. That's good. Normally it should arrive by tomorrow. It should be Kamishiro-san's mask, right? Yomo said. Tuka nodded. Yes. Come to think of it, this will be Rise-san's first mask, won't it? More or less, but not entirely. Rise replied casually. Because she had worn Byakuya's mask before. Really? Rise-san, you never wore a mask before when hunting. Roma suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Rise-san is amazing. Unlike a weak ghoul like me who wouldn't dare go without a mask. That's right, Rise-san is quite impressive. Looking at Roma's reaction, Tuka could tell this girl didn't know that Rise was the binge eater. So she decided not to bring up that name, partly out of consideration for Rise. Perhaps because she had misunderstood Byakuya's answer, her attitude toward Rise had softened somewhat compared to before. But at the moment, Rise had no interest in chatting idly here. Her mind was occupied with other matters. She directly tugged at Byakuya's sleeve and said, Byakuya, could you come with me for a moment? Sure. Byakuya could roughly guess what Rise wanted to talk to him about. Even so, his mood remained calm. A moment later, Rise pulled Byakuya away from Antika to a secluded corner of a small alley. What did you mean by want them all earlier? Could you explain that to me? Sure enough, Rise's first question was about what Byakuya had said to Itori. Her face no longer wore its usual dangerous smile, but rather a serious, calm expression, which was somehow even more frightening. Chapter 155, First Kiss. Exactly what it sounds like. I like them all, so I want to protect all of you. Byakuya spoke calmly and without panic. Otherwise, I'm not really a saint. Why would I help people who have nothing to do with me? Rise paused for a moment. So this like you're talking about, how many people does it include? After all, Byakuya had helped so many people. If he liked all of them. For example, Kirishima-san, manager Yoshimura, and everyone at Antiku counts. Byakuya said. Actually, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It was just that this like wasn't that kind of like. His willingness to help everyone all along had indeed been for this reason. But this was somewhat evasive, avoiding Rise's real question. That's not what I'm asking. Or let me put it another way. If I said I liked you, how would you respond? Rise directly played her trump card in response to Byakuya's evasion. Regarding her feelings for Byakuya, she had never paid them much attention before. It wasn't until today's events that she realized she needed to take them seriously. Otherwise, given this guy's nature, whether intentional or not, even if unintentional, he could easily attract other women outside. At this moment, Rise stared directly into Byakuya's eyes, as if pressing him for an answer. There wasn't a trace of shyness on her face. That was simply her personality, she could easily confront her own feelings head-on. Now it was Byakuya's turn to be stunned. He had originally intended to brush past this topic, never expecting Rise to drop such a bombshell. Though he could usually sense that Rise might have some feelings for him, he hadn't dared take it too seriously. After all, Rise had always enjoyed joking around and playing pranks. He thought she was mostly just close to him because she craved his body. This was a literal craving. Are you confessing to me? Byakuya asked, somewhat incredulously. Since you know it's a confession, give me a proper answer. Rise said directly. Byakuya still couldn't be certain whether Rise was serious or just pranking him. Moreover, his mind was still processing a mild shock, accompanied by a mental storm. But after a moment, his thoughts cleared. Yet just as he was about to give his answer, Rise seemed to be backing away slightly. Never mind. Why don't you think about it carefully for a while and give me your answer once you've decided? Her face appeared emotionless, but internally she felt some fear and anxiety. What she feared was that Byakuya's next words would be a rejection. Whether it was the feeling of liking someone or this nervous, anxious emotion, both were things Rise had never experienced before. She couldn't maintain her usual composure. Byakuya swallowed back the answer he was about to give. Now it was his turn to feel stifled, and he wasn't about to let this go. He disregarded Rise's retreat and spoke firmly. Actually, you don't even need to ask. Didn't I already give you my answer long ago? Long ago. Rise immediately recalled, at the very beginning, Byakuya had told her things like and love at first sight. But she had dismissed it all as nonsense, so she hadn't taken it to heart. Yes. Although the like I spoke of then is different from now, the clear answer I can give you now is still the same as back then. I fell for you at first sight, Rise-san. That's my answer. Byakuya spoke in a calm tone. He felt these words didn't need to be said with deep emotion or excitement. Hearing this, Rise was dazed for a moment. So. Just as she spoke, she suddenly reached out with both hands and pressed Byakuya's head down slightly. This way, even without standing on tiptoe, she could reach Byakuya. Without any hesitation, Rise lifted her face and kissed him, their lips meeting. A moment later, they parted. Rise's slender fingers rested against her lips as she smiled. That's my answer. Ding. Host has completed Kiss with Kamishiro Rise. Reward, 50 fusion points. But Byakuya's thoughts weren't on the system at all. He still hadn't recovered from that kiss. By the way, that was my first kiss. What about you? Rise asked with a light smile. Mine too. Byakuya answered honestly. Of course, this meant not just since transmigrating to this world, but including his previous life as well. This was a true first kiss. Then there's nothing else to discuss. Let's head back. Rise had returned to her usual self. More precisely, there was still a slight difference, she was clearly in a very good mood right now. Byakuya also smiled faintly at this. When the two returned to Antiku, it was as if nothing had happened. Only the two of them knew what had just occurred. Soon, the day of the appointment with Ito Yoshimura arrived. It wasn't until today that Ito informed Byakuya of the specific location via phone. She was quite cautious. An abandoned factory in Ward 13. Just hearing that, it was clear this was at most a temporary Aojirai tree base, not their true headquarters. But it didn't matter. Byakuya hadn't come to scout out Aojirai Tree's headquarters location anyway. Besides, he already knew where Aojirai Tree's headquarters were, either Ward 24 or Rushima Island. Such information was useless to him. Rise, it's time to go. Both of them now wore masks. Byakuya still wore that white mask, while Rise's new mask, already delivered by Yuta, was a white mask with some simple decorative patterns. Apart from that, they brought nothing else with them. They didn't even carry quinquas as they headed to meet with all of Aojirai Tree. Chapter 156, the Mangekyo Sharingan revealed. Ward 13, also known as Shibuya. Yamori had once been the leader here, and most of the stronger ghouls in this area had joined Aojirai Tree under his command. Arima had once attended Saisei High School here, though that was only to investigate ghouls while posing as a student. After successfully driving out Lantern Mikarika, he never returned to Ward 13. Now Byakuya and Rise arrived at the abandoned factory. They could see several ghouls dressed as Aojirai Tree members standing watch around the perimeter. The executive Ito was already waiting for them at the main entrance. The Ito before them was no longer the author, Sentakatsuki, but a small girl wrapped head to toe in white bandages, wearing a dark crimson cloak. The bandages covered her entire body tightly, with only 2 small holes for her eyes, giving off an eerie feeling. The scarf around her neck seemed to serve the purpose of keeping the cloak in place. Ito, Tatara, and Noro were the 3 great executives of Aojirai Tree. Among them, Ito gave off the most mysterious impression. Before Ito's true identity was exposed, almost no one could connect the monstrous form of the one-eyed owl with such a petite figure. Besides Ito, Tatara, and Noro were also present. All 3 executives had gathered here specifically to welcome Byakuya and Rise. The surrounding Aojirai Tree members were immediately curious, who exactly were these 2 people in white masks? Welcome, you two. Ito spoke. Even her voice had changed, sounding completely different from Sentakatsuki's. This wasn't to hide her identity from Byakuya, but rather to prevent other Aojirai Tree members from discovering her other identity as the author Sentakatsuki. Byakuya nodded slightly. Then he and Rise followed Ito and the others into the abandoned factory. Along the way, they encountered Ayato Kirishima. Ayato was leaning against the corridor wall, his gaze fixed on Byakuya. Though he couldn't immediately recognize the masked Byakuya, he detected a familiar scent on this person. A scent he would never forget for the rest of his life. But there were too many ghouls around Byakuya, their various scents mingling together, making it difficult for Ayato to be certain. So he just stared at the men without making any move. If this really is that guy, why would he appear here? And he seems to have been invited by Ito and Tatara-san. Ayato thought to himself. He found it hard to believe. A human investigator, wearing a mask, coming to their Aojirai Tree base, it seemed incredibly strange just thinking about it. This made him even more uncertain whether the person before him was really that guy from before. With his attention entirely focused on Byakuya, Ayato actually overlooked another person's scent. Though his impression of Rise's scent was faint, he could have recalled it if he'd concentrated. Besides Ayato, other ghouls also noticed that not both of the white-masked individuals were ghouls. One of them carried a human scent, and that scent was extremely enticing. If not for the three executives keeping them in check, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist attacking Byakuya. A moment later, Byakuya and Rise were led to the deepest part of the abandoned factory. A large number of Aojirai tree ghouls had gathered here. It seemed like everyone was present. Originally, aside from the three executives Ito, Tatara, and Noro, Ayato was the only surviving executive after the others had died. However, after the raid on Cochlea Prison, Aojirai Tree had gained new members, including 3 new executives. SS-rated Shachi Madasaka Kamishiro, the former leader of Ward 6 and Rise's adoptive father. Note, the manga rates him SS, while the anime inflated this to SSS, but his actual performance doesn't reach that level. S-rated Naki, who had been Yamori's underling in Ward 13. He deeply admired and worshipped Yamori, calling him Big Bro God. And A+-rated Miza Kusakari, nicknamed 3 Blades. She was the sworn sister of the Bin brothers and wore a mask similar to theirs. Aojirai Tree's overall combat power was now stronger than before. Shachi recognized Rise almost immediately, his eyes widening. Even through an unfamiliar mask, he would never forget his daughter's scent. What surprised him was that Rise was actually willing to wear a mask. Long ago, he had repeatedly advised Rise to wear a mask when hunting, but she had always refused with great impatience. And, why had Rise suddenly come here? Shachi had long known that Aojirai Tree wanted to capture Rise alive. He had joined Aojirai Tree precisely to better protect her, yet here she was, walking right into their hands. Even though he recognized Rise, he didn't dare acknowledge her now. He could only stare intently at Rise and the mysterious person beside her. Big Bro. You smell like Big Bro. Just then, Byakuya happened to pass by Naki, who suddenly shouted. Obviously, because Byakuya had used the Quinqua 13th Jason multiple times, he had absorbed quite a bit of its scent. The fanatical underling Naki detected it immediately. You. Are you Big Bro's acquaintance? Or, are you the one who killed my Big Bro Yamori? Naki shouted excitedly. Yet Ito and Tatara made no move to stop him, merely turning to watch Byakuya and Naki. Byakuya had no desire to deal with this guy. He ignored Naki and continued walking forward. But the next moment, Naki persisted. Too scared to answer, huh? And you smell like a human, you must be the one who killed Big Bro Yamori. I'll avenge Big Bro Yamori. Naki moved to attack Byakuya. Byakuya immediately turned and glared at Naki. Back off. At the same moment, his eyes shifted from their normal black to the Mangekyo Sharingan, bearing the exact pattern of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo. This immediately caused Naki to take half a step back in fright. He had mistaken Byakuya's Mangekyo Sharingan for Kakugan. This meant the other person wasn't human after all. Realizing he was in the wrong, he instinctively backed down. Naki, stand down. Only then did Ito speak up. She too had noticed Byakuya's crimson eyes, falling into deep thought. Chapter 157, the name, Uchiha Madara. A CCG investigator who also possessed those eyes. Though upon closer inspection, those blood-red eyes were somewhat different from ordinary Kakugan. But in this world, the Sharingan simply didn't exist. No one could have such knowledge. Based on this world's understanding, the only thing that could freely switch between black and red eyes was Kakugan. Therefore, Ito speculated that Byakuya's eyes must be Kakugan that had somehow mutated, becoming different from the standard variety. She herself was practically a miracle, a natural-born one-eyed ghoul. So it wasn't entirely impossible for Byakuya's Kakugan to have mutated. As for the human scent on his body, that was actually simple to explain. For instance, the Washa clan ghouls were skilled at altering their scent, making themselves smell virtually identical to humans. This way, other ghouls couldn't identify them as ghouls. Combined with the fact that Byakuya could work normally at the CCG without being affected by the RC detection gates, Ito began to suspect whether Byakuya might be a member of the Washa clan. This might also explain why he was unusually close to Rise. Of course, these were just Ito's speculations. She would need to confirm with Arima later, there was no way to verify anything right now. Yes. Under Ito's command, Naki obediently retreated to his original position. Compared to Ito, Ayato's mind was also in turmoil. He had strongly suspected that the masked man was Byakuya, but the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan had thrown him off completely. In his understanding, he knew nothing about the Washa's truth, so he viewed CCG investigators as purely human. Now he dismissed his suspicions, no longer believing the men could be Byakuya. It was probably some ghoul who had been around Byakuya for a long time and picked up his strong scent. Even Rise was shocked. She had no idea Byakuya possessed Kakugan. She couldn't believe Byakuya could have Kakugan because she had truly tasted his body. She was certain it was absolutely a human taste. Ghouls couldn't taste like that. In fact, ghouls tasted terrible, the complete opposite of Byakuya. She still firmly believed Byakuya was human. As for what was going on with those eyes, she would have to ask him later. Tatara couldn't help but glance at Ito. She had told him beforehand that two guests would be coming today, one was an interesting human, and the other was Rise. But this interesting human had just revealed Kakugan. "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Ito spoke up, addressing Byakuya. "Madara. Uchiha Madara." In such a mixed company, Byakuya naturally couldn't use his real name. He naturally spoke the name, Uchiha Madara. Besides, he was already wearing the white mask, there was no inconsistency whatsoever. "Then, Uchiha-san, and the binge eater, welcome to our Aojirai tree," Ito said immediately. She played along with Byakuya's performance, raising no questions about the name, Uchiha Madara. The moment she said this, the Aojirai tree members present erupted in commotion. "The binge eater? Isn't that the target we're supposed to capture alive?" "Yeah. Why did she walk right in? Did that Madara guy catch her to offer to our king? This works out perfectly. Saves us the trouble of going to Antika to capture her. Last time we lost Yamori trying to get the binge eater." While the members chattered among themselves, Shachi couldn't help but grow anxious. Rise's identity had been exposed, these Aojirai tree people would probably take action. At that moment, a ghoul eager to claim credit rushed toward Rise first. However, Tatara immediately backhanded him down. "Until I give permission, no one makes a move." His flat tone had a powerful deterrent effect on everyone in Aojirai tree. After all, Tatara was essentially the public leader of Aojirai tree. As for the one-eyed king at the top, apart from Ito, Tatara, and Noro, no one had ever seen him. They had no idea that Ito was the one-eyed owl, nor that Arima was their one-eyed king. Humph. Seeing those people held in check by Tatara, Shachi, who had nearly lost his composure, forced himself to hold back. He let out a low grunt and stood in the corner, observing the situation. The moment anyone tried to harm Rise, he would rush over to stop them and take her away, even if it meant turning against Aojirai tree. The situation was somewhat chaotic. Even Tatara was confused about why Ito had specifically invited these two. Facing the predatory stares of all those ghouls, Rise showed no fear whatsoever. It wasn't that she believed in her own absolute strength, but that she trusted Byakuya would protect her. "Uchiha-san, you didn't come all this way just to tour our Aojirai tree, did you?" Ito continued to steer the conversation. "Are you interested in cooperating with us? For instance, the binge eater would be quite a show of sincerity. If you're willing to hand her over to us, we would be very happy to cooperate with you, Uchiha-san." She couldn't possibly be unaware of the relationship between Byakuya and Rise. Deliberately saying this to Byakuya clearly held deeper meaning. "Cooperation." Byakuya spoke coldly, his eyes indifferent. "There will be no cooperation. I have no interest in playing such childish games with you. Rather, you should submit to me." Hearing Aojirai tree dismissed as a childish game, nearly every ghoul present was instantly infuriated. Tatara furrowed his brow slightly, still unable to understand what was going on. Noro, having virtually no consciousness of his own, naturally showed no reaction. Ayato's expression changed dramatically. He felt a strong sense of déjà vu, this tone was very similar to that guy's. Only Ito, beneath her bandages, smiled slightly. Byakuya's response had exceeded her expectations, bringing her tremendous delight. Now then, she would see how this fellow planned to handle the situation. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Susanoo. Where does this kid get such nerve? How dare he mock our Aojirai tree like this? Even the CCG wouldn't dare call us a childish game. Who gave him the courage to insult us? Tatara-san. Please let us make a move. He's literally standing on our faces and spitting on us. Exactly. Otherwise, won't Aojirai tree become a laughingstock? Nearly every ghoul present was seething with rage. If Ito hadn't given Tatara advance notice, he too would have been displeased. After all, he believed in Aojirai tree's ideals, otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Ito. Yet that person's words just now were undeniably an insult to Aojirai tree. Though Ito hadn't been entirely clear when she'd briefed him earlier, he was willing to trust her. However, under everyone's requests, Tatara's gaze turned toward Ito, as if seeking her opinion. Ito nodded slightly. Tatara then spoke. Fine. Do as you please. At this moment, Ito was waiting to see Byakuya's next performance. She had certainly noticed that Byakuya hadn't brought any quinkwa on this visit. Was he planning to demonstrate his power as a ghoul? She was quite curious to see how Byakuya planned to break through this situation. With Tatara's permission, numerous ghouls immediately surrounded Byakuya, first ensuring he and Rise had no escape route. Everyone step aside. Let me go first. At that moment, Naki pushed forward to take the lead. Since he was one of Aogiri Tree's executives, the other ghouls had to make way for him. The three great executives, Ito, Tatara, and Noro, simply stood watching. Shachi only cared about Rise's situation. Miza decided to wait and see for now. Ayato continued staring at the surrounded Byakuya. Though the voice had been deliberately lowered and those blood-red eyes were misleading, he still felt this person seemed too familiar. The scent aside, even the tone was remarkably similar. So he didn't want to join in. He had been beaten badly enough last time. If this really was that guy, unless Tatara-san, Noro-san, and Kamishiro-san all attacked together, they probably couldn't keep him here. The rest didn't have the ability to fight him. Ayato had overlooked Ito because she was like a mascot who had never once made a move. Little did he know that Ito was actually the strongest of Aogiri Tree's public members. After all, Arima had never had the opportunity nor dared to fight openly as Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king until his death. In the end, only Naki dared to lead a group of ghouls not even at S rating to try to teach Byakuya a lesson. Naki still suspected his big bro Yamori had been killed by the men before him. If this guy were really Big Bro's friend or acquaintance, he definitely wouldn't have called Big Bro's Aogiri Tree a childish game. Big Bro Yamori. I'll avenge you. Shouting about revenge, Naki attacked Byakuya with his Kukakukagun. He even imitated Yamori's gesture, cracking his fingers like Yamori used to, pressing his thumb against his index finger and bending it to an almost bone-breaking angle, producing that satisfying cracking sound. Rise. At that moment, Byakuya murmured softly and grasped Rise's hand. Facing the threat from Naki and the numerous ghouls, he didn't hesitate to unleash the ultimate technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third power, Susanoo. After all, he hadn't brought any quinkwa for defense, and his goal wasn't to slaughter Aogiri Tree anyway. In that instant, the massive amount of chakra within Byakuya's body seemed to awaken, pouring out and materializing. Susanoo, the combined offense and defense known as the power of the gods, was essentially the materialization of one's internal chakra, forming what appeared to be a war god. Without question, the Susanoo Byakuya activated was completely Uchiha Madara's version. Both the form and color were identical to Madara's Susanoo. A massive ribcage extending above his head enveloped his entire body. Naturally, Rise beside him was also within its protective range. The pale blue Susanoo ribcage wasn't completely solid, giving off a translucent appearance with what seemed like gaseous fluctuations. This was Susanoo's initial form. Besides this giant ribcage, he could also summon Susanoo's arms as a means of attack if he wished. The moment Susanoo appeared, even in just its initial form, it made all the surrounding ghouls tremble. Their first thought was half Kakuja, yet it seemed even more complete than a half Kakuja. Could this be a Kakuja? What? Naki realized the situation was dire, but it was too late to stop. Clang. His Kukaku collided violently with the Susanoo ribcage. He felt as if he had struck something incomparably hard, then was sent flying in the opposite direction. But Byakuya wasn't about to let Naki fly away so comfortably. He immediately summoned a Susanoo arm, a giant hand whose palm alone was larger than half his body appeared out of thin air. It grabbed Naki like catching a mouse, crushed him casually, then tossed him away like garbage. Naki's body was nearly flattened. Coughing up blood violently, he flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing through a wall of the abandoned factory before collapsing on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ding! Host has defeated S-rated ghoul, Naki. Reward, 25 fusion points. Seeing Naki instantly destroyed, and destroyed so brutally, the other ghouls were scared witless. Not only did they not dare advance another step, they couldn't help but retreat in fear. Tatara's expression grew grave. Half Kakuja. No. Kakuja. But it doesn't quite seem right either. He himself was a Kakuja, but he had never seen a Kakuja form like this before. Yet due to limited understanding, the people of this world could only explain Byakuya's Susanoo as a Kakuja. Ito examined Byakuya's Kakuja form with great interest, showing no concern for the half-dead Naki. Byakuya-kun, how many more surprises will you bring me? Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Only I Can Change This World. Regarding Byakuya's Kakuja form, though Ito was somewhat surprised, she didn't find it particularly strange. This was because Kakuja forms could, to a certain extent, be altered through imagination. The same applied to Kagun. Just as Ito's Kagun had become a kaleidoscope of colors, though she had only revealed her Kagun in the original story's later arc when she planned to capture and torture Kaneki. At all other times, she appeared in her one-eyed all Kakuja form. Her Kakuja form was also a product of imagination. Perhaps this was why she could become a famous author. One could say Ito's Kakuja form was unique. Among all ghouls capable of becoming Kakuja, only hers took on such a monstrous appearance, influenced by her rich imagination. Kaniki's centipede, half Kakuja form worked the same way. The torture of having a centipede placed in his ear by Yamori had left such a deep impression that when he lost his sanity through cannibalism, he subconsciously thought of centipedes. The new Kakuha gained through cannibalism then grew into a centipede-like Kagun. Even when he eventually transformed into dragon, it took the form of a centipede. One could only say that Yamori-sensei's caring attention had affected Kaniki's entire life. Though Byakuya's Susanoo clearly had a different texture from normal Kakuja forms, Ito could only attribute this to some mutation caused by his imagination. You go. I'm not going. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Shouldn't Tatara-san and the others make a move? We're no match for a Kakuja. The Aojirai tree ghouls had all lost their nerve. Some tried to goad others into going first while secretly retreating themselves. Maiza was grateful she hadn't been as impulsive as Naki just now, or her fate would have been just as miserable. For the first time, Shachi's attention shifted away from Rise. The man who had accompanied Rise here was becoming increasingly interesting. He didn't particularly care about the man's strength or Kakuja capabilities. What mainly concerned him was how close this guy was to Rise, even holding her hand, and Rise showed no resistance whatsoever. The key point was this complete lack of resistance. Based on his understanding of Rise, he couldn't believe she would act so docile in front of any man. Since Uchiha-san calls our Aojirai tree a childish game, then in your eyes, what wouldn't be a childish game? Ito spoke up again. I have come to change this world. I will achieve this through my plan. Byakuya said flatly. Only one person can lead the entire world, and that is me. However, I'm not entirely unreasonable. Those willing to submit to me, step forward now. Byakuya spoke directly. This was clearly poaching right in front of everyone, and quite aggressively at that. Facing such provocative behavior, the Aojirai tree ghouls present could only seethe in silence, not daring to voice their anger. This was clearly their territory, yet they could do nothing against him. Because his Kakuja was still active. Unless Tatara-san and the other executives were willing to fight, anyone else who stepped forward would be walking to their death. At that moment, Shachi seemed to realize something. He pondered briefly, then walked out from his corner. The ghouls blocking his path all stepped aside. They wondered whether Kamishiro-san was going to teach them a lesson, or defect to him. Shachi, wearing a black martial arts outfit, slowly walked up to Byakuya and spoke with deep feeling. Thank you for taking care of my daughter all this time. He knew Rise couldn't have changed this much on her own. Something must have happened during the time he wasn't around. Based on his experience, he could imagine how much effort it must have taken. With that, Shachi stood beside Byakuya, making his position clear. Kamishiro-san, how could you? Facing those questioning, uncomprehending stares, Shachi simply ignored them. As a father acting for his daughter's sake, he needed no reason. Besides Shachi, Ayato had almost wanted to do the same, because the masked man's true identity intrigued him greatly. But he quickly calmed down and dismissed the thought. In the end, only Shachi decided to leave Aojirai tree. The other ghouls were all displeased by Byakuya's domineering behavior. They naturally wouldn't defect to him. Yet Byakuya couldn't care less about their feelings. His objectives had been achieved. First, he had intimidated these Aojirai tree members somewhat, paving the way for his future plans. Second, he was taking Shachi with him. Not only could this reunite father and daughter, but Shachi also had a high probability of becoming a member of the Akatsuki organization. Continuously strengthening Akatsuki's power was something he needed to do. Though in one respect he was like Madara, preferring to trust in his own absolute strength, that didn't mean there was no need to grow Akatsuki's power. As for Shachi's departure, Ito couldn't care less. She had always known Shachi had only joined Aojirai tree for Rise's sake. She would use him when useful, when not, it didn't matter. Seeing that Ito showed no reaction, Tatara also remained neutral. At that moment, Byakuya deactivated Susanoo, and his Mangekyo Sharingan closed as well. Let's go. He released Rise's hand and turned to leave. Shachi and Rise followed behind him. Every Aojirai tree ghoul watched Byakuya with hostile eyes, but not a single one actually dared to stop him. Ito and Tatara simply watched as the three departed. Ito, what benefit does this bring us? Tatara quietly asked Ito, somewhat puzzled. Tatara-san, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That alone is enough. Ito explained simply. Though it was just this vague explanation, Tatara more or less understood. He said nothing more, willing to trust Ito's judgment. Besides Arima and Noro, Tatara was the person within Aojirai tree whom Ito trusted most. But she still didn't reveal much about Byakuya to Tatara, mainly because she herself didn't know much about him yet. Therefore, she would definitely continue to uncover everything about this man. Chapter 160, Am I going to be a grandfather? After leaving the abandoned factory, Rise casually removed her mask. When there was no need to wear a mask, she still didn't like the thing. Rise, it seems you've experienced quite a lot during the time I wasn't around. Shachi suddenly remarked with emotion. Indeed, quite a lot has happened. Especially meeting this heartless man. Rise said offhandedly. Ahem. Byakuya coughed lightly, his commanding presence from earlier now gone. After all, that presence had been deliberately cultivated. Or more precisely, he wouldn't act that way toward people close to him. Heartless man. Shachi paused for a moment. So you really have grown up. Though he himself had never had a lover, that didn't mean he didn't understand such matters. The moment Rise used the words heartless man, he understood why Rise had become completely different around that person. It made sense, Rise was no longer that little girl from before. She had reached that age. At that moment, Byakuya removed his white mask and addressed Shachi. Kamishiro-san, pleased to meet you. My name is Amaha Byakuya. There was no need to conceal his identity in front of Shachi. After all, Shachi was Rise's adoptive father, not some random member of a Ajirai tree. He was someone who could be trusted. At the very least, Shachi definitely wouldn't side with the Washu, nor would he betray Byakuya. I see. So Uchiha Madara isn't your real name. Shachi nodded slightly. At the same time, he began sizing up Byakuya like a father-in-law examining a suitor. That's right. However, there are times when I'd appreciate it if you could address me as Uchiha Madara, Kamishiro-san. Byakuya said. This old man isn't so muddled as to forget that. You can rest assured on that point. Shachi nodded. By the way, does Rise still hunt so indiscriminately now? Shachi suddenly asked. He still couldn't forget Rise's hunting habits. After all, he himself had been captured because of Rise's reckless hunting. Of course, he wouldn't blame Rise for that. His main concern was that Rise might be caught by the CCG or even the Washu because of it. Here we go again. So Nagi. Rise immediately replied. Shachi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Rise was still the same as always. But he felt no displeasure, rather, a hint of nostalgia. After all, he had long grown accustomed to Rise's attitude. Even when he had been angriest in the past, he had never done anything to Rise. You can rest assured, Kamishiro-san. Rise no longer hunts humans. At that moment, Byakuya answered. Is that so? She no longer hunts humans. Shachi found this hard to believe. If Rise had simply become more moderate, he might have believed it. But for Rise to completely stop hunting humans, that seemed impossible to him. That's because Byakuya is my only prey now. Rise said directly. What do you mean? Shachi didn't immediately grasp her meaning. It means I now satisfy my hunger with his flesh and blood. You wouldn't understand how delicious he tastes. As she spoke, Rise greedily licked her moist lips. Shachi frowned slightly. You actually do that to him. But isn't he a ghoul? He was confused about two things. First, doing such a thing to the one you loved. Second, Rise evaluating a ghoul's flesh and blood as delicious. That was before, though. For some reason, I'm not as interested in his flesh and blood anymore. Rise said casually. Then her gaze met Byakuya's. But regarding the ghoul part, I'd like to ask you properly, what was going on with those Kakugan earlier? It's actually quite simple. You can think of me as a plus version of Kurona and Nishiro. Besides not being one-eyed, my characteristics are similar to theirs. Byakuya explained with a calm expression. He spoke complete nonsense with a perfectly straight face, his demeanor and tone were so flat and serious that he didn't seem to be making anything up at all. This was unavoidable. He certainly couldn't casually reveal the truth about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Kakugan as cover was the best choice. Indeed. Rise thought for a moment and actually found Byakuya's explanation reasonable. Apart from having only one Kakugan each, Kurona and Nishiro possessed ghoul regeneration abilities, Kagun abilities, and various other capabilities, yet they smelled completely human, and more delicious than ordinary humans. This matched up perfectly with Byakuya's peculiarities, and also fit his claim of being an upgraded version, stronger abilities, and more delicious. That was essentially it. As for the difference between one Kakugan eye and two, experiments with artificial one-eyed ghouls had succeeded. Upgrading of one-eyed with similar characteristics to two Kakugan eyes didn't seem entirely impossible. Just like that, Rise was completely taken in by Byakuya's deception. Shachi didn't comment on any of this. He didn't particularly care about such matters anyway, he simply accepted what Byakuya said as truth. But you still hid your half-ghoul identity from me. Rise's tone carried a hint of grievance. Clearly, she was displeased that Byakuya had kept this from her. Actually, that's only because I've always thought of myself as human. Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. That was the only explanation he could give. Fine. Rise didn't pursue the matter further. Rather, she felt she shouldn't be dwelling on such things. It was all Byakuya's fault that she had unknowingly become like this. Are you two living at Antiku now? Shachi asked. He had heard some regular Aojirai Tree members mention the binge eater's whereabouts, at Antiku in Ward 20. He was just confirming now. More or less. Byakuya nodded. That works out. I can visit an old friend while I'm at it. The old friend Shachi spoke of was naturally Yoshimura, the manager of Antiku. He and Yoshimura were old acquaintances. This also showed that Yoshimura had always been aware of everything. For instance, just hearing the surname Kamishiro would tell him a great deal. He simply chose not to interfere when unnecessary. Just then, Shachi suddenly thought of something and asked with a serious expression, by the way, how far has your relationship progressed? For instance, am I going to be a grandfather? Chapter 161, No Reproductive Isolation. Strictly speaking in Japanese, the terms for paternal and maternal grandfathers are different, chichikata no sofu and hahakata no sofu respectively. But in everyday speech, people certainly didn't use such rigid terminology. Both were simply called grandfather. If one really insisted on formal terms, then in Japanese form it would become hahakata no sofu, which sounded far too strange. That kind of thing is still a long way off. But speaking of which, Rise suddenly thought of something. It seems there really are no restrictions between humans and ghouls. Regardless of whether you as a half-ghoul count as human or ghoul, it wouldn't make any difference. She knew that the half-humans from the Sunlit Garden were all mixed offspring born from the union of humans and ghouls, which proved that human-ghoul unions worked perfectly fine. Byakuya's brain momentarily short-circuited. It was one thing for Shachi to ask such a question, but Rise's statement was even more outrageous. That said, when it came to that sort of thing between humans and ghouls, one had to start from the origins of ghouls. One thing was certain, in the original story's ending, the dragon orphans, born after the dragon transformation would continuously evolve to take on human appearances, and humans infected by the dragon toxin would become ghouls. This strongly suggested that ghouls and humans actually shared a common origin. There was another piece of evidence. 100 years ago, the Washa clan had produced a natural-born half-ghoul called the One-Eyed King. After transforming into dragon, this being had nearly destroyed all of Tokyo. The original Tokyo had sunk underground, and the current Tokyo was rebuilt afterward. In fact, at the deepest level of the Ward 24 labyrinth lay the underground world where old Tokyo was buried. There was a population of original inhabitants there who were also ghouls. Their true identities were actually the humans who had sunk underground along with old Tokyo, transformed into ghouls by the dragon toxin released by the One-Eyed King. All this evidence indicated that the ancestors of ghouls were actually humans. As for how the very first ghoul came to exist, that remained unknown. In any case, since ghouls and humans shared a common origin, there naturally was no such thing as reproductive isolation. This topic is still too early. At the very least, let's deal with the Washa matter first. Byakuya said. The Washu. Shachi's expression immediately grew grave. Are you really planning to oppose the Washu? There's no other choice. If I want to change this world, the Washu are the biggest obstacle. Byakuya's expression also turned serious. It seems you've already steeled yourself for this. In that case, this old man won't say anything more. Shachi said solemnly. On the contrary, I will support you both to the best of my ability. He knew how terrifying the Washu were, but having Rise constantly hiding and running wasn't a solution either. Sooner or later, the Washu would discover her whereabouts. He had seen powerful strength in Byakuya, and the young man also appeared to be the type of half-ghoul that the Washu feared. The Washu clan both desired and feared half-ghouls. 100 years ago, that One-Eyed King had nearly destroyed the Washa clan, only failing due to his kind nature. Rather than constantly hiding, actively opposing the Washa clan might be the best way to protect Rise. Besides, Rise had no objections, so he decided not to offer pointless discouragement. Rise had never listened to him anyway. Then thank you, Kamishiro-san. Byakuya said. No need to thank this old man. Rather, I should be thanking you. Without you, this foolish child Rise would probably have fallen into someone's hands long ago. Shachi spoke meaningfully. The someone he referred to was the clown's organization. He had long known of the clown's existence, especially after joining Aojirai Tree and learning that the clowns had also set their sights on Rise. Yet Rise was still perfectly fine even now. Just thinking about it made clear that someone must have helped her. Otherwise, given Rise's personality and behavior, she would have easily fallen into Aojirai trees or the clown's hands. Rise immediately pouted slightly, seemingly displeased with Shachi's words. But unusually, she didn't talk back to him because she truly couldn't deny that if Byakuya hadn't saved her back then, she would be the one serving as Dr. Kano's experimental subject right now. Shachi's keen perception caught Rise's unusual reaction. His foolish daughter actually wasn't arguing back. He couldn't even remember the last time such a rare thing had happened. It seems something really did happen. Rise is abnormally silent. Shachi immediately remarked. You're so annoying. This time Rise couldn't help but retort. Then she explained what had happened. I didn't expect Furuta to ambush me like that. If Byakuya hadn't come back to save me, that guy would definitely have succeeded. Nimura Furuta. Isn't that the kid who helped you escape from the Washu? How did he? Shachi was startled for a moment, then the clown suddenly came to mind. That guy is already one of the clowns. I only know he was working with a doctor named Akihiro Kano, planning to use my kakuho to create so-called one-eyed ghouls. Rise said. Although the plan to ambush me failed, he apparently found another way to capture someone from the Washu afterward, providing Kano with an experimental subject. One-eyed ghouls. Hearing this, Shachi's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. The clown's goals had always been difficult to fathom, but regarding this matter, he instinctively thought of the One-Eyed King. Whether it was the One-Eyed King from 100 years ago or Aojirai Tree's One-Eyed King, both were one-eyed ghouls, or rather, half-ghouls. Of course, Shachi had always believed that Yoshimura's daughter was Aojirai Tree's One-Eyed King. He knew nothing about Arima. Come to think of it, there are two relatively successful experimental subjects living at our place. At that moment, Rise suddenly mentioned Kurona and Nishiro. Is that so? This old man would like to meet them. Shachi immediately grew curious. Then let's go home first, darling. Rise said to Byakuya with a smile. It sounded like Rise was living with this young man. But since they were already in love, Shachi found cohabitation perfectly normal. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, The Only One Who Can Save Ito. Back home. Kurona and Nishiro happened to have the day off today. Shachi soon met the two of them in the living room. Byakuya, are these two young girls the one-eyed ghouls you mentioned? Shachi immediately asked. Hearing this unfamiliar man directly utter the term one-eyed ghouls, Kurona and Nishiro both showed wariness in their eyes. Yes. This is Kurona Yasuhisa, and this is Nishiro Yasuhisa. Byakuya introduced them to Shachi. They were transformed into one-eyed ghouls by Dr. Kano, using kakuho from the Washu. Could this old man see for himself, your Kakugan and Kagun? Shachi asked Kurona and Nishiro. They hesitated. Though they didn't know this person at all, he seemed to be Byakuya's acquaintance. It's all right. At that moment, Byakuya spoke to Kurona and Nishiro. Only then did they nod reassuringly. They then displayed their Kakugan and Kagun before Shachi. Seeing Kurona and Nishiro's single eyes, Shachi's expression grew somewhat grave. These were the same single eyes as Yoshimura's daughter, except Yoshimura's daughter was natural-born while these two girls had been transformed. And their Kagun was nearly identical to Rise's, undoubtedly from the Washu. That's enough. Shachi turned and walked to Byakuya's side, speaking quietly. This one-eyed ghoul transformation experiment was probably also Furuta's doing. Yes, he did it. Originally, he planned to make Rise the experimental subject. After that failed, he had to change his plans. Byakuya said flatly. That kid. Shachi didn't quite understand why Furuta would do such things. But he couldn't be bothered to guess why anymore. He only needed to know that the kid had intended to harm Rise, that was enough. Afterward, Byakuya also introduced Shachi to Kurona and Nishiro. That person just now is actually Rise's father. His name is Matasaka Kamishiro. So he's Rise-san's father. Kurona nodded slightly. They don't look very alike. If you hadn't said so, Byakuya Naikan, I never would have guessed. Nishiro said. After all, he wasn't her biological father but her adoptive father. It would be strange if they did look alike. However, Byakuya didn't specify that Shachi was actually her adoptive father, to avoid a series of complications. It was best for everyone to treat Shachi as Rise's biological father, this way, Rise would be less likely to be discovered by the Washu. Though he had finally reunited with Rise, Shachi didn't plan to stay in Ward 20 indefinitely. He would first visit Antika to see his old friend, and then prepare to return to Ward 6. After all, he was the leader of Ward 6, he had been in the past, and he still was now. He had deliberately let himself be captured by CCG investigators to protect everyone in Ward 6. Otherwise, if he had wanted, no one in the CCG besides Arima could have caught him. So the ghouls of Ward 6 still recognized only Shachi as their leader. Byakuya had no objections to this. He fully supported Shachi's return to continue managing Ward 6. At this moment, Shachi sat on the second floor of Antiku, meeting with his old friend Yoshimura after such a long separation. It's been a while. Indeed. After escaping from Cochlea recently, I joined Aojirai Tree until now. I also met your daughter. Shachi sat across from Yoshimura. Yoshimura was silent for a moment. So have you left Aojirai Tree now? Yes. When I learned that Rise was still alive and well, and that there was a reliable man by her side who could protect her, I no longer had any reason to stay in Aojirai Tree. Shachi spoke truthfully. You're talking about Amahakuin, aren't you? Yoshimura said with emotion. For Rise-san, he is indeed a very reliable man. You can rest assured leaving Rise to him. In fact, I've also entrusted Ito to him. Shachi was somewhat surprised. Your daughter too? No wonder. He suddenly understood something. The reason Byakuya had suddenly appeared at Aojirai Tree with Rise must have been because of this. Our Antiku will also do our best to protect Rise, as repayment for asking Amahakuin to look after my daughter. Yoshimura said. In that case, I owe Byakuya yet another tremendous favor. Shachi couldn't help but sigh. Afterward, Shachi told Yoshimura about what had happened at Aojirai Tree, especially about Byakuya's Kakuja transformation. Amahakuin is also a half-ghoul. Yoshimura's expression shifted slightly. It would seem so, though there are differences. For instance, his Kakugan isn't single-eyed. Not only does he have both eyes, but they also look different from ordinary Kakugan. Shachi said. In any case, according to Byakuya himself, he is indeed a half-ghoul. I understand. Yoshimura's expression grew somewhat heavy. My intuition tells me that Byakuya and your daughter are already working together, and their goals are probably similar. Shachi shared his assessment. After a brief catching up, Shachi departed. Yoshimura remained alone on the second floor, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Before this, he had never imagined that Amahakuin could be a half-ghoul like Ito. He remembered that Amahakuin could consume human food normally, always appeared completely human, and could even bypass the CCG's RC detection gates. Could Amahakuin possess Washa bloodline? After all, even natural-born half-ghouls couldn't bypass the RC detection gates without the Washa modifying the gates' whitelist. Because these gates detected RC cells, and half-ghouls had RC cell counts far higher than humans. Or could it be that Amahakuin was an even more special half-ghoul than Ito? Regardless of the reason, Amahakuin's situation could only be explained by half-ghoul. Yoshimura sighed with growing emotion. A fellow half-ghoul like Amahakuin might truly be the only one who could save Ito now. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Another Invitation from Ito. Yoshimura had always believed that only someone in a similar situation to Ito could save her. A half-ghoul, both human and ghoul, could understand both sides. But half-ghouls were outsiders to both sides, being neither fully human nor fully ghoul. They possessed Kagun, Kakuho, and powerful abilities that normal humans lacked, yet could also eat freely in ways ghouls could not. Therefore, only half-ghouls could understand half-ghouls. That was what Yoshimura believed. He knew Ito had probably always been lonely. Neither the ghoul side nor the human side had a true place for her. But he was helpless, especially since he could sense that the organization had recently started monitoring him again. He could feel his time was probably running short. After going downstairs, Shachi first sought out Byakuya. This old man will return to Ward 6 today. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. Shachi said. Very well. Take care, Kamishiro-san. Byakuya said. After all, Shachi was essentially one of them now. There was no need to restrict his freedom. Meanwhile, Roma Hoito took particular note of Shachi's appearance. If she remembered correctly, after Shachi escaped from Cochlea along with her, he should have gone to Aojirai Tree. Yet now he had come to Antiku with Byakuya. Had something happened? Afterward, Shachi left Antiku. So that was Rai-san's father. He's a bit different from what I imagined. Tuka said with some surprise. Shachi's face looked so dignified and commanding. How had he raised a daughter with such a terrible personality? Little did she know that Shachi had zero fatherly authority in front of Rise. Finally, Shachi gathered his things and bid farewell to Byakuya and Rise at home. Rise, although you never listened to me, I still want to say this, from now on, try to listen to Byakuya more. Even now, Shachi still couldn't help worrying about Rise. I know. I'm so tired of hearing that. Rise sighed with slight impatience. Shachi was long accustomed to this and said nothing more. Just as he was about to set off, Rise suddenly spoke again, after you were captured. Did those doves torture you? Shachi hadn't expected Rise to suddenly ask about this. He turned back with a surprised expression. Though Rise's face showed no particular emotion, just from her tone he could tell she was genuinely concerned about him. No, they didn't interrogate this old man. Shachi answered. Apart from being unable to practice martial arts, it wasn't too bad there. That's good then. Rise said casually. Though Rise's reaction was cold, Shachi already found it remarkably rare. Apart from calling him father when she was little, Rise hadn't shown concern for him in who knew how long. She had always scoffed at his various lessons and advice. It seemed that during his imprisonment, Rise had truly changed somewhat. If this were the old Rise, she would probably have only looked down on him for being weak, willingly letting himself be captured by the CCG to protect those weak ghouls of Ward 6. Given Rise's personality, she would definitely have found such behavior repugnant. The one who had brought about this change in Rise must have been that young man. Now Shachi could return to Ward 6 with much greater peace of mind. With Byakuya at Rise's side, this old father could finally stop worrying himself sick over Rise every day. While Byakuya was taking it easy, Ito was having a secret meeting with Arima. Naturally, she was discussing Byakuya with Arima. The result, according to Arima, there was no such person as Byakuya in either the main or branch Washa families, nor was there any natural-born half-ghoul like Ito. While the possibility that Byakuya was a secret member of the Washa clan couldn't be completely ruled out, it was extremely low. Ito and Arima's meeting was brief, just a few exchanged words before they parted ways again, minimizing the risk of the Washa noticing. Afterward. Just a few days after the Aojirai tree visit, Ito contacted Byakuya again. Hi there, young man, are you free today or tomorrow? How about coming out for a drink with Big Sis? Ito immediately invited him. Sure, of course. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. Then let's meet at that same cafe as last time. I thought their couple set was quite nice. Ito set the meeting place. Byakuya and Ito arrived at the cafe at almost the same time. So what do you say? The same couple set as last time. Ito didn't seem to be in any hurry, first chatting with Byakuya about food and drinks. Either way is fine. If you like the one from last time, Takatsuki-sensei, just order it again. Byakuya said casually. The two sat in the same window seats on the second floor. Due to Ito's petite frame, when sitting in the chair her feet barely touched the ground. Since she could barely reach anyway and sitting was uncomfortable, she simply stretched her legs out and half reclined in the chair. My last time really gave me a fright. Your acting was so good, Amahakuin. I actually thought you were really that domineering. Ito swung her legs playfully while sighing. While you call it acting, what I wanted to express was more or less exactly that. Byakuya said directly. What he meant by this was that he didn't approve of Aojirai Tree's actions. Take the Antiku raid, though the CCG had initiated it, Ito and Arima had jointly exploited that operation to capture Yoshimura alive and turn him into an experimental subject worse than death. He naturally could not approve of such actions. Or to put it more specifically, Aojirai Tree's entire plan was to create a one-eyed ghoul and push them onto the throne of the one-eyed king. From the very foundation, creating a one-eyed ghoul, he would never approve. Whether it was Kaneki or Kurona and Nishiro, why was it necessary to create one-eyed ghouls? At the very least, what Byakuya had said back then, only I can change this world, was no act. He had already declared his philosophy to Ito and all of Aojirai Tree. Chapter 164, Very Sincere Intelligence. If one followed Aojirai Tree's original path, Furuta's thinking was essentially similar to Aojirai Tree's anyway, both required creating a one-eyed ghoul and forcing them to grow. This would be accompanied by countless tragedies. Rise, Yoshimura, Kurona, and Nishiro, Takizawa and his sister and mother, even half of Tokyo's human population had been consumed when Kaneki transformed into dragon. All of them were sacrifices, too many to count. Yet despite sacrificing so many, all that was achieved in the end was a brief, relative peace. When that final batch of dragon orphans evolved into humans, or more precisely, evolved into ghouls, that brief peace would only collapse. The world would fall into a new cycle, like the rise and fall of dynasties. Possessing a better solution, Byakuya naturally could not approve of Aojirai Tree's plan. Of course, he wasn't dismissing Aojirai Tree's efforts as worthless. He understood that this world's limitations had left Aojirai Tree with no other choice. Only he, as a transmigrator, could break through this world's limitations, and that was the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Oh. You mean you really do see us Aojirai Tree as a joke? Ito asked. No, that part was indeed an act. What I wanted to express is that I will only change this world according to my own ideas. Byakuya clarified. Setting aside such distant matters, I'm more interested in knowing what was going on with your Kakugan and Kakuja transformation back then. Aren't you human? Ito smiled with sharp eyes. I never noticed before, so Amahakuin is actually a half-ghoul. Byakuya then said, you've already explained it for me. The fundamental reason for all of that is what you call half-ghoul. He would simply identify as a half-ghoul from now on, using it to conceal his Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo. But there's one strange point, how can you pass through the CCG's RC detection gates, Amahakuin? Don't you investigators have to go through the gates every time you enter and exit the CCG? Ito immediately raised the most difficult point to explain. Bodies differ from person to person. Perhaps because my constitution is somewhat special, my RC cells are different, they can always stay within the normal human range. Byakuya explained in a calm tone. Is that so? Ito was half convinced. His explanation wasn't impossible. At the very least, it was far more likely than him having Washa blood. If he really had Washa blood, the Washa clan producing a natural-born half-ghoul would be enormous news. There was almost no way Arima wouldn't know about it. She tentatively accepted this explanation. But speaking of which, how does Takatsuki-sensei know so much about half-ghoul characteristics? At that moment, Byakuya suddenly posed a pointed question. He wanted Ito to voluntarily admit her half-ghoul identity. This way, it wouldn't seem like Yoshimura had sold out his daughter, and more importantly, if Ito was willing to admit it herself, it would mean she had come to trust him. Of course, gaining Ito's trust was by no means easy, so he didn't expect her to admit her identity right now. Ito gave Byakuya a meaningful look, a composed smile on her face. Don't underestimate our Aojirai tree's intelligence capabilities, Amahakuin. Sure enough, Ito wasn't willing to reveal her identity just like that. Even so, her trust in Byakuya was steadily increasing. Especially after learning that Byakuya was also a half-ghoul. He was probably the only other one of her kind in this world. And their situations were so similar. Due to his half-ghoul identity, he was inherently under threat from the Washu. She didn't know what Byakuya had experienced in the past, but it probably wasn't anything good. Otherwise, why would he bother opposing the Washu for no reason? By ordinary thinking, one would more likely hide their half-ghoul identity from the Washu. That way, at least one could keep surviving. By the way, I've heard the Washu have always desperately wanted half-ghouls. What do you think would happen if they discovered your half-ghoul identity? Ito asked in a purely curious tone. She was simply trying to continue the conversation, with no hint of sarcasm or threat. I actually know this. Don't the Washu want to become human? They probably see half-ghouls as an achievable form of humanization. I can imagine they would capture me and turn me into a dedicated, breeding machine, wouldn't they? Byakuya's tone was very calm, as if discussing something trivial. Hearing this, Ito's lips curved slightly. This guy knew quite a lot. Since you clearly know you'd be persecuted by the Washu, why do you still dare to oppose them? Aren't you afraid? Or did something happen in the past that made you stop being afraid? Ito continued along this topic. Byakuya chuckled softly. So this time it's Takatsuki-sensei's turn to probe me for information. Last time he had been the one probing. Now the tables had turned. Well, I'm quite curious about what you've experienced. If you can tell me about it, I can also give you some very sincere intelligence in return. Ito spoke with a serious expression. She was genuinely curious. After all, the young man before her was practically the only other one of her kind in this world. Just as Yoshimura had sensed, Ito was lonely. Originally she had been the only natural-born half-ghoul. Whether in human circles or ghoul circles, she always felt somewhat out of place. She even felt that an aberration like herself shouldn't have been born into this world. So after learning that Byakuya was her fellow half-ghoul, she instinctively wanted to know more about what had happened to him. If Takatsuki-sensei is willing to share first, then I'll accept. Byakuya said. Fine, you said it. Ito seemed to accept Byakuya's condition. Her expression turned serious. Hands clasped, elbows propped on the table, she looked like she was about to say something very important. But the next thing she said instantly struck Byakuya like lightning. I'm wearing pure white panties today. Chapter 165, a high level of trust. Wait, what? Byakuya was instantly dumbfounded. The color of her panties. What kind of intelligence was that supposed to be? How about it? That should be sincere enough, right? Ito wore a mischievous expression. Obviously, that had been a deliberate prank to tease Byakuya. Takatsuki-sensei, could you please be serious? Byakuya was momentarily exasperated. Oh. I thought you might ask me to prove it. Ito looked slightly surprised. I would never do that. Byakuya's tone was thoroughly unamused. Hee, just kidding. Only now did Ito finally get serious. Alright, let me tell you some real intelligence. You know I'm Yoshimura's daughter, right? Then, do you know who his wife was? I don't. Byakuya shook his head slightly. He deliberately pretended not to know. If he showed that he knew, it would be inexplicable. Because children born from human ghoul unions could only be one of two things, half human or half ghoul. Ito had already admitted to being a ghoul. If Byakuya indicated he knew Yoshimura's wife was human, wouldn't that make it obvious he had already known Ito was a half ghoul? His wife was human, a human journalist. Ito said directly. Human and ghoul, but you're not a half-human, so does that mean you're a half-ghoul? Byakuya feigned shock and surprise. That's right. I'm one of your kind. That's also why I call myself the One-Eyed King. Ito admitted frankly. She had voluntarily revealed her half-ghoul identity to Byakuya. Though she wasn't yet willing to disclose who the real One-Eyed King was, this was already quite significant. Ding. Host has gained Ito Yoshimura's high level of trust. Reward, 20 fusion points. I see. Byakuya felt rather pleased. He could tell he had further gained Ito's trust, and had even received fusion points as a reward. When the day came that Ito was willing to tell him Arima's true identity, that would mean she completely trusted him. All right, I've finished. Now it's your turn. Ito said. You want to know what I've experienced in the past, right, Takatsuki-sensei? Byakuya said. Actually, I haven't experienced anything particularly special. I simply came to realize that ghouls, like humans, are flesh and blood. They have the same emotions as humans. Their greatest fault may simply be being born into this world as ghouls. So I want to change this mistaken world. It's that simple. As for the Washa clan, they're merely a stumbling block on my path to changing this world. Regarding the Washa clan, Byakuya's tone was very calm, as if he didn't consider them much of an obstacle. And that was indeed the case. Once he developed further, especially when he obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Washa clan would be nothing to fear. When faced with Ito's inquiry, Byakuya could have fabricated any story, but he felt there was no need for that. Simply speaking, his true thoughts was enough. It seems, you don't consider the Washa much of a concern. Ito noticed this detail. But for their Aojirai tree, the Washa clan was a particularly difficult mountain to overcome. Otherwise, she and Arima wouldn't have had to secretly work together from the shadows, painstakingly trying to create a one-eyed king stronger than Arima. That's right. Currently, my greatest challenge isn't the Washu. Byakuya said truthfully. Though the system hadn't yet provided him with all the information about the Infinite Tsukuyomi, just thinking about it made clear that achieving the Eye of the Moon plan wouldn't be easy. In comparison, the Washu threat was relatively minor. Thinking of this, Byakuya suddenly remembered he hadn't checked his system panel in a while, mainly to see how many fusion points he had accumulated. Host, Amaha Byakuya. Identity, human. Age, 18. Fusion target, Uchiha Madara. Fusion progress, LV3, 0/2500. Equipment, white mask. Abilities, Mangekyo Sharingan. Fusion points, 1470, total, 2580. System shop LV2. He could clearly see that his fusion progress needed just over 1,000 more points to reach the 4th stage. When that happened, barring any surprises, the Mangekyo Sharingan would evolve further into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Using Mangekyo techniques would no longer carry any burden. Unlike at the Aojirai tree base, where maintaining the initial Susanoo form for a sustained period had caused noticeable discomfort. Because while Susanoo was active, there was a sensation of all one's cells being burned. It also consumed ocular power and caused irreversible damage to one's vision, with the degree of damage depending on the intensity of use. If one only occasionally summoned the initial Susanoo form, the vision damage would be relatively mild. But if one overexerted like Itachi Uchiha had, blindness would only be a matter of time. Unless absolutely necessary, Byakuya certainly wouldn't abuse Susanoo's power before his Mangekyo reached the eternal state. Your greatest challenge isn't the Washu. Then what is it? Ito asked with some curiosity. It's how to achieve a method that will completely change this world. I won't go into the specifics. Byakuya explained. Even if he told Ito about the Infinite Tsukuyomi, she wouldn't know what it was. All right then. Let's end this conversation here for now. Next, let's properly enjoy our treats. Ito glanced to the side. The server had already brought what they'd ordered. The same couple said as before. From then on, Byakuya and Ito simply sipped their coffee, ate their desserts, and chatted about lighter topics. I recall half-ghouls have the same taste buds as humans. So you genuinely like these desserts, don't you, Takatsuki-sensei? Byakuya remarked. They taste quite good. I do like them. Ito nodded. Then we can come here often to relax. Otherwise, between writing every day and managing Aojirai tree's affairs, you're overworking yourself. Byakuya added. Oh. A mysterious smile appeared on Ito's face. Should I take that as Amahakuin asking me out on a date? Chapter 166, Chapter 166, a good environment for two. Wait, is this random couple setup still going on? Byakuya couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? You don't like it? I actually think this setup is quite nice. Ito said with a smile. Fine, as long as you're happy, Takatsuki-sensei. Byakuya said nothing more. Ward 20, Antiku. Amaha, you're a student at Kamiya University, right? Tuka suddenly asked Byakuya this question. Yes, why? Byakuya nodded. No reason, I was just asking. Tuka said. Speaking of which, Tuka has university entrance exams next year. She's probably been studying for finals lately, right? Her shifts have decreased too. At that moment, Kaya Irimi spoke up. It just so happens that Amahakuin is a top student at Kamiya University. If you have time, I hope you could tutor Tuka. Irimi-san. Tuka immediately felt embarrassed. Because Irimi had been too obvious about it, making it seem like her question about whether Byakuya attended Kamiya University was because she wanted to get into the same school as him. Although, that was indeed what she was thinking. She wanted to give herself a clear goal, otherwise, she'd have no motivation to study properly. All right. Byakuya nodded slightly to Irimi. Ha ha ha, then I'll leave it to you, Amahakuin. Irimi said with a laugh. So, which subject is Kirishima-san weakest at? Byakuya then asked Tuka. Actually, I'm not good at any of them. But if I had to say the worst, it's math. Tuka said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, her grades were quite poor. Comparing herself to Byakuya, who had gotten into Kamiya University, made it even more obvious. How bad is worst? Byakuya pressed further. Tuka seemed to have difficulty speaking. She directly pulled a test paper from her bag and handed it to Byakuya. See for yourself. Byakuya took the test paper and immediately saw an unimaginable score. 21. Let me confirm first, what's the maximum score on this test? Byakuya immediately asked. The maximum is 100 points, so yeah, my math is really bad. Tuka used a nonchalant attitude to barely alleviate the awkwardness, as if she deliberately didn't want to study math rather than being unable to learn it. I see. Well, it's not that bad. There's a lot of room for improvement. Byakuya said. You call that not that bad? You really don't need to console me. Tuka suddenly felt like she was being pitted. Comparatively, she felt it would be better if he just said her grades were too poor, that would actually feel better. I'm not consoling you. I'm speaking the truth. With so much room for improvement, you can build confidence and motivation more quickly. Byakuya spoke in a serious tone. Back when I first started, my scores were even worse than yours. On a test with 150 points maximum, I could only score in the low 20s. But after I corrected my attitude, I improved very quickly. Really? How fast did you improve? Tuka immediately asked. Although the 150-point maximum was strange for Japan, she didn't notice this detail. Her attention was completely focused on Byakuya's improvement. I don't remember exactly, but it took about 1 or 2 months to go from 20 points to around 90 points. If converted to a 100-point scale, that would be improving to about 60 points. And I kept improving slowly after that. Byakuya recalled. This was indeed something he had personally experienced. That's amazing. That would already exceed the average score. Tuka exclaimed in admiration. Although that level was still far from getting into Kamiya University, for her, just exceeding the average would already be great. In Japan, passing grades weren't emphasized. More precisely, there was no concept of a passing score line. What mattered was whether you reached the average, and especially a metric called the deviation value was most important. So, it's not difficult for you to exceed the average. Byakuya said. Based on my experience back then, scoring that low basically means you don't even understand the fundamental concepts. But fundamentals are easy to learn, you can basically handle them through self-study alone. And since the starting point is so low, the improvement is that much greater. When you see your results, you'll have more confidence and motivation, creating a positive cycle. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that you're willing to put in the effort. Suddenly transforming from a poor student to a diligent student who self-studies and practices problems every day isn't something you can maintain just by saying it. The fear is having only 3 minutes of enthusiasm. Tuka listened attentively to everything Byakuya said. I definitely won't have just 3 minutes of enthusiasm. Tuka said firmly. That would be best. Byakuya said. But if he remembered correctly, in the original story, Tuka had also wanted to get into Kamiya University, but in the end, she didn't make it. Of course, it might have been because her scores weren't high enough, or it might have been because the disappearance of Antiku had left her with no mood for it at all. By the way, what's your current deviation value? Byakuya suddenly remembered that in Japan, university admissions basically looked at the deviation value. The so-called deviation value was simply a comprehensive score of students' learning ability and grades. Generally, the average was 50, with the maximum and minimum being 125 respectively. He wouldn't go into the specific calculation, but basically, your overall grades were calculated together with everyone else's average grades. To give a simple example, a deviation value of 65 to 75 was roughly equivalent to a domestic 211/985 university standard, 55 to 65 was roughly equivalent to a first-tier university, and 45 to 55 was roughly equivalent to a second-tier university. If he could find out Tuka's deviation value, it would be more intuitive. Deviation value. It's always been in the 30s, without much fluctuation. Tuka said. That is a bit. Byakuya found it hard to comment. But you still have a year. There's still a good chance. A good chance. I should say there's not much hope. But regardless, I'll do my best. Tuka said frankly. Study methods are also important, though I don't have any particularly good methods to teach you. This kind of thing should vary from person to person. For math, all I can do is work through problems with you. Before they knew it, Byakuya had been chatting with Tuka while sitting together to study. Enji Koma, Kaya Irimi, and the others didn't disturb Tuka even when they had things to do, all for the sake of creating a good environment for just the two of them. Chapter 167, a good opportunity to deepen their relationship. Today, Jukiyama also came to Antiku. Since claiming he would follow Byakuya, he had been coming to Antiku almost every day. But today, as soon as he arrived, he saw Byakuya and Tuka sitting together, and quite close together at that. It appeared they were studying. Seeing this, a meaningful expression immediately appeared on Jukiyama's face. He didn't disturb Byakuya and Tuka, instead sitting down at the neighboring table. Before long, Tuka noticed that Jukiyama's gaze had been fixed on her direction the entire time, making her feel uncomfortable. After a while longer, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She immediately looked up and shot Jukiyama a glare. Shit, Jukiyama, could you stop staring at me? I have no intention of disturbing the good thing between Kirishima-san and Amahakuin. I'm simply rather curious. Jukiyama apologized with genuine sincerity in his tone. What are you even talking about? Tuka's face immediately flushed slightly. She used an even more disgusted attitude to mask her embarrassment. Anyway, stop staring at me. Your gaze makes me feel sick. Then I'll just look at Amaha-sama instead. Jukiyama shifted his gaze to Byakuya beside Tuka. Faced with such a shameless Jukiyama, Tuka was helpless. She could only actively ignore him. Byakuya wasn't paying attention to external matters at all, concentrating on explaining difficult problems to Tuka. Currently, he had already started having Tuka familiarize herself with concepts while working through problems. If she encountered a question she couldn't understand, he would tell her which concepts should be used to solve it, which helped reinforce her memory of those concepts. If she knew the concept but still didn't know how to solve it, or got the wrong answer, then he would work through the problem step by step and explain it to her. As for so-called error notebooks, he felt there was no need for them at the beginning. Since she was getting at least 8 out of 10 problems wrong, writing down every single one would be a waste of time. Error notebooks should be considered when her score could exceed the average. Seeing that Tuka was quite distracted by Jukiyama's gaze, Byakuya reminded her, "Don't worry about Jukiyama. Focus on the problems." Okay. Tuka nodded obediently. At this moment, Byakuya had become like her teacher. Just then, she happened to encounter a rather difficult problem. Even though she roughly knew which concepts to use, halfway through the solution, things started feeling more and more wrong. What should have been an integer answer had turned into something like 13/297, an outrageous number that was obviously wrong. Only extremely difficult problems would have such complicated answers. But Tuka was still trying to continue solving it. She fell into deep thought. Byakuya had wanted to take the pen and demonstrate the correct steps for her, but Tuka was completely absorbed in her thinking. Unable to do otherwise, he could only gently grasp Tuka's hand and use the pen in her hand to put a period on the erroneous step she was struggling with. See, your step was wrong from the very beginning. The final answer isn't even a number. Byakuya proved that this approach was completely wrong, then prepared to demonstrate the correct steps. Following her approach, the result he calculated was undefined, she couldn't even get a wrong number. However, Tuka's attention was now completely unable to focus. Because her hand was being held by Byakuya, her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. The staff members like Irimi and Koma all watched Tuka's direction with smiles on their faces. Jukiyama's gaze grew increasingly delighted. As expected, Kirishima-san had fallen deeply and couldn't extricate herself. He understood this feeling. It must have been that one taste of supreme delicacy from Amahakuin's body that Kirishima-san had experienced before, it had made her completely fall. No ghoul could resist such temptation. He had absolute confidence in his eye for fine cuisine. Hinami's feelings at this moment were somewhat complicated. She was happy for Tokuwanshin, yet also somewhat envious and jealous. Though this was contradictory, her feelings were just that complex. Though she could no longer focus, Tuka still didn't resist, allowing Byakuya to hold her hand and use the pen in her hand to write out the complete and correct solution process. There, that's correct. Did you remember my explanation for each step just now? After solving it correctly, Byakuya asked Tuka. I didn't remember, because you kept holding my hand, which made me a bit. Tuka honestly admitted the truth. Only then did Byakuya release his hand. Sorry, I didn't know you'd mind this much, Kirishima-san. Though actually, you could have reminded me from the start. No, how should I put it, it's because I don't actually dislike this kind of thing, it's just. Tuka said very quietly. I see. Well, that's good then. Byakuya said. Just then, Yuriko Kosaka had somehow appeared behind Tuka and suddenly spoke up. Tuka, you've already started studying. Tuka hadn't quite processed it at first. When she came to her senses, she was startled. Huh. Yuriko, when did you get here? Just now. As she spoke, Yuriko bent down and leaned close to Tuka's ear, her tone delighted as she whispered, I saw everything, you know how intimate Tuka and that Amaha classmate were. It's not what you think. Just now was just an accident. Tuka explained in a very small voice. No need to explain. I saw everything very clearly just now, Tuka's cute expression, all shy but also a little happy. Yuriko wasn't about to believe Tuka's explanation. I'm telling you. Tuka wanted to explain but didn't know how. Well then, I won't disturb you too. I'll come again at the same time tomorrow. With that, Yuriko left with her bag. Actually, she and Tuka had originally planned to study together this afternoon, which was why she had come to the cafe intending to study with Tuka. She hadn't expected Tuka to be having an intimate moment with that Amaha classmate, not only studying together but that scene had appeared too. That was normally something that only happened between couples. She immediately realized that she absolutely could not ruin such a rare opportunity for Tuka to deepen her relationship. Chapter 168, The Promotion Ceremony. As time passed, the CCG's promotion ceremony arrived as scheduled. The white suit Byakuya had bought before came in handy. Kurona and Nishiro would also be attending with him. Basically no investigator would be absent from such an important assembly. From special class investigators at the top to rank 3 investigators at the bottom, even including investigator assistants, there were only a few thousand people in total. Ordinary staff members who weren't even investigator assistants weren't counted. Rank 1 investigator, Amaha Byakuya. Yes. You are hereby appointed as first-class investigator. The current CCG Bureau Director Yashitoki Washa conferred the promotion upon Byakuya. Byakuya's promotion was the most uncontested. Immediately, waves of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. After all, Byakuya had repelled the one-eyed owl. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how many casualties the owl would have inflicted on the investigators present in that battle. Many people even felt that Byakuya's promotion from rank 1 to just first class wasn't enough, he should have been promoted to at least associate special class. But rules were rules. No one could skip ranks, even Arima, who had torn off 2 of the one-eyed owl's arms back then, had only been promoted from rank 2 to rank 1 after that battle. Of course, achievements could accumulate. Later, Arima's promotions came faster and faster, becoming associate special class before the age of 22, and he had only just been promoted from rank 2 to rank 1 at age 19. This meant that Byakuya's path to associate special class and special class would become increasingly smooth. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. The CCG had no reason to leave a qualified strong person without promotion. With the conferment complete, Byakuya had officially become a first-class investigator. Ding! Host has been promoted to first-class investigator. Reward, 40 fusion points. Sure enough, at the moment of his official promotion to first class, Byakuya received a system reward. Moreover, the fusion points reward was quite substantial. When he eventually became associate special class or even special class, the system reward would probably exceed 100 points. Rank 3 Investigator, Juzu Suzuya. Yes. You are hereby granted the rank of rank 2 Investigator. Thank you. Suzuya also successfully completed his promotion. As he descended the stage, he smiled and flashed a peace sign at Byakuya. Byakuya responded with a smile. I've finally been promoted to rank 2. I wonder if I'll get a raise. Though Suzuya had changed somewhat under Shinohara's guidance, his personality hadn't changed much. Even at such an important occasion, he was chatting about salary. Rank 1 Investigator, Kotaro Amon, you are hereby granted the rank of First-Class Investigator. Not many investigators were promoted at this promotion ceremony. Byakuya was basically the star, followed by Suzuya and Amon. Though the situation differed from the original story, Suzuya hadn't been able to finish off Jason after Kaneki had nearly killed him, and Amon hadn't managed to take down the Bin brothers either. But their results remained unchanged, they had both been successfully promoted. Because Suzuya and Amon had still performed excellently in the Aojirai suppression operation, and in the month since its conclusion, they had eliminated quite a few ghouls, accumulating enough achievements. After completing each investigator's promotion ceremony, Bureau Director Yashitoki Washa read aloud the names of investigators who had died in the line of duty during the previous Aojirai suppression operation, and observed a moment of silence for them. The ceremony thus concluded, but the banquet had only just begun. Ward 20 seems to have become especially quiet lately. We haven't heard anything about the binge eater or the gourmet for a long time. This area has become more peaceful than ever. The Aojirai suppression operation probably scared them stupid, ha ha ha. Anyway, that's a good thing. This way we won't need to allocate too much manpower to Ward 20. At that moment, Byakuya could hear people at the neighboring table discussing the binge eater and the gourmet. This was undoubtedly because of him. Ever since he had started interacting with Rise, she had never hunted humans again. The same went for Jukiyama. Since he was entirely focused on how to eat Byakuya, he hadn't been recklessly hunting humans in various creative ways like before. Suzuya. At that moment, Shinohara walked over. And Amon, it's been a while. Shinohara-san, have all your casts been removed? Amon immediately spoke with respect. Yes. Thinking back, it really wasn't easy. In the first month, I couldn't even get out of bed. Shinohara showed a wry smile. Then he suddenly sighed. Speaking of which, Amon, you've already been promoted to first class. It's quite moving. This time was thanks to Shinohara-san's various good words on my behalf. Otherwise, I might not have had the opportunity for promotion. I'm truly grateful. Amon modestly bowed in thanks to Shinohara. No, the fundamental reason was that you performed excellently yourself. Shinohara smiled. By the way, Iwao and Senzu also put in recommendations for your promotion. Especially Mato, he's been recommending your promotion to headquarters since long ago. This time he put in the most effort. You should go thank them properly. What Shinohara couldn't say was that even Kiryu Mato's will had been written about recommending Amon's promotion. But due to protocol, the contents of the will couldn't be told to Amon until after Mato's death. Yes. Amon nodded solemnly. Then I'll go to Mato-san first. As Amon left, Shinohara's gaze turned to Byakuya. Congratulations on your promotion. I hear you'll soon be assigned to Squad 0 under Arima. I must be very happy. Yes, thank you, Shinohara-san. Byakuya nodded. Although you'll be working in Squad 0, normally you'll still need to lead subordinates like other first-class investigators. For us investigators, experience in leadership is also very important. Shinohara scratched his head. I just don't know who your subordinate will be. Do you have any preferences? I don't have any particular thoughts at the moment. I'll follow whatever arrangements come from above. Byakuya said calmly. Shinohara nodded. All right then. Let's see what partner headquarters assigns you first, then decide. It's also possible headquarters has already arranged someone for you, I just haven't asked about it. If I'd known, I would have asked on your behalf when I went to headquarters last time. Chapter 169, Subordinate Akira Mato. Byakuya didn't say much more, nor did he think too much about it. For him, it didn't matter much what partner he was assigned. There weren't many people he could trust in the CCG anyway. The trust he spoke of meant, for example, that having a house full of ghouls wasn't something any random investigator could know about, let alone his other secrets. So since they were all people he couldn't trust anyway, it made no difference which subordinate he was assigned. Unless he poached Kurona and Nishiro away from Kyoko Ora, but that wouldn't be appropriate. Then would you like to partner with me, Byakuya-san? Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Byakuya. The voice was clearly Shio Hei's. Byakuya turned around without surprise, having already noticed the footsteps behind him. Sure enough, it was Shio. Besides Shio, Arima had also arrived with the entire Squad 0. Shio. Arima-san, Ui-san, and everyone else, it's been a while. Byakuya immediately spoke up. Arima is already here. Looks like there's nothing for me to do here. Shinohara then said to Suzuya, Suzuya, come here. Let me see your medal and certificate. Yes. Suzuya responded. It really has been a while. Arima said with a smile. Soon Amaha-kun will be working with us. It's quite moving. Ui said with emotion. Shio, by the way, what rank are you again? Byakuya was suddenly curious about this. I'm still first class. Now Byakuya-san's position is higher than mine. Shio said with a smile. And I've never had a partner. If Byakuya-san could partner with me, that would be best. Oh, you're first class. In that case, it could work. Byakuya had no objections. Moreover, Shio was more familiar with him than other investigators. That wasn't bad either. I'm sorry, but he already has an arranged subordinate. But just then, a voice interrupted the conversation between Byakuya and Shio. I'm rank 2 investigator Akira Mato, who will be becoming Amaha First Class's subordinate. You can just call me Akira. Akira Mato appeared before Byakuya and Shio. So, Amaha First Class, I look forward to working with you. Oh my. Someone beat me to it. Shio felt somewhat regretful but didn't say anything more. So you're going to be my partner? Byakuya was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the CCG to assign Akira Mato as his subordinate. He had thought she would still be partnered with Amon. Yes, this is the bureau director's arrangement. Akira nodded slightly. Then, sorry about that, Shio. Byakuya said to Shio. It's fine. After all, Byakuya-san will be joining Squad 0 anyway. We'll still be able to fight alongside each other then. Shio said with an unbothered smile. Akira also bowed slightly to Shio to show respect, basic courtesy. Mato was the top student among her cohort, just like Amaha. They're both excellent, and indeed suitable to be partners. At that moment, Arima also spoke up. Previously, when Akira was doing her internship, she had been playing whack-a-mole in Ward 24 with him, so he knew her. Arima-san overpaces me. Akira said modestly. I'll fulfill my duties as a superior. Byakuya nodded. At the same time, he could still feel a certain gaze constantly fixed on him. It was Harui's gaze. Arima had just praised Akira too, so why wasn't Haru staring at Akira? Oh. Amaha's subordinate is Akira. That's a bit unexpected, but this works well too. Shinohara, who had just finished chatting with Suzuya, noticed the situation here. Shinohara-san. Akira greeted him. Now Akira can also start working on the front lines. Amaha is very capable, listen to him well. Though with your personality, I probably don't need to remind you of that, haha. Shinohara said. After briefly interacting with Byakuya, Akira left. For her, lingering here to chat was a waste of time. There was no need for excessive conversation before officially becoming partners. She had completely inherited her father Kiryu Mato's workaholic personality. On another side, Kurona and Nishiro were also at the banquet, sitting at the same table as special class Aura. For them, this situation was quite uncomfortable. A table full of delicacies that they couldn't eat a single thing from. Only the drinks were drinkable. Though they didn't like drinking either, compared to those delicacies that tasted completely different in their mouths, at least they could manage the drinks. However, they still had to eat some of the food on the table or it would easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, they had previously learned fake eating from Rise, so they could appear normal in front of Ora-senpai and the other investigators. But it was still torture. Swallowing the food required suppressing the nauseating taste that made them want to vomit. If they actually chewed before swallowing, they couldn't get it down at all. Of course, they had to pretend to chew before swallowing and even show expressions of enjoyment. As for afterward, they would have to go to the bathroom to throw it all up. At that moment, Kyoko Ora beside them vaguely noticed something unusual about Kurona and Nishiro. But she didn't suspect in the direction of Ghoul. After all, normally, being able to pass through the RC detection gates meant they definitely weren't ghouls. Kurona, Nishiro, I believe Amaha First Class should be in that direction. At that moment, Kyoko reminded Kurona and Nishiro. Because the first thing she thought of was that the reason for their unusual behavior was Byakuya. Kurona and Nishiro were both surprised that Ora-senpai would suddenly bring up Byakuya. If you want to go find him, just go ahead. It's fine. Kyoko added. Only then did Kurona and Nishiro somewhat realize why Ora-senpai had suddenly mentioned Byakuya. They both felt somewhat embarrassed. But this also happened to be a fortunate escape from their torture. Going to Byakuya's side would at least be much more relaxing than here. Regardless of what Ora-senpai thought of them, they both wanted to escape from here. Seeing Kurona and Nishiro actually go to find Byakuya, this further confirmed Kyoko's speculation. So Kurona and Nishiro really did have an unusual relationship with that young man. Chapter 170, Amaha-senpai. Kurona and Nishiro arrived just as Akira had left. Moreover, Kurona and Nishiro had just passed by Akira, but they only exchanged glances without paying further attention, as they didn't know each other. Byakuya. Kurona had just started to call Byakuya's name when she noticed that Arima and the rest of Squad 0 were also here. Arima Special Class, UI Associate Special Class, you're all here. Kurona immediately said. As for the others, like Hairu and Shio, Kurona didn't even know their ranks. I hear you're partnered with Aura Special Class now. Work hard and strive for an early promotion to first class. Arima looked friendly, unlike his serious demeanor during battle. We will work hard. Kurona and Nishiro nodded simultaneously. I recall Aura Special Class gave Kurona and Nishiro quite a good evaluation. The promotion to first class probably isn't far off. UI said with a smile. For convenience in addressing Kurona and Nishiro, they had been nicknamed Kuro and Shiro since their academy days. However, Byakuya usually just used Kurona and Nishiro. If he switched to Kuro and Shiro, they wouldn't be pleased. At that moment, seeing Kurona and Nishiro, Suzuya shrank behind Byakuya, not particularly willing to approach them or greet them. Obviously, he still cared about being falsely accused of torturing cats during their academy days. He held a bit of a grudge. Kurona and Nishiro also noticed Suzuya. They felt somewhat awkward. Because Byakuya had previously mentioned to them what had happened during their academy days, saying he had personally witnessed who the real cat torturer was, he just couldn't expose them at the time. Now they were certainly willing to believe what Byakuya said, so they knew they had misunderstood Suzuya. Byakuya could sense the slightly awkward atmosphere and understood what it concerned, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to let Kurona, Nishiro, and Suzuya resolve it themselves. About what happened before, Nishiro and I misunderstood you. Byakuya has already told us that it wasn't you who did it. So Kurona and I need to apologize to you. We happened to run into you today. Kurona and Nishiro broke the awkward atmosphere by taking the initiative to apologize to Suzuya. Since they had been in the wrong first, there was nothing embarrassing about apologizing. Suzuya had been holding a small grudge. Hearing Kurona and Nishiro suddenly apologize, he was quite surprised. His nature was rather simple. Though he lacked certain common sense and moral concepts, he was indeed simple. The moment Kurona and Nishiro apologized to him, that small grudge instantly vanished. His brow relaxed, and he smiled at Kurona and Nishiro. It's fine. I didn't care about that kind of thing. The matter between the Yasuhisa sisters and Suzuya was resolved just that simply. Byakuya smiled with relief. After all, Kurona, Nishiro, and Suzuya were all good-natured at their core. There had just been an awkward misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, things became easy. Next, Byakuya discussed Squad 0 matters with Arima and the others. Given that you'll also be leading subordinates, we'll only call you to join us for missions when you're free or when necessary. The rest of the time, just focus on operating with your subordinate. UI explained the upcoming arrangements for Byakuya in Squad 0. Understood. Byakuya nodded. But there are still a few days before you officially partner with Akira Mato, because we need to wait for headquarters to assign you both to a specific ward. Until then, if you don't mind, you could familiarize yourself with your Squad 0 companions. Shio especially has been saying she wants to go out and hang out with you. UI suggested. Hee hee. Shio immediately smiled and flashed a peace sign at Byakuya. Okay. Byakuya nodded with a smile. The following evening, Byakuya had dinner out with Squad 0 members. Except for Arima, all of Squad 0 had come. Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu apparently has some business with Arima-san, so he couldn't come today. UI explained to Byakuya. He hoped Byakuya wouldn't misunderstand Arima. It's fine. This kind of thing is nothing. Byakuya could fully understand. Arima was a CCG Special Class Investigator, AV Organization Cleaner, and simultaneously a Ajirai Tree's One-Eyed King, at least 3 identities. It was hard for him not to be busy, so Byakuya was very understanding. Then let's order first. It's rare for us to get together like this, so indulging a little is fine. UI received the menu from the server and first handed it to Byakuya. Byakuya, you order first. Byakuya randomly selected something. He didn't have anything he particularly wanted to eat. Then he asked Shio beside him, Shio, what do you like to eat? Shio immediately leaned over. For me, I'll have this. When it came to Hairu's turn, she said, rather than these, I'd prefer after-dinner dessert. But it doesn't seem to be on the menu. It really isn't on the menu. We'd have to buy it ourselves. UI thought for a moment. This is Ward 20. Byakuya's more familiar with it. How about you take her to get some dessert? All right. Byakuya nodded slightly. As they walked out of the restaurant, Hairu smiled at Byakuya, then I'll be in your care, Yamaha-senpai. Senpai. Byakuya was somewhat surprised that Haru would use this form of address. You're older than me, right? And your rank is higher than mine too. Calling you senpai shouldn't be a problem, should it? Haru explained. Looking at it that way, she was probably also a first-class investigator currently, same as Shio. Alright. Byakuya could only respond. Put that way, there really was no problem. Afterward, Byakuya led Haru toward nearby shops that sold desserts. But when they were halfway there, they suddenly spotted someone ahead with somewhat strange attire and behavior. Before Byakuya could say anything to Haru, she directly chased after them. That strange person also noticed and immediately fled. But Haru seemed to have locked onto her target, refusing to let up. Byakuya had no choice but to follow as well. He couldn't just leave Haru and go back alone. Chapter 171, Wolf in the Sheep Pen. Damn it. There weren't supposed to be any investigators patrolling here tonight. The suspicious figure currently being pursued by Haru was, of course, a ghoul. The sudden appearance of both Haruhei and Yamaha Byakuya had clearly caught him off guard. While investigators couldn't act against targets without solid evidence, Haru had charged in with an intimidating presence from the start. Her white combat uniform marked her as anything but ordinary, any ghoul who saw it would panic. Staying calm enough to outwit an investigator in that situation was nearly impossible. Under certain circumstances, playing it cool, standing there without running or showing fear, might let a ghoul slip past an investigator's scrutiny. But this was Haruhei. Her aggressive stance meant she'd already flagged him as a suspect. Running or not, his fate was likely sealed. The ghoul dropped all pretense and bolted, unleashing speed no ordinary human could match in his desperate attempt to escape. Haru, however, was no ordinary human either. As a half-human, her physical abilities far exceeded normal limits. Among half-humans, she was a prodigy, blessed with exceptional dynamic vision and reaction speed. She was also a bit of an airhead and somewhat naive, the type who was difficult to manage. That personality had ultimately contributed to her death in the original story, killed during the Jukiyama family extermination operation. Byakuya followed behind Haru without pushing his full speed, a growing suspicion forming in his mind. They seemed to have left Ward 20's boundaries. This didn't look like Ward 19, perhaps Ward 21 or 22. Hey-san. Byakuya tried to get Haru's attention, but she didn't react at all. She was single-mindedly focused on chasing that ghoul. Before long, they'd arrived at a completely unfamiliar location, or rather, been led there by the ghoul. Finally out of stamina. Haru wore a slight smile, though it carried an unsettling edge. Her innocent tone somehow sent chills down the spine. Humph. You dubs really think I'm scared of you? The ghoul had stopped running for some reason. A mask concealed his features, and his eyes showed no trace of fear as he faced Byakuya and Haru. Then, several more figures emerged from the shadows, each wearing their own distinctive mask. They were obviously all ghouls. Clearly, Byakuya and Haru had been led into a trap. Or rather, they'd walked into it themselves, chasing that ghoul all the way here. From the moment they'd left Ward 20, Byakuya had sensed something was wrong. Now his suspicions had proven correct. Yet Haru's expression remained unchanged. I see. So this must be your hideout. Let me think, Ward 21 has a ghoul organization called Grey Straw, right? That's you, isn't it? She posed the question to the ghouls with an almost leisurely air. No doubt about it, Haru had recognized them as Grey Straw, one of CCG's extermination targets, which explained her relentless pursuit. Byakuya recalled hearing about Grey Straw at CCG. They were Ward 21's most dangerous ghoul organization, responsible for numerous disappearances. Rumors even suggested they practiced cannibalism against their own kind. So what if we are? Neither of you is leaving here alive. The lead ghoul sneered. Even revealing their identity didn't matter, this was their territory, and those two doves didn't appear to be carrying those briefcase-like weapons. Haru turned to Byakuya. Yamaha-senpai, do you have a quinqua I could borrow? She knew perfectly well she hadn't brought her own quinqua today. She wasn't that much of an airhead. But it hadn't occurred to her to consider what would happen if Byakuya hadn't brought one either. I didn't bring mine either. I do have a B-rated dagger, if that helps. Byakuya replied with some embarrassment. This girl is way too impulsive, he thought, though it was certainly in character for Haru. This is a bit awkward. Despite her words, Haru's expression remained cheerfully vacant, she didn't seem troubled at all. Oh well, that works. Mind lending it to me, Yamaha-senpai? In return, I'll make sure to protect you. Sure. Byakuya didn't argue. He pulled out the Scorpion 156 he'd been carrying and handed it to Haru. Good thing he'd made a habit of keeping the dagger on him. Hairu caught the dagger and twirled it between her fingertips before addressing the ghouls with a light smile. Come on then. The gray straw ghouls immediately felt provoked. She's still a dove, don't underestimate her. Everyone attack together. The leader called out the warning. Even if their opponent looked like a young girl fresh out of training, he wasn't taking any chances. The other ghouls managed to suppress their irritation and launched a coordinated assault on Hairu. But Hairu clearly wasn't fighting seriously yet. Surrounded by multiple ghouls, she continued toying with the dagger in her hand. Perhaps she was getting reacquainted with the weapon after so long without using one. Or perhaps she simply didn't consider these ghouls worth her full attention. Facing a barrage of Kagun attacks from multiple ghouls, Hairu dodged while playing with the dagger, evading every strike with effortless grace. Not a single blow so much as grazed her combat uniform. Your coordination's not bad. She even found time to compliment her enemies. Damn it. The ghouls' frustration boiled over. That compliment sounded like pure mockery, they couldn't even touch her. Alright, warm-up's over. Hairu flicked her wrist casually. Their attacks hadn't pressured her in the slightest. Now she was ready to get serious. Meanwhile, Byakuya watched from the sidelines, gaining a first-hand appreciation of Hairu's exceptional dynamic vision and reflexes. Her only flaw, and it was a fatal one, was her recklessness. Hairu closed the distance while weaving through attacks, the dagger's short reach forcing her into close-quarters combat. One moment she looked almost lazy and relaxed. The next, she exploded with terrifying speed. The ghouls hadn't expected a human to move this fast. The sudden burst caught them completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, the nearest ghoul was decapitated before he could react. His head hadn't even hit the ground before another ghoul's throat was slit. These ghouls, none of them even S-rated, were being utterly crushed. This wasn't a case of lambs wandering into a wolf's den. It was a wolf entering the sheep pen. Chapter 172, The Half-Human Lifespan Problem. Get away. Stay back. Watching his companions fall one after another, one ghoul's mind went blank with terror. He flailed his Kagun wildly, desperately trying to kill the dove before him. By pure accident, his strike was unexpectedly tricky, and through sheer coincidence, it synced almost perfectly with another ghoul's attack. One Kagun swept in from the front, another from behind, both horizontal slashes that would simultaneously strike Hairu's head and legs in the next instant. Under normal circumstances, at least from their perspective, there was no way she could dodge this. But, they'd celebrated too soon. Their attacks and coordination were indeed tricky, but Hairu could execute even trickier evasions. Her legs splayed into something approaching a split, yet her toes remained planted on the ground, meaning she could still generate force from her legs. But the absurdity of her position didn't end there. Not only were her legs nearly in a full split, but her upper body had bent backward until it was almost parallel to the ground. Her head came close enough to touch the floor, yet her balance remained perfect, not a single tremor. And while doing all this, she tossed the scorpion dagger into the air with a backhanded flick. Her flexibility, agility, and core strength were all terrifyingly impressive. Both Kagun attacks whiffed completely. She dodged that. The two ghouls gaped in shock. Before they could recover, Hairu had already sprung back up using just the strength of her toes, casually catching the falling dagger. A bit slow on that one. She critiqued their attack while dispatching them both with the dagger. Only one ghoul remained alive, the one Hairu had originally been chasing. His legs had gone weak from fear. This dove was too terrifying. She'd eliminated all his companions without breaking a sweat. Just as Hairu was about to finish off the last ghoul, Byakuya's voice stopped her. "Ihei-san, hold on a moment." Huh. Hairu turned to look at Byakuya with innocent confusion, leaving herself wide open from the ghoul's perspective. But that ghoul was too cautious to attempt a surprise attack. From what he'd seen, this dove's strength was absurdly overwhelming. Any sneak attack would probably just get him killed. Better to use this chance to run. His instincts proved sound. Careless as Hairu might be, she'd been killed in canon by Matsumi and Mero working together, an SS-rated and an S-rated ghoul. And that had only happened because she'd slipped on blood she hadn't noticed. A sub-S-rated ghoul like him had no chance of ambushing her successfully. If he'd actually tried, he'd be the one dying. At this point, Hairu's physical abilities might even exceed those of her 20-year-old self during the Jukiyama family extermination operation. This was due to the half-human lifespan problem. Just as the 19-year-old Kishu Arima from 10 years ago was undoubtedly stronger than the current 29-year-old version. By now, one of Arima's eyes was already affected by glaucoma, the only improvement was that his current quinquas were better than those from a decade ago. Around age 30, a half-human's body would deteriorate to roughly the condition of an 80-year-old human, even though they'd still look about 30 externally. Don't just stand there going, "Aha." Be careful he doesn't escape, at least catch him first. Byakuya quickly reminded her. Hairu really was an airhead. Right, Emaha-senpai. She acknowledged the instruction. Without even fully turning back around, she flicked the dagger at the ghoul like throwing a dart. The blade buried itself precisely in the back of his skull. The impact disrupted his balance, and he collapsed forward uncontrollably. Is this good enough, Emaha-senpai? Hairu smiled at Byakuya. Everything that had just happened seemed like a game to her, nothing worth taking seriously, those ghouls not worth a second thought. Yes, but you really should be more careful going forward. Don't let your guard down, treat every ghoul fight seriously. Byakuya offered the advice with good intentions. After all, in the original story, Hairu's carelessness had cost her life. Okay, Emaha-senpai. She nodded obediently. But given her casual tone, it was hard to tell if she'd actually taken it to heart. Actually. Emaha-senpai, you already seem like a proper superior, even though you haven't officially started leading subordinates yet. Hairu remarked suddenly. Do I? Byakuya hadn't noticed that himself. Let's deal with him first. The reason I stopped you from killing him immediately is that Grey Straw's real base probably isn't here. Otherwise, there'd be more than just these few. True, there were only a handful of them, and they weren't anything special. Hairu nodded slightly. So, keeping him alive is useful. We can make him reveal Grey Straw's actual headquarters. Byakuya spoke matter-of-factly. The simplest approach is to lock him up in Cochlea and let the specialists handle the interrogation. We just wait for him to talk. That makes sense, Emaha-senpai. Hairu nodded in agreement. Byakuya then contacted the CCG Ward 21 branch to handle the scene and arrange for the surviving ghoul to be transferred to Cochlea. Once the Ward 21 investigators arrived, Byakuya and Hairu headed back to Ward 20. Their work here was done. It's been a while since we left. Let's not keep Ui-san and the others worrying. Byakuya checked the time, then called Kori Ui to let him know they were safe. Really? Hairu went off on her own again. Honestly, I'm going to have Arima-san give her a good talking to later. Even through the phone, Ui's exasperation was palpable. Hairu was strong, but she kept making reckless decisions. Anyway, it's good you're both okay. Thanks for keeping an eye on her. Just grab the desserts and get back here, otherwise dinner's going to get cold. Got it. We'll hurry. He ended the call. Chapter 173, Temporary Partners. I'm not going to get any praise from Arima-san this time either. Hairu walked alongside Byakuya, sighing with disappointment. She'd obviously heard his conversation with Ui. Forget praise, it would be something if Arima didn't lecture her. Of course, Kishu Arima rarely did either. He wasn't the type to genuinely praise or reprimand anyone. Any praise from him was typically offhand and perfunctory. Heartfelt acknowledgement from him was essentially unheard of, that was simply his personality. Even so, Byakuya had caught Hairu's attention. Arima mentioned his name far too often. Getting praise from Arima-san is inherently difficult. Byakuya couldn't help but point out. I know, that's why I keep pushing myself to earn it. Hairu replied. If I could surpass you, Emaha-senpai, I feel like I'd have a real shot. Well, good luck with that. Byakuya said. Though rather than focusing on that, I think you should prioritize dealing with Grey Straw. If your performance is impressive enough, you might have a chance. That's what I was thinking too. So I'll be counting on you from here on, Emaha-senpai. Hairu smiled as she spoke. Byakuya blinked. What? Temporary partners. I want to work with you on the Grey Straw extermination mission, Emaha-senpai. That way I can also compare who performs better between us. Hairu clarified. I don't mind, but surpassing me won't be easy. Byakuya replied casually. That's why I said I'll work hard. Looking forward to working with you, Emaha-senpai. Hairu showed no sign of backing down. Looking forward to it. Byakuya nodded. But let's set that aside for now, we need to get the desserts and head back. They'd returned to Ward 20, and Byakuya led Hairu to a bakery. This place has lots of different sweets. Pick whatever you like. He told Hairu. He didn't need anything for himself. Hairu proceeded to buy a substantial haul, melon bread, chocolates, candies. That's quite a lot. Even Byakuya felt compelled to comment. It's fine. Whatever I can't finish, I'll take back with me. Hairu said. By the way, don't you want anything, Emaha-senpai? No, I'm good. I've got plenty at home already. Byakuya replied. Really? Then I'd like to visit sometime, if you don't mind. Hairu said immediately. She clearly wanted to mooch some sweets off him. This put Byakuya in an awkward spot. His earlier comment had just been a polite excuse, there weren't actually any sweets at home. He hadn't expected Hairu to jump on it like this. Of course I don't mind. Just let me know when you want to come over so I can prepare. He could only answer that way. Refusing would only raise suspicions. When the time came, if Hairu actually visited, it would be fine, as long as Rise and the others didn't act strangely. Thanks, Yamaha-senpai. Hairu beamed happily. Chocolate candy melon bread. Walking back, Hairu carried a bag full of sweets in one hand while humming a little tune, her steps light and bouncy. Soon they returned to the restaurant. After dinner, Byakuya said his farewells to the Squad Zero members. Goodbye, Byakuya-san. Shio-ihei called out to him. Don't forget what we agreed on today, Yamaha-senpai. Hairu reminded Byakuya before he left. What did you agree on? Yui asked curiously. Secret. Hairu refused to say. She figured telling him would just get her another lecture, so she kept quiet. What's so mysterious about it? Yui grew even more puzzled. The next day, Hairu submitted an application at CCG headquarters to partner temporarily with Byakuya. It was approved. Byakuya and Hairu would form a temporary partnership to investigate and exterminate Grey Straw. The approval likely came because both Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu and the chairman were Washu family members, and the Ihei were one of the Washu branch families. Although Byakuya was supposed to officially partner with Akira Mato in a few days, CCG headquarters had accounted for this. If the Grey Straw mission wasn't completed by then, Akira would simply join them on the assignment. Subsequently, Byakuya and Hairu were temporarily assigned to the CCG Ward 21 branch. Until they completed the Grey Straw mission, that would be their workplace. Ward 21 wasn't far from Ward 20, and Byakuya saw no downsides to the arrangement. Yamaha-san. You're in Ward 21 too. Takizawa Sido was surprised to see Byakuya at the Ward 21 branch. He didn't recognize Hairu beside him. Yes, I'll be working with Ihei-san here on the Grey Straw investigation. Byakuya nodded. Takizawa's excitement was palpable. He hadn't expected to work alongside his idol in the same ward. His motivation skyrocketed. Yamaha and Ihei, I didn't expect they'd actually send you too. Huji Kusuk remarked. Though, he remembered Byakuya's partner was supposed to be someone else. But he hadn't paid close attention at the time and couldn't recall who Byakuya's actual partner was supposed to be. Huji-san. Byakuya nodded in greeting. Hairu offered a slight bow as well. After brief pleasantries, Byakuya and Hairu went about their business. Once they'd left, Takizawa turned to Huji curiously. Huji-san, who was that girl just now? She's Yamaha-san's partner, right? Who is she? Plus, given how pretty she was, he should have remembered her, yet he had no recollection at all. Huji explained while also offering a warning. That's Hairu Ihei from Squad Zero. She's another prodigy from that garden. Better not to pry too much, Takizawa. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Investigating Grey Straw. Another prodigy, huh? Hearing that word, Takizawa's expression twitched slightly. He'd been quite accomplished during his academy days, but bad luck had placed him in the same year as Akira Mato. The result? He'd become the perpetual runner-up, staying in second place right through graduation. Akira had graduated top of her class, Takizawa had been second. That history had left some psychological scars. But while he might feel competitive about Akira, he wouldn't dare challenge a Squad Zero member like Hairu, especially one from the garden. Takizawa didn't know much about the place called the Garden, but he'd heard rumors. It was supposedly a mysterious facility that trained elite prodigies for CCG. Every young man and woman who emerged from there could skip the academy's basic training entirely. Kishu Arima himself had come from there. Come to think of it, didn't Yamaha-san also join Squad Zero? No wonder he'd be partnered with Ihei-san. Takizawa mused. That makes sense, though I seem to remember Yamaha-san's subordinate was supposed to be someone else. Huji still couldn't recall who it was. Maybe you're misremembering, Huji-san. Could be I'm just getting old. Intelligence on Grey Straw was still being gathered. The Grey Straw member that Byakuya and Hairu had captured was still being transferred to Cochlea. He should arrive soon, but between processing and interrogation, results would take about 2 more days. Of course, Byakuya and Hairu weren't idle during this time, they were conducting their own Grey Straw investigation. After their last experience, Byakuya now made sure to remind Hairu to bring her quinkwa whenever they went out on duty. I wouldn't forget something like that. You're overthinking it, Yamaha-senpai. Hairu waved her quinkwa briefcase. True. Your real problem last time was being too impulsive. We're lucky we didn't run into any strong ghouls, or things could have gotten dangerous. Byakuya continued his cautioning. Not that Hairu would take it to heart so easily. Put your quinkwa in my bag for now. I'll hand it to you if we need it. Byakuya had already stowed his own quinqua in his backpack. Hairu obediently handed her briefcase over. Then something seemed to occur to her. By the way, Amaha-senpai, are you still a student? More or less. I'm only on temporary leave, I can go back anytime. Byakuya said. Being a first-class investigator now, Kami University gave him plenty of leeway. His CCG work took priority. That sounds nice. I've never been to school. I wonder what it's like. Hairu sighed wistfully. As a half-human raised in the sunlit garden, all she'd ever known was combat training. You could try applying to headquarters. Balancing school with CCG work isn't bad, actually. Byakuya suggested. Of course, he was just making conversation. Half-humans from the sunlit garden were bound to the washus with little freedom of their own. Nimura Furuta was the one exception. Somehow, despite being AV organization logistics operative, he'd managed to attend Kami University for 4 years before joining CCG. Perhaps his father, Tsuneyoshi Washu, had shown him some favoritism as an unacknowledged illegitimate son. Tsuneyoshi had been quite fond of Furuta during his childhood, often reading books with him in private. But due to Washu tradition, father and son couldn't acknowledge each other in front of other clan members. So it wasn't surprising that Tsuneyoshi would grant Furuta some privileges. From another perspective, it showed that even Tsuneyoshi Washu, the Washu patriarch himself, was constrained by clan tradition. Both Furuta and Rise Kamishiro deeply resented these fundamentally unfair Washu traditions. I could try, but they probably won't approve. Hairu said it lightly, knowing it was hopeless. Byakuya kept his thoughts to himself. He'd be overthrowing Washu control sooner or later anyway. When that happened, these half-human children from the sunlit garden would finally be free. They patrolled Ward 21 streets, searching for any leads on Grey Straw. Both wore Squad Zero's distinctive white combat uniforms, though this wouldn't alert Ward 21 schools, as long as they kept their quinquas out of sight. Since almost no ghoul who'd encountered Squad Zero had survived, the local ghouls wouldn't recognize the uniform's significance. Aside from that time Byakuya had defeated and then allied with Ito, Kishuarima had never failed a mission, especially not when the Washa wanted someone cleaned. Amaha-senpai, after work today, could you take me back to that shop from before? During their patrol, Hairu brought up post-work desserts. Sure. Byakuya replied with mild exasperation. At least Hairu wasn't trying to run off and buy sweets right now. She understood that came after work. Just then, Hairu stopped walking. She turned to look at a shipping container nearby. There's a strange smell coming from in there. Yeah, something rotting. Let's check it out. Byakuya had noticed it too, the stench of decomposing human remains. They approached the container, only to find it locked from inside. No choice then Amaha-senpai, mind passing me my quinqua? Hairu was ready to force it open. Byakuya retrieved her quinqua from his bag and handed it over. Hairu triggered the biometric release immediately, and the briefcase transformed into a long sword-shaped quinqua. The S+ rated Rinkaku quinqua, Aus. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Sweet Girl, Dark Heart. Hairu swung the sword backhanded, slicing open the container door. There we go, made a little opening. She smiled. Let's see what's inside. Light flooded into what had been pitch darkness. Inside lay a section of human remains, bones, long since rotted. Clearly the source of the stench. Huddled in the corner were a mother and daughter. Both wore tattered clothes. The mother looked gaunt and sallow, the daughter was in slightly better condition but still covered in grime, clearly malnourished. The little girl trembled uncontrollably. Between the human bones and their visible fear, Hairu already strongly suspected they were ghouls. Human? Or ghoul? Hairu questioned them softly, her smile still in place. But that smile only terrified the pair further, especially with the long sword in her hand. Neither dared speak. The mother clutched her daughter protectively. Why won't you answer? Is it because you're ghouls and you're afraid to admit it? Hairu stepped inside, sword in hand. Her intent was obvious, force them to reveal their Kakugan and Kagun, then eliminate them with justification. Just as she was about to proceed, Byakuya stepped in front of her. First, tell me how these human remains got here. We didn't do it. We were just so hungry we went looking for bodies of people who'd killed themselves. We haven't hurt any humans. I swear. The mother rushed to explain, desperate for any chance at survival. Do you have proof? Hairu asked. No. It wasn't a matter of proof, there was simply no way to provide any. But I can give you details. I found these bone fragments near the train tracks, from someone who'd killed themselves by jumping in front of a train. We really didn't kill them. I'm sorry, but that isn't valid evidence. Also, you just admitted to being ghouls. So please die now. Hairu raised her sword without hesitation, ready to strike. Mama. The little girl, who couldn't have been more than a few years old, screamed in terror. But the mother didn't resist. She simply held her daughter tight, still pleading. Even if I did kill them, please spare my child. She's innocent. She's too young to hunt humans. Yet Hairu showed no sign of hesitation. When it came to ghouls, she was utterly ruthless. Wait. Byakuya stopped her. What is it, Amaha-senpai? Hairu paused obediently, turning to him with that vacant, curious expression. She actually listened to what Byakuya said. He was her superior now, even if only temporarily. If I'm not mistaken, you're injured. Byakuya addressed the mother directly. Did you fight other investigators before this? Or did something else happen? This wound. I got it protecting my daughter. From other ghouls. Her tone had gone flat, resigned. She didn't expect mercy. Other ghouls. Can you tell me specifically who? Byakuya pressed. He recalled from CCG intelligence that Grey Straw was notorious for cannibalism, preying ruthlessly on ghouls outside their organization. CCG knew this because they'd repeatedly found ghoul corpses in Ward 21 with their kakuhu devoured, clear signs of ghoul-on-ghoul predation. I'm not sure exactly who. I just know they were from Grey Straw. The mother answered, head bowed. Good. Then I can offer you a way out, provided these remains really aren't someone you killed, and you help me lure out the Grey Straw ghoul. Byakuya made his decision, offering the mother and daughter a path to survival. Rather than killing these possibly innocent ghouls, better to use them to find Grey Straw leads. The mother froze, as if unable to believe she and her daughter might actually survive this. The little girl was too traumatized by Hairu to register Byakuya's words. Amaha-senpai. Hairu seemed surprised that Byakuya would let them go. If this human really wasn't killed by them, and they provide us with reliable intelligence, I don't see the need to eliminate them. Byakuya explained. All right, whatever you say, Amaha-senpai. Hairu didn't necessarily agree, but she was willing to follow her superior's orders. So, will you cooperate? Byakuya turned back to the mother and daughter. Yes. Yes. We'll cooperate. The mother nodded frantically, afraid he might not hear, repeating herself twice for emphasis. Good. But before anything else, clean up these remains. Byakuya reminded them. Right. We'll take care of it immediately. The mother dropped to the ground and began consuming the remaining bones. For her, this was the most practical solution. She'd been rationing them to stave off hunger, but survival took priority now. She had to obey. She gave most to her daughter, taking only a small portion herself. As they ate, both mother and daughter's kakugan involuntarily manifested. Seeing those red and black eyes, Hairu nearly struck instinctively, but she held back. Watching this, Byakuya felt a complex mix of emotions. If he hadn't been here, this ghoul mother and daughter would already have been killed by Hairu, who'd followed the scent of decay. The half-human children raised by the washu in the sunlit garden had been molded into cold-blooded killing machines against ghouls. Hairu's airhead demeanor made her especially unsettling among them. There was something distinctly sweet girl, dark heart about her. And yet the washu themselves were a ghoul clan, deliberately creating these killing machines to persecute ordinary ghouls. It was hard to know what to make of it. This was ultimately about hierarchy, the cruel irony of an oppressor class creating disposable weapons out of their own kind to persecute others, caring nothing for either group. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, The Strange Amaha-senpai. While the mother and daughter wolfed down the remaining bones, Byakuya and Hairu waited outside the shipping container. Amaha-senpai, you felt sorry for those two ghouls just now, didn't you? Hairu leaned against the container, idly tapping her boot against the ground as she spoke. No. I simply made a rational judgment that keeping them alive would benefit our investigation. Byakuya wasn't about to admit anything. I can tell, you know you definitely went soft on them, Amaha-senpai. Hairu tilted her head toward him. I won't tell anyone, so just admit it. Her tone had taken on an almost coquettish quality. Soft or not, our interests come first. Byakuya replied evenly. So I was right. Who would have thought Amaha-senpai would be so gentle toward ghouls? Hairu smiled as she spoke. She didn't approve of his behavior, but she didn't find it objectionable either. She'd been raised in the sunlit garden, taught from childhood that all ghouls deserved death, every last one of them. She could sense that the mother and daughter had emotions just like humans. But that wouldn't make her show mercy. She was simply curious about Amaha-senpai, finding him hard to understand. Someone with such formidable strength, yet willing to spare a ghoul mother and child. Byakuya chose not to respond. Just then, the mother emerged from the container with her daughter. Sir, we finished. And here's what you asked for. The mother handed Byakuya a small fragment of bone. This was exactly what he'd requested, just this tiny piece would be enough to identify the deceased. Beyond that, they'd consumed all the remaining bones inside. Not even scraps were left. Good. Now let's discuss the gray straw ghoul who attacked you. Have you thought of a way to lure him out? Byakuya asked. Well, gray straw ghouls don't really move during the day. We'd only have a chance to draw him out at night. If we just walk into his feeding ground, that should do it. The mother spoke carefully, her voice small and deferential in Byakuya's presence. So we need to wait until nightfall. All right, but first, take us to those train tracks you mentioned. If there are still remains there, that'll prove you weren't lying. Byakuya said. Yes, sir. The mother agreed immediately, though she worried there might not be any bones left from the same victim. Fortunately, when they reached the area near the train tracks, they found plenty of scattered bone fragments and flesh, clearly the remains of someone who'd thrown themselves in front of a train, their body torn apart on impact. The specifics would need professional verification. Byakuya quickly arranged for investigators to bring a medical examiner to the scene. The rest was their job. Byakuya did all this simply because he wanted the mother and daughter to survive. For ghouls who survived on human corpses, he saw no need to hunt them to extinction. Better to spend that effort on eliminating the Washa clan, the true architects of this system. Going forward, the ghoul mother and daughter would accompany Byakuya and Hairu. They couldn't wander the streets, or gray straw ghouls might notice something was off. With nothing else to do, Byakuya took them to a cafe in Ward 21. While waiting for nightfall, he let the mother and daughter have some coffee, one of the few normal foods ghouls could consume. It wouldn't do much to satisfy their hunger, but every little bit helped. Inside the cafe, the pair sat nervously, clearly surprised that someone would bring them to a place like this for coffee. Byakuya had been friendly throughout, but Hairu's presence terrified them. They sipped their coffee with extreme caution. Drink as much as you'd like. We'll just sit here until dark. Byakuya told them. Thank you, sir. The mother replied immediately. She also gently nudged her daughter, prompting her to thank Byakuya as well. Thank you, big brother. The little girl's voice was barely audible. But hearing her daughter call him big brother instead of sir, the mother's heart sank. She quickly corrected her. You can't just call him that. It should be Lord Amaha. It's fine. Byakuya waved his hand dismissively. There's really no need to call me sir. I'm just an ordinary investigator. Call me whatever you want. All right. The mother nodded, suddenly feeling that this young investigator was surprisingly easy to talk to. He really had been kind to them from the start, almost as if he didn't see them as enemies at all. She'd never heard of an investigator like this. Ghouls generally assumed all doves were dangerous and terrifying, like the pink-haired girl beside him. The thought made her glance involuntarily toward Hairu. Their eyes met. Hairu wasn't displaying any murderous intent at the moment. In fact, she didn't really have that kind of expression, even when exterminating ghouls, she wore a smile. Which somehow made her even more terrifying. Hairu smiled slightly. Is something wrong? And no, nothing. The mother quickly looked away, not daring to meet Hairu's gaze. By the way, what are your names? Byakuya asked the pair. We don't have family names, but we do have given names. I'm Maya. My daughter is Ako. The woman who called herself Maya answered. Ako. That's a lovely name. Perhaps because of Byakuya's influence, Hairu showed no hostility toward them now. She even smiled at the little girl as she spoke. Thank you. Ako's thanks came out very quietly, her eyes darting nervously. She was clearly still afraid of Hairu. Still scared of me. Well, I suppose that makes sense. I almost killed you both earlier. Hairu's airheadness surfaced again, she said this right to their faces, her expression still innocent and guileless. Chapter 177, Let the Slaughter Begin. What child wouldn't be terrified of a smiling big sister who could cheerfully talk about killing them? Especially one as timid as Ako. She still didn't dare respond. Don't be afraid. She's my partner, she won't hurt you now. Byakuya addressed Maya and Ako. Oh okay. Only after hearing the kind big brother say this did Ako give a small nod. Then she mustered her courage to speak to Hairu. Hello, big sister. Good girl. Hairu responded with a friendly smile. As long as someone wasn't marked for extermination, Hairu harbored no real malice or prejudice. In the original story, nearly everyone within CCG knew that Sasaki Hayes was a one-eyed ghoul. If Hairu truly held murderous intent toward all ghouls, she would have attacked Sasaki, the amnesiac Kaneki, long ago. Byakuya, Hairu, and the ghoul mother and daughter remained at the cafe until nightfall. Byakuya and Haru skipped dinner entirely, prioritizing the gray straw investigation. It should be about time. We can head out now. Maya spoke up. She then led Akio through the streets, heading toward the gray straw ghouls' feeding ground. Byakuya and Haru followed at a distance, appearing like random passers-by who happened to be walking the same direction. Their Quinqua briefcases stayed hidden in Byakuya's backpack, minimizing any chance of alerting gray straw. Once Maya and Akio reached the target ghoul's territory, conveniently in an area with few people around, the fish took the bait. A tall figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He wore a mask, his eyes regarding Maya and Akio with arrogance. Well, you two again. You got lucky last time, and you dare come back to my turf. Maya kept her expression calm and said nothing, though her tight grip on Akio's hand betrayed her tension. She wanted to trust that the two investigators behind her wouldn't betray them, but she couldn't help worrying about what might go wrong. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Haru continued approaching like ordinary pedestrians. They closed to within a few meters of the gray straw ghoul. Seeing Maya and Akio standing there motionless, their expressions showing more anticipation than fear, the ghoul began to sense something was off. It felt like they were waiting for something. But by then it was too late. Byakuya and Haru suddenly exploded with terrifying speed, no wind-up, no warning. Two Quinqua briefcases shot out of Byakuya's backpack, landing in their respective hands. The two of them were already within arm's reach, each holding one of those weapons doves love to carry. Only then did the ghoul realize what was happening. He frantically released his Rinkaku gun to fight back, but before it could fully extend from his Kakuo, 13th Jason was already descending. The diagonal slash carved a massive wound across his face. Arg! The ghoul screamed in agony. His reflexes were actually quite good. Recognizing his opponent's overwhelming strength, two doves working together, he immediately abandoned resistance and fled. Byakuya exchanged a glance with Haru, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Before setting out, he'd already briefed her on the battle plan: don't kill the target right away. Let him flee to his companions for help, that way they could eliminate more Grey Straw members in one operation. So now Byakuya and Haru pretended they couldn't quite catch up, maintaining hot pursuit. As for the ghoul mother and daughter, he'd already arranged for them to find somewhere safe to hide, away from any Grey Straw retaliation. Seeing how things had unfolded, Maya knew it was time to take Akio and disappear. She hurried her daughter away from the scene. Byakuya and Haru chased for quite a distance. The fleeing ghoul was starting to question reality. He'd never encountered humans he couldn't shake off. Sure, they were doves, but they were still human, weren't they? When he hunted humans normally, he could easily slaughter ordinary people using just his physical abilities, no Kagun needed. But tonight felt like something out of a nightmare. He'd run into two absolutely ridiculous doves. Little did he know Byakuya was holding back. Haru, on the other hand, was pushing close to her limits at this speed. Half-humans were stronger than normal humans, but that didn't mean they could casually outperform ghouls physically. Haru was already considered a prodigy among half-humans. Someone on Kishuarima's level was extraordinarily rare. Keiko, the V organization's leader, barely qualified as another example. The anime made Keiko's death look rather anticlimactic, but in the manga he performed impressively, wielding the SSS-rated Quinqua owl made from Yoshimura's arm, fighting multiple opponents alone. As both a half-human and Arima's childhood mentor, his strength might fall short of Arima's but not by much. Help me! Someone help me! The terrified ghoul screamed for reinforcements as he ran. Though his regeneration was already healing the wound on his face, the lingering pain only intensified his fear of death. Those two doves behind him were terrifyingly strong. After screaming down an entire street, he actually managed to summon quite a few allies. What's going on? Those two chasing you are doves. Look at what they're carrying, definitely doves. We can't let them run wild on our turf. Everyone together. We outnumber them, there's only two of them. Byakuya quickly scanned the ghouls appearing before him. All of them could manifest Kagun, be rated at minimum by CCG standards. The question was whether they could draw out an S-rated leader or lieutenant. CCG's intelligence on Grey Straw was still incomplete. They only knew the organization had at least one S-rated ghoul. That should be enough. Byakuya slowed his pace and gave Haru a heads up. Let the slaughter begin. That unsettling smile spread across Haru's face again. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, So many girls at Senpai's house. Facing roughly a dozen ghouls, Haru casually twirled the longsword in her hand. This time her attitude was a bit more serious, she wanted to compete with Amaha-senpai and hoped to outperform him. The ghouls attacked en masse. The one who'd been fleeing and screaming moments ago found his courage now that backup had arrived, turning to join the assault. Kagun lashed toward them in a dizzying flurry. Byakuya remained calm and composed. His rear foot drove down with tremendous force, cracking the ground beneath him. The explosive power launched his entire body forward, allowing him to weave through the incoming Kagun in seemingly impossible positions. He planted one foot on a Kagun, using it as a pivot point while swinging 13's Jason. The heavy sword form Quinqua moved as nimbly as a small dagger in his hands. He leaped through the air, passing between the ghouls, his blade delivering merciless strikes. In the blink of an eye, ghouls were either having their throats cut or their Kagun severed. Byakuya stopped in front of the rearmost ghoul, driving his blade through the target's abdomen and destroying the kakuhu at his waist. Oh my. Yamaha-senpai's so fast. Hairu had been ready to join in, only to find that more than half the ghouls had already been dealt with. If she didn't act immediately, there wouldn't be anything left for her. Ding. Host eliminated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host eliminated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Byakuya and Hairu dispatched the ghouls with minimal effort. These were all Grey Straw members, but they still hadn't located Grey Straw's actual base. At least they'd significantly weakened the organization's numbers. Detailed intelligence would have to wait for word from Cochlea, tomorrow at the earliest, the day after at the latest. Is that all of them? Just this handful? Hairu seemed unsatisfied. Blood from the battle had splattered across her face and clothes, making her smile even more unsettling. That's actually not a small number. Now we wait for Cochlea's intel. Byakuya said. Then let's go get dinner, Yamaha-senpai. I'm getting hungry. Hairu seemed completely oblivious to the blood covering her. Before we eat, at least wipe the blood off your face. And maybe change your clothes. Byakuya pointed out. Does it matter? I can just tell people we were fighting ghouls. Hairu said. That's technically true, but wouldn't it be simpler to just wash up and change? Saves having to explain everywhere we go. Byakuya reasoned. If Hairu walked into a restaurant looking like this, someone would definitely call the police. Then things would get complicated. Fine, but I'd have to go home first to change. I live in Ward 1, which is pretty far. Hairu pressed a finger to her chin, adopting an innocent thinking pose. Yamaha-senpai lives in Ward 20, right? That's close by. How about I just go to your place? That's not impossible. Byakuya could only steel himself and agree. Let me call home first. Okay. Hairu nodded. She assumed it was just Yamaha-senpai's family, so she didn't think much of it. Byakuya immediately called Rise Kamishiro. When she picked up, he said just one sentence. A colleague is coming to the house. Those few words contained enough information. Rise would understand. She did understand, but she had another question. Male or female? Female. Byakuya answered. Rise said nothing more and simply hung up. Byakuya felt a twinge of awkwardness, though he didn't let it show. Good thing he'd planned ahead. The night Hairu mentioned wanting to visit, he'd briefed Rise and the others. If he ever called to say a colleague was coming over, they should prepare some sweets, melon bread, chocolates, that sort of thing. He hadn't expected to need that contingency so soon. Hairu had been standing right there and heard his entire conversation with Rise. But it sounded perfectly ordinary, nothing unusual, so she had no particular reaction. Is my sudden visit causing trouble for you, Yamaha-senpai? Hairu asked. Not at all. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Actually, you're very welcome. Good. If it was going to be a bother, I wouldn't go. Hairu's tone relaxed somewhat. From Ward 21 to Ward 20, even without taking the subway, walking didn't take very long. Arriving at Byakuya's front door, Hairu gazed at the imposing structure before her. It's huge. They crossed the courtyard and entered. Excuse me. Hairu called out a greeting and removed her boots at the entryway. She didn't ask if there were slippers for her, simply walking in with just her white socks. The interior floors were actually quite clean. Everyone in the house normally wore dedicated indoor shoes, so Hairu's socks wouldn't get dirty. Rise, Mayu, Kurona, and Nishiro were all seated on the living room sofa. Matsumi and Kane were busy cleaning the house. They'd all learned from Rise that a female investigator would be visiting tonight, so seeing the unfamiliar Hairu didn't surprise them. However, Kurona and Nishiro were staring at Hairu with carefully blank expressions, though their eyes betrayed their concern. Byakuya brought another girl home. It hasn't even been that long and he's brought yet another new girl. At this rate, even a house this big won't have enough room. Hairu immediately sensed the twins' gazes and looked back at them with innocent curiosity. But she didn't address Kurona or Nishiro. Instead, her surprised tone was directed at the room in general. So, Yamaha-senpai has this many girls living with him. Chapter 179, just keep wearing it. Only Kane, disguised as male, wasn't immediately identifiable by gender. Everyone else, Rise Kamishiro, Corona Yasuhisa, Nishiro Yasuhisa, Mayu, and Matsumi, were clearly female. 5 girls total. All gathered in the living room. Seeing so many at once startled Hairu a bit. Her first thought was that these must be Yamaha-senpai's sisters. Byakuya could only offer an awkward smile, finding the question difficult to answer. I'm Hairu Ihei, Yamaha-senpai's temporary subordinate. Sorry to intrude on such short notice. Hairu smiled politely at Rise and the others. It's fine. But what do you mean by temporary subordinate? Rise smiled back. Yamaha-senpai's official partner hasn't arrived yet, and there happened to be a mission requiring both of us. Since Yamaha-senpai didn't have a subordinate assigned yet, we're partnered temporarily. Hairu explained simply. She didn't feel comfortable sharing mission details with outsiders, meaning anyone who wasn't a CCG investigator. There's another official partner. A hint of wariness entered Rise's eyes. Male or female? Well. Hairu hesitated slightly, turning to Byakuya. Yamaha-senpai, is it okay to say? This involved their colleague Akira Mato's business. She didn't want to speak carelessly without checking with Yamaha-senpai first. As Akira's superior, his permission would be sufficient. It's fine. Go ahead. Byakuya said casually. Being evasive at a time like this would only create more problems. After all. He could feel Rise, Corona, and Nishiro's gazes fixed on him. Mayu seemed fairly innocent, apparently not concerned about any of this. Matsumi and Kane continued cleaning as if nothing was happening. Though they were still paying attention to what was being said near their master. They were somewhat surprised that their master had dared to bring a CCG investigator directly home. Even if she was a colleague, this seemed risky. After all, the household currently included 4 ghouls, Rise, Mayu, and the 2 of them. Matsumi and Kane didn't yet know about Corona and Nishiro's half-ghoul status. If they did, that would make 6. Everyone except Byakuya was a ghoul. If a colleague found out, the consequences. Alright. I believe Yamaha-senpai's official partner is also female. With Yamaha-senpai's permission, Hairu answered Rise. I see. Rise didn't say anything more, but the slightly stiff smile on her face spoke volumes. I'll go shower and change then. I'll need to borrow some of Yamaha-senpai's clothes and your bathroom. Hairu planned to take a full shower and change, getting all the blood off at once. Sure. Byakuya nodded. The white combat uniform was the same design for both men and women. CCG had made him 3 custom sets, the standard attire for Squad 0 operations. He actually liked the look of the white uniform, so he often wore it when going out. Since he had 3 sets, lending one to Hairu was no problem. But there was one issue. The combat uniform was just outerwear and pants, it didn't include undergarments or underwear. By the time Byakuya remembered this, Hairu had already entered the bathroom. But since she hadn't mentioned it, she probably had some way of dealing with it, right? Byakuya, that woman just now, is she also from your Squad 0? Rise's tone was actually quite serious. She'd noticed Hairu's outfit matched Byakuya's, and he'd previously mentioned this was Squad 0's standard attire. She also recognized the name, Ihei. That's right. Meaning she's from that place. Byakuya said quietly. I thought so. Fortunately, I almost never encountered her when I was at the Sunlit Garden. She doesn't know what I look like. Rise said. She'd escaped the Sunlit Garden early. Though she and Hairu were roughly the same age, she'd never made any effort to interact with the other garden children, so she had no memory of ever meeting Hairu. Rise didn't question why Byakuya had brought Hairu home. He'd mentioned something about this possibility before, and she knew he usually had his reasons. As the person who understood him best, she felt no need to pry. However, one thing was one thing, another was another. Speaking of which, you don't need to work tonight anyway. Why did you have to lend her your uniform? Couldn't you have just lent her my clothes? Rise still had a complaint for Byakuya. I also think Rise-san's concern is reasonable. Corona spoke up. Agreed. Nishiro followed immediately. Mayu sat to the side, not daring to speak. She'd worn Byakuya's jacket before, and what Rise was questioning was essentially the same thing. I just agreed without thinking much about it. Byakuya explained honestly. At that moment, Hairu emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered and already dressed. Byakuya's uniform was a bit large on her, their height difference made that inevitable, and Hairu was exactly 160 centimeters. But her figure was excellent. Cinching the waist a bit tighter kept it from looking too baggy. It would do. She'd heard Yamaha-senpai and the others talking, something like an argument about this. If I've caused any trouble, I can give it back to Yamaha-senpai right now. As she spoke, Haru began unfastening her clothes, apparently ready to strip off the uniform right there and return it to Byakuya. And the key point was, she was probably not wearing anything underneath. Wait. Rise quickly stopped her, her smile looking rather forced now. Just keep wearing it. We were only joking around. Haru's airheadedness had left even Rise somewhat exasperated. Chapter 180, Boyfriend. Haru packed up her old clothes, planning to take them home to wash. Before leaving, she eyed some sweets arranged in the living room. Could I take some of these? She asked Byakuya first. Of course. Byakuya nodded. These sweets had been prepared specifically for Haru anyway. None of them normally ate such things, everyone except him was a ghoul. Even if they wanted to eat them, they couldn't. Great, thank you, Yamaha-senpai. Haru expressed her gratitude. She took a portion of the sweets, then left with Byakuya accompanying her. A few minutes earlier, Byakuya had been discussing related matters with Rise. Byakuya and Ehei-san haven't had dinner yet, right? Unfortunately, we're out of groceries today, and it's too late to go shopping. You'll have to eat out. Rise had said to Byakuya and Haru. This wasn't just an excuse, the refrigerator really was empty. More importantly, she found the prospect of having to fake eat too troublesome. Having to buy groceries late at night and then pretend to eat. Far easier to just send Byakuya and Haru out to dinner. Haru had nodded. Okay. And while you're at it, Byakuya should escort Ehei-san all the way home. It would be dangerous for her to encounter trouble on the way, this is prime ghoul activity time. Rise had continued. She was being thorough. Though Haru's half-human status obviously meant she was strong, there was always the possibility of something unexpected. Like Nimura Furuta scheming against her. That had to be considered. If Haru were ambushed by Furuta right after visiting Byakuya's house, he'd become the prime suspect. CCG would investigate, and the resulting complications would snowball. Byakuya understood Rise's reasoning, so he simply nodded without comment. Any ideas for dinner? Not many restaurants will still be open this late. Walking along, Byakuya asked Haru. I could make a recommendation, though it's in Ward 1. Haru said. That's fine. I'm walking you home anyway. Byakuya said. Then I appreciate it, Yamaha-senpai. Haru smiled. Even at this late hour, Tokyo's 23 wards still had late subway trains running, so they were heading toward the station. Midway there, Byakuya suddenly asked Haru, by the way, under my uniform, you're wearing something warm, right? He felt awkward asking directly, so he phrased it delicately. The combat uniform was just outerwear and pants, it didn't include undershirts or underwear. When he'd noticed bare skin at her collar, he'd had an uneasy feeling. That's what prompted the question. Nope, nothing underneath. Haru said matter-of-factly. Everything I was wearing got dirty, so I couldn't put it back on. Just as Byakuya had suspected. He couldn't help saying, you can't just wear nothing underneath. What if you catch cold? Though given a half-human's constitution, that worry was probably unnecessary. You don't need to fuss over this, Yamaha-senpai. I'm wearing your clothes, so no one's going to see anything. Haru smiled. Clearly, she didn't consider this anything to be embarrassed about. Since Haru had said as much, pressing further would just be meddling. It still felt awkward, though, the girl beside him wearing his clothes in that state. Could it be? Yamaha-senpai was imagining things just now. Haru suddenly asked, catching him off guard. No. Byakuya denied it calmly. Hee, I was just teasing. Haru laughed. But seriously, your clothes are really big, Yamaha-senpai. I keep feeling like the pants' legs are about to drag on the ground. It's distracting. That's easy to fix. Byakuya crouched down and rolled up her pants' legs. There. They won't slip down now, as long as you don't kick too hard. Thanks, senpai. Haru was a bit surprised that Yamaha-senpai would personally do something like this for her. Such a simple thing, she could have done it herself. But watching him do it for her felt different somehow. They took the subway to Ward 1. Following Haru's recommendation, Byakuya accompanied her to a restaurant. Haru seemed to be a regular. The owner, a friendly-looking middle-aged man, greeted her as soon as she walked in. Ehei-san, working late again today. Yeah, I was busy catching ghouls until just now. Haru replied. Is this Ehei-san's colleague? Don't think I've seen him before. The owner glanced at the unfamiliar face beside her. He's my colleague and my superior. Haru nodded. Oh. The usual today then? The owner asked. Yes, the usual tonkatsu ramen. Then Haru turned to Byakuya. What kind of ramen would you like, Yamaha-senpai? I recommend the tonkatsu or the curry ramen. I'll have the tonkatsu too, Byakuya said casually. He hadn't eaten much ramen before and didn't know how this place tasted. Ordering the same as Haru seemed safest. Got it, 2 tonkatsu ramen. The owner called back to the kitchen. Shortly after, the owner's wife brought out 2 large, steaming bowls of freshly made ramen, setting them on Byakuya and Haru's table. Haru ate while chatting with the owner and his wife, apparently a well-established routine. Being a ghoul investigator must be tough work. So dangerous, and always working late. The owner's wife sighed. It's not so bad. I actually enjoy the job. Haru smiled. Well, as long as you're happy. By the way, Ihei-san, do you have a boyfriend yet? Someone like Ihei-san must have high standards. Probably hasn't found the right match. The owner and his wife suddenly turned to gossip. Such conversations almost inevitably drifted in this direction, especially when chatting with older relatives or acquaintances. Boyfriend. Haru's expression turned innocently puzzled, as if she had no concept of such a thing. Chapter 181, Temporary Command of Ward. Seeing Haru's expression and reaction, the owner and his wife were both surprised. Could it be that you don't really understand romance, Haru-chan? The owner's wife couldn't help asking. I understand what it means, but I've never really thought about it. Haru explained. Is that so? Back when my husband and I were your age, we were already together. The owner's wife reminisced. Really? That sounds kind of interesting. Haru replied with innocent curiosity. Of course it is. Being in love is a wonderful feeling, especially at your age when you're in the prime of youth. Wait until you're older and you won't feel the same way anymore. The owner's wife said. I see. Haru fell into thought. Meanwhile, Byakuya sat there quietly eating his ramen, staying completely out of Haru's conversation with the owners. Then suddenly, Haru turned to him. Yamaha-senpai, why don't you try being my boyfriend? The owner and his wife's eyes lit up at this. It had nothing to do with them, really, but this kind of gossip was always irresistibly fascinating. Are you serious? Please don't joke about things like this. Byakuya said, somewhat exasperated. Knowing Haru was an airhead, he couldn't just dismiss something like this. Alright, I guess I was kind of joking. But if you're willing, Yamaha-senpai, I think we could give it a try. Haru smiled as she spoke. I should remind you, romance isn't something you just try. You need to genuinely like someone and think it through carefully first. Byakuya pointed out. Though he'd liked Haru since before his transmigration, he didn't want to be careless about this. It would feel like taking advantage of her innocence. So that's how it works. I understand now. Haru nodded slightly, seeming to genuinely get it. The owner and his wife wore knowing expressions, their meaningful gazes shifting between Byakuya and Haru. After finishing their ramen, Byakuya walked Haru all the way to her door before heading back. Goodbye, Yamaha-senpai. Before entering, Haru turned and waved at him. Goodbye. Byakuya responded. The next morning. Byakuya was brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. He was puzzled, who would come this early? Normally, no one visited at this hour. Kurona, sitting closest in the living room, went to check through the peephole. It was Haru Ihei, the same girl who'd come home with Byakuya last night. Kurona's eyes flickered slightly, her expression flat. Byakuya, it's Ihei-san from yesterday. Byakuya Onayakins Jr. is certainly dedicated. Nishiro's tone was cool. How nice, having such a cute junior come to your house first thing in the morning to wake you up. Rise teased directly. I don't think you were expecting Ihei-san to show up suddenly, were you? Only Mayu's words carried no hint of teasing, she was simply too innocent. Matsumi and Kane didn't participate in this kind of conversation. Byakuya could only feel helpless. Let her in. Sorry to intrude again. Haru gave a slight bow as she entered, then continued, there was an incident at the Ward 21 subway station today. My train stopped in Ward 20, so I thought I'd come to Yamaha-senpai's place. A malfunction. Just an accident. Or did something happen? Byakuya's intuition told him this probably wasn't a simple accident. It wasn't an accident. A group of ghouls attacked the Ward 21 station around dawn. There were civilian casualties, and the station's been temporarily shut down. Haru explained. Based on current speculation, those ghouls were probably Grey Straw members. They're likely retaliating against us. So it was them after all. I understand. Let's head out and see if there's been any progress on the Grey Straw intelligence. Byakuya's eyes hardened. He quickly changed into his white combat uniform and left with his backpack containing the Quinqua briefcase. Haru was no longer wearing the uniform Byakuya had lent her last night, From how perfectly it fit, it was clearly her own. She'd hand-washed his clothes as soon as she'd gotten home, planning to return them once they dried. Stay safe. Rai spoke as Byakuya headed out. Safety comes first. If Byakuya Onaikan gets hurt, it'll give me a headache. Kurona and Nishiro added. Be careful on the way, Onaikan. Mayu chimed in. Though I doubt we need to worry given Master's strength, I still feel I should remind you not to be too careless. Matsumi felt she should say something. I share the head maid's sentiment. Kane was more perfunctory. I will. Byakuya smiled and nodded. Byakuya and Hairu walked directly to the CCG Ward 21 branch. Upon arrival, they received news. The interrogation at Cochlea had produced results. The captured ghoul hadn't held out long before revealing the intelligence they needed. With Grey Straw's exact location now known, and given their attack on the subway station that had caused casualties, CCG raised their threat assessment. They urged Byakuya and Hairu to launch a special countermeasures operation, essentially, an extermination campaign. Byakuya was even granted temporary command authority over Ward 21, allowing him to direct the ward's investigators. Huji Kusuke, normally in charge, would remain at the branch with his subordinate Takizawa Sidu. Takizawa, who'd been desperate for combat experience, had once again tragically missed his chance. But Byakuya didn't think much of the temporary command authority itself. What mattered was its implications. CCG was taking Grey Straw more seriously now. If Byakuya and Hairu executed this operation flawlessly, it would significantly boost their promotions. Hairu was due for promotion to first-class investigator, Byakuya to associate special class. Chapter 182, Granting an Opportunity. Huji-san, do I really have to stay behind again for this operation? Learning he'd be stationed here with Huji, Takizawa felt his entire body go numb. Yes. These are headquarters orders. We can only follow their arrangements. Huji knew Takizawa wanted to fight, but there was nothing he could do. But after the Aojirai tree suppression operation, Takizawa knew complaining to Huji was pointless, it would only cause trouble. So he said nothing more, just quietly grumbling about headquarters' unfair arrangements in his head. In a way, CCG keeping Takizawa out of combat was actually good for him. In the original story, his greatest tragedy was participating in the second all-suppression operation, the Antiku raid, when he absolutely shouldn't have. That's when Tatara attacked him. The reason? His quinkwa happened to be made from the kakuhu of Tatara's brother, from the Chinese ghoul organization Qi Shi Lian. Otherwise, Tatara wouldn't have targeted him so specifically. Afterwards, he was transformed into an artificial half-ghoul by Dr. Kano, who was already collaborating with Aojirai tree. If CCG had continued overlooking him, none of those later tragedies would have occurred. At that moment, Byakuya happened to pass by the room where Huji and Takizawa were talking. He heard Takizawa's complaints, and simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, accept CCG headquarters' original arrangement without any additional commands. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 2, deploy all Ward 21 CCG investigators, leaving only Huji Kusuke and Takizawa Sidu to guard the branch. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 3, give Takizawa Sidu an opportunity to participate in combat. Reasonably allocate combat and guard personnel. While exterminating the ghoul organization Grey Straw, ensure the Ward 21 branch isn't successfully ambushed. Reward, 50 fusion points. Choice 3 offered more points because it tested Byakuya's command abilities. But with sufficient strength, commanding was trivial. Actually, if Takizawa-sen really wants to fight, he could give it a try. Byakuya walked in and addressed Huji and Takizawa. Honestly, he thought CCG's handling in the original story was ridiculous. They never gave Takizawa smaller operations to gain experience, then threw him straight into the Antiku raid. It was like sending a newbie to fight an early-game boss, and that battle happened to involve another major boss in Aojirai tree. The difficulty was completely beyond appropriate levels. Poor Takizawa had just happened to stumble into it. The guy's luck was absolutely tragic. So this time, Byakuya would give Takizawa a chance to accumulate combat experience while also earning system rewards. A win-win. Really. Takizawa's excitement was palpable. Will that be all right? Headquarters was concerned Grey Straw might circle around and attack here while we're out. That's why they wanted me and Takizawa to stay behind. Huji looked worried. It's fine. We just need to adjust personnel allocation. Byakuya said calmly. My plan is, combat personnel will be just the 4 of us, myself, Ihei-san, Huji-san, and Takizawa-san. Some logistics and medical staff will accompany us. Everyone else guards the branch. That way, there's no need to worry about a Grey Straw ambush. He didn't need to overthink command. Just brute force it. Honestly, if not for keeping up appearances and giving Takizawa a combat opportunity, he and Hairu alone could have stormed Grey Straw's base. He could even handle it solo with room to spare. But that would be too conspicuous, unnecessary. Just the four of us. Huji was stunned by this decision. But since headquarters had temporarily given command authority to Byakuya, he wouldn't oppose it. Correct. As long as Grey Straw doesn't have an SSS-rated ghoul exceeding One-Eyed Owl's combat strength, I'm absolutely certain of success. Byakuya spoke calmly. As expected of Amaha-san. Takizawa was deeply impressed. In his mind, besides Arima, only Amaha-san would dare use the One-Eyed Owl as a benchmark like this. You really do remind me of Arima. If he were here, he'd probably say the same thing. Huji couldn't help remarking. Thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with Byakuya saying this. Grey Straw couldn't possibly have another One-Eyed Owl. In CCG's records over the past decade plus, there had only ever been that one SSS-rated ghoul. So with Byakuya as commander of the Grey Straw suppression operation, victory was essentially guaranteed. Hearing Huji's comment, Hairu also had a realization. Now that you mention it, Amaha-senpai really is similar to Arima-san. However, with just the four of us, Takizawa-san will need to be extra careful. Ihei-san, Huji-san, and I will focus on A-rated and above ghouls. You'll be facing B-rated ghouls and any A-rated ones we might miss. Byakuya reminded Takizawa. Logistics personnel will stay close to you, and will keep an eye on your situation. But you still need to be cautious, this is your first operation of this scale. Yes. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Takizawa's expression was solemn. He understood this was an incredibly rare opportunity from Amaha-san. He was determined to perform well, not just to satisfy Amaha-san and Huji-san, but potentially to gain headquarters' attention. Byakuya nodded slightly. Then there's nothing else for now. Don't forget your pre-battle preparations. The pre-battle preparations naturally referred to the Last Testament that every participant had to prepare before operations of this scale. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, The Grey Straw Suppression Operation. As commander of the Grey Straw Suppression Operation, Byakuya was no exception, he was at home preparing his Last Testament. Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, write the Last Testament to Mayu. No half-hearted efforts. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 2, write the Last Testament to Rise Kamishiro. No half-hearted efforts. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 3, write the Last Testament to Corona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa. No half-hearted efforts. Reward, 20 fusion points. Since last time he'd written to Rise, this time he'd write to Corona and Nishiro. The rewards were the same anyway, and it was just casual writing. He could cycle through everyone close to him. My family members and colleagues, Rank 2 investigators Corona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa. Their physical abilities, determination, and Quinqua mastery are all excellent. They're highly suited for first-class investigator positions. I believe they should be given more combat opportunities alongside special class aura to accumulate achievements. To Corona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa. Ding. Host completed choice 3. Reward, 20 fusion points. Byakuya decided to follow Kuriomoto's example and write his Last Testament as a recommendation letter. There wasn't much else to write anyway. He certainly couldn't write about Dr. Kanu's secrets or the truth about the twins' father's death. After all, there was no guarantee CCG wouldn't peek at his testament. If they did look, this recommendation letter might actually serve a purpose. Testament complete, Byakuya sealed it and brought it to CCG the next day. CCG Ward 21 Branch. Personnel had been allocated according to Commander Byakuya's arrangements, combat team and guard team. The ratio was unusual. CCG had almost never seen such proportions in an operation of this scale. Simply put, the frontline combat team was far too small. But considering the commander and combat team's lineup, First-class investigator Amaha, who'd repelled the One-Eyed Owl, went without saying. Then there was first-class investigator Ihei from Squad 0 alongside him, plus associate special class Huji and Takizawa, who'd graduated second in his class. Just 4 people, but what a formidable lineup. The guards felt they could relax at the branch. At this moment, Byakuya led the team out. Hairu, Huji, and Takizawa flanked him. Accompanying them was a group of rank 3 investigators handling logistics. Using intelligence from Cochlea, they pinpointed Grey Straw's hideout. It was just abandoned buildings, houses, factories, underground parking structures. Nothing as troublesome as the underground world of Ward 24. Arriving at the location, they found a cluster of long-abandoned suburban residences, as expected. This had somehow become Grey Straw's base. Byakuya raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Stay close to me. Don't spread out. Even if some ghouls escape, ignore them. The priority is crushing this organization. Byakuya emphasized to everyone. Given his personnel allocation, only 4 people had real combat capability, and Takizawa was questionable. Splitting up risked casualties. Avoiding casualties absolutely took priority over catching every last ghoul. He'd focus on all A-rated and above ghouls. If a few B-rated ones escaped, no big deal, they'd be caught eventually. Yes, sir. Everyone acknowledged. Move out. Byakuya spoke 2 words flatly. The gray straw suppression operation officially began. All logistics personnel followed closely. They carried firearms loaded with specialized Q bullets, providing fire support from the rear. The gray straw ghouls seemed prepared. Even seeing numerous investigators didn't faze them. This few? Are they underestimating us? Did they figure out our plan? Knowing we'd ambush CCG, so they left most doves there. It doesn't matter now. If we can kill these doves here, we can take their weapons too. Gray Straw's ghouls weren't stupid. They knew some of their members had been captured and sent to Cochlea. Intelligence getting extracted was only a matter of time. So they'd prepared defenses early and sent a team to ambush CCG. It's time. Everyone together, devour those doves. At one ghoul's signal, masses of ghouls poured from the abandoned buildings. At a glance, the ghouls clearly outnumbered the investigators. Gray Straw appeared to hold the obvious advantage. However, Huji already held his S+ rated Akaka Quinkwa hollow in hand, a cannon-shaped weapon. A single devastating blast instantly killed the ghoul charging at the front. But this didn't deter the others. They attacked even more ferociously. Support team, stand by. Just then, Byakuya ordered the logistics personnel to hold. He'd noticed fewer ghouls than expected. Their combat team's strength was more than sufficient. The logistics personnel were confused but obeyed, ready to provide fire support only if the 4 vanguards faced danger. Random shooting might interfere with or even accidentally hit the frontline fighters. Takizawa, watch my movements. Don't stray too far from me. Huji reminded his partner. Right. Takizawa nodded solemnly. He'd always wanted combat experience, but actually facing this many ghouls made him nervous. His hands trembled slightly around his Akaka Quinkwa Dui, and he struggled to control his emotions and stay calm. Amaha-senpai, this time I'm going to beat you. Even now, Hairu found time to say this to Byakuya. Good luck with that. Byakuya replied casually. He wasn't about to go easy on a cute junior. He needed fusion points and achievements. Reaching Associate Special Class quickly and gaining more points were the priorities. Chapter 184, The Half-Kakuja Leader. Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, go easy on the cute junior. Let Hairu Ihei narrowly outperform you. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 2, in the face of fusion points and achievements, cute juniors are irrelevant. Going all out is the best form of respect. Reward, 20 fusion points. The system arrived as expected. For Byakuya, this choice required no thought. Unlike Huji and Takizawa's back-to-back defensive approach, the temporary partners Byakuya and Hairu fought extremely aggressively. They plunged straight into the ghoul swarm. Byakuya wanted more fusion points and achievements. Hairu wanted to surpass Byakuya. If Byakuya fought with absolute confidence, Hairu fought with confidence plus recklessness. But these were mostly B-rated ghouls with some A-rated mixed in. No pressure for Hairu, and even less for Byakuya. Soon they were surrounded. Byakuya moved through them like they weren't there, his extraordinary dynamic vision and reflexes letting him dodge attacks from all directions. He could even instantly counterattack with 13's Jason. Their movements were simply too slow in his eyes. Even without activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, they seemed sluggish. Counterattack had become Byakuya's passive skill. Seconds later, his combat uniform remained pristine while numerous ghouls had already fallen. Ding. Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Hairu's performance, while slightly inferior to Byakuya's, was similar in nature. Her strengths were likewise dynamic vision and reflexes, plus the exceptional physical abilities innate to half-humans. Her S+ rated Quinkwa AUS was formidable too. The notable difference was their styles. Byakuya's style was dominant suppression, no flashy movements, his cold, stern expression like a combat machine. Hairu was more elegant. Not exactly showy, but capable of remarkably flexible, powerful movements. She also enjoyed toying with her enemies. The logistics team in the rear was stunned. Commander Amaha and First Class Ihei are terrifying. They're slaughtering those ghouls, the ghouls can't even fight back. Truly Squad Zero elites. Especially the commander, he's on a completely different level from us. Think about it, the threat posed by the one-eyed owl is far beyond what rabble like Grey Straw can compare to. We're completely superfluous here. Many logistics members marveled. They didn't even have a chance to fire their guns. Takizawa caught glimpses of Byakuya's situation from the corner of his eye, but he deliberately kept himself from getting distracted, a fatal mistake in combat. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Hairu were drawing most of Grey Straw's firepower, leaving minimal pressure on Hoji and Takizawa. Still, Takizawa maintained proper discipline. His performance might not be stellar, but his attitude would be. Under Byakuya and Hairu's brutal domination, the surviving ghouls finally lost their nerve. Some began slinking backward, looking for escape routes. But before Byakuya could pursue them, a ghoul attempting to flee was suddenly impaled through the skull by a Kagun from behind. A figure emerged from behind the corpse, wearing a mask resembling a scarecrow's face and a grey coat. This was clearly Scarecrow, Grey Straw's leader. Useless trash. His voice was ice cold. The other ghouls thinking of retreating froze in terror, not daring to take another step back. You two handle the dove over there. I'll deal with the woman first. Scarecrow addressed two figures behind him. These two wore similar masks, probably Grey Straw executives. Though there should be more executives than just these two. The others had likely gone to ambush CCG. The executives nodded without a word and led the remaining members to target Byakuya specifically. Leader Scarecrow decided to personally eliminate Hairu. No particular tactical reason, he simply found her looks and personality to his taste. Humans and ghouls looked identical, after all. Similar aesthetics, too. Beyond hunger, having other desires wasn't strange. The B-rated and A-rated ghouls had been decimated by Byakuya and Hairu. Now 3 S-rated ghouls had appeared at once. Though Byakuya wasn't particularly worried about Hairu, her tendency toward recklessness meant he needed to keep an eye on her. The two executives charged at him, constantly switching positions. Both were speed-focused Akaka types, apparently proud of their agility, thinking their position swapping would confuse him. At close range, they suddenly fired volleys of Kagun projectiles, hoping to catch Byakuya off guard. But such tricks were useless against him. The moment their Akaku showed the wind-up motion for firing, he'd already anticipated what would happen next. He shifted 13's Jason to its Kukaku shield form. He easily blocked every projectile. His reaction speed shocked the two executives, but they didn't slow down. One leaped above Byakuya to draw his attention while the other circled behind. Byakuya raised his head slightly, as if actually distracted. Just as the one behind him grinned, thinking he'd succeeded, he failed to notice Byakuya's eyes had already glanced sideways, using peripheral vision alone to instantly track the ghoul behind him. Die! The ghoul shouted with malicious glee. He seemed certain his ambush would succeed, wanting to make sure Byakuya heard him. But before his Akaku could reach Byakuya's neck, Byakuya spun and batted him away with the shield form Jason. Then he shifted forms again, using sword form Jason to backhand thrust at the executive attacking from above. Still midair, that ghoul was impaled through the chest, his Akaku between his shoulder blades destroyed along with it. He grabbed the blade piercing his body, eyes filled with disbelief. Realizing death was certain, despair flooded him. Only now did he understand what kind of terrifying death he faced. Ding! Host defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, 25 fusion points. Byakuya flung the corpse from his blade, sending it flying toward the executive he'd just swatted away. That one had barely risen before being knocked down again by his airborne companion. Meanwhile, Hairu had engaged leader Scarecrow. Scarecrow's Kagun was Kukaku, slow, unable to match Hairu's speed. But Hairu wasn't having an easy time either. Her Quinkwa struggled to pierce Scarecrow's Kukaku defense. Overall, she still had the upper hand. Scarecrow's attacks couldn't touch her, and she'd eventually wear him down. But then Scarecrow noticed his two executives had been killed and crippled in a single exchange. He didn't dare underestimate the situation anymore. Hairu, holding the advantage, had started getting reckless again, toying with her prey, making Scarecrow stumble repeatedly. But this left openings. Suddenly, Kagun erupted wildly from Scarecrow's body, clearly from more than one Kakuho. In an instant, his upper body was wrapped in masses of Kagun, like Yumori's half-Kakuja form. Half-Kakuja varied in strength, mainly depending on how much of the body the Kagun covered. Only covering half the upper body was mid-tier. Full body coverage meant a complete Kakuja. Even so, becoming a half-Kakuja gave Scarecrow a qualitative power boost, though at the cost of his sanity. He was clearly becoming manic. Hairu reacted, but she'd unfortunately left an opening. Scarecrow's arm extended into massive Kagun claws, slashing at Hairu. She hastily blocked with her Quinkwa and retreated, but the attack tore open her uniform at the waist, leaving a wound on her abdomen. Worse, her quinqua, AUS, was knocked to the ground. The injury and pain were nothing to Hairu. The critical issue was defending against Scarecrow's frenzied assault, and picking up her quinqua now was impossible. Hairu's composed, cold smile vanished. But she showed no panic, just eyes that lost their shine, expression becoming utterly calm. She clutched her wound and retreated at full speed. But Scarecrow was now faster than her. In half-kakuja form, he had multiple kakuho. Besides his kukaku, he also had a swift kaku. He caught up instantly. Thanks to her exceptional dynamic vision and the lack of accidents like slipping, Hairu narrowly dodged every attack that could have torn her apart. Meanwhile, Byakuya had anticipated Hairu might get into trouble. He watched her fight while delivering the killing blow to the remaining executive. Ding! Host defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, 25 fusion points. Byakuya didn't rush to help Hairu because he could predict both her and Scarecrow's movements. Though Hairu was dancing on a knife's edge, nothing truly dangerous would happen. Just then, Hairu found an opening and slipped past Scarecrow's flank, though the attack grazed her thigh, tearing her uniform and drawing blood. She ignored it completely, not even blinking, her goal clear, she slid over and retrieved Aus. Now then, it's my turn. Her voice was ice-cold. Unlike her usual composed smile, her face was now cold and still, fully serious mode. The maddened Scarecrow attacked again, his only thought now to tear Hairu to pieces. His expression was deranged. How scary. Hairu said flatly. With AUS back in hand, she no longer needed to just dodge, she could counterattack. Though Scarecrow's assault was ferocious in his mindless state, it also exposed many openings. His defense had also strengthened considerably. Hairu couldn't finish him quickly. Byakuya decided to stop watching. Not wanting to waste time, he carved through the ghouls blocking him. Grey Straw members couldn't delay him even half a second. Using the body flicker technique, he appeared behind Scarecrow and slashed through the relatively weak, Kagun-free section at his waist. Scarecrow was instantly bisected. Upper and lower body separated. Phew. Hairu exhaled lightly, thinking Amaha-senpai had finished him. Normally, that would be the case. But facing her first half-kakuja, she'd underestimated them. Almost identical to the scene of her death in the original story, Scarecrow's severed upper body still retained vitality. As it fell forward, his massive claws struck toward Hairu's neck. But Hairu had already relaxed. She couldn't react in time. Her pupils contracted sharply. She thought this was the end. Chapter 185, Is Senpai worried about me? Byakuya had considered that merely bisecting Scarecrow might not kill him. That's why he wasn't surprised when Scarecrow launched one last attack at Hairu in that state. Having anticipated this and still bisecting him meant he was absolutely certain he could protect Hairu. He definitely wouldn't watch her die the same way again, he'd seen that scene before his transmigration. In that instant, Byakuya used the body flicker technique, appearing behind Hairu in a flash. He shifted 13's Jason to shield form, blocking the strike for her. Scarecrow's attack made Hairu instinctively step back, and she bumped into Byakuya. Don't be afraid. It's over now. Having caught Hairu against his chest, Byakuya spoke right beside her ear. Amaha, senpai. Only then did Hairu realize Amaha-senpai had suddenly appeared behind her, his shield form quinqua raised in front of her, blocking that attack. Next, Byakuya shifted Jason to its ranged cannon form and fired point-blank at Scarecrow's head. Ding! Host defeated S-rated ghoul, Scarecrow. Reward, 35 fusion points. Being the same S-rated tier, leader Scarecrow was far stronger than those two executives, hence the higher point reward. With his head blown apart, Scarecrow was finally, thoroughly dead. Even ghoul regeneration had limits. Bisection plus headshot, an ordinary ghoul would have died twice over. The only ghouls who could survive this were complete kakuja, and only if they had human flesh to rapidly replenish RC cells and boost regeneration. Seeing their leader dead, the remaining Grey Straw members completely crumbled. Forget Byakuya and Hairu being unbeatable, they couldn't handle the other two doves either. Huji alone could dominate them. He was Associate Special Class in title but already possessed Special Class combat strength, just not promoted yet. 2 more years and he would be. Even having to watch Takizawa's back, he faced minimal pressure against these ordinary members. Grey Straw's morale utterly collapsed. Byakuya's team quickly mopped up. Ding! Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. When it ended, not a single ghoul had escaped. Captured, killed outright, or surrendered. Byakuya didn't make things difficult for those who surrendered. He'd already earned the fusion points for defeating them. Just toss them in Cochlea. Months ago, a Ajirai tree's attack on Cochlea had released over 100 ghouls. Plenty of empty cells now. Ding. Host successfully completed the Grey Straw suppression operation as commander. Reward, 40 fusion points. Ding. Host completed choice 2, in the face of fusion points and achievements, cute juniors are irrelevant. Reward, 20 fusion points. This operation had netted Byakuya several hundred fusion points. He hadn't counted exactly, but his cumulative total was probably approaching 3,000 points, the threshold for upgrading the system shop to LV2, which would unlock more purchasable items. Byakuya's performance had undoubtedly far exceeded Hairu's, completing the system's choice mission. I couldn't beat Amaha-senpai again. I thought this time I'd finally get praise from Arima-san. As the battle ended, Hairu sat on the ground resting, hugging her knees. Byakuya, standing beside her, spoke up. If you want praise that badly, I could praise you. Unless you only want it from Arima-san, then forget I said anything. Hairu looked up, eyes showing surprise. She hadn't expected Amaha-senpai to say something like that. She nodded. Sure, but Amaha-senpai doesn't seem like the type to genuinely praise people. Who says? Anyway, I think your performance this time was excellent. Even if I hadn't intervened, the half-Kakuja scarecrow would have eventually fallen to you. Byakuya said. It was actually his intervention, bisecting Scarecrow, that had nearly gotten Hairu killed. Of course, he hadn't deliberately put her in danger. He'd only acted because he was absolutely certain he could protect her. Then Byakuya pointed out her flaw. The only issue is you sometimes get careless. Try not to do that when fighting ghouls. Like today, if you hadn't gotten careless, you probably wouldn't have been injured. He emphasized this point again. Otherwise, someday it might become the cause of her death. So is Amaha-senpai worried about me? Hairu's tone was curious. Her abdominal and thigh wounds were still visible, unhealed. Half-humans had superior physical abilities but lacked ghoul regeneration. What else? Minor scrapes are fine, but if you suffered irreversible damage, or if something happened to you, I'd have a real headache as your superior. Even if only temporarily. Byakuya said frankly. Hairu smiled softly. I'll be more careful. So Amaha-senpai won't be sad. You should say, for your own safety. Byakuya sighed lightly. Having a junior like this was quite exhausting. Earlier, Hoji-san said Amaha-senpai is similar to Arima-san. But to me, you feel different. Hairu suddenly added. Obviously. Arima-san and I are different people. How could we be exactly alike? Byakuya said casually. Hairu didn't elaborate, but her expression suggested she was in quite a good mood. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, System Shop Upgrade, New Item, Akatsuki Robe. Also, you should get those wounds treated. Byakuya reminded Hairu. She'd completely ignored her injuries. Though half-humans had strong constitutions, properly treating wounds was still best. Hairu was obedient about this sort of thing. She got bandages and disinfectant from the logistics team and treated her wounds herself. Afterwards, the remaining cleanup was left to the logistics personnel. Byakuya and Hairu headed back to the branch first, mainly to check on the situation there, since some Grey Straw ghouls had gone to ambush CCG. Hoji and Takizawa stayed behind to secure the scene. Leaving only rank 3 investigators here wasn't reassuring. Byakuya's team had demolished Grey Straw's base with minimal effort. Meanwhile, the CCG branch was still locked in a fierce battle. 2 Grey Straw executives led a force to launch a surprise attack on the branch. Though Byakuya had warned them Grey Straw might split their forces to ambush the branch, and the stationed investigators were mentally prepared, headquarters had still assigned relatively weak forces to Ward 21. The 2 executives, barely S- in strength, were giving them serious trouble. Even an S- ghoul corresponded to at least a first-class investigator, approaching Associate Special Class combat strength. Hoji was already Ward 21's only Associate Special Class. Besides Byakuya, there were only 2 first-class investigators. Everyone else ranked below that. However, while the 2 executives were troublesome, Grey Straw couldn't breach CCG's defenses. The reason was Byakuya's allocation. He'd kept nearly everyone at the branch. Even without Quinquas, their anti-ghoul firearms alone made it difficult for Grey Straw to approach. Lots of personnel meant heavy suppressive fire. Only the 2 executives weren't significantly suppressed, they either blocked bullets or took no effective damage. The 2 first-class investigators were keeping them occupied. They didn't need one-on-one victories. The longer they stalled, the better their odds. They had numbers and ample equipment. Then Byakuya and Hairu arrived. Commander Amaha's back. Already. Wait, why only the 2 of them? Where are the others? Don't tell me. What are you thinking? Commander Amaha can fight the one-eyed owl. How could he fail? The dove's commotion caught the two gray straw executives' attention. Commander? Sounded like the one who'd led the assault on their base. But the doves should have sent a whole group. Only two returned, had their leader achieved total victory. These two doves were probably the only survivors who escaped. We've won. Everyone charge. Tear those doves apart. One executive roared. Their blind faith in their leader's strength convinced them they'd already won. Gray Straw's morale skyrocketed, and they threw themselves at CCG even more recklessly. They thought their leader would arrive any moment with reinforcements to completely annihilate the doves, just like Aojirai Tree had done in Ward 11. And they'd learn from Aojirai's mistakes. After eliminating these doves, they'd relocate immediately so CCG couldn't find them for revenge. Fantasy time. Beautiful fantasies, but cruel reality. These two defeated survivors had actually destroyed their base. Watching the ghouls surge forward with even greater momentum, Byakuya spoke calmly. They probably don't know their leader's dead yet. Ihei-san, how are your injuries? Will they affect your movement? Not at all. Hairu smiled. Good. The other executive's yours. Make it quick. With that, Byakuya unlocked his Quinqua briefcase and charged at the enemy. Ding. Host defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host's cumulative fusion points have reached 3,000. System shop upgraded from LV1 to LV2. As Byakuya and Hairu killed the two executives in succession, the remaining ghouls gradually realized something was wrong. Weren't they supposed to have the upper hand? Why was this happening? And where was their leader? Why hadn't he arrived with reinforcements? As more and more companions fell, they completely crumbled. But they'd come to CCG's territory. Did they think they could just run? Arg. The surviving ghouls were quickly swallowed by overwhelming firepower. As the last scream faded to silence, every Grey Straw member who'd attacked CCG had been eliminated. The Grey Straw suppression operation is complete. Only Ihei-san and I came back ahead. Fuji-san and the others are still handling the scene. Please take care of cleanup here as well. Byakuya briefly explained the situation to everyone. Then he planned to focus on the system, having just been notified that the system shop had reached LV2. He wanted to see what was new. Sitting in an empty room where no one would disturb him, Byakuya opened the system panel with a thought. Ignoring less important information, he checked his current fusion points. Fusion points, 1,940, cumulative, 3,050. Next, he opened the system shop. A second page had appeared. The first page still showed the LV1 items. The new products were probably on page 2. He flipped to the second page. System shop LV2. Item 1, Akatsuki robe. Details, the uniform of the Akatsuki organization. Wearers are unconsciously influenced by the robe, gaining 20% increased loyalty to the Akatsuki leader and 10% overall ability enhancement. This effect is permanent. Price, 1 fusion point. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, The Nine-Tailed Beasts, Ghetto Statue. The Akatsuki robe, at just 1 fusion point, was incredibly cost-effective, just like the white mask before it. Like the white mask, it provided 10% overall ability enhancement, but could also be purchased repeatedly for others, increasing members' loyalty to the Akatsuki organization by 20%. Under these conditions, as long as he didn't completely mismanage things as leader, Akatsuki members would rarely betray. And based on the description, the 10% ability enhancement worked for all wearers, not just him as leader. Byakuya continued reading the new items. Item 2, One Tomo Sharingan. Details, can be gifted to anyone. Usage, insert directly into the eye socket to automatically fuse with the original eye. Can also be used to activate the forbidden techniques Izanagi and Izanami. Single-use item that causes complete blindness after one use. Price, 1,000 fusion points. So expensive. The 1,000 point price tag gave Byakuya a headache, though he found it reasonable. This was essentially a life-saving item. Using a single One Tomo Sharingan to activate Izanagi could alter even the reality of death. A one-time life-saving item costing 1,000 points was actually fair. He just couldn't afford it right now. This also meant that when his Madara fusion progress reached a certain stage, his new abilities would likely include Izanagi and Izanami. Something to look forward to. Item 3, Tailed Beast Challenge Scroll. Details, purchase and use the scroll to enter a dimensional space and challenge a tailed beast. Order is 1 tail through 9 tails. 1 scroll per beast, minimum 9 scrolls required to challenge all. Successful challenge allows signing a summoning contract with that beast, enabling summoning via summoning jutsu. Price, 200 fusion points. Seeing the third item, Byakuya's eyes narrowed as he fell into brief contemplation. This allowed him to challenge tailed beasts and sign summoning contracts upon success. But what was the purpose? If he summoned a tailed beast in this world, leveling Tokyo, or all of Japan, would be trivial. But that was meaningless to him. The only purpose he could think of, this was a prerequisite for the Eye of the Moon plan. The next item confirmed his suspicion. Item 4, Summoning Jutsu, Geto Statue. Details, directly summon the Geto statue from nothing. Prerequisite, host must possess at least one Rinnegan. The Geto statue can move and attack, but continuously drains the host's chakra while summoned. Price, 500 fusion points. Even the Geto statue summoning technique was available for purchase. The implications were clear. The Geto statue was the shell of the Ten Tails and the seedling of the divine tree. In Naruto, Akatsuki captured tailed beasts to gather all 9 beasts' chakra, transforming the Geto statue back into the Ten Tails, which would then evolve into the true divine tree. Theoretically, the divine tree was necessary to cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Therefore, Byakuya believed his guess was correct. The Tailed Beast Challenge Scrolls and Summoning Jutsu, Geto statue were the system paving the way for his Eye of the Moon plan. He barely needed the system to tell him more about the Infinite Tsukuyomi now, he already understood. To activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi, he'd need to accumulate enough fusion points, then simultaneously summon all 9 tailed beasts and the Geto statue, bringing the divine tree into existence. 2 known methods to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. First, wait for the divine tree to bloom, projecting the Rinne Sharingan onto the moon and releasing the Infinite Tsukuyomi through it. Second, directly absorb the divine tree's power to awaken his own Rinne Sharingan, then similarly release the Infinite Tsukuyomi through the moon. Either way, the divine tree was essential. But this requires quite a lot of fusion points. Byakuya did some mental math and sighed. The Tailed Beast Challenge Scrolls and Geto statue summoning alone required a minimum of 2,300 points. Plus, he needed the Rinnegan to summon the Geto statue. The Rinnegan should come from advancing his Madara fusion progress, which would require massive points. The pressure to achieve the Infinite Tsukuyomi was considerable. Even so, he remained calm. He'd accumulate points gradually. The priority now was establishing the Akatsuki organization, which should generate significant point income. Yamaha-senpai. Just then, Hairu walked in. Thinking about something. Sitting here alone. Nothing. Byakuya instantly shifted focus, setting aside thoughts of the system and Infinite Tsukuyomi. His expressionless face showed nothing had happened. Headquarters knows about our success. They want us back today or tomorrow. Hairu had come to inform him. Byakuya nodded. All right. If you don't have anything else, let's go today. I don't have anything. Today it is. Hairu agreed. They headed to CCG headquarters in Ward 1, meeting with Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu. I've heard about your battle. Well done. Yashitoki praised them. However, with the Grey Straw mission resolved, your temporary partnership should be dissolved. I haven't told Akira Mato about your temporary arrangement, no need to give her ideas. Consider that Byakuya was about to officially partner with Akira, yet had just formed a temporary partnership with Hairu right before. That wasn't ideal. What a shame. I wanted to keep working with Yamaha-senpai. Hairu sounded disappointed and reluctant. Chapter 188, Yashitoki Washu's suspicions. You're both in Squad 0 now, aren't you? You can still work together. Yashitoki said. That's true, but being partners is different from being colleagues. Hairu replied. Still, at least Yamaha-senpai will always be my senpai. Now, regarding first-class Yamaha's promotion. Yashitoki addressed Byakuya. You can begin preparing for the Associate Special Class written exam and interview. At the next promotion ceremony, you're the top candidate for Associate Special Class. Understood. Byakuya nodded. Going forward, you and Akira Mato will be assigned to Ward 20, your home district. Ward 20 schools are quite docile. You can take it easy for a while. This arrangement came from Director Yashitoki himself. Considering Byakuya's major contributions in both the Aojirai suppression and Grey Straw suppression, with less than half a year between them, plus numerous other ghoul eliminations and captures during that time, Yashitoki wanted to let him relax for the next few months. Except for necessary Squad 0 missions. Squad 0 essentially served the Washu. Currently, the Washu's thorns were handled by Squad 0 under Kishu Arima, the cleaner. Despite being both CCG director and Washu heir, Yashitoki could only obediently serve the clan. He had no authority over Squad 0 matters. That's why, in the original Antiku raid, facing Yoshimura's furious gaze, he'd helplessly claimed he was just following orders from above. Byakuya's combat achievements over the past 6 months had amazed Yashitoki most. For one thing, the boy had come through completely unscathed, unlike Shinohara, who'd spent half a year in a hospital bed with a cast. He suspected Byakuya wasn't a normal human, but certainly not a ghoul either. As a Washu, he knew the RC detection gate's secrets all too well. That left only one possibility: half-human. The Washu weren't the only ones who produced half-humans. Human-ghoul romances weren't uncommon. For instance, the Washu had once taken in a half-human from China named Xiao. So Byakuya being a half-human wasn't unlikely, and would explain his abnormally powerful physique. That works. I'm more familiar with Ward 20 anyway, Byakuya said. Yes, and with you stationed there, we can be more confident about Ward 20 security while redistributing personnel to other wards, Yashitoki said. He knew perfectly well that Kyuzan was running a ghoul organization called Antiku in Ward 20. True to its name, those ghouls were peaceful. If not for the gourmet and binge eater causing major problems before, they honestly would have left Ward 20 alone. But something strange had happened recently. Previously, there had been at least 2 incidents per week, just counting the gourmet and binge eater. In the past 6 months, there'd been 0. They'd vanished completely. Even so, CCG wouldn't let down their guard. Hence assigning Byakuya to Ward 20 security. This wasn't just for show. Yashitoki actually cared about his director position, unlike those old-timers within the Washu who only valued clan interests. His son Matsuri was the same way. Apart from being a ghoul, Matsuri's behavior was practically human, all ambition and career advancement, completely disinterested in internal Washu affairs. He was even gay. By the way, Scarecrow's Kagun and Kakuhu have been sent to the CCG laboratory building. Dr. Chigyu will craft them into a quinqua. Yashitoki asked Byakuya and Hairu, I heard you defeated him together. Which of you should receive it? Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, as Scarecrow's killer, rightfully claim the S+, rated Akaka Quinqua, T-Human. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2, give T-Human to Hairu Ihei. Compensation fusion points will be provided, essentially trading the Quinqua for points. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya barely hesitated before choosing the second option. Give it to Ihei-san. My Jason is sufficient. Byakuya replied. Ding. Host completed choice 2. Reward, 50 fusion points. He hadn't even known T-Human was made from Scarecrow's Kagun and Kakuhu until the system mentioned it. The S+, rated Akaka Quinqua, T-Human appeared in the original story. It was the Quinqua Hairu used during the Jukiyama family extermination operation. Its form and attack method resembled the canon mode, Narukami, but it couldn't switch forms like Narukami. Besides, his Jason already had a canon form at S+ rating. Another T-Human would be redundant. Better to give it to Hairu while earning fusion points, he desperately needed them right now. Really? But Amaha-senpai delivered the final blow. Hairu pointed out. Who killed him doesn't matter. Consider it a reward from your temporary superior for your excellent performance in this operation. Byakuya smiled. If you say so, then I'll gratefully accept. Amaha-senpai really is the best. Hairu beamed. They left Yashitoki's office. Throughout the meeting, Yashitoki had never mentioned half-humans. He figured that as long as Byakuya continued working for CCG, there was no need to confirm whether he was one. If he accidentally offended Byakuya and CCG lost such a rare talent, the loss would be devastating. Chapter 189, Akira Mato's Philosophy. Before starting work at Ward 20 CCG branch, Byakuya needed to complete handover procedures at the Ward 21 branch. After all, he'd been given temporary command authority there. With the gray straw suppression complete, he needed to return it to Huji, the Ward 21 branch director. Akira Mato had now officially become his subordinate, so she accompanied him to Ward 21. Mato-san, you're aware we'll be working in Ward 20, correct? Byakuya asked his companion. Yes. Akira's response was curt, no honorifics even toward her superior Byakuya. Byakuya didn't care about honorifics. He wasn't Japanese anyway. But then Akira spoke up. However, I'd prefer you call me Akira directly. Why? You think 3 extra syllables waste time? Byakuya asked. Exactly. I'm someone who avoids wasting time and energy whenever possible. I'm a bit surprised you guessed the reason immediately, first class Amaha. Akira seemed mildly surprised. Because you told me something similar when you had me drink hot water. That was when Byakuya had dinner at the Mato residence. He continued, understood. I'll call you Akira from now on. Good. In return, I don't plan to use formal speech with you. Honorifics just waste time and energy. As partners, we'll talk almost every day. Akira spoke flatly. For instance, I'm terribly sorry, but would you mind handling this matter, versus please do this. At my speaking pace, those take about 1.2 seconds and 0.3 seconds respectively, a 0.9 second difference. If I ask you to do 10 things daily without honorifics, that saves 9 seconds per day. Over a year, that's more than 3,000 seconds I can use for meaningful work. Unless the person I'm speaking with is someone I particularly respect, that's different. Akira explained her philosophy to Byakuya. Of course, honorifics and titles weren't the same thing. Akira simply didn't want to waste time on polite speech. She still respected Byakuya as her superior, hence continuing to call him first-class Yamaha. Conversely, she felt Byakuya didn't need to use the title Rank 2 motto for her. She was the subordinate, after all. Fine. Skip the honorifics if you want. Byakuya responded. He didn't care. As a non-Japanese person, his attitude toward such things. Honestly, he found it tedious too. A sentence that could be said in a few words got stretched into a whole speech with honorifics. This was a particularly common issue in Japanese society, which placed enormous importance on formal language. Akira's example was actually mild. Sometimes a few words could balloon into dozens when wrapped in honorifics. So as a transmigrator from China, he actually supported Akira's thinking. Good. Akira acknowledged. After that, neither made small talk. They were almost at the Ward 21 CCG branch anyway. I'm Rank 2 Investigator Akira Mato, now officially partnered with First Class Yamaha. In the branch's meeting room, Akira briefly introduced herself. I kept trying to remember. Yamaha's partner is Akira. Huji finally recalled. Wah. Takizawa's jaw dropped. Wasn't Yamaha-san's partner supposed to be Hairu? Why was it this girl now? Huji-san, it's been a while. Akira greeted Huji. Why, is it you? Takizawa couldn't help his surprise. Takizawa, so you're in Ward 21. You look well. Akira greeted Takizawa normally, they were classmates, after all. Sidu, you two know each other? Huji asked. Yeah, we were in the same class. Takizawa's expression was complicated. Following that, Byakuya and Huji went through the handover process. Akira sat quietly waiting. Takizawa sat looking obviously dejected. He'd always disliked Akira, and now she was partnered with the Yamaha-san he so admired. He was both envious and annoyed. Not that his superior Huji-san was lacking, it was just that Akira rubbed him the wrong way. After completing the handover, Byakuya and Akira returned to Ward 20 CCG branch. A briefing session was being held, reporting on target ghoul information. Ward 20's investigation squad currently had only 4 people, waiting for Byakuya and Akira to arrive. 2 new colleagues will be joining our Ward 20 squad today. Please wait just a bit longer. Shinohara Yukinori addressed the 3 investigators present, including Juzu Suzuya. Suzuya sat there absently, sucking on a lollipop. The other 2 were Kori Ui and Rikai Suzu. That's right, after Byakuya's promotion to first class, Ui had partnered with Rikai and been transferred from another ward to Ward 20 by headquarters. None of them, except Shinohara, knew the new arrivals would be Byakuya and Akira. Oh, seems they've arrived. Shinohara heard footsteps outside. Then Byakuya and Akira pushed open the door. I'm Rank 2 Investigator Akira Mato, subordinate to First Class Yamaha. I'll be participating in Ward 20 investigations. Pleased to meet you. I'm First Class Investigator Yamaha Byakuya, assigned to the Ward 20 branch by headquarters. Akira and Byakuya introduced themselves upon entering. Byakuya. It's you. Suzuya exclaimed in surprise. Getting to work alongside Byakuya in Ward 20 was a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you all to be here either. Byakuya remarked. He hadn't known who his Ward 20 colleagues would be. Headquarters had recently reshuffled personnel across all branches. He hadn't expected to see all familiar faces. This probably meant that with Aojirai Tree quiet lately and Grey Straw eliminated, CCG was focusing on the gourmet and binge eater in Ward 20. Though both had essentially vanished, that only made CCG more determined to find them. No one would guess that the gourmet and binge eater were both closely connected to Byakuya, one living in his house, the other his subordinate. Chapter 190, Akira Mato's Intuition and Deduction. With Byakuya here too, this investigation should be much easier. Ui smiled. As Byakuya's former superior, he knew his strength well. I'm Juzu Suzuya. Nice to meet you. Suzuya greeted Akira. Likewise. Nice to meet you, Rank 2 Suzuya. Akira nodded. First Class Yamaha needs no introduction. Rank 2 Motto previously conducted investigations in Ward 1 under Special Class Arima's command. Arima acknowledged her abilities. Shinohara briefly summarized Akira's background. If there are no other matters, let's begin today's briefing. Shinohara picked up some documents from the table. Let's start with the binge eater. For unknown reasons, she vanished 6 months ago. We've received no concrete intelligence about her. We're completely stumped, it's as if she really did evaporate. Shinohara sighed. The binge eater case was his responsibility. With her gone this long without appearing, he could only dig through 6 months of newspapers like a headless fly, not knowing how long it would take to find anything, if he found anything at all. The binge eater situation was giving him a massive headache. Byakuya remained expressionless and silent. Next. UI, please report on the gourmet. Shinohara addressed UI. The gourmet was UI and Rikai's assignment. Right. UI stood. Regarding the gourmet, like the binge eater, he's recently disappeared. However, with help from other branches, we've discovered the gourmet may be connected to the Ghoul restaurant. Ward 20 has no Ghoul restaurant. That's our only finding so far. Come to think of it, didn't First Class Amaha infiltrate and destroy a Ghoul restaurant in Ward 7 before? Do you have any leads on the gourmet? Shinohara suddenly remembered and asked Byakuya. Yes. I probably saw the gourmet at the Ghoul restaurant. He wore a crescent moon-shaped mask, right? Byakuya didn't deliberately hide this. Exactly that shape. So the gourmet really is connected to the Ghoul restaurant. Shinohara's expression grew serious. This was an important discovery, it might help locate the gourmet. While UI, Shinohara, and the others pondered the gourmet and Ghoul restaurant connection, Akira picked up a document. Though the gourmet has nearly vanished, there are still suspected predation incidents. They're just far less frequent than before. Akira. Shinohara was somewhat surprised. Most juniors would quietly listen without offering opinions in such situations. A few might share speculation. But Akira just naturally joined their discussion. Considering Akira's excellence and that she was Kiryu-Mato's daughter, Shinohara said, "Go ahead and share your thoughts." 6 months ago, the gourmet's predation frequency suddenly dropped sharply for a period. It later increased somewhat but remained far below pre-drop levels. Akira analyzed calmly. I believe something happened to the gourmet 6 months ago, perhaps attacked by another ghoul and forced to recuperate. The others fell into thought at her analysis, showing no particular reaction. Only Byakuya felt impressed. Akira had truly inherited her father Kiryu-Mato's intuition. Just from examining predation frequency charts, she deduced the gourmet's situation accurately. Back then, Tsukiyama had indeed been badly beaten by Rise and needed time to recover. Then recently, the gourmet's predation frequency dropped sharply again, to 0 this time. He likely experienced the same situation. Akira continued. Notably, in the days before it hit 0, there was a small spike, as if celebrating or preparing for something. Was he anticipating a fight with another ghoul? Or eagerly awaiting a specific prey? After the frequency dropped to 0, the gourmet became even more discreet. Almost no predation incidents occurred, any that did were only suspected connections. Before the first drop, between the first and second drops, and after the second drop, across these 3 periods, his predation patterns kept changing. It's as if something was restraining him, making him increasingly unlike the original gourmet, completely against his hunting style. Akira had analyzed extensively. Shinohara, UI, and Rikai could follow her reasoning normally, but Suzuya's brain had crashed. He sat there looking utterly lost, completely unable to follow Akira's explanation. Byakuya remained expressionless, simply marveling at Akira's intuition. In conclusion, I believe the gourmet has a primary prey target, and that target is simultaneously someone he can't handle. Hence a protracted 6-month standoff. His gradually decreasing predation frequency is likely him suppressing his appetite for this target. Akira's analysis reached its conclusion. And his prey target is probably in Ward 20. Though possibly another ward. However, we can rule out wards where he's previously committed predation, he'd avoid alerting his target. But my intuition says Ward 20 is most likely. Her eyes had grown cold and sharp like her father Kiryu's, her slender finger pointing at Ward 20 on the Tokyo map. Akira's intuition was indeed remarkable, her analysis was nearly spot on. Yet even with such accurate intuition, she'd never imagined that the gourmet's prey target she'd emphasized was sitting right beside her, less than half a meter away. Chapter 191, Akira makes a good point. You're making this judgment based on intuition. Koryu couldn't help but be surprised. He wasn't dismissing Akira Mato's analysis, rather, he was impressed that she could present such a logical and well-organized case based purely on her instincts. And she looked so confident about it, as if the truth couldn't be anything else. Don't underestimate Akira's intuition, Shinohara said with a gentle smile. In that regard, she's very much like her father. Mato-san, huh? Yes, that does sound like him. Koriyui nodded slightly. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Still, a target that even the gourmet can't manage to eat. If such a person really exists, that would be quite interesting. Shinohara fell into thought. The reason the gourmet had earned that particular nickname was his notoriously picky appetite. He seemed obsessed with pursuing so-called delicacies. Moreover, most ghouls had no interest in eating their own kind, since ghoul flesh tasted terrible. The CCG knew this well. Logically speaking, the gourmet shouldn't be interested in fellow ghouls. They'd never found any evidence of him engaging in cannibalism. But if his prey were human, that explanation didn't hold up either. Besides CCG investigators, could any ordinary human really give an S-rated ghoul like the gourmet so much trouble? Forget ordinary humans, even among investigators, you'd need to be at least first class to stand a chance against an S-rated ghoul. Too many pieces of this puzzle didn't fit, but unraveling such mysteries was exactly what investigators were meant to do. Akira continued explaining why she believed the gourmet's target was most likely in Ward 20. After eliminating all those other areas, I noticed one more thing. Previously, the gourmet frequently hunted and operated in Ward 20. But after his hunting frequency first dropped sharply, his activity in that ward also decreased significantly. After the second drop, when his hunting stopped entirely, he vanished from Ward 20 completely. That's why I believe his target is located precisely in the ward we've been assigned to. Her analysis was remarkably thorough. I agree. Akira makes a good point. Byakuya spoke up calmly. He was undoubtedly the one with the most authority to comment here, since the target Akira had been describing was none other than himself. I think Byakuya makes a good point too. Suzuya, who hadn't understood a word of Akira's explanation, chimed in at this moment. This was finally his chance to contribute to the conversation. Suzuya, you. Shinohara sighed with exasperation. At least use the proper title, First Class Amaha, if you please. First Class Amaha, Suzuya immediately corrected himself. Though in private, he'd probably go right back to his usual way of addressing him. In that case, let's focus part of our investigation on Ward 20, and the rest on the ghoul restaurant. Shinohara continued, I'll assign First Class Amaha and Rank 2 Motto to investigate the ghoul restaurant. Does that work for everyone? I believe First Class Amaha is best suited for this, given his previous contact with the organization. He made sure to consult Byakuya and Akira before making any final decisions. No problem, Byakuya replied. Akira gave a small nod of agreement. Associate Special Class UI and Rank 2 Suzu will handle the Ward 20 investigation. As for myself and Suzuya, we'll continue pursuing the binge eater. Even if she's gone silent, we need to find some trace of her. Shinohara laid out the assignment simply and clearly. No one objected. Alright, that concludes this briefing. Take today to prepare, we officially begin our investigations tomorrow. With that, everyone dispersed. But it was only the briefing that had ended. The moment Byakuya stepped out of the conference room, Suzuya immediately followed. Byakuya. Suzuya bounced over cheerfully. Did you get a new quinqua? No. I already have 3 or 4 quinquas of my own. Having too many would just be wasteful. In truth, he had exactly 3, the S+ rated 13th Jason, the B-rated Thorn, and the B-rated Hiriko 176th. But he was counting the Uchiha Gunbai as well. After all, when dealing with outsiders, he could only explain it away as a quinqua. At his current level, another S-rated quinqua wouldn't make much difference. Anything below S-rated would be even less useful. He'd need at least an SS-rated quinqua for it to be worthwhile. I see. I just got a new quinqua recently, and it feels great to use. Suzuya grinned. Before the promotion ceremony, he'd been stuck at rank 3. He needed to reach rank 2 before he could officially own a quinqua, though he'd long since passed all the related aptitude tests. So it was only recently that he'd received a quinqua that was truly his own, beyond the standard-issue Scorpion. If it feels right, that's good. You look happy. Yeah. With an A+ rated quinqua in hand, I can take down even more ghouls now. I might even be able to challenge S-rated ones. Suzuya's voice brimmed with excitement. Don't take S-rated ghouls too lightly. You're still just a rank 2, and you're already talking about doing first-class work. Shinohara, following behind them, couldn't help but interject. He knew Suzuya was strong. The fact that he could eliminate A+ rated ghouls with just a B-rated Scorpion proved that much. But he worried about Suzuya getting overconfident if he ever actually faced an S-rated ghoul. Since we're not officially starting until tomorrow, how about we all go out for drinks tonight? Koriyui suddenly suggested. I'm in. Come to think of it, I haven't touched alcohol since the Aojirai tree suppression operation ended. I've been craving a drink lately. Shinohara chuckled. After all, he'd been bedridden for months, no drinking allowed during that time. I don't mind either, Byakuya said. As for Akira, she had already slipped away to another room to organize intelligence on the Ghoul restaurant. Well then, could you let Akira know? Though she'll probably turn us down. Shinohara was already anticipating Akira's likely rejection, giving Byakuya a heads up. Chapter 192, Rikai Suzu. Shinohara didn't need to warn him, Byakuya already knew. Given Akira's personality, she'd probably consider going out for food and drinks a waste of time. Still, he'd ask anyway. He was just passing along the invitation on behalf of Koriyui and Shinohara, there was nothing awkward about it for him. Byakuya gave Shinohara a small nod. Emaha-san. Just then, Rikai Suzu suddenly spoke up. Byakuya was slightly surprised. He'd barely exchanged any words with Rikai before. Are you good at drinking? For some reason, that was the question Rikai chose to ask. I suppose so. I don't usually drink, but my tolerance is decent enough. He didn't particularly enjoy alcohol, but if it was with friends, he was willing to have a few. I see. Rikai said nothing more. The truth was, he was too embarrassed to admit his own tolerance was terrible. The conversation had ended rather abruptly, but Byakuya didn't think much of it. Ding. Host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1, don't pursue this dead-end conversation any further. Reward, 1 fusion point. Choice 2, Rikai Suzu is quiet and reserved by nature, but he's a kind and reliable young man. Take the initiative to chat with him more, and your relationship will quickly improve. Reward, 20 fusion points. The system's prompt reminded Byakuya of what he already knew about Rikai's personality. Like Shio-Ihei, Rikai was one of those, drawn as a girl, written as a boy, cute characters, but where Shio was cheerful and outgoing, Rikai was quiet and withdrawn. It occurred to him that Rikai's awkward attempt at conversation might have been his way of trying to get to know Byakuya better. He just couldn't think of a good topic, so he'd blurted out that random question about drinking. And the system's choice wasn't difficult. Easy points for minimal effort, why not? Rikai Suzu. Or should I just call you Rikai? Byakuya took the initiative to continue the conversation. With girls, he might need to be more careful. With boys, using first names directly was no big deal, as long as the other person didn't mind. Ah. Rikai looked momentarily startled. That's, just Rikai is fine. Clearly, he didn't mind at all. In fact, his sudden attempt at small talk had been precisely because he wanted to build a better relationship with Byakuya. Now that they were colleagues in Squad Zero, it felt strange to remain so unfamiliar with each other. So, Rikai, when you brought up drinking earlier, was it because you don't want to? Or don't like it? Byakuya continued, if that's the case, I can mention it to Shinohara-san and Ui-san. You can just do whatever feels comfortable. It's not that I don't want to. I just have a really low tolerance. I was curious if there's any way to improve it. This was really just Rikai's way of keeping the conversation going, he wasn't genuinely concerned about his alcohol tolerance. Now that they'd finally managed to talk, he didn't want to let the opportunity slip away. Improving tolerance, huh? There's really no good method. Either you're born with it, or you build it up by drinking more. But I wouldn't recommend that approach, drinking too much isn't healthy. Alright. I'll just take it easy when we're out, then. Rikai nodded slightly. He hadn't learned anything useful, but his mood had lifted considerably. After all, that hadn't been his real goal anyway. Ding. Host completed choice 2. Reward, 20 fusion points. Not a lot, but easy enough to earn. Having spent so much time with the system, Byakuya was starting to understand its patterns. Building relationships with certain canon characters could earn fusion points, and there was probably a lot of room to explore. Later that afternoon, Byakuya and Akira sat in an office at the Ward 20 branch, poring over documents related to the Ghoul restaurant, preparing for tomorrow's official investigation. He still hadn't mentioned the dinner invitation to Akira. By the time he'd found her, she was already completely absorbed in researching Ghoul restaurant intelligence. He didn't want to interrupt. First class Amaha, let's go to Ward 7 tomorrow to investigate the Ghoul restaurant. Akira suddenly spoke up. According to these records, the CCG had already raided and destroyed a Ghoul restaurant once before your infiltration. Yet somehow it managed to resurface in Ward 7. I suspect a new one still exists there. I agree. The Ghoul restaurant is probably still operating in Ward 7. Byakuya nodded. Akira acknowledged him, then finally set down the pile of documents she'd been holding and rubbed her eyes gently. She'd been studying these Ghoul restaurant files for hours. Her eyes were strained, and she needed a short break. Taking advantage of her brief pause, Byakuya spoke up. Tonight, Ui-san and Shinohara-san want to invite us out for dinner. I've already agreed to go. What about you? His tone was perfectly calm and natural, his expression neutral. He sounded like he was simply relaying a message on their behalf. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. Today's work will keep me here until at least 8 or 9. After 9, I don't eat anymore, I am a woman, after all. Akira declined without hesitation. Thank you for passing along the message, and please express my thanks to Associate Special Class UI and Special Class Shinohara for the invitation. Of course. I'll let them know tonight. Byakuya wasn't the least bit surprised. Perhaps she was being disciplined about her diet to maintain her figure. Or perhaps she simply considered it a waste of time but didn't want to reject her superiors too bluntly, so she'd phrased it diplomatically. Either way, there was no chance Akira would join them for drinks. Now then, let's continue reviewing the Ghoul restaurant materials. That break just wasted 12 seconds. Akira was back in work mode. Though her words carried another implication, that the dinner invitation itself had also been a waste of time. Chapter 193, Superior and Subordinate. There were mountains of miscellaneous files to go through. Even if a massive stack of documents contained only a single line mentioning the Ghoul restaurant, Akira would painstakingly dig it out. In her eyes, the devil was in the details. Any seemingly insignificant piece of information could prove to be the key to success. Her father had taught her that. Byakuya, meanwhile, made a show of reviewing the documents seriously while actually just skimming through them. He already knew everything there was to know, so reading these files made no difference. He was essentially slacking off. By nearly 9 o'clock, Akira finally decided to call it a night. Byakuya had stayed with her the entire time. As her superior, leaving before his subordinate would have been poor form. Though his role as her superior wasn't in the traditional sense, he and Akira were partners, not in a subordinates are just workhorses kind of relationship. I've left my completed report here. I'll be heading out now. Akira placed her finished report on the Ghoul restaurant on Byakuya's desk. It contained all the intelligence she deemed useful, along with her analysis and conclusions. She'd worked overtime specifically to complete this report before tomorrow's official investigation began. Thanks for your hard work. You as well. Akira returned the courtesy, then left. Byakuya, meanwhile, headed out to meet Kori Ui, Shinohara, and the others for dinner. So Akira turned us down after all. Don't take it personally, though. Upon hearing the news of Akira's refusal, Shinohara said, Akira's a complicated kid, but she has her sensible side too. I'm guessing she already gave you that whole wasting time speech. Byakuya nodded slightly. She's never said it to me directly, but her father used to say the same thing. Honestly, I think both of them are just joking when they talk like that. Shinohara continued, they like to express humor through logical-sounding arguments. That's something father and daughter have in common. So don't take those jokes too seriously. I won't. It doesn't bother me. Though privately, Byakuya didn't think Akira had been joking at all. And he suspected Shinohara was just trying to smooth things over, not that there was anything to smooth over, in his view. As a subordinate, she really shouldn't speak to her superior like that. I think she might be testing you, in a way. She's quite talented, though of course you're even more so. Shinohara mused, really, the most straightforward solution is to become a superior she respects and trusts. Though saying that sounds a bit absurd, she should already be showing you proper respect. By now, Shinohara was practically rambling, his logic getting a bit tangled. Which only proved that his just joking comment had been his way of saying something nice on Akira's behalf, to prevent any friction between the newly formed partnership. Still, think of it as a valuable experience. Starting off as a superior with someone as difficult as Akira means any future subordinate will seem easy by comparison. Ha ha ha. Shinohara laughed. Investigators who didn't retire too early from the CCG typically had more than one subordinate over their careers. Just as Huji Kusuke had once been Kiryo Mado's subordinate before Amon Kataru. Huji had even learned his Quinkwa techniques from Kiryo. Of course, Huji had since risen to Associate Special Class and was on the verge of making Special Class, while Kiryo had voluntarily remained at First Class. I'll do my best to fulfill my duties as a superior. Byakuya kept his response brief. Shortly after, their group arrived at a small izakaya. Let's not overdo it tonight. Just a moderate amount, we don't want to oversleep or feel groggy tomorrow morning. Kori Ui ordered a reasonable amount of draft beer from the server. And Suzuya, you're technically an adult now, but this is probably your first time drinking, right? If you start feeling off, stop. Shinohara added his own warning. Got it, Shinohara-san. Suzuya nodded obediently. He was mostly just curious about alcohol. A taste would probably be enough. Speaking of adulthood. Shinohara's gaze shifted to Rikai Suzu. How old are you, anyway? While CCG investigators were normally adults, there were rare exceptions, like the children from that place called the Garden. He recalled that Rikai came from there, and his appearance certainly looked young. He definitely didn't seem like an adult. Best to confirm, since legally, minors weren't allowed to drink. I'm 12. Rikai answered expressionlessly. He had drunk alcohol before, back in the sunlit garden, which was essentially cut off from the outside world and wasn't bound by normal laws. What? Only 12. Shinohara exclaimed. He'd expected Rikai to be young, but not that young. And yet Rikai was already a rank 2 investigator who had earned a white single-wing badge, meaning he'd eliminated an S-rated ghoul. The children from that garden really are something else. Arima came from there too. That's amazing. Even Suzuya sounded impressed. Byakuya and Kori-ui showed no visible reaction. As fellow Squad 0 members, they already knew Rikai's background. Well, here's the problem, minors aren't allowed to drink. You're only 12, so I'm afraid you'll have to sit this one out. Shinohara scratched his head. I don't mind. Rikai said, just being here with Amaha-san and everyone else is enough for me. Chapter 194, Rise's home-cooked meal. Since Rikai couldn't drink outside the garden like he could inside it, Byakuya took him to a nearby convenience store to buy some soft drinks. So you became a ghoul investigator at such a young age, Rikai. Byakuya made casual conversation, already knowing everything. All of us from the garden become investigators around my age. Rikai nodded. The garden, huh? Come to think of it, Arima-san is from there too, isn't he? Yes. And Arima-san is the goal I'm striving toward. Though with my abilities, there's probably not much hope. Rikai spoke honestly. He didn't just admire Arima, he saw him as a beacon of hope. Don't say such discouraging things before anything's been decided. Even if you can't match Arima-san's strength, you can still do the same things he does. Byakuya didn't offer empty comfort, like telling Rikai he'd eventually catch up to Arima. That would have been unrealistic. Kishu Arima represented the peak of what a half-human could achieve. Apart from Furuta, who had later transplanted Rise's Kakuho. Rikai nodded, feeling the words made sense. Ding. Host's relationship with Rikai Suzu has further improved. Reward, 10 fusion points. Byakuya noticed the system seemed to be triggering rewards more frequently now. This kind of minor interaction wouldn't have earned points before. Afterward, they returned to the izakaya. Byakuya, Suzuya, Kori-ui, and Shinohara drank and chatted while Rikai sipped his soft drink. Given tomorrow's early start, they kept their drinking moderate. Their tolerances were all fairly decent. Even Suzuya, drinking for the first time, only got slightly tipsy. The moment Shinohara noticed the flush on Suzuya's cheeks, he cut him off to ensure he'd be fine for work tomorrow. By the time Byakuya returned home that night, he was still perfectly clear-headed. He'd called Jukiyama to meet him outside. Did something suddenly come up? How may I serve you, Amaha-sama? Jukiyama's tone was gentlemanly and deeply respectful. There is one matter I need to discuss with you regarding the ghoul restaurant. Byakuya got straight to the point. I've been assigned to the Ward 20 branch, and my subordinate and I are specifically tasked with investigating the gourmet, which is you. Unfortunately, my subordinate has remarkably sharp instincts. She's already deduced your connection to the ghoul restaurant. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to Ward 7 with her to investigate. He now had a certain level of trust in Jukiyama, otherwise he wouldn't be sharing this information so openly. It wasn't complete trust, but with his current strength, he didn't need to be overly cautious. That said, avoiding premature conflict with the Washa clan was still preferable. It wasn't that he feared their power, he simply had more opportunities to farm fusion points while working within the CCG. His ultimate goal remained the Eye of the Moon plan. Before that plan was complete, obstacles like the Washa clan could be dealt with whenever convenient. For now, accumulating fusion points was paramount. Climbing to special class within the CCG would maximize his gains. His current interaction with Jukiyama was the final test. He wanted to see how Jukiyama would react to this information, what attitude he'd take, what actions he'd choose. If Jukiyama passed this test, Byakuya could confidently share information about the Akatsuki organization with him. For now, building Akatsuki required Jukiyama, Matsumi, and Kane. I see. Your subordinate sounds quite capable, Amaha-sama. Jukiyama said, I have an idea. Lean closer, if you would. He proceeded to share his plan with Byakuya in a hushed voice. All right. We'll go with that for now. I'll contact you if anything else comes up. Byakuya nodded slightly. Afterward, Jukiyama vanished into the shadows, and Byakuya headed home. Busy day at work. You're back so late. It was already past 10 o'clock. Rise approached as soon as Byakuya entered, sniffing him carefully. I smell Jukiyama on you. What did you need him for? Byakuya summarized the day's events. So your new subordinate is a smart, intuition-sharp, pretty young woman. Rise zeroed in on only the details that interested her. Wait. I never said she was pretty. Byakuya felt a twinge of exasperation. Anyway, I'm heading to Ward 7 tomorrow to investigate the Ghoul restaurant. The plan I discussed with Jukiyama is related to that. I'll probably be home late again tomorrow. Rise nodded. Kurona, Nishiro, and the 2 Jukiyama servants are already asleep. Want something to eat? I could make it myself. I already ate earlier. I'm not hungry right now. Byakuya offered an apologetic smile. Is that so? Never mind, then. Rise's expression remained neutral. But a flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. Though I am curious about your cooking. Tell you what, I'll probably be home late tomorrow too. I'll look forward to it then. It wasn't just that he'd noticed her disappointment. He was genuinely curious what kind of meal Rise would prepare for him. Hopefully not something from the dark side of cuisine. Then you'd better look forward to it. Rise let out a small huff, her face brightening with unmistakable joy. Chapter 195, The Couple's Theme Restaurant. The next day. Byakuya made a point of arriving at the Ward 20 branch early. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and he was among the first to show up. Shortly after, Akira arrived as well. Most likely she'd taken the subway from Ward 1, where her home was located. Though there was a small chance she'd already rented a place nearby. First class Amaha, you're here early. Akira spoke the moment she spotted Byakuya in the office. So are you. Good morning, Akira. Good morning. Akira didn't even sit down at her desk before continuing, we can head out to Ward 7 now. You're certainly motivated. With a brief comment, Byakuya rose from his chair. The two of them took the subway to Ward 7. Today, Byakuya wore his usual white combat uniform. Akira was dressed in her black work attire, complete with black stockings. I think we should start by investigating the location of the Ghoul restaurant you disrupted. What do you think, First Class Amaha? I agree we should check there first. Even if a new Ghoul restaurant has appeared, we don't know its exact location anyway. Their opinions aligned. Before long, they arrived at the site of the previous Ghoul restaurant. It was a hotel owned by the Jukiyama family. The establishment had been shut down ever since the Ghoul restaurant incident came to light, it was no longer permitted to operate. Not only was it sealed off, but police and security guards were stationed there around the clock. Ordinary people weren't allowed inside. Hold it. Who are you? As Byakuya and Akira approached the entrance, a security guard stopped them. We're CCG investigators, here to investigate matters related to the Ghoul restaurant. Byakuya stated his identity and purpose, presenting his credentials. Akira did the same. Oh, go right ahead. The guard immediately let them through. Inside the hotel, Byakuya and Akira searched for a long time. They didn't overlook any corner that might contain clues, but they found nothing. By noon, they took a break for lunch. They found a random restaurant nearby. The moment they sat down, before they could even order, Akira brought up the Ghoul restaurant again. Continuing to search that hotel seems pointless. Let's finish combing through the entire building this afternoon, then try a different approach. Her expression remained neutral. My thought is that we should directly investigate the previous Ghoul restaurant that the CCG destroyed. This hotel was only shut down less than 6 months ago. Normally, no Ghoul would dare return so soon, let alone leave any traces behind. That does make sense, but... Akira's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Are you certain? First Class Amaha. Certain about what? Is there a problem? Byakuya was confused by her reaction. If you're certain, then there's no problem. Akira said nothing more. But her cryptic manner made Byakuya uneasy. Just as he was about to order food, Akira suddenly stood up. What is it? Something urgent. You're asking what's wrong. Didn't you suggest going there to investigate? We can eat there too. No need to waste time here. Akira spoke flatly. Fine. Byakuya thought it over and conceded the point. The Ghoul restaurant was indeed often established in places that used to be regular restaurants. He'd been slacking yesterday and hadn't done his homework, not something he wanted his subordinate to know. So he didn't show any sign of being unfamiliar with the situation. Afterward, the two walked in silence. They headed toward the location of the Ghoul restaurant that had been destroyed years earlier. Since it had been a while, the place had been sealed for a year or two before being allowed to reopen. It was currently operating normally. Byakuya hadn't done his research, but Tsukiyama had told him the exact location last night, so he didn't need Akira to lead the way. But when they arrived at their destination, Byakuya was momentarily stunned. It wasn't a regular restaurant. It was a couples-themed restaurant. He hadn't known this beforehand. Now things were awkward. It suddenly clicked why Akira had reacted so strangely when he'd suggested coming here. She must have known what this place was all along. He was caught in a dilemma. If he explained that he hadn't known what kind of restaurant this was, he'd be admitting he hadn't done his homework. But if he said he had known, wouldn't that make him look like some creepy boss who brought his female subordinate to a couple's restaurant? Still, Byakuya quickly regained his composure. The simplest solution was to say nothing. Just act like this was purely for work, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Akira's expression didn't suggest she was overthinking it either. When Byakuya had confirmed his decision earlier, his calm, professional demeanor had apparently satisfied her concerns. Let's go in. Byakuya spoke casually. Akira nodded. Since this was an investigation rather than a combat mission, they hadn't brought their Quinqua cases. Byakuya had only concealed a dagger-sized Hiriko 176 on his person, as he always did. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The interior was decorated entirely in pink, and everywhere they looked, couples sat together. Byakuya and Akira appearing in this couple's restaurant made it look like they were a couple themselves. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Should we act like a couple? The situation was undeniably awkward. On the first day of officially working together, Byakuya had brought his female subordinate to this kind of place. Still, he kept his expression completely blank, not wanting Akira to read anything into it. Soon, a server from the couple's restaurant came to attend to them. What kind of service would you like today? The server led them to an empty table, then leaned in and spoke quietly. We offer a full range of services here, including various, intimate items. The couple's hotel next door is also under our management. The server appeared to be a young woman herself, yet she could say all this with a bright smile and not a hint of embarrassment. Their training must have been thorough. No thank you, we're just here to eat. Byakuya kept his tone calm and level. Akira sat in silence, her face expressionless. The couples around them, the suggestive atmosphere, she seemed to have tuned it all out completely. Oh, of course. Here's the menu. The server handed the menu to Byakuya. Akira, you choose first. He passed the menu to Akira. She took it, scanned through it in seconds, marked 2 dishes, and handed it back with brisk efficiency. Byakuya selected 2 dishes of his own. The server watched all this with growing confusion. Were these two really a couple? From their behavior and body language, they barely seemed like friends, let alone lovers. Pardon me for asking, but are you two actually a couple? The server couldn't contain her curiosity. She was still young, a more experienced server would never ask customers such a personal question. Akira had no intention of dignifying this with a response. She didn't even glance at the server, apparently considering it a waste of her time. No. Byakuya answered without hesitation. But, this place is. Halfway through her sentence, the server realized she'd overstepped. I'm so sorry. Forget I said anything. She bowed apologetically to both of them. Thank goodness the manager hadn't witnessed her blunder. Still, she couldn't be careless, she needed to keep apologizing until the customers forgave her, or she'd be in serious trouble if they complained later. It's fine. We don't mind. We're just here for a normal lunch. Seeing how flustered the server was, Byakuya had no intention of giving a young woman a hard time. He offered a small smile. The server breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away with the menu. Byakuya sighed internally. How did we end up in a place like this? Tsukiyama hadn't mentioned last night that this was a couples-themed restaurant. If he'd known, he wouldn't have suggested coming here so carelessly. But he couldn't blame Tsukiyama for this, he needed to look at his own mistakes. From now on, no more slacking off before investigative operations. He'd do his homework properly. After all, no matter how omniscient he was about canon, he couldn't know details that weren't even in the original story. The original work only mentioned that the CCG had destroyed a ghoul restaurant before, it never specified where that restaurant had been located. Do we need to act like a couple? Akira suddenly spoke up. This was her first utterance since entering the restaurant. No. There's no need for that. Byakuya maintained his outward composure, though inwardly he couldn't help feeling awkward. He could tell Akira was even more reserved than usual. Who knew what kind of pervert she was imagining him to be right now? And her question just now, it had almost sounded like she was teasing him. Akira said nothing more. She rested her chin on one hand, her gaze drifting elsewhere, as if lost in thought, or perhaps just spacing out. Nearly 20 minutes later, the server brought 4 dishes and rice. Please enjoy your meal. Byakuya and Akira ate in continued silence, barely exchanging a word. They looked nothing like a couple, but then again, they had no reason to pretend. Just then, a purple-haired man in a striking red suit walked past their table. The man appeared to be wearing some kind of mask. Akira caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye, and her attention sharpened immediately. She didn't look up right away, nor did she alert Byakuya. She waited calmly for the man to pass. Once he was some distance away, she quickly said to Byakuya, "Did you notice that man just now? My instincts tell me he's highly suspicious." Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten a clear look at what kind of mask he wore, she'd only vaguely registered that he was wearing one. "Yes. Let's follow him." Byakuya spoke in a low voice. They had just finished eating. The two immediately left their seats and began tailing the purple-haired man. Of course, Byakuya knew perfectly well that it was Tsukiyama. This was all part of their plan. It was no coincidence. Tsukiyama had deliberately waited until Byakuya was nearly done eating before making his appearance, and he'd intentionally let Akira notice him. As they followed the purple-haired man out of the couple's restaurant, he removed his mask at the door and slipped it into his pocket. Akira's suspicions deepened. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama glanced to the side, a smile curving his lips, completely unnoticed by Akira. Chapter 197, The Hidden Passage. Byakuya and Akira tailed Tsukiyama to another location. The building before them appeared to be an ordinary private residence. Tsukiyama put his mask back on before entering. Was I mistaken? No. There's definitely something off about this seemingly ordinary house. Akira stopped at a distance. That man looks very similar to the gourmet I encountered at the Ghoul restaurant before, same build, same hair color. I'm fairly certain it's him. This house is worth investigating. Byakuya spoke evenly, his expression calm. Unfortunately, we didn't bring our quinquas today. Otherwise, we could go in and investigate immediately. A hint of regret colored Akira's voice. Let's not rush. We'll come back with our quinquas, no sense alerting them prematurely. Byakuya continued, we can request assistance from the local investigators and staff. Have them conduct covert surveillance of this area. If we go back to the Ward 20 branch for our quinquas, including round-trip travel time, it shouldn't take more than an hour. I think we can begin operations tonight. Then we move tonight. Byakuya agreed readily. Afterward, rather than following the purple-haired man inside, they headed to the Ward 7 CCG branch. The branch director for Ward 7 was first-class investigator Taisha Fura, a former classmate of Kishu Arima's at Saisei High School. After surviving the lantern incident, he decided to become a ghoul investigator. Soon, Byakuya met with Fura. First-class Fura. Akira offered a brief greeting. First-class Fura, we're here because we need your assistance with something. Byakuya stated his purpose directly. First-class Amaha, Rank 2 motto, I've already been briefed on your investigation into the gourmet and the Ghoul restaurant. Whatever you need, just ask. Fura was accommodating. Byakuya nodded, then gave a summary of the purple-haired man suspected to be the gourmet, and the ordinary residents suspected of being connected to the Ghoul restaurant. We'll need some investigator assistance and staff to conduct surveillance in that area. It's crucial that they don't expose themselves or engage with anyone entering or leaving the building. Within the CCG, most personnel were ordinary staff, ranked below investigator assistants. Below them were staff assistants. That was the basic hierarchy. The people Byakuya requested weren't combat personnel. At most, they were authorized to carry firearms. He didn't want them getting into fights with Ghoul restaurant ghouls. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Fura nodded. But are you sure you don't need me to send combat personnel as backup? No need. This is just reconnaissance for now. Once we've confirmed the Ghoul restaurant's exact location, there'll be time enough for a larger operation. After some brief pleasantries, the conversation concluded. After leaving the Ward 7 branch, we should head back and get our quinquas immediately. If that place really is a Ghoul restaurant, and if they're holding an event right now, there'll be a significant number of ghouls inside. Akira nodded in agreement. A moment later, she suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. Does any supervisor actually bring his female subordinate to a couple's restaurant on their first day working together? Byakuya fell silent. He thought the matter was already behind them, but apparently Akira was still dwelling on it. Still, he maintained his composure. That was purely for the investigation. I was just joking. I also believe first-class Amaha isn't that kind of supervisor. Akira's expression remained neutral. The two returned to the Ward 20 branch, retrieved their quinqua cases, and headed back to Ward 7. They waited until nightfall. The surveillance by the staff and investigator assistants had already yielded results. Over the past few hours, numerous people had been observed entering the residence one after another. The building wasn't particularly large, normally, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Something was definitely wrong. That night, Byakuya and Akira moved in. With the investigator assistants and staff providing cover outside, they slipped into the residence undetected. Inside, it didn't look like anyone actually lived there. They carefully checked each room but found no one. Yet according to the surveillance reports, everyone who entered hadn't left. That meant there had to be a hidden passage somewhere. Let's look for a secret entrance. That many people couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Byakuya spoke casually. Jukiyama had actually told him last night where the hidden passage was located, but he needed to at least put on a show. He couldn't just walk straight to it. The footprints are most concentrated here. The entrance to the passage is probably in this room. Byakuya used his observational skills to reason it out. Akira examined the footprints on the floor. This area was indeed the most suspicious, not immediately obvious, but when compared to the other rooms, the difference was clear. They searched methodically. The footprints end here. Byakuya tapped lightly on the floor where the prints disappeared. The sound that came back was strange, not the solid thud of a proper floor. The floor here is hollow. Akira realized immediately. Exactly. The entrance to the passage is beneath us. Then let's hide and wait. The next person to come in will open it for us. Akira continued, based on the surveillance, someone arrives on average every 10 minutes or less. If nothing unexpected happens, we should see someone within 3 minutes. Sure enough, someone entered shortly after. As this newcomer activated the hidden mechanism, they put on a mask, almost certainly a ghoul. But then they caught a whiff of human scent in the air. Their kakugan flared to life. Human scent. Perfect, an appetizer before the main course. Just as the ghoul was about to search for the hidden humans, a dagger flew from the side and struck them directly in the head. The blade pierced through their skull, killing them instantly. Ding. Host has eliminated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, I won't let you get hurt. Watching Byakuya casually throw a dagger and kill a ghoul with a single blow, Akira's eyes flickered with something like admiration. She'd long heard that Byakuya possessed the strength to fight the one-eyed owl. This kind of performance wasn't surprising. Byakuya tossed the corpse, the ghoul he'd killed with Hiriko 176th, into another room. Then he and Akira quickly descended into the hidden passage. Past the entrance stairs, a spacious corridor stretched before them. The passage was brightly lit, lined with several closed doors. There was no telling what lay behind them. Byakuya and Akira walked to the end of the corridor, where it branched left and right. Ahead stood a large door. The door wasn't locked, it seemed it could be opened directly. From beyond it came the sounds of a noisy crowd. The ghoul restaurant is probably on the other side of this door. I think we've gathered enough information to head back. Akira spoke in a low voice. She sensed danger. If they forced this door open, they'd almost certainly face a swarm of ghouls. They hadn't come here to fight, they'd come to investigate. The quinquas they'd brought were for self-defense. Any assault would require proper confirmation first. While they couldn't definitively confirm this was the ghoul restaurant yet, they could at least confirm a large gathering of ghouls was present. The ghoul they'd encountered at the passage entrance was evidence enough. Byakuya said little. He'd told Fura this was just reconnaissance, otherwise, the CCG would have sent a whole team of investigators to back him up, which would mean fewer fusion points for him. He preferred no interference. That's right, from the very beginning, this had all been a setup between him and Jukiyama. Including the ghouls gathered here tonight, carefully arranged by Jukiyama. Jukiyama had earned his trust. In return, Byakuya would reap a windfall of fusion points. It's time. Sure enough, just as he and Akira turned to leave, they found their path blocked. Those cases they're carrying. No wonder Mr. told us to be careful tonight. So doves really did sneak in. Just 2 doves. Don't let them escape. Several masked ghouls blocked Byakuya and Akira's retreat. They found us. Akira's gaze sharpened. These ghouls had clearly been warned in advance that investigators might come. The gourmet probably noticed us. If I recall correctly, Mr. is the gourmet's alias. Byakuya spoke calmly. Should we break through? What do you think? Akira looked to Byakuya. No. Since we've come this far, we might as well eliminate them all, including every ghoul in this ghoul restaurant. Byakuya's voice was low and resolute. This was his true purpose, using his authority to investigate the ghoul restaurant, combined with Jukiyama's inside cooperation, to wipe it out entirely. Since tonight's event had been organized by Jukiyama himself, the attending ghouls were all his invitations. After careful screening, they were ordinary ghouls with unremarkable backgrounds but extensive criminal records, all A or B rated. This is. Akira felt Byakuya's proposal bordered on madness. But given his strength, he had every right to say such things. Stay close to me. Byakuya gave Akira a warning, then turned and smashed through the large door. Akira had no choice but to follow him through. On the other side, they found a crowd of masked ghouls. The venue's layout was unmistakably that of a ghoul restaurant. Byakuya and Akira's sudden intrusion momentarily stunned many of the ghouls present. Akira. We begin now. The moment he finished speaking, Byakuya charged into the fray. The entire ghoul restaurant descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama had already slipped away through another passage. Ding. Host has defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host has defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Wielding 13's Jason, Byakuya cut through the ghoul restaurant like a god of death. Akira, by contrast, was struggling. There were simply too many ghouls. In a one-on-one situation, she could hold her own against an S-rated ghoul. The quinkwa she and her father had researched and modified was unlike standard models, it combined Kukaku and Bikaku, making her far stronger than an ordinary rank 2 investigator. Her quinkwa was called Amatsu/Amaz, indicating it was made from the cocoon of 2 different ghouls. It could switch between a whip form Bikaku and a sword form Kukaku. While carving his way through the battle, Byakuya kept constant watch on Akira's situation. If Akira got hurt, it would be his responsibility. After all, this entire incident was something he and Tsukiyama had orchestrated. Since he'd brought Akira into such a dangerous situation, he had to ensure her safety. Just then, Byakuya noticed Akira was about to be overwhelmed by several ghouls attacking simultaneously. He immediately moved to assist, gripping 13's Jason in sword form and sweeping horizontally to send the ghouls flying. Another wave of fusion points secured. You don't need to worry about me. I can still manage. Akira spoke up. But her heavy breathing betrayed her lack of composure. Besides, I don't want to be a burden. She didn't want Byakuya protecting her, because she didn't want him distracted on her account. And this ghoul restaurant, she was the one who'd insisted on investigating it. Getting surrounded by ghouls was her own responsibility. Of course, that was from Akira's perspective. She had no idea her superior was actually working with the gourmet. How could I possibly ignore you, as your superior? Byakuya responded while fighting off the ghouls rushing toward them. Since he and Akira were blocking the main door, and Tsukiyama had locked the other passage, the ghouls' only escape route was through them. This mob of disorganized fighters, emboldened by their numbers against just 2 doves, had grown reckless. No matter how talented you are, whether you were second-ranked or top of your class, you're still a rank 2 investigator. Your abilities have limits, and that's not your fault. If you didn't need anyone's protection, what would be the point of having a superior like me? Byakuya continued, so stop overthinking it. I won't let you get hurt, or die. Fight without worry. Despite his calm demeanor, his real concern was that Akira might spiral into self-blame. The pressure from a crowd of ghouls was nothing compared to the weight of Akira's guilt. Because this whole situation was his doing, yet Akira was blaming herself for it. That's why he was being so insistent. However, his words landed differently in Akira's ears. Chapter 199, Akira's change of attitude. Hearing this, Akira looked at Byakuya with something stirring in her expression. But she quickly composed herself, now wasn't the time to get distracted. I understand. I'll leave it to you, first-class Amaha. Akira spoke with cool composure. She gripped her quinkwa tighter, pushing all distracting thoughts aside to focus entirely on the ghouls before her. Her response put Byakuya somewhat at ease. What he didn't notice was that this time, Akira had used slightly more formal language than before. Under Byakuya's constant protection, Akira's performance steadily improved. She was doing far better than earlier, and she'd eliminated several ghouls herself. This operation served Byakuya's purposes on multiple fronts, primarily farming fusion points, but also earning considerable merit. The ghoul restaurant had always been a headache for the CCG. Due to the difficulty of investigation, they'd only managed to destroy it once in several years. The second time was Byakuya's infiltration. Including tonight, this would be the third. Besides himself, Akira would also receive credit, helpful for her promotion to first class. Everyone won except the unfortunate ghouls. Tsukiyama had earned trust. Byakuya had gained fusion points and merit. Akira had gained merit too. A 3-way victory. But these ghouls were far from innocent. They were all regulars at the ghoul restaurant, that's why they'd been close enough to Tsukiyama to be lured here. Given their crimes, death was well deserved. Fusion points, 2,300, cumulative, 3,310. By now, not a single living ghoul remained in the ghoul restaurant. Byakuya and Akira had eliminated most of them, a few had fled quickly enough when they saw things going south. Byakuya checked his current fusion points. This raid had netted him roughly 200 to 300 points, a very solid haul. With just 200 more fusion points, his fusion progress would advance to LV4. At that point, at minimum, his Sharingan would evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His chakra, Hashirama cells, and taijutsu would all improve significantly. As for Nujutsu, that was harder to predict. How are you feeling? Still holding up. After the battle, Byakuya checked on Akira. I'm fine. Akira was breathing hard. But thanks to Byakuya's protection, she was virtually uninjured, just some tears in her clothing. Her black stockings had a few holes in them, nothing more. Good to hear. Let's head back. It's getting late, Byakuya said. The two left the underground area. On the surface, Byakuya first checked on the investigator assistants and staff. Thank you for maintaining surveillance so late. You didn't have any physical confrontations with any ghouls who escaped, did you? No, not at all. Wait, those people who ran out in a panic were ghouls. Since they weren't certain whether those fleeing figures were ghouls, they hadn't tried to intercept them. Byakuya nodded. Good, he'd been worried the escaped ghouls might harm the people outside. Yes, they were ghoul restaurant members. The restaurant has been destroyed. I'll leave the scene cleanup to your Ward 7 investigators and staff. Understood. We'll report to Furusan immediately. Should we leave anyone here to continue surveillance? No need. It's late, go get some rest. Furusan can handle the arrangements from here. With Byakuya's permission, the assistants and staff withdrew. That was terrifying. We observed dozens if not 100 ghouls entering the place today, and first-class Amaha and his partner just wiped them all out. His partner seems to be a rank 2 investigator, apparently some famous top rookie. Very capable and very beautiful. A rank 2 rookie probably couldn't contribute much. That means first-class Amaha took down all those ghouls practically single-handedly. Well, he's the one who drove back the one-eyed owl. His strength is already at the top tier of the CCG. They couldn't help marveling as they left. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Akira took the subway back to Ward 20. When they arrived at the Ward 20 branch, it was around 8 p.m. Shinohara and Suzuya were still searching for intelligence on the binge eater. Kori Ui and Rikai weren't in the office. Akira planned to write a report on the day's events before heading home. Byakuya finally looked through the ghoul restaurant intelligence he should have reviewed yesterday. Sure enough, the documents mentioned that couples-theme restaurant, but he'd been slacking off yesterday. First-class Amaha, I've finished my report. I'll be heading home now. Akira placed her report on Byakuya's desk as before. Get some good rest. Don't wear yourself out. However, just as Akira was gathering her things to leave, a pair of colleagues from their shared office came over with an invitation. First-class Amaha, rank 2 motto, we'd like to invite you both out for a late-night snack. Are you free tonight? This pair was also a male superior and female subordinate, a middle-aged first-class investigator and a young rank 3 investigator. The young woman looked somewhat embarrassed. She greatly admired Akira and especially Byakuya, so her superior had come to extend the invitation on her behalf. Despite Akira's cold demeanor, her looks and abilities made her quite popular within the CCG. As for Byakuya, he hardly needed explanation. He was practically flawless in every way, with absolute strength to match. Like Arima, he was admired by many investigators. Akira glanced at her watch. 8:09 p.m. If we can finish before 9, I'll go. Byakuya felt a jolt of surprise. Akira actually agreed. This was bad. Because. Wonderful. And you, first-class Amaha. The young woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Akira's gaze also shifted toward him. But Byakuya was in an awkward position. He'd promised Rise last night that he'd come home and try her cooking. Chapter 200, I'm not drunk. By all rights, Akira should have refused outright. She'd even turned down invitations from Shinohara and Kori Ui before. Why would she agree to this? If Akira had declined, Byakuya could have politely refused too. But she'd said yes. Awkward, but not insurmountable. Alright, but I'll probably only eat a little. Byakuya's mind quickly found a solution. It wasn't binary, accept or refuse. He could accept while eating sparingly, then still keep his promise to Rise. Oh. First-class Amaha agreed too. With the young woman's delighted exclamation, the four of them headed to a nearby late-night eatery. They ordered drinks and some grilled skewers, settling in to chat over alcohol. Ugh. When am I ever going to make rank 2? After just a short while of drinking, the young woman started venting, her voice already carrying a hint of intoxication. Looks like Koyu's already drunk. Her superior, the middle-aged man, chuckled. Koyu's tolerance is actually quite low. Apologies for the display. Through their earlier conversation, Byakuya had gotten to know the pair. The now tipsy young woman was Koyu Kobayashi, a rank 3 investigator who'd been on the job less than a year. Her superior was first-class investigator Yoshino Nakamura. Normally, there was no way Koyu could make rank 2 within a year. The only ones who'd achieved that kind of promotion speed were Byakuya, Arima, and Suzuya. In fact, most investigators remained stuck at first class until retirement. Advancement in the CCG was no easy feat, it's fine. As long as she's enjoying herself. Promotion isn't something investigators need to fixate on. Akira suddenly spoke up. Rank 2 motto, I want to have my own quinqua like you do. Koyu's flushed face showed envy, her eyes bright with longing. Despite being drunk, she poured herself another drink, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. First-class Nakamura, shouldn't you stop rank 3 Kobayashi from drinking more? Byakuya turned to Nakamura. It's fine, really. Koyu's always like this. No matter how wasted she gets, she's completely fine the next day. I've limited her to drinking once a week. Let her enjoy it. Byakuya said nothing more. Still, it was understandable for new investigators to want promotions, but promotion wasn't always a good thing. With promotion comes increased responsibility. You'll have to do things you don't want to do. What matters more is having a strong will and a clear goal. Rank is secondary. Akira spoke quietly, taking a sip from her glass. But by the time she finished, Koyu had already collapsed onto the table, apparently asleep. She probably hadn't heard a word Akira said, and even if she had, she'd likely forget it all by morning. Nakamura was used to seeing his subordinate like this. He smiled awkwardly. Well, I should get Koyu home. You two should rest up as well, first-class Amaha, rank 2 motto. Of course. Take care. Byakuya nodded. After Nakamura helped Koyu away, Byakuya noticed Akira was still drinking. He checked the time, only around 8:30. No rush to leave yet. He himself had only had a little alcohol and a few skewers, but Akira seemed to have had quite a bit already. If he remembered correctly, Akira's tolerance wasn't particularly good either. Akira, you should slow down too. Akira responded absently. Byakuya looked at her more closely. Her eyes definitely lacked their usual sharpness. Something was off. What's with that look? Akira noticed his gaze. She propped both elbows on the table, head lowered, and glanced at him sideways. Her sharp instincts were apparently still intact, but she was definitely drunk. Is promotion really unimportant? In your view? Byakuya tested her. A test to see if she was actually drunk. Akira was silent for a moment before speaking. Papa has the ability and the achievements. But he's still at first class, and some people in the CCG look down on him for it. They mock him as the foolish quinqua maniac who'll never get promoted. Papa never explains himself to anyone. He only ever told me, revenge has nothing to do with rank. As long as you have unwavering will and a clear goal, you will succeed. You mentioned earlier that promotion brings responsibility and burden. So your father chose not to advance, not because he doesn't deserve it, but because of those reasons, right? Exactly. You understand Papa quite well. A faint, bitter smile crossed Akira's face. But I don't entirely agree with that. Papa may be obsessed with revenge against the one-eyed owl who killed Mama, but he's always taken good care of me. His choice to give up promotion was probably for my sake too. Byakuya could now confirm it, Akira was drunk. Her words and tone made it obvious. The normal Akira would never speak like this. If he'd risen to the rank his achievements warrant, without worrying about me, he wouldn't be mocked by those people. He might have even completed the revenge he's been so fixated on. Akira continued pouring out her heart. I actually want to stand on my own feet as soon as possible, so Papa doesn't have to keep worrying about me. So even though I told Koyu those things earlier, deep down I still want to be promoted quickly. Koyu. Wait, her name is Koyu. Koyu Kobayashi. Byakuya corrected her. So you really are drunk, aren't you? I'm not drunk. Akira immediately denied it. But her tone gave her away. People who are drunk never admit it. While you still have some awareness, stop drinking. It's time to head home. Before Byakuya could finish, Akira slumped onto the table with a dazed expression. Hey. Akira. Don't fall asleep yet. Chapter 201, The Drunk Female Subordinate. Ding. Host had late-night supper with Akira Mato and got her drunk. Reward, 30 fusion points. Hearing this system notification, Amaha Byakuya was instantly speechless. At a time like this, the system seemed to be mocking him. It wasn't him who got Akira Mato drunk at all, she'd gotten drunk on her own. Still, the fusion points reward was pretty generous, so whatever. Afterward, Byakuya called out to her for a while, trying to wake her up. MMN. I can't drink anymore. But the only response he got was from the barely conscious Akira. I know you can't drink anymore. Byakuya sighed softly. Looking at Akira's condition, there was basically no hope of her getting home on her own normally. Ding. Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, take Akira Mato back to her home, but her home is in Ward 1. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 2, take Akira Mato directly to your own home, but you will be interrogated by Rise Kamishiro and the others. Reward, 30 fusion points. Choice 3, take Akira Mato to a hotel and get a room, but the next day, the reputation of perverted superior will spread throughout all of CCG. Reward, 50 fusion points. Seeing the system starting to mess around again, Byakuya directly ignored it. This didn't even need thinking, it was definitely the first option. As for the other two options, the extra fusion points weren't worth it. Once chosen, each would bring more trouble than the last. By comparison, it was better not to be greedy for those few extra points. Byakuya sighed softly at this moment and said to Akira, I'll take you home. He helped Akira stand, then had her drape her arm over his shoulder, planning to support her back this way. But the high heels Akira was wearing were too much of a hindrance. After just a few steps, she'd trip, constantly at risk of twisting her ankle. Those high heels of yours. Can't be helped, I'll have to be forward. Byakuya changed his approach, deciding to carry Akira on his back instead. There was no better option. Hold on tight. You still have some awareness, don't you? Byakuya reminded her. Akira responded drowsily, but she still had enough consciousness to wrap her arms around Byakuya's neck. Since Akira hadn't rented a place nearby yet, Byakuya had no choice but to carry her on the subway to Ward 1. After boarding the subway, Byakuya set the still unconscious Akira down on a seat. At this hour, the subway wasn't packed, but it wasn't empty either. For the other passengers, seeing a couple riding the subway home with one of them drunk was nothing new. But what really caught their attention was the pair of white briefcases at the couple's feet. They'd seen things like those on television before, weren't those the weapons of Ghoul investigators? They'd seen plenty of drunk couples, but investigators. That was a first. The passengers who originally hadn't intended to pay attention to that side were now quite curious about what would happen next. At this moment, after setting Akira down on the seat, Byakuya sat down beside her. Akira's drowsy state wouldn't clear up without a proper night's rest. Just then, Akira's head swayed back and forth before gradually tilting onto Byakuya's shoulder beside her. Let me sleep for a bit. Akira clearly still had some consciousness, but only just barely. Then, as if treating Byakuya's shoulder as a pillow, she wrapped both arms directly around his arm, hugging it like a body pillow. Byakuya sat there with a calm yet somewhat helpless expression. He checked the time. If he could get Akira home before 10 p.m. and return to his own place, that would be about right. Mama. Before long, Byakuya heard Akira talking in her sleep, calling out for her mother. She probably missed her mother deeply, the one who had left her 10 years ago. And the one who killed her mother was that one-eyed owl. Of course, not Yoshimura's owl, but Ito Yoshimura's one-eyed owl. During the subway ride, Akira suddenly opened her eyes slightly, seeming to have regained consciousness for a moment, but her unfocused gaze didn't look like she was truly awake. She saw herself leaning against Byakuya's shoulder, still holding onto his arm, but still didn't fully register what was happening. You can accomplish what my father couldn't. Defeat the one eye we've always wanted revenge against. Akira mumbled drowsily, and, that time at the Ghoul restaurant. You really are amazing. If only I could have that kind of power. Having finished that sentence, as if it had used up Akira's last bit of energy, she fell asleep again, still not releasing her hold on Byakuya's arm. But at this moment, Byakuya had no mind to think about the sensation on his arm. What Akira had just said stirred his thoughts. After all, the one-eyed owl that Akira and Kiryu Mato hated most was currently in a cooperative relationship with him. Byakuya turned his head to look out the window, falling into deep thought. Around 9 p.m., the subway arrived at Ward 1. Akira, Mato-san should still be awake, right? Or at least you should have your house keys. As they approached her building with Akira on his back, Byakuya asked her. After a moment, he finally heard her response. Dad isn't asleep. Byakuya then carried Akira upstairs and pressed the doorbell in front of the Mato residence. Ding. Host completed choice 1. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ding. Host carried his drunk female subordinate and escorted her home. Reward, 10 fusion points. A moment later, Kiryu Mato came to open the door. The instant he opened it and saw Byakuya carrying his daughter on his back, Kiryu froze slightly, clearly not having expected the scene before him. Tonight, a colleague invited us out for a late-night meal. Akira ended up drinking herself into this state. Byakuya offered a simple explanation. He figured Mato-san wasn't the type to get worked up before understanding the situation, so he remained calm, not worried about being misunderstood. I see. That gave me quite a fright. I thought your relationship had progressed this quickly. Kiryu chuckled. Sorry for the trouble, first-class Amaha. This is also my first time learning that Akira's alcohol tolerance is this poor. Clearly, the image of Byakuya carrying a drunk Akira had sparked quite a few thoughts in Kiryu's mind just now. Chapter 202, Rise, the Devoted Wife. It's nothing. I'll be heading back now. Byakuya lowered Akira from his back, intending to hand her over to Kiryu and leave. All right, thank you. Kiryu supported Akira and first set her down on the sofa to rest. Meanwhile, Byakuya had already reached back to close the Mato family's door and departed. Sitting on the sofa, Kiryu fell into thought. He remembered that he should have invited first-class Amaha to stay and sit for a while just now. He couldn't help but lament that his reaction had been a bit slow, his mind a bit stuck. Perhaps it was because this was his first time seeing his daughter come home in such a state, and carried by another man at that. Fortunately, that man was first-class Amaha, which put his mind at ease. At this, Kiryu suddenly realized, Akira had reached that age too, hadn't she? It felt like, before he knew it, Akira had already grown up so much. 21 years old was not young at all. Kiryu recalled how back when he was just 18, he had met Akira's mother, Kasuka Mato, at the academy. Falling for her at first sight, he boldly declared his love, only to be told that romance was too troublesome, especially since marriage meant changing her surname. Under Japan's marriage system, a wife typically takes her husband's surname after marriage. But Kiryu had directly declared that he could be the one to change his name. And so he became the one who married into her family. That was how, in somewhat comedic fashion, he and Kasuka Mato got married. Of course, it was only nominally marrying in. Aside from the husband being the one to change his surname, they were no different from an ordinary couple. Both were rare talents in the CCG. Kiryu had exceptional skill with quinquas, while Kasuka became the youngest female associate special class investigator. It was only the tragedy 10 years ago that tore the Mato family apart. Recalling his past experiences, Kiryu was filled with emotion. All these years, his heart had been almost entirely consumed by his hatred for the one-eyed owl, to the point where he'd nearly forgotten all those precious moments he once shared with his wife. If not for what happened tonight, he didn't know when he would have remembered those times. What a miscalculation. I should have asked Amaha about his thoughts on Akira just now. Or maybe I'll just ask Akira directly once she wakes up tomorrow. Kiryu muttered to himself. As a quinqua maniac, he was pretty straightforward when it came to matters of the heart, just like when he pursued Kasuka Mato back then, with basically no beating around the bush. He was curious, so he'd simply ask directly. There was also another thing that bothered him slightly, regarding Amaha Byakuya and Akira Mato's partnership. It actually wasn't him who had recommended or arranged it. It was definitely the bureau director and Yashitoki who set it up, but as for who recommended it, or whether Akira had volunteered herself, he had no idea. Before 10 p.m. to 9:30, to be precise, Byakuya finally made it home. After running around all day, if not for his extraordinarily powerful physique, an ordinary person would probably have collapsed on the sofa by now. After all that hassle, he was finally home. You came back quite late, though earlier than yesterday. Rise Kamishiro walked up to Byakuya and helped him take off his combat suit. That big, thick combat suit was definitely not something to wear as casual home attire. There was something rather domestic about Rise's behavior at the moment, quite the devoted wife. Just then, her eyes sharpened as she asked, "There's a woman scent on you. And it's quite strong. What's going on?" Clearly, she had detected this scent from Byakuya's combat suit. With her highly developed senses, distinguishing between a man's scent and a woman's scent was easy. "The woman you're talking about should be my subordinate. Tonight at 8, a colleague invited us out for a late-night meal. Then my subordinate got drunk, and I had no choice but to carry her back to her home. That's probably why the scent is so strong." Byakuya explained simply. This time, he was straightforward, neither embellishing nor hiding anything. "I see. No wonder there's also a smell of alcohol." Rai said evenly, "The fact that you didn't bring that woman directly back to our home, that's already quite an improvement." "Ha. Byakuya could only manage an awkward laugh at that. This was exactly why he'd decisively chosen the first option earlier. If he brought Akira Mato directly to his own home for those extra 10 fusion points, Rise would definitely have given him a hard time about it. And there were also Corona, Nishiro, and Mayu. "By the way, is everyone already asleep?" Byakuya asked. Kurona and Nishiro have been quite diligent with their CCG work lately. They wake up early and go to bed early. Mayu is still growing, so I had her go to sleep at 9. As for Matsumi and Kane, they've always kept a very regular schedule. After all, they were professional servants for the Jukiyama family. Rise said. Thank you for your hard work. Byakuya was somewhat surprised that Rise had actually told Mayu to sleep early. This was a bit different from the Rise in his impression. Though he didn't have many impressions of Rise to begin with, even in the original work, she hadn't appeared in that many scenes. Just from this one detail, he could tell Rise's personality wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. For instance, while Rise was wreaking havoc in Ward 20, she'd also been helping Antika collect human corpses, something that, based on her surface personality, she didn't seem like she'd do. Cruel and merciless, yet also having these sudden, inexplicable moments of tenderness. The root cause was probably that Rise's personality had been twisted by the Washa clan. What's there to work hard about? I'm at home all day with nothing to do anyway. Rise smiled. Now then, let me show you my cooking skills. Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to it. Byakuya said. Whether it would be the unsurprising dark cuisine or unexpectedly delicious, he'd find out soon. Afterward, Rise put on the apron Byakuya usually wore when cooking. Her movements tying the apron didn't look clumsy at all, she seemed to have practiced beforehand. Growing more curious, Byakuya also entered the kitchen, wanting to see what Rise's cooking would be like. Oh, I almost forgot. Help me tie up my hair. Just then, Rise suddenly remembered something and asked Byakuya. This was to prevent hair from falling into the food while cooking, another tip she'd picked up from food magazines. For today, she'd read quite a few food magazines and done plenty of preparation, also she could let Byakuya taste her cooking. Chapter 203, Knife Skills Like Chopping People. Tie your hair. I used to help my mom with hers, but it's been a while, so I might be a bit rusty. Byakuya said. It's fine. Just tie it up casually. Rise said offhandedly. Byakuya then attempted to arrange Rise's hair. Rise usually wore her long hair loose over her shoulders and back, without any particular style. Of course, Byakuya didn't want Rise to style it any other way either. This straight black hair look was already perfect. Next, with somewhat rusty technique, Byakuya tied Rise's long hair into a bun, then put a proper cooking cap on her. That should do it. Though his technique was a bit rusty, Byakuya was fairly satisfied with the result. Good. Then let's begin. With that, Rise picked up the kitchen knife. Byakuya watched from the side, somewhat curious yet also somewhat worried. The next scene left him stunned. Rise wielded the kitchen knife, and with almost every chop, scraps of ingredients on the cutting board went flying. The force behind each cut was so strong that if you didn't know better, you'd think she was chopping at a person. So Byakuya was immediately taken aback. But thinking about it, this made sense. A ghoul's strength was simply too great, especially an S-rated ghoul like Rise, her strength was even more exaggerated. Having just learned to cook, Rise hadn't yet mastered her force control, which resulted in this scene. This made Byakuya even more worried about Rise. But he didn't speak up or intervene, he just watched quietly from the side. By the time Rise finished cutting the ingredients, about 30% had gone flying off as scraps. But for Rise, this was inconsequential. By now, Byakuya could already tell, the dish Rise was preparing was curry. Japanese-style curry was a thick soup made from various ingredients and spices, most often eaten with rice, and sometimes used as a base for noodle dishes. And now the question arose, how would Rise, as a ghoul, taste for seasoning? Though she was following the food magazine's instructions exactly, including the salt and spices, when actually cooking herself, she couldn't possibly control ingredient portions exactly like the tutorial showed. That meant she couldn't just blindly copy the spice measurements, she'd need to taste as she went. But forget tasting, at this moment, Rise's face was already showing signs of difficulty. The smell of this pot of curry was absolutely foul to her ghoul senses. Being able to eat human food expressionlessly before, that was fake eating, a skill learned for convenient hunting. In reality, that food tasted absolutely disgusting in her mouth, and the smell was just as bad. Fake eating meant forcing herself to suppress her revulsion and control her expression. But in front of Byakuya, there was naturally no need to hold back, so the discomfort was already written all over her face. Especially since Rise's sense of smell was naturally more acute than an average ghoul's. Seeing this, Byakuya quietly left the kitchen. Noticing Byakuya leaving, Rise immediately thought she'd messed up, that the smell was so bad it had driven Byakuya away. Her sense of smell was different from a human's, so she didn't know what this pot of curry smelled like to a human. Rise's mood grew somewhat irritated. She couldn't taste to check, so she didn't know where the problem was. She'd followed the food magazine's instructions as closely as possible. And she'd practiced on her own before this. The problem was, no one could taste test for her. Everyone in this house was a ghoul except for Byakuya, and even Byakuya seemed to be some kind of mutant half-ghoul. Growing increasingly frustrated, Rise thought about grabbing the food magazine to go over it again, to make sure she hadn't missed any steps. If that didn't work, she'd just start over from scratch. Just as she was about to leave the kitchen to get the magazine, she ran right into Byakuya coming back in. She could see Byakuya was holding a mask. "Where did you go?" Rise immediately asked. "I saw how uncomfortable you looked. I figured the smell of human food was getting to you, so I went to get you a mask. It should help a lot once you put it on," Byakuya explained. Rise suddenly realized she'd overthought things. But she still wanted to confirm, "So you didn't run away because the smell was too bad?" "Of course not. The smell is fine, definitely wouldn't call it bad." As he spoke, Byakuya personally put the mask on Rise. It was a fairly professional grade mask too, the slightly expensive kind. "That's good then. Also, you're quite considerate." Rise could feel Byakuya's care for her. The frustration that had been building up inside her instantly reversed completely. "It's just a small thing that needed doing." Byakuya smiled. "Let me assist you. I can taste test for you so you can make adjustments." It really is hard to manage on my own." Rise nodded. She naturally wouldn't be stubborn about something like this, that just wasn't her personality. Besides, she was making this for Byakuya specifically. She wouldn't eat it herself, and no one else in the house could either, so this way she could adjust the flavor exactly to Byakuya's taste. Afterward, Rise scooped up a small spoonful from the pot. Taking off her mask, she gently blew on it to cool it down, then fed it to Byakuya to taste. Byakuya then gave his assessment, "Feels a bit bland. Could use more seasoning for flavor." Rise added more seasoning according to Byakuya's needs. They continued adjusting the flavor this way, little by little, until it was just right and ready to serve. Finally done. "That wasn't easy." Rise sighed. "Yeah. Too bad only I can taste it." Byakuya added. "Doesn't matter. This was made specifically for you anyway," Rise said casually. If she had to share it with anyone else, she wouldn't be happy about it. "No, what I mean is, it would be nice if you could taste the curry you made with your own hands." Byakuya corrected her. "That's impossible. After all, I'm a ghoul." Rise shook her head slightly. Maybe she felt a bit of regret about it, but she didn't have any overwhelming desire to become like a human. "It's not entirely impossible. One day, I'll make it so you can taste human food normally too." What Byakuya was referring to was the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 204, Claiming Byakuya's Bed. According to the system, once the Infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully achieved, it could transform all the world's ghouls into humans. Or rather, it would simply change them back to humans, since ghouls were originally transformed from humans in the first place. "What do you mean? Will you make my taste and smell like a human's, or will you turn me directly into a human?" Rise asked with some confusion. "Directly into a human. If the plan succeeds, I can make that happen," Byakuya said. "I don't want that." Rise directly refused, though she hesitated for a moment before refusing. "I don't want to become human. I think being a ghoul at the top of the food chain is better. Besides, becoming human would definitely make me much weaker." Rise voiced her true thoughts directly to Byakuya. "Well, I certainly won't force you on this point. But if that day actually comes, I'm afraid you won't have a choice either. Because all the ghouls in the world will be changed back to humans," Byakuya said plainly. That Rise didn't want to become human wasn't surprising to him. After all, Rise enjoyed that feeling of doing whatever she wanted at the top of the food chain. Though if Rise truly did whatever she wanted, given her situation, it wouldn't be long before something went wrong. Without his protection, something like the construction site steel beam incident might not catch Rise a second or third time, but eventually. So after that, there would only be humans left in the world, Rise said with surprise. At this moment, she wasn't thinking about whether she'd like it or not, she was more surprised that Byakuya was claiming he could turn all the world's ghouls into humans. Yes. When that happens, conflicts over species won't exist anymore. The Washa clan traditions you despise will fade away, and the tragedies between humans and ghouls will cease to exist, Byakuya said. At the same time, the power that RC cells give you will disappear too. But didn't you learn martial arts from Shachi? Actually, with martial arts under your belt, you'd still be at the top of the food chain, in a certain sense. Rise fell into silence. If it were just her alone becoming human while everything else, like the Washa clan's affairs, remained unchanged, she definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Even so, when she'd refused just now, she'd hesitated. The reason for that hesitation was Byakuya. Now, because she cared more and more about Byakuya, she was becoming less and less like the self-serving, self-centered person she used to be. After thinking it over, Rise said, "If what you're saying is all true, then I guess I can barely accept it." Of course it's true. Assuming it succeeds, anyway. Though personally, I'm absolutely confident. Byakuya said. I remember you mentioned wanting to create the Akatsuki organization before. That should be related to this too, right? Rise suddenly recalled the Akatsuki organization. Byakuya had mentioned that the purpose of Akatsuki was to achieve world peace. That's right. Speaking of Akatsuki, it's about to be formally established soon. Jukiyama might be an oddball, but he seems fairly reliable. Byakuya said. If you think there's no problem, that's fine. I certainly won't give that guy a pleasant attitude. Rise said. That's fine. You don't need to be nice to him anyway, otherwise that guy might start getting ideas. Byakuya laughed. Let's set that aside for now. Eat first, or it'll get cold. Rise brought the topic back to the curry. Byakuya then mixed the curry with rice. This was the flavor he'd helped Rise adjust, so naturally it wouldn't taste bad. And the ingredients were generous too. After all, this was them cooking at home, not eating at a restaurant. They could add as much beef and other ingredients as they wanted. I know it's a bit pointless to ask this now, but the taste should be pretty good, right? Rai sat beside him wearing her mask, one hand propping up her chin, watching Byakuya eat the entire time. The taste is quite good. Byakuya said honestly. Rise was a beginner after all, and a ghoul at that. Being able to produce this flavor was already quite impressive. Though this was with him assisting on the side. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't bad either. That was roughly the situation. And whether it tastes great or not isn't that important. What matters is, this was made by your hands, Rise. Byakuya added to his assessment. This wasn't just consolation, it was his genuine feeling. Think about it, Rise had such a massive obstacle in being a ghoul, yet she'd still personally made curry for him. Add to that the fact that she was a girl he liked, and the significance was completely different. If it were, say, a hired chef, some hairy middle-aged man, would it be the same? That's disgustingly sappy, but I don't hate it. Rise smiled. Since the taste is good, I'll trouble you to finish it all. I'll try my best. Since he'd already eaten some late-night supper before coming home, barbecue and beer, even though he'd controlled his portions, this much curry was still a bit challenging for Byakuya. After finishing the last bite, Byakuya was completely full. In theory, eating this much right before bed wasn't ideal, but for him, it didn't matter. Since you're full, rest a bit and then take a bath and sleep. Rise said. Byakuya nodded slightly. But when he came out of the bathroom after his shower, he found Rise already sitting on his bed. Aren't you going back to sleep? Byakuya couldn't help but ask. I am about to sleep. Rise smiled slightly. But this is. Before Byakuya could finish, Rise spoke up, what's wrong? Even now, you still won't let me sleep in the same room as you. It's not that I won't. I just didn't process it for a moment. After all, I'm used to the usual routine. Byakuya said somewhat awkwardly. By now, he really could trust Rise enough. Even if Rise got restless while he was sleeping, his reaction speed was fast enough. Though he was a bit surprised, was Rise really this eager to sleep in the same room as him? Since it's not that you won't, then I'm sleeping here tonight. Rise declared. Not a trace of shyness on her face, nor the domineering tone of refusal she used to have. She'd already changed into a thin nightgown and was sitting on the bed. It seemed she was determined to claim Byakuya's bed this time. Chapter 205, Sharing a Bed. Do as you like. Let's sleep early. This time, Byakuya didn't refuse Rise. Ever since Rise had confessed to him, the nature of things had changed completely. And he really could feel how much Rise had changed over this time. She was different from when he'd first met her. They'd been living together for so long now. If he still couldn't trust Rise, that would be too cold-hearted. Though there was one thing Byakuya was curious about, sleeping with Rise tonight, would she be unable to resist taking a couple of bites out of him? If she couldn't control herself on that front, then he figured they'd better not sleep together in the future. He didn't want to be woken up by being bitten every night. Byakuya lay down on the bed, and Rise immediately slipped under the covers as well. Since there was only one pillow, and Rise hadn't brought her own, they ended up sharing one. Ding. Host shares a bed with Rise Kamishiro. Reward, 40 fusion points. That this earned fusion points wasn't surprising to Byakuya. He suddenly thought of something. If one day he actually had children with Rise, would he really earn even more fusion points than this? Given this system's behavior, the possibility didn't seem small. Byakuya then cast these stray thoughts aside. For now, it was better to just sleep. Just as Byakuya closed his eyes and emptied his mind, preparing to fall asleep quickly, Rise's hand suddenly slid out from under his armpits and wrapped around him, hugging him from behind. Rise. Byakuya asked. I like holding something when I sleep. Rise responded. Come to think of it, that was true, he'd seen a body pillow on Rise's bed before. And I like the way you smell. Rise added. That statement makes me a bit nervous. Don't tell me you'll lose control while I'm sleeping and take a bite. Byakuya couldn't help but say. He'd interpreted Rise's like as liking him the way one likes food. After all, Rise's appreciation for his body, in the culinary sense, was very real. It's not the kind of like you're thinking of. It's a different kind of like, I simply like your scent. Is that not okay? Rise corrected him. Though I do have some urges in that direction, I can control myself on something this small. Well then, good night, darling. Rise whispered softly in Byakuya's ear. Then she pressed her forehead against his back, holding him as she drifted off to sleep. Good night. The night passed uneventfully. Rise hadn't bitten Byakuya even once throughout the night. However, there was some saliva on his back near his neck. Rise had left it there in her sleep. He'd noticed at the time, but since it hadn't felt dangerous, he hadn't minded. One could only say Rise had held back, but not completely. As Byakuya woke up, Rise, who had been half asleep, was immediately roused by his movement. Morning, Rise. Byakuya acted as if nothing had happened, having already wiped off the saliva on his back. No need to bring up such a small matter with Rise. Good morning, darling. Rise stretched lazily, and her perfect figure's curves immediately became apparent. She then got out of bed to wash up. But the sink in Byakuya's room naturally only had his toiletries. Rise didn't bother going back to her own room, she just used Byakuya's toothbrush, cup, and towel directly. Seeing Rise pick up his towel and use it without hesitation, Byakuya couldn't help but say, "That's my towel." Are we still talking about this at this point? Rise looked completely unbothered. We're a couple, aren't we? Might as well call us husband and wife. What's the big deal about sharing toiletries? Haha. You're not wrong about that. Byakuya couldn't refute her. The two then stood at the sink together to wash up, one brushing teeth while the other washed their face, then switching. When they stepped out of the room, they ran right into Matsumi and Kane, who were cleaning the hallway. Master, Madam, good morning. Seeing Madam and Master emerge together from Master's room, a flash of surprise passed through Matsumi's eyes, but she said nothing and asked nothing, only greeted them respectfully. Master, Madam, good morning. Kane followed suit. If not for her status as a servant, she would have wanted to ask Byakuya and Rise how far their relationship had progressed. After all, in her understanding, one was human and one was ghoul. Examples of humans and ghouls falling in love existed, but this was certainly her first time witnessing it personally. Morning. Byakuya acknowledged them. Rise simply nodded in response. After the two went downstairs, Kane, who was still cleaning upstairs, couldn't help but whisper, "So Madam really is Madam. She and Master are already at this stage." With her simple train of thought, a girl spending the night in a boy's room with him was enough for many embarrassing things to happen. It's not strange at all that Master would fall in love with a ghoul. Otherwise, back then, we and the young Master would probably have died in that underground garage. Matsumi said evenly. Speaking of which, does head-maid Matsumi have a man she likes? Kane suddenly asked. The usually narrow-eyed Matsumi suddenly opened her eyes to glance at Kane. You should just focus on your work. She seemed unwilling to answer such topics. All right. Kane didn't press further. But Matsumi's refusal to answer only made her more curious. After all, Matsumi wasn't young anymore, she was something like 24 or 25, definitely not over 25. Kane's parents had already been married at that age, so she figured Matsumi should have a man she liked by now too, right? Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Rise's Composure and Confidence. Why are there scattered vegetable scraps in the kitchen? Did someone use the kitchen last night? But Matsumi and Kane always clean up thoroughly, so it couldn't have been them. Indeed suspicious. Though there are traces of cleaning, some bits were missed in the corners. Byakuya Naikin never leaves things like this either, so who could it be? Today, Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa had woken up earlier than usual, planning to make breakfast for Byakuya themselves. But they discovered something unusual in the kitchen. The thing was, the only times anyone used the kitchen were when cooking for Byakuya. No one else in the house could eat that food anyway. So the question was, if it wasn't Matsumi or Kane, wasn't Byakuya, and wasn't the two of them, that left only Rise and Mayu as possibilities. At this moment, Kurona was investigating the kitchen like a detective. The scent. Rise-san's scent hasn't dissipated from the kitchen yet. It's especially strong on the cutting board and knife. So it was most likely Rise-san. Rise-san has been a ghoul from birth. Making human food must be extremely difficult for her. It must be for Byakuya Naikan's sake, no wonder I've been noticing her reading food magazines lately. Nishiro said. Just then, Byakuya and Rise came downstairs. Kurona, Nishiro, good morning. What are you two doing in the kitchen? Byakuya greeted them. Good morning, Byakuya Naikan. Nishiro then explained, Kurona and I were planning to make breakfast for you, but we noticed something strange in the kitchen. It seems like Rai-sen used it. Yes, I used the kitchen last night. Is there a problem? Rise asked directly. It's nothing. We're just surprised by Rai-san's determination. After all, making human food is an extremely difficult thing for a ghoul. Kurona said evenly. That's certainly true. If Byakuya hadn't been there to taste test for me last night, that pot of curry might have been ruined. Rise agreed. As expected. I have to say, Rise-san is quite impressive. Nishiro didn't hold back her praise for Rise. Having been transformed into half-ghouls herself, she understood this deeply. Even though she and Kurona had decent cooking skills back when they were still human, being transformed had caused their sense of smell and taste to change drastically, which significantly affected their cooking. While smell and taste weren't absolutely essential for cooking, one habitually relied on them for various judgments. Once those changed, they could only forcibly change their habits. By comparison, enduring those nauseating odors was actually the smaller problem. If it was already this difficult for them, people who had some cooking skills to begin with, how much harder must it be for Rise, who had been a ghoul from the very start? For my darling, I can certainly overcome this small difficulty. Rise said without any modesty. There she goes again, calling someone darling on her own. At this, Kurona voiced her displeasure. On this point, Rise-san really is. Nishiro couldn't help but add. To this, Rise only smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal. Her composure and confidence seemed to indicate she felt no need to explain herself to Kurona and Nishiro. After all, the nature of her relationship with Byakuya was something they both understood clearly. After Byakuya finished the breakfast Kurona and Nishiro made, he went to work as usual. Arriving at the CCG branch, he found that Akira hadn't arrived yet. Given how drunk she'd been last night, he wouldn't be surprised even if she was late. Meanwhile, Akira had just woken up. She slowly sat up, her mind a bit foggy, one hand pressed against her forehead. A lot seemed to have happened last night, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Her memory seemed to cut off right after she got drunk. At least she was in her own bed at home. Looking at her bare legs and the black stockings that seemed to have been casually tossed beside the bed, she vaguely remembered taking them off last night because she felt hot. She was still wearing her work clothes, which meant Kiryu had just helped her to bed and left it at that. Meow. Just then, the cat's meow helped clear Akira's head a little. This was the Mato family's cat, named Maristella. At the same time, there was a light knock at the door, along with Kiryu's voice, "Are you awake? Do you want to take the morning off from CCG and rest a bit more?" Kiryu, who usually appeared very stern and strict, was actually quite gentle when it came to his daughter. No need. I'll head to work soon. Akira checked the time, there was still plenty of it. A shower should clear her head well enough. After bathing and changing into a fresh uniform, Akira's mind was indeed mostly clear now. During her shower, she'd already recalled roughly what had happened after she got drunk last night. How embarrassing, to show such a shameful side of myself in front of him. Akira murmured to herself. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened. Her superior was quite upstanding. She then went to the living room, where Kiryu, playing the role of single father, had already prepared breakfast. Though since Kiryu was a busy first-class investigator with many missions, most of the time it was actually Akira who handled the household chores. She was proficient in all aspects of housework, including cooking. While eating breakfast, Kiryu directly asked the question he'd been meaning to ask since last night, "Akira, you're partnered with first-class Yamaha now, aren't you? What do you think of him?" First-class Yamaha is a respectable superior. Clearly, Akira hadn't caught the underlying meaning of her father's question. No, I mean, do you have those kinds of feelings for him? This time, Kiryu was much more direct. Hearing this, Akira froze for a moment. She understood now, but she hadn't expected her father to ask such a question. Was it because first-class Yamaha had brought her home last night, causing her father to get the wrong idea? No, I don't. Coming back to her senses, Akira replied in a flat tone. You don't? All right then. I was thinking that if you did, you could just go straight up to him and say, "Let's get married." Kiryu said with a laugh. Because that was exactly what he'd done back then. Chapter 207, Purchasing Akatsuki Robes, one for everyone. Akira immediately knew her father was drawing from his own experience to teach her. She said nothing in response, simply continuing to eat her breakfast quietly. Kiryu didn't press further on the topic. Accounting for the subway ride to Ward 20, Akira arrived half an hour before CCG's designated work time. Her complexion looked completely normal, no different from usual, as if nothing had happened last night. "Good morning, first-class Amaha." Akira greeted Byakuya with her usual calm expression. "Good morning, Akira. By the way," Byakuya said, "are you all right now?" "About last night?" "Yes, I'm fine now." Akira replied. "I apologize for the trouble I caused you last night." "It's nothing. Just be more careful about how much you drink in the future," Byakuya said. I'll be more careful from now on." Akira nodded slightly. The matter was put behind them, and Byakuya and Akira moved on to discussing business. "Yesterday, we destroyed another ghoul restaurant, but we still didn't catch the gourmet. He seems to have escaped right after we entered the scene." Akira recalled the events at the ghoul restaurant yesterday. "Well, he is an S-rated gourmet. Catching him won't be easy," Byakuya responded. "But something feels strange. Those ghouls at the ghoul restaurant, even if they wanted to escape, they could only go toward where we were standing, since the main entrance was right behind us," Akira said in a low voice. "But the gourmet clearly escaped from a different location. The other ghouls didn't seem to know about it. It almost feels like the gourmet was using us to slaughter those ghouls." "Indeed, that is suspicious." Byakuya nodded. Once again, Akira's intuition had gotten most of it right. But he wasn't the least bit worried about Akira using her intuition to uncover his true identity. To outsiders, he had absolutely no reason to cooperate with the gourmet, it was simply too unreasonable. Kishu Arima cooperating with Aojirai Tree was more plausible than his situation, yet no one could ever imagine Arima would work with Aojirai. Unless his acting was exceptionally poor, there was no way Akira would pick up on it. But why would the gourmet want to eliminate his own kind? Could it be related to that prey target of his? Were those ghouls subordinates of that target or something? Akira's remarkable intuition hit a dead end here. The reason for the dead end was that one point in her understanding was absolutely wrong. She had subconsciously excluded Amaha Byakuya, the only correct answer, from her considerations. Naturally, her intuition couldn't work properly after that. Still, the fact that Akira had gotten this far was impressive. Since we've hit a dead end, let's not dig deeper from this angle. Treat the investigation of the gourmet as a prolonged operation, we can take our time," Byakuya said. He wouldn't show any favoritism toward the gourmet in situations like this, lest Akira's intuition catch any suspicious points. Instead, he rationally offered his opinion. He didn't need to protect Jukiyama Shu at all. As long as he himself didn't go actively hunting Jukiyama with the answer already in hand, that was enough. The Jukiyama family's influence was no joke. Despite Jukiyama doing as he pleased all this time, the family had still managed to protect him. If Jukiyama hadn't screwed things up so badly later on, CCG would never have uncovered the Jukiyama family's secrets. In short, during this current period, Byakuya didn't need to interfere with anything. Akira definitely wouldn't catch the gourmet. Night. Byakuya met with Jukiyama Shu again. "My partner has sharp intuition. Be careful going forward, don't let her catch you slipping up," Byakuya casually reminded Jukiyama. "Understood. Amaha-sama can rest assured," Jukiyama said with the utmost respect. "Also, I came to see you this time because there's something important I need to tell you," Byakuya said directly. "I'm planning to establish an organization called Akatsuki." He directly informed Jukiyama about the Akatsuki organization. Aside from not mentioning the Eye of the Moon plan and the Infinite Tsukuyomi, he roughly disclosed everything else to Jukiyama. There was no need to mention the Eye of the Moon plan and Infinite Tsukuyomi for now, even if he explained, Jukiyama wouldn't be able to comprehend it. "I understand Amaha-sama's intentions. I am still willing to follow you," Jukiyama said almost without hesitation. He wasn't actually interested in world peace or humans and ghouls coexisting peacefully. If he were interested in such things, he wouldn't be himself. He agreed simply because the other party was Amaha Byakuya, that was the only reason. "Good. Then there's no problem. Next is seeing what Matsumi and Kane think," Byakuya said. His tentatively planned organization members remained the same as before, first, himself as leader, then the SS-rated Rise and Matsumi, and finally the S-rated Corona, Nishiro, Jukiyama, and Kane. This would satisfy the conditions for creating the Akatsuki organization. "Matsumi and Kane. I can speak to them. There shouldn't be any issues," Jukiyama said. "Oh, right, since we're establishing an organization, we'll need funding too. the Jukiyama family can certainly help with that. We'll need a base and some funding, Byakuya said. With Jukiyama's help, Matsumi and Kane had no objections either. First, because they were willing to follow the young master's lead, and second, because their current master was quite reliable. Moreover, a powerful human investigator who wanted humans and ghouls to achieve peace, they found that rather interesting. As for the base and funding, that was even easier. Jukiyama simply had his father, Mirumo Jukiyama, give them a commercial building under the Jukiyama family's ownership to serve as Akatsuki's first headquarters. Of course, the real base was in the underground facility beneath the building. The building itself continued operating as normal, which provided cover and made it difficult for CCG to notice anything unusual. With everything prepared, Byakuya, Rise, and the others gathered in this underground base. He felt like adding some ceremonial flair, one set of Akatsuki organization attire for everyone. The Akatsuki robes. Ding. Host purchased, Akatsuki robe times 7. Cost, 70 fusion points. Remaining fusion points, 2,330. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, the Akatsuki organization is officially established. The Akatsuki robe, as its name suggested, was a black robe embroidered with flame-red clouds. Byakuya distributed the robes to Rise and the others, keeping one for himself. He tried it on and found it fit perfectly. You should all try them on too. This will be our organization's attire from now on, Byakuya said to everyone present. The system seemed to have intelligently adjusted the size of each robe. They fit everyone perfectly, not too big, not too small. It feels quite nice. Comfortable to wear, Rise remarked. She also vaguely sensed that her power seemed to have increased somewhat. She didn't understand the principle behind it. Besides Rise, Kurona, and Nishiro faintly noticed it too. Though I prefer my own suits, this is Amahasama's requirement. I certainly won't disobey. The ever-eager to please Jukiyama expressed his stance. Matsumi and Kane remained silent, they had nothing to say about it. Ding. Host successfully established the Akatsuki organization. Reward, 50 fusion points plus, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Intel. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Intel, by challenging the 9-tailed beasts to obtain their summoning contracts, and by obtaining the Rinnegan and purchasing Summoning Jutsu, Geto Statue, the Divine Tree can be summoned. The Divine Tree can then be used to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Note 1, expand the Akatsuki organization's strength. Each time the organization reaches a certain size, for example, 20 members, 50 members, 100 members, each milestone will earn corresponding fusion point rewards. Note 2, performing various actions that promote peace between humans and ghouls, staying true to the Akatsuki organization's original purpose, will also earn corresponding fusion point rewards. The newly unlocked intel about the Infinite Tsukuyomi was exactly as Byakuya had suspected, closely tied to the new items added to the system shop. However, the reward mechanism for the Akatsuki organization caught his attention. This gave him more ways to earn fusion points. And these things weren't harmful to him either. Expanding Akatsuki's scale was indeed a good thing. Just like the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, when Yahiko was the leader, they recruited talented individuals far and wide. Only later did it transform into the so-called evil organization, composed of S-rank missing nin from various nations. Byakuya intended to take the former path. Rise and the others would serve as Akatsuki's executives, and then he'd need to expand the regular membership. This could be done gradually. At the very least, he definitely didn't want to see something like what Aojirai Tree did, forcibly conscripting Ward 11 schools and then oppressing them. As for the second way to earn fusion points, actions that promoted peace between humans and ghouls, that was a broad concept. For instance, the upcoming All Suppression Operation, also known as the Antiku Suppression Operation, that should fall within this scope, right? Of course, what Byakuya had in mind wasn't participating in the suppression of the non-killing owl, Yoshimura. Rather, he intended to stop the operation altogether. Based on Byakuya's assessment of the timeline, the CCG on the human side would soon realize that the owl that appeared 10 years ago was actually two different individuals. The key lay with Kuroiwa Iwao. He had participated in the battle against the one-eyed owl 10 years ago, that one-eyed owl being Ito Yoshimura. He had wounded one of Ito's kakuho, but was himself severely injured in the process. When Yoshimura learned of this, worried that Ito, whose kakuho might have been fatally damaged, would be discovered by CCG, especially the Washu, he personally disguised himself in Ito's one-eyed owl form and single-handedly attacked the CCG. But Kuroiwa was still recovering in the hospital at the time, so he hadn't participated in the battle against Yoshimura's one-eyed owl. It wasn't until the Ward 11 Aojirai Tree suppression operation 10 years later that Yoshimura's one-eyed owl reappeared. Kuroiwa gradually realized this one-eyed owl was different from the one he'd fought a decade ago. Though they were father and daughter and the imitation was extremely accurate, it was impossible to be completely identical. Additionally, the two owls had very different styles, one brutal and bloodthirsty, the other never killing anyone. This made CCG more certain there were two owls. They then distinguished between the SSS-rated, non-killing owl, and the SSS-rated, one-eyed owl. As for Ito going to CCG to report something, that was purely an anime-only change. She did go to CCG, but what actually happened was that she hinted to Kotaro Amon that there was a mole within CCG, naturally referring to the Washa clan. Though whether in the anime or manga, the owl suppression operation that CCG launched against Yoshimura was exactly what Ito wanted, since she needed a sufficiently powerful experimental subject. I wonder if they've gotten any intel from Madame A over at Cochlea. It should be about time to investigate Dr. Kano's underground laboratory. At this moment, Byakuya suddenly thought of this matter. I remember we captured a ghoul called Madama at the Ghoul restaurant back then. She seemed to be a member of the Madam organization. The Madams were the ones who created the Ghoul restaurant. We might be able to get useful intel from her. During work, Byakuya directly brought up the matter of Madame A to Akira. I see. I must have overlooked that. Akira apparently hadn't known about this before. After all, CCG had mountains of documents. Going through them one by one wasn't something that could be done in just a few days. These past days, she'd only been selectively reading the intel she deemed most valuable. There were bound to be some oversights. Madame A is currently being held in Cochlea in Ward 23. We can apply for clearance from headquarters, then go check on the situation there. Byakuya said. That's the most effective approach right now. Through Madame A, we might learn the gourmet's whereabouts. Akira nodded. However, Byakuya knew full well that Madame A definitely didn't know the gourmet's whereabouts, but she did know Dr. Kano's whereabouts. That was Byakuya's true objective. It was time to let CCG know about Dr. Kano. He already had a concrete plan in mind. When the time came, CCG, Ajirai Tree, and the Akatsuki organization would all take action. Everything was within his control. Chapter 209, Speaking Up for Akira Mato. Ward 1, CCG Main Office. Marud-san, is Bureau Director Washa not in today? Since Byakuya couldn't find Yashitoki Washu in the director's office, he asked Marud. That's right, the director is temporarily out. But he should be back soon. Marud replied. If there's something you need, you can tell me first, and I'll pass it on to the director later. Akira and I are currently investigating the S-rated gourmet, but we've hit a bit of a wall. What we can confirm is that the gourmet is closely connected to the ghoul restaurant in Ward 7. I previously captured a ghoul from the restaurant called Madame A, and I'd like to see if we can get any useful intel from her. Byakuya explained his purpose for coming. That Madame A, huh? I know her. We originally tried to get intel about the Madams from her, but she claimed she was just an ordinary member and didn't know any internal secrets. Marud said with a tone of complaint. We even had her reveal the meeting locations with the other Madams and sent people over, but still didn't find anything useful. Those Madams in the Madam organization are too cautious. Byakuya was silent for a moment. I see. But I'd still like to see if there might be something new. He wasn't concerned about the Madam organization for now. His current focus was solely on Dr. Kano. Though sooner or later, he'd have to deal with the Madams too. All right. You're the one who captured that Madama in the first place, and you're a first-class investigator now. You're fully qualified to personally interrogate her. Marud said casually. As for the director, I'll pass this along to him. Thank you, Marud-san. Byakuya said. It's nothing. At this moment, Marud suddenly smiled and clapped his hand on Byakuya's shoulder. But by the way, Amaha, you're already calling Akira Mato by her first name, huh? Quite close, aren't you? But let me warn you, she's the daughter of that quinquamaniac, you know. Marud had lowered his voice slightly, but the effect was minimal. Everything he said was completely audible to Akira standing beside Byakuya. That was just Marud's personality. Except for not daring to badmouth Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washa to his face, the man was never serious. In the original series, even after Kiryu Mato's death, Marud had joked about it with Kotaro Amon. Compared to that, this kind of joke about Akira was mild. At this moment, Akira's face showed no displeasure. She remained expressionless and had no intention of responding to Marud's slightly snide joke. Actually, it's because Akira feels that using honorifics with her is a waste of time. Byakuya spoke up to explain on Akira's behalf. Ah, there it is again. She really is the same kind of person as her father. Marud made no effort to hide the disdain on his face. Also, Akira is my subordinate, not yours, Marud-san. I hope you'll be mindful of that. Byakuya said with a smile. His tone was polite enough, but the words themselves were not so polite. Ding. Host spoke up for Akira Mato and Kiryu Mato. Reward, 20 fusion points. Hearing this, Akira was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected Byakuya to stand up to Marud for her sake. Though his words and tone were superficially fine, the actual behavior was clearly pushing back against a superior. Marud held the position of Special Class Investigator. To First Class Investigator Uchiha Byakuya, he was effectively a superior. Oh. Marud wasn't displeased by this. Instead, a flash of surprise passed through his eyes, and he responded to Byakuya in a normal tone, "I understand. I'll be more mindful in the future." It wasn't until Byakuya and Akira had left that Marud let a grin spread across his face. Got quite the temper, doesn't he? But I like it. If he were as stone-faced as Arima, that'd be way too boring. Of course, his stone-faced comment was just offhand. Though Arima really was more or less stone-faced, only occasionally showing a smile, with no other expressions whatsoever. And many of those occasional smiles weren't even genuine. First Class Uchiha, it seems you don't have much respect for your superiors either. You actually talked back to a superior over something so trivial. As they left CCG headquarters, Akira suddenly spoke up. In my view, that wasn't trivial. Making that kind of inappropriate joke right in front of you, as a superior, he especially shouldn't act that way. Byakuya said evenly. He dared to say those things to Marud because his strength gave him the confidence. His main reason for staying in CCG was to earn more fusion points, otherwise, he wouldn't need to give these CCG people any face at all. Still, thank you for this. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Akira's face. Not just for speaking up for me, but also because you're the first person to ever speak up for my father. It's nothing. As for Marud-san, he just likes making these inappropriate jokes that offend people. I hope you won't take it too much to heart. Byakuya said. Akira nodded slightly. I know. Though he often acts crazy, his abilities are unquestionable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made special class. Next, Byakuya and Akira set off for Cochlea Prison in Ward 23. Shortly after Byakuya and Akira left, Bureau Director Yashitoki Washa returned. In the director's office, Yashitoki and Marud sat together chatting like old friends. Yashitoki-san, there's something I need to pass along to you. Marud first informed Yashitoki about Byakuya's request. Something like this doesn't really need to be reported to me. Speaking of which, First Class Uchiha is already busy again. My original intention was for him to take it easy in Ward 20. Yashitoki said. Well, he's partnered with Mato's daughter. She's clearly the same as her father, quinquamaniac, plus workaholic. Being partnered with Akira Mato won't be easy on Uchiha. Marud said with a laugh. That can't be helped. Also. At this point, Yashitoki brought up something serious. I'll be returning to the front lines soon. Really? You're going back to the front lines, Washa-san? Marud was immediately surprised. Yes. These are the chairman's orders. Yashitoki said with a grave expression. It's been a long time since I've commanded from the front lines. Just looking at the carnage from that scene, I can tell this will be a very difficult mission. He used the carnage from Aojirai Tree's attack on Cochlea as his surface explanation. In reality, he knew the impending difficult mission was related to the owl in Ward 20. Chapter 210, Interrogating Madame A. Maru, I'd like you to serve as deputy commander. Yashitoki turned to Marud and said. But. I already screwed up the Ward 11 operation. Marud said with hesitation. His face showed an uncharacteristic lack of confidence. During that Ward 11 Aojirai Tree suppression operation, under his command, they'd fallen for a diversionary tactic that led to Aojirai Tree breaking into Cochlea Prison, releasing numerous ghouls. Even now, he still felt guilty about it. Given the circumstances, that was already a good outcome. At least you did everything that needed to be done well. Yashitoki said. Among the investigators I can trust in CCG, you're the most outstanding commander. All right. Marud said. With the other party putting it that way, it would be hard to refuse. By the way, it's been a long time since we partnered up. When was the last time? Yashitoki suddenly remarked with feeling. I honestly can't remember. Marud shook his head. Though Yashitoki was the young master of the Washa clan, he hadn't simply been appointed CCG bureau director from the start. Like his father Tsuneyoshi Washu, he had worked his way up from the bottom as a CCG investigator, building achievements and promotions until reaching special class. Only then was he qualified to inherit the position of bureau director. Before Yashitoki took office, Tsuneyoshi had been the previous director, later becoming the supreme chairman. Yashitoki's son Matsuri was walking the same path, going to CCG in Germany for training. Soon after returning, he'd be promoted to associate special class, and barring any surprises, would eventually rise to special class and then bureau director. So Yashitoki had indeed partnered with Marud before. The two of them were like old friends. Ward 23, Cochlea Prison. This place was known as the most secure prison in history. All the inmates were ghouls, and many of them were highly dangerous. There were no shortage of S-rated, SS-rated, and even SSS-rated ghouls. Though the only SSS-rated ghoul previously held in Cochlea, Daji Mother Roma Hoito, had already escaped. It had been half a year since the Aojirai tree attack. Cochlea had been reinforced, and the former deputy warden and special class investigator Hisaki Shinmi had become the current Cochlea warden. Learning from that lesson, CCG now didn't dare transfer the investigators stationed at Cochlea elsewhere. Instead, they'd brought in more forces from other locations to prevent another Aojirai tree attack. At this moment, Byakuya and Akira presented their investigator credentials. The guards at the entrance verified them and let them through. With the help of a rank 3 investigator, the two arrived at the floor and cell where Madame A was being held. Then, Byakuya and Akira saw Madame A through a layer of specially reinforced glass. Under normal circumstances, this glass, no matter how reinforced, couldn't stop S-rated or higher ghouls. But the ghouls imprisoned in Cochlea were all suppressed by RC suppressants that inhibited the activity of their RC cells. The effect was strong enough that even SS-rated ghouls couldn't manifest their Kagun at all, and their physical abilities were greatly diminished. In essence, the difference between ghouls and humans, whether in having a Kagun or in physical superiority, was all due to RC cells. Right now, the Madame A before them looked completely listless and haggard. All her makeup and accessories had long been removed, and she looked nothing like before. Basically, she'd gone from appearing to be a young noblewoman in her 20s to a disheveled, sallow-faced woman who looked to be in her 40s. But when Madame A saw Byakuya, she immediately perked up. She pointed at him and exclaimed, "It's you. Long time no see, Madame A." Byakuya greeted her in an even tone. Damn it. Madame A wanted to curse at him furiously. It was because of him that she'd been locked up in this place. She hadn't been interrogated much, since she'd confessed everything the moment she saw they were about to interrogate her. It was just that the conditions here were terrible. She was constantly suppressed by RC suppressants, always feeling sick and weak. And she was only given some rotting meat once a month to barely sustain herself. Honestly, compared to her circumstances before becoming Madame A, this place might not even be that much worse. But going from luxury to hardship was never easy. In the end, Madame A could only swallow her curses. She didn't have the guts to lash out at investigators. Even a random investigator giving her a stern look would probably make her cry. You must be here to interrogate me again, right? Please, spare me. I've already told you everything I could. Madame A pleaded pathetically. You've told us everything. Are you sure about that? Byakuya questioned. Madame A's heart skipped a beat, but she stuck to her story. I'm sure. Since we can't get even a shred of useful intel from you, you have no value to CCG anymore. We might as well pick a day to dispose of you. Keeping you here is just a waste of rotting meat. Byakuya said coldly. His icy demeanor and tone made it seem like he really was about to discard Madame A like garbage. Akira remained silent beside him. She could tell that first-class Amaha was just trying to scare Madame A, using this method to pressure her into revealing truly useful intel. What? Madame A was immediately dumbfounded. After coming to her senses, she hastily said, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Staying here was uncomfortable, but at least she was still alive. She was too afraid of death, so she immediately caved. The only thing I know that might be valuable is about a doctor named Akihiro Kano. But it has nothing to do with the ghoul restaurant or the madams. Madame A had no choice but to give this up to save herself. This was truly the only useful thing she knew. Hearing this, Akira felt somewhat disappointed. She thought they could get some intel related to the gourmet from this Madame A. It seemed this trip was for nothing. As for Akihiro Kano, she had no idea who that was, so she wasn't interested. Byakuya, on the other hand, pressed further, go on. Chapter 211, Dr. Kano's Secret. Byakuya's plan was a complete success. Madama was the type who'd spill everything with just a little intimidation. She'd volunteered her most valuable information to save her own skin. He knew full well that this woman only knew about Akihiro Kano, which was precisely why he deliberately scared her like that. This way, he could naturally bring Dr. Kano's activities to CCG's attention. Akihiro Kano is that famous doctor from Kano General Hospital. I'd heard of him even before I met him. Madame A began speaking rapidly about Dr. Kano, terrified that if she spoke too slowly, Byakuya would drag her out and kill her. Back when I was poor and starving, I tried to attack him, but I was beaten down by a ghoul at his side. Actually, that one had been transformed into a half-ghoul through his experiments. Experiments? And half-ghouls? What are those? Akira immediately asked in confusion. These things were completely beyond her understanding. Her theoretical knowledge was rock solid, whether from her academy days or her time at CCG, but she'd never seen anything like this in any textbook. I don't really understand it either. I just know that Dr. Kano experiments on humans, transforming normal people like you into ghouls through his experiments, but ghouls with only one Kakugan. He calls them half-ghouls. Madame A explained. I thought I was going to die back then, but he spared my life and asked me to cooperate with him. He wanted me to cultivate experimental subjects for him, like that child who served as the scrapper at the ghoul restaurant last time. In return, I got money and status, suddenly rising to the upper echelons of ghoul society. One Kakugan. Akira's expression grew serious. This reminded her of the one-eyed owl. The reason it was called the one-eyed owl back then was precisely because it had only one Kakugan. She became even more interested in what Madame A was saying. This Dr. Kano might be connected to the one-eyed owl. Continue. Tell us everything you know. Akira said. Yes. I'll continue right away. Madame A hurriedly said. But I don't know much about Dr. Kano. Whenever I delivered experimental subjects to him, it was always at a mansion that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. That's really all I know. Where is this mansion? Akira pressed. Madame A then described the general location. This was rather difficult for someone as uneducated as her. Byakuya didn't even need to ask. He already knew that the so-called abandoned mansion was actually Kurona and Nishiro's former home. After their father Nanao Yasuhisa had been physically discarded by CCG, it had been taken over by Dr. Kano. Although we didn't get any information about the gourmet, we did make a new discovery. By now, Byakuya and Akira had left Madame A's cell. Akira had already recorded the testimony she'd obtained. Let's report this matter about Dr. Kano directly to headquarters while we investigate it ourselves. Byakuya said. We'll have to put the gourmet matter on hold for now. Human experimentation to create ghouls, that's no ordinary crime. Agreed. Akira nodded. Especially since she felt this matter was connected to the one-eyed owl, her attention was completely drawn to it. Afterward, the two returned to the Ward 20 branch while having Cochlea staff notify Ward 1 headquarters about Drive Kano. Soon, headquarters responded, instructing Byakuya and his team in Ward 20 to investigate the matter. If suitable personnel became available, they would be dispatched as reinforcement. This was because headquarters was currently preparing for an upcoming major operation and couldn't spare many people. This major operation was the Antiku Suppression Operation, though ordinary investigators didn't know the details yet. After several days of investigation, Byakuya, Shinohara, and others had uncovered much about Akihiro Kano. These are all the properties registered under Kano's name. The number is astounding. Akira looked at the documents covering almost the entire table and couldn't help but sigh. The more we investigate this guy, the more suspicious he seems. Having so many addresses is clearly an attempt to hide something. What he's hiding are those experiments. Now we just need to establish sufficient suspicion to launch a special operation against him. Byakuya said evenly. Most of his activities are highly suspicious, and these properties might not even be all of them. Akira analyzed. He went to Germany to study ghouls and became a researcher for the GFG there. Then, with 3 years of ground-level experience at the GFG, he transferred to CCG as a researcher. Later, for unknown reasons, he left CCG and went back to being an ordinary doctor. I believe he probably saw something he shouldn't have and was expelled from CCG. But as for what exactly, I can't even imagine. After all, when he left CCG, I was still carrying a little school bag. Akira sighed helplessly. The image of you carrying a school bag is hard to picture. Byakuya quipped. What kind of joke is that? No elementary school student could carry a school bag as well as I did back then. Akira boasted with a straight face. Alright, joking aside, his behavior, finances, properties, and past experience are all suspicious. Now we just need to personally verify whether what Madame A said about those experiments is true. Byakuya said in a slightly serious tone. Although the address Madame A gave was vague, there is indeed a property under Kano's name in that area that matches her description of an abandoned mansion. Akira picked up a structural diagram of that mansion. There's also a basement. Very suspicious indeed. A basement, wouldn't that be the perfect place to secretly conduct experiments? Byakuya said. Exactly. This should be the place. Akira nodded. Just as she finished speaking, someone pushed open the office door. Byakuya. Byakuya Naiken. It was Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa arriving at the Ward 20 branch. Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora was also with them, apparently dispatched here for work purposes. Chapter 212, The Quink Surgery. Kurona, Nishiro, were you assigned here by headquarters? Byakuya immediately asked. Yes. Kurona and Nishiro nodded simultaneously. Byakuya was silent for a moment. He thought to himself that CCG assigning Kurona and Nishiro to this particular mission was quite unfortunate timing. After all, confronting Dr. Kanu directly could easily expose their secret as transformed half-ghouls. If he got the chance later, he'd need to remind Kurona and Nishiro to avoid exposing their identities. Ding! Host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, remind Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa to avoid contact with Akihiro Kanu to prevent exposing their half-ghoul identities. Reward, 10 fusion points. Choice 2, instead, let Kurona and Nishiro expose their half-ghoul identities. After exposing Kanu's experiments, propose to CCG headquarters the formation of a Quink squad. This way, Kurona and Nishiro can work openly at CCG without having to hide anymore. Reward, 50 fusion points. The second option before him suddenly enlightened Byakuya. This actually seemed like a pretty good approach. In the original story, CCG's purpose for forming the Quink squad was to counter Ajirai Tree, who had allied with Dr. Kanu. At the time, chief researcher Chigukuitsu had improved upon Dr. Kanu's experiments, inventing the Quink surgery based on the half-ghoul transformation surgery. The so-called Quink surgery involved special surgical procedures to fuse a Quinkwa into a human's body. The subject would similarly become something like a one-eyed ghoul, with one eye turning into a Kakugan when activating their Kagun. CCG then established a squad called the Quink Squad for these human warriors. The biggest difference was that the Quink surgery had an extremely high success rate, unlike the half-ghoul transformation surgery which produced very few successful subjects. Furthermore, humans who underwent Quink surgery maintained RC cell levels in the normal range of 500 to 1000, allowing them to eat normally like ordinary people. Only when using their powers would their RC cell levels spike to ghoul levels, requiring periodic adjustments from Chigukuitsu. Of course, this didn't mean the Quink surgery was superior to the half-ghoul transformation surgery. The fundamental reason was that Chigyu needed human warriors to fight Ajirai Tree, while Dr. Kanu needed a one-eyed king capable of breaking the cage imprisoning this world, something only the half-ghoul transformation surgery could produce. Both were geniuses in the medical field, but their objectives were fundamentally different. For now, once Dr. Kanu's half-ghoul transformation surgery was fully exposed, Kurona and Nishiro's half-ghoul identities would have an explainable origin. That way, CCG shouldn't make things difficult for them. Then he could propose the Quink Squad concept, allowing Kurona and Nishiro to naturally continue working at CCG. In just moments, a clear plan had already formed in Byakuya's mind. Special class Aura is here too. At this point, Byakuya's gaze turned to Kyoko Aura. I'm Kuro and Shiro's superior, so naturally I came along to support you. Kyoko nodded. Kurona Yasuhisa. Nishiro Yasuhisa. They were in the same academy class as first class Amaha, weren't they? Akira seemed to have some recollection of Kurona and Nishiro. Actually, she'd looked up information about Byakuya in CCG's database before becoming his partner. She knew that Kurona, Nishiro, and Juzu were all rookies who graduated in the same class as Byakuya. What surprised her slightly was that Byakuya's relationship with these twin sisters was clearly quite good, evident from how the sisters addressed him. Yes. With them here to support us, our operation should go much more smoothly. Byakuya said. I'm first-class Amaha subordinate, rank 2 investigator Akira Mato. Akira introduced herself to Kurona and Nishiro, normal behavior between colleagues. Rank 2 investigator Kurona Yasuhisa. Rank 2 investigator Nishiro Yasuhisa. Kurona and Nishiro said in unison, Kurona, Nishiro, and I are both subordinates of special class Aura. I should be able to call you Kuro and Shiro, right? In return, just call me Akira. Akira continued. And so, Akira briefly got acquainted with Kurona and Nishiro. Next, Akira shared all the intel she and Byakuya had compiled about Dr. Kanu with Kyoko Aura, Kurona, and Nishiro. So there really are experiments that turn humans into ghouls. Kyoko couldn't help but exclaim. But the ghouls created are one-eyed. That's right. Both the experiments themselves and the one-eyed aspect are extremely concerning. Akira said. Kyoko only murmured softly, unsure what else to say for the moment. She knew exactly why Akira was so fixated on the one-eyed aspect. After all, she had graduated in the same class as Akira's mother, Kasuka Mato. She knew everything that had happened to Kasuka. If Kasuka hadn't died in the line of duty back then, perhaps she herself wouldn't have become CCG's first female special class investigator. Meanwhile, Kurona and Nishiro forcibly kept their expressions neutral. From the moment they heard Akihiro Kano, their emotions had grown increasingly complicated. But they knew they couldn't expose their one-eyed ghoul identities now, so they controlled their emotions with all their might. Once Kurona, Nishiro, and Kyoko Aura fully understood the situation, the investigation of Dr. Kanu's basement location began. Byakuya specifically brought Madame A along to guide them, greatly improving efficiency. It also saved him from having to pretend to search for the basement entrance. With Madame A leading the way, Byakuya's group arrived at Ward 6. Kori Ui and Rikai Suzu accompanied them as well. As for Shinohara and Suzuya, they were still investigating the binge eater case. Here, Byakuya's group arrived at the mansion registered under Dr. Kanu's name, Kurona and Nishiro's former home. From the outside, it was clearly an abandoned, dilapidated villa. Due to long-term vacancy and lack of maintenance, weeds grew wild around it, and the walls were covered in cracks. Returning to this place, Kurona and Nishiro felt a complex mix of emotions. However, Byakuya had spoken with them privately before coming here, so their hearts were no longer as uneasy, and their emotions had calmed. Chapter 213, Madame Auntie. This mission is to investigate Akihiro Kano. You already know that. When Akira and Kyoko Ora weren't paying attention, Byakuya took the opportunity to speak privately with Kurona and Nishiro. Nishiro and I will try to avoid the Kano guy when the time comes. That's right. Byakuya Naiken can rest assured, we won't expose our one-eyed ghoul identities. Kurona and Nishiro said one after another. No, what I mean is, just act normally. Even if Kano points out that you're one-eyed ghouls, it doesn't matter. Leave the aftermath to me. You don't need to worry about anything. But Byakuya said. Kurona asked with some surprise, is that really okay? It's fine. Trust me, CCG will need your strength. Byakuya explained. We believe in you, Byakuya Naiken. Nishiro nodded. Kurona. Nishiro. You're here too. And you're. Upon seeing Kurona and Nishiro before her, Madame A was immediately surprised. Especially when she noticed the Quinqua briefcases in their hands, which confused her even more. She had no idea that Kurona and Nishiro were now working normally at CCG. She still thought they were with Dr. Kano. So when she saw Kurona and Nishiro with these doves and carrying Quinqua briefcases, her face was full of bewilderment. That's right. Is there a problem? Kurona asked expressionlessly. Madame Auntie looks quite haggard. Seems like Cochlea hasn't been treating you well. Nishiro said evenly. With Byakuya's words before the operation began, Kurona and Nishiro had no reservations. That's why they could remain so composed facing Madame A. I'm not Madame Auntie, please call me Madama. Madame A was immediately triggered by Madame Auntie. Her attention was successfully diverted, and for the moment she didn't continue asking about Kurona and Nishiro's connection to these doves. She wouldn't get another chance to ask either, because Akira was annoyed at her wasting time. It's time to go inside. Stop wasting time. Okay. Madame A immediately led Byakuya's group into the mansion. At this moment, Akira appeared calm on the surface, but she had actually noticed something was off. The way Kurona and Nishiro knew Madame A didn't seem like a simple acquaintance, it gave her the feeling that both parties had worked together. Her intuition told her something was wrong with Kurona and Nishiro. But now wasn't the time to stop and question them. Besides, their superior special class Aura hadn't said anything, so as a rank 2 investigator, it wasn't her place to speak up. She'd wait until after this investigation. Actually, it wasn't just Akira, Kyoko had also noticed something unusual. But she was willing to believe that Kurona and Nishiro were on CCG's side. After all, as their superior, she'd been working closely with them for quite some time, and they'd always worked diligently as investigators. So she didn't question it immediately either, planning to ask Kurona and Nishiro afterward. Akira stepped forward and tried pushing the front door, only to find it wasn't locked at all. She could push it right open. It's not locked. Her first thought was whether there might be an ambush. Let's be careful. Don't split up. The basement of this mansion, do you know where it is? Byakuya then asked Madame A. Basement. There's something like that here. Madame A looked confused. She wasn't pretending, she genuinely didn't know there was a basement here. After all, Dr. Kano didn't trust Madame A very much. He only used her to cultivate humans for his experiments and wouldn't let her know too many secrets. You don't know. Byakuya feigned a threatening tone. Hearing that cold voice, Madame A trembled. I really don't know. Then where did you usually meet with Dr. Kano? Byakuya continued asking. I didn't come here often. Let me think. I remember it was some kind of reception room. Madame A's tone was uncertain. Let's check there first. Byakuya said. Okay. Madame A hurriedly led the way. But along the way, Byakuya noticed stairs leading downward off to the side. Stop. Byakuya's sudden command caught the unprepared Madame A off guard, nearly making her trip. There's a downward staircase over there. The basement might be below. Byakuya said. The group followed Byakuya to the staircase. Going down, they indeed found a basement, and it was massive. However, after walking through it, they found nothing and saw no sign of Dr. Kano. Though Kurona and Nishiro knew the basement's layout well and how to reach Dr. Kano's location, they felt they shouldn't reveal themselves so directly before Byakuya gave them a signal. Are you sure you've seen Dr. Kano here? Byakuya stopped at a certain spot and questioned Madame A, I'm sure. Madame A nodded vigorously. Sure. Byakuya suddenly closed in on Madame A, the briefcase in his hand transforming into 13th Jason's sword form. Seeing this, Madame A's face went pale with terror. I really am sure. At that moment, Byakuya's 13th Jason slashed forward. Kia! Madame A screamed and scrambled to dodge. A tuft of her hair was cut off, but at least she kept her life. I was telling the truth. Madame A was so scared she was crying, looking utterly aggrieved. Byakuya knew full well that Madame A wasn't lying. But he wasn't bullying her, this was to achieve the goal of accidentally finding the entrance. First class Amaha, inside this wall. Akira exclaimed softly. The wall before them had been sliced open by Byakuya's earlier strike, revealing a large hole. Inside was a narrow passage, its walls lined with writhing flesh, remarkably similar to the underground labyrinth of Ward 24. Ding! Host used exceptional acting skills to find the underground laboratory entrance without arousing suspicion. Reward, 20 fusion points. Chapter 214, inexplicably somewhat concerned. What is this? It's so disgusting. Madame A's face twisted in discomfort. Having never seen RC cell walls before, she was nauseated by the writhing matter, even though she was a ghoul herself with a similar Kagun. In fact, RC cell walls were made from Kagun. She was just too ignorant. These seem to be the same RC cell walls as in Ward 24. Isn't that supposed to be a technique exclusive to ghouls originating from Ward 24? How did Kano manage to produce something like this? Akira's expression grew more serious. These RC cell walls could indeed only be made by ghouls from Ward 24. Ghouls from other wards didn't possess this technique. Only ghouls can open and close these RC cell walls made from Kagun. Coat them with some paint and they look just like normal walls. No wonder we found nothing after walking around. Kyoko Ora spoke up. Let's go in. We should be close to finding Dr. Kano. Byakuya said evenly. Do I have to go in with you too? Madame A asked very quietly, her voice small. Of course. You're still a Cochlea prisoner. I can't just let you leave. Byakuya said. All right. Madame A hung her head dejectedly, her heart filled with unease. Her main concern was that there might be something terrifying inside. After all, she found that Dr. Kano inscrutable, and there might be horrifying things within. Are you scared? You don't need to worry about that. Since I brought you here, I'll definitely bring you back to Cochlea alive. Byakuya said flatly. Then. I'm counting on you. Madame A then hid behind Byakuya, surprisingly polite about it. She didn't know the strength of the other doves here, but she knew this young man was genuinely powerful. Back at the ghoul restaurant, he'd single-handedly taken on the entire establishment. Just as they entered the passage, they could see a surveillance camera above them, clearly active. Someone on the other end was monitoring them, most likely Dr. Kano. Ignore it. We'll just keep going deeper. Byakuya said. After proceeding some distance into the passage, the writhing RC cell walls ahead disappeared, replaced by normal-looking walls again. This place feels like a maze. And these walls seem to be from a different era than the basement above. Was this once some kind of facility? Akira observed the surrounding walls, finding it increasingly strange. After a while, they needed to cross a short bridge. Below it was black, foul-smelling water. As they crossed, a ghastly pale face suddenly emerged from the water's surface, eyes completely white for some reason. Then a fat, naked man burst out of the water, lunging straight at the nearest person, Madame A. Kia. Madame A was terrified out of her wits, seemingly forgetting she was a ghoul herself. As she was knocked down, she instinctively grabbed Byakuya's pants. The next moment, she might have pulled them right off. Save me! Save me! Byakuya immediately thrust his sword backward, piercing through the man's heart from behind and killing him instantly. Ding! Host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Without question, this was one of Dr. Kano's failed subjects from the half-ghoul transformation surgery. Facing Madame A as she kept tugging at his pants, Byakuya simply said, "Stop pulling my pants down." "Ah, sorry." Realizing she was safe now, Madame A quickly let go. But she was still pinned under the failed specimen and could only gradually kick it away. "Get off. Get off. Disgusting." Wait. He has a Kagun, isn't he still alive? At this point, Akira warned them. For dark red Kagun tentacles emerged from the specimen's back, the characteristic Kagun of the Washu clan. However, the specimen didn't rise, and those 4 Kagun didn't attack them. Instead, they began devouring their own body, as if the body and Kagun weren't connected. No, he's already dead, but his Kagun is eating his own body. Kyoko was somewhat shocked. Both Akira and Kyoko were shaken by this sight. Madame A, who had never seen such a scene, sat on the ground too frightened to get up. In contrast, Kurona and Nishiro remained completely calm, showing no emotional reaction whatsoever. They'd seen countless failures like this before, all discarded by that bastard Kano like garbage. They couldn't help but feel grateful that the experiment they'd been tricked into undergoing had at least succeeded. If it had failed, their deaths would have been utterly miserable. Dr. Kano is conducting some kind of half-ghoul transformation experiment, right? This must be a failure of some kind. Before being transformed into this, he was a living human being. Byakuya spoke up to remind them. Let's be more careful from here on. There are probably quite a few more failures like this. Akira immediately snapped back to attention. Kano, to think he would do something so unconscionable. The group continued forward. Madame A, still sitting on the ground, hurriedly got up to follow, terrified that there might be more strange things in the black water below. Although I said I'd protect you, I never said you could grab onto my clothes and hinder my movement, did I? After what had just happened, Madame A was now fearfully clutching the hem of Byakuya's clothes. Somewhat exasperated, Byakuya spoke up. But Madame A wanted to say something. You're too close. Please don't interfere with Byakuya Nyakin's work. Kurona and Nishiro expressed their displeasure at Madame A's behavior without any change in expression. Sorry. Madame A had no choice but to let go. Seeing how unusually close Kurona and Nishiro were with Byakuya, Akira hoped she was just overthinking things, that Kurona and Nishiro weren't actually colluding with Dr. Kano. But, how had first-class Amaha become so close with these twin sisters? This made her inexplicably, somewhat concerned. Chapter 215, Ito, no lewd stuff though. Just as Byakuya's group was making their way deeper into the underground laboratory, several figures suddenly appeared above them. It was Ito, Naki, and his underlings. Naki had originally been the leader of the Ward 13 Ghoul organization, White Suits. After following his big bro god Yumori's footsteps into Aojirai Tree, the White Suits members continued to follow him. The 2 burly men in white suits behind him were his underlings. At this moment, Ito was wrapped head to toe in white bandages as usual, sitting up there with her little feet swinging back and forth. Naki had originally wanted to give these doves a surprise as his entrance, but the dove at the front had already spotted them from Aojirai Tree. Bit of an ordinary entrance, but whatever. Naki leaped down with his underlings, landing in front of Byakuya's group. He declared, the crazy scientist belongs to us. It's a scientist. From above, Ito corrected Naki's mistake like a retort. The escaped Ward 13 inmate, Naki, an Aojirai Tree executive. Feels like he could make excellent Quinqua material. Seeing this, Akira's expression turned cold, her eyes becoming particularly sharp. Prepare for combat. Byakuya said evenly. Naki suddenly felt a vague sense of familiarity with this dove in front of him. It was clearly an unfamiliar face he'd never seen before. Why did it feel familiar? Could it just be his imagination? Naki was distracted by Byakuya. The main issue was that he wasn't close enough, he could only catch a faint scent. If they were in close combat, he might have remembered. But that was only a might. After all, his intelligence was lacking. The one who had crushed him before was a ghoul capable of becoming a Kakuja, while Byakuya before him was an investigator. That alone was enough to short-circuit his brain. Taking advantage of Naki's distraction, Akira seized the initiative, using her whip form Quinqua to wrap around Naki's body. Gah. Only then did Naki snap back to attention. But it was too late to break free. Akira immediately slammed him violently against the wall. Bang. With a tremendous crash, he nearly broke through the wall. But this didn't cause any substantial damage to an S-rated ghoul with such thick skin. It just made Naki look rather disheveled. Just then, Ito suddenly made her move as well. She had been sitting above, but at some point had descended to ground level. Her speed was ghost-like, ordinary human eyes couldn't even track her movements. Kyoko had intended to fire a tracking round at Naki from her Quinqua, but Ito suddenly appearing before her made her hesitate. This thing, when did it come down? She immediately realized the small-statured creature was no ordinary opponent. But realizing it was one thing, she had no ability to resist Ito. In the instant Ito passed by Kyoko, multiple wounds appeared on her arms and thighs. However, as a special class investigator, Kyoko's high alertness allowed her to instinctively block most of the attack with her quinkwa even without seeing Ito's movements. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten off with just injured arms and thighs. But her quinkwa was now damaged and temporarily malfunctioning. This was an S+ rated Ukaka quinkwa, yet it had been so easily damaged by the opponent. Kyoko was shocked. The biggest problem now was that without her quinkwa, she had almost no combat capability left. But Ito's true target wasn't Kyoko, it was Byakuya. To be precise, passing by Kyoko just now was merely an offhand move to neutralize the woman's combat ability. Ito then charged straight at Byakuya. His expression remained calm and composed as the 13th Jason in his hand instantly transformed to shield form to block her attack. However, Ito suddenly leaped up, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see her afterimage, and landed directly on Byakuya's shoulders. It seemed like she was about to use her legs to snap Byakuya's neck. But before Ito's legs could exert force, Byakuya moved faster. The 13th Jason in his hand had already shifted to sword form and thrust at Ito sitting on his shoulders. Ito leaped up again, dodging the strike, then landed steadily and ran lightly toward a certain passage. Kurona, Nishiro, provide backup for Akira and protect special class aura. After giving these instructions, Byakuya immediately chased after Ito. Though Kyoko's quinkwa was temporarily malfunctioning, Akira plus Kurona and Nishiro should be more than enough to handle Naki and his underlings. After chasing for a while, Ito stopped in a location with no surveillance cameras. Long time no see, Amahakuin. Ito stood there and waved at Byakuya, completely dropping her earlier hostile demeanor. It hasn't been that long. Byakuya's tone was cold. The quinkwa in his hand hadn't been put away as he slowly approached Ito, step by step. Don't be so scary. I only made that woman temporarily unable to fight. Those minor injuries will heal easily, and her weapon can be repaired without any problem. Ito leaned casually against the nearby wall and sat down, stretching out her legs as if wanting to rest. Byakuya knew this as well. Otherwise, he would have stopped Ito the moment she moved to attack Kyoko. It was just that he'd thought Ito would at most damage Kyoko's quinkwa. The meaningless external injuries Ito had added were why he'd been cold just now. Byakuya then leaned against the wall next to Ito. So you're here for Kanu too? Byakuya asked evenly. I need that doctor, so would you let me have him? Ito asked Byakuya. She knew perfectly well that if Byakuya tried to stop her, obtaining Dr. Kanu would be very difficult. Sure, but you'll need to grant me one request of my choosing. Byakuya's answer came without the slightest hesitation, as if he'd planned all of this beforehand. Ito nodded slightly. No problem. But no lewd stuff, okay. Chapter 216, perhaps you have the love they seek. Of course it won't be anything boring like that. But I haven't decided on a specific request yet. I'll come to you when I think of one. Byakuya said evenly. Sure. Ito replied casually. By the way, you took in the two daughters of this house's original owner, didn't you? You mean Kurona and Nishiro? What about them? Byakuya said. Nothing much. I'm just surprised they came to their senses so quickly. Ito said. They're quite the pair of sisters. The old them would have traded endless self-loathing and guilt for endless love. But Kanu isn't their father, no matter how they tried to fill the void in their hearts, it couldn't change the fact of that emptiness. If they'd stayed the way they were, that would have been quite entertaining. Too bad they've become boring now. Byakuya had no desire to respond to her twisted remarks. But he understood one thing, Ito harbored such twisted interests because she resonated with Kurona and Nishiro. Father, emptiness, one-eyed. These things were so similar. So he neither agreed nor rebuked Ito. So you're the one who saved them, aren't you? Otherwise, given their circumstances, Kanu would have eventually gotten them killed. Even if they didn't die, they'd have met a miserable end. Ito said with amusement in her voice. They were my classmates. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Byakuya responded. Ito was silent for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curved up. It's all your fault. You've robbed me of such great entertainment. Enough. Stop saying meaningless things. Byakuya brought the increasingly derailed topic back on track. Let's continue. I wanted to rest a bit longer. Ito then stood up and dusted herself off, stretching lazily. Also, next time you get the chance, bring those sisters to meet me. Then they resumed their chase performance. After all, places with surveillance cameras would be monitored by Dr. Kano. Although Aojirai Tree was cooperating with Kano, the cooperative relationship between Ito and Byakuya definitely couldn't be casually revealed to others. And so, Byakuya chased Ito all the way to Dr. Kano's laboratory. This was an enormous laboratory. The surrounding walls were lined with cultivation tanks. From outside, one couldn't see what was inside, but Byakuya knew they were all failures from the half-ghoul transformation surgery. There was also the largest cultivation tank in the center of the laboratory, with a woman imprisoned inside. This was Dr. Kano's experimental subject, also a member of the Washa clan. And Dr. Kano stood atop it. With a calm, composed expression, he said to Byakuya, "Welcome, Amaha-san. Kuro and Shiro must be under your care now. And they're still working at CCG, that's quite surprising." Dr. Kano showed no panic whatsoever as he chatted with Byakuya. "Yes. And you're the one who helped them see your true nature," Byakuya said evenly. Dr. Kano smiled slightly without denying it. "That's fine. I won't interfere with their lives anymore. Though the fact that they've become half-ghouls can't be undone, perhaps they can find the so-called love they seek in you." These words weren't from any guilty conscience, it was simply that Kurona and Nishiro had no more value to him. He didn't care what kind of lives they led from now on. "I'm actually curious about one thing. They've always viewed you as a father. Did you never have even the slightest feelings for them?" Byakuya asked. "No." Dr. Kano answered without the slightest hesitation. As if the question were completely pointless in his eyes. Byakuya wasn't surprised by this answer. As expected, Dr. Kano was purely a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Why can't caged birds fly freely in the sky? Because the cage doesn't belong to them. Then who creates the cages in this world? Dr. Kano suddenly began speaking to himself. "I've realized it, this world is imprisoned by a twisted cage. I want to destroy it, so I need the most powerful means possible. But only one-eyed ghouls born from forced hybrid vigor can become a ray of light piercing through the dark clouds." Byakuya understood what Dr. Kano was muttering about, essentially a veiled criticism of the Washa clan. But he had no intention of responding. "For this, I've sacrificed much and made countless attempts. The RC cell walls above are one of those achievements. But I still can't create successful subjects. Kuro and Shiro barely count as successes, but they're still far from adequate. They too are things I could sacrifice with a single thought. Developing feelings for them would only waste my mental energy." For instance, when she met Furuta later and asked what his purpose was, Furuta answered, "Super peace." This showed Ito didn't know Furuta's goal was to create dragon. The appearance of Kurona and Nishiro, two artificial one-eyed ghouls, had shown Ito a possibility. But she felt the experimental subject Kano had chosen wasn't strong enough, which limited Kurona and Nishiro's strength and potential. They couldn't grow into the one-eyed king she hoped for. Then there was another, stronger, even optimal, choice, Yoshimura. With CCG's internal undercurrents moving toward a suppression of Antiku, Ito had already secretly planned with Arima to stage a performance during the upcoming all-suppression operation. They would seize Yoshimura after CCG had surrounded and incapacitated him, making him the new experimental subject. Meanwhile, Akira's battle had also ended. When they had Naki on the ropes, Noro suddenly appeared and whisked away Naki and his two underlings. Noro was too fast for them to pursue. "Can't be helped. Let's leave them for now and find first-class Amaha. I don't know where he went." Akira decisively gave up chasing Naki and said calmly. I hope Byakuya Naikan is okay." Nishiro immediately worried about Byakuya's situation. "He'll be fine. Byakuya isn't that fragile," Kurona said. Of course, this was just an act the sisters were putting on for Akira and Kyoko. But then, seeing Kyoko about to follow them directly, Kurona expressed genuine concern. "Special class Aura, are you sure you're okay like this?" "I'm fine. These minor injuries don't affect my movement. I don't want to drop out here," Kyoko said with determination in her eyes. "All right, but don't push yourself too hard," Kurona said. The worried Kurona and Nishiro tore some cloth strips from their own clothes to give Kyoko a simple bandaging. Then they set off to find Byakuya. On Byakuya's end, Noro had already arrived with Naki, directly taking Dr. Kano and Ito away. But before leaving, Ito said to Dr. Kano, "Those failures are useless anyway. Just let them eat that guy." Dr. Kano didn't think much of it and pressed a button in his hand. In an instant, Dr. Kano was carried away by Noro. All the cultivation tanks opened simultaneously, and the horrifying, failed experiments inside came rushing out, immediately surrounding Byakuya, the only human present. Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Ito had actually just done him a favor. He'd come here to farm fusion points, and Ito had even gotten Dr. Kano to release all those failed experiments. Now he could really rack up the points. Of course, Ito didn't know about Byakuya's need to farm fusion points. She simply thought that as a mutated half-ghoul, Byakuya would need these things, he could grow stronger through cannibalism. In the original story, Ken Kaneki had eaten his way to the half-Gakuja centipede form right here. Unfortunately, that centipede form was like a trial card. After losing his memories and becoming Hei Sasaki, it never appeared again. Only during the later dragon transformation did he become a dragon resembling a centipede. Come to think of it, if Kaneki had been a bit more cold-blooded and brutal, if he'd forced himself to eat until reaching full Kakuja centipede form before the all suppression operation, the manager's fate might have been different. Byakuya suddenly reflected. The numerous failed half-ghoul experiments surrounding him posed no pressure whatsoever. He even had the leisure to think about other things. The possibility he was considering did exist. At the time, Kaneki had been blocked by Kataruamon wearing the new proto-armor, wasting precious time. This made his support too slow, and on his way to the manager, he happened to encounter Arima. If he'd been in full Kakuja form, there wouldn't have been a time problem. Thinking this, Byakuya stopped letting his mind wander. He reversed his grip on his sword and bisected the nearest failure at the waist. Then he began his slaughter. Ding! Host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Several minutes later, Akira and the others finally traced the sounds of battle to this location. By the time they arrived, Byakuya had just finished off the last failure. Seeing corpses strewn everywhere, blood on the ground nearly forming a small river, with only Byakuya standing there alive, covered in so much blood he looked like a blood-soaked specter. Akira's pupils trembled slightly, but she also felt relieved. You. Akira walked over and was about to speak. When she heard Byakuya say first, Dr. Kano was taken by Aojirai tree. He also released all the failures here. But Akira suddenly reached out with her slender finger and pressed it to his lips. I'm not asking about the mission right now. I just want to make sure you're safe first. Chapter 218, Kyoko Ora's Invitation. Byakuya was slightly taken aback and replied, I'm fine. The blood on me is from those things on the ground. Good to hear. Having received Byakuya's answer, Akira turned and walked back toward Kurona and Nishiro, her face expressionless. So Kanu was taken by those Aojirai tree people after all. Kyoko said with some regret in her voice. Special Class Aura, let's return to the surface now. We can leave the rest here to other investigators. Byakuya also showed concern for Kyoko's injuries. After all, her wounds were partly his responsibility, they were caused by the performance he and Ito had staged. Kyoko nodded. Just as she was about to head back the way they came with Byakuya and the others, the stinging pain in her body suddenly intensified. SSS. Kyoko couldn't help but wince and draw in a sharp breath. Is something wrong, Special Class Aura? Kurona immediately asked. Though they're all external wounds, there are quite a few of them. The thigh wounds especially tend to reopen with movement. Kyoko said. Hearing this, Byakuya thought for a moment. Feeling responsible, he offered, in that case, let me carry you out on my back. Kyoko was somewhat surprised. But she agreed. All right, thank you for the trouble. At this moment, Kurona and Nishiro couldn't help but take notice. How had things suddenly developed this way? Afterward, Byakuya lifted Kyoko onto his back and headed for the surface. Kyoko's figure appeared tall and full, but she was actually quite light, 165 centimeters tall and 57 kilograms. For her figure, she had almost no excess fat. While walking, Kyoko suddenly spoke, You remind me of my younger brother. Special Class Aura has a younger brother. Byakuya's tone carried some curiosity. But he was killed by ghouls a long time ago. Kyoko said. Her brother's death by ghouls was the reason she'd entered the academy hoping to become a ghoul investigator. I see. Byakuya fell silent. The last time I was carried on someone's back like this was when I accidentally sprained my ankle, and my brother carried me home. Though that was over 10 years ago now. Kyoko recalled the past. After all, Special Class Aura is very powerful. This was just an accident. Byakuya said. This wasn't an accident. That small-statured ghoul earlier should be one of Aojirai Tree's core executives. Kyoko denied. Though I was caught off guard, even if I faced her at full strength again, I'd have almost no chance of winning. Ito's power had shocked her. She'd never faced such a powerful ghoul. She even felt her opponent hadn't been trying. It was precisely Ito's actions that had left no holes in Byakuya's performance, making Akira and the others believe it wasn't strange that Dr. Kano had been taken by Aojirai Tree, because Aojirai Tree's strength now seemed even more unfathomable after Ito's display. Yes, that one is certainly formidable. Byakuya nodded. After carrying Kyoko back to the surface, Byakuya notified the Ward 6 branch investigators to come assist. Soon, a team of investigators arrived to process and investigate the underground laboratory, along with medical personnel who properly treated Kyoko's wounds. Just before they parted ways, Kyoko suddenly invited Byakuya, "First Class Amaha, please come visit my home sometime. I'd like to thank you for today." The moment Kyoko said this, Kurona and Nishiro's ears perked up. Special Class Aura's words sounded rather strange to them. Could it be that Special Class Aura already had feelings for Byakuya? Just then, Kyoko added, "If possible, please bring Kuro and Shiro along with you, First Class Amaha." Kurona was somewhat surprised, but she nodded. "All right." Nishiro also nodded. "I have no objections either. It's up to Byakuya Naikan. Then, whenever it's convenient for Special Class Aura." Byakuya didn't refuse. His intuition told him that Special Class Aura specifically inviting Kurona and Nishiro along definitely wasn't for anything improper, it was related to matters concerning Kurona and Nishiro. After all, earlier, Madame had shown that she knew Kurona and Nishiro. Given Akira's intuition and Kyoko's capabilities, they would normally have noticed something unusual about the twins. "I'm free these days. How about tomorrow afternoon?" Kyoko said. "All right." Byakuya nodded slightly. Akira shared a similar judgment with Byakuya. She figured Special Class Aura wanted to privately inquire about Kurona and Nishiro's situation. So she didn't plan to get involved. She'd wait for Special Class Aura to get to the bottom of things. In this operation investigating Dr. Kano, Byakuya had eliminated several dozen failed experiments. That was quite a lot. The total number of failures wasn't limited to these, but the rest had died long ago after being abandoned by Dr. Kano. After all, someone like Dr. Kano wouldn't waste limited cultivation tanks and food on useless failures. Without nutrients to sustain them, failures would starve to death within a month or die right after the experiment. In total, he'd earned over 300 fusion points. Returning home, he could see the experimental subject had already been brought back by Rise and was lying on the sofa. Rise had covered her with clothes, otherwise, the woman would have been naked. The woman's face was deathly pale, with traces of blood tears, but her features remained delicate and beautiful. Almost no one in the entire Washa clan, including the branch family's half-humans, was ugly. "I don't know her, but from her scent, she's definitely Washu," Rise said to Byakuya beside her. "I wonder what methods that Furuta guy used to capture this person from the Washa clan," Byakuya said evenly. "This means she probably wasn't one of the Washa's breeders, and her status within the Washa wasn't high, not important enough to draw attention," Rise said. "Besides, the younger generation of Washu, aside from breeders like myself, have relatively more freedom. She was probably grabbed by that Furuta guy when she was out and about one day." Just then, the woman suddenly woke up. Having been starved to the point of losing her reason during her long imprisonment under Dr. Kano, she lunged at Byakuya, whose entire body exuded an alluring scent. Chapter 219, Washa Chika. Sigh. Byakuya sighed softly. Just as he was about to subdue her, Rise had already acted, using her Kagun to intercept the woman's Kagun directly. Setting aside Rise's strength, this woman hadn't eaten human flesh for about half a year, barely surviving on nutrient solution in the cultivation tank. Her strength had weakened severely. So her Kagun was as fragile as paper before Rise's. In an instant, 4 visibly withered Kagun tentacles were severed. Having lost her means of attack, even if the woman reached Byakuya, all she could do was bite him. But Byakuya restrained her with just one hand on her head. His other hand delivered a casual knife hand strike to her neck, knocking her unconscious again. "Do we have any carrion at home? If not, let's take her to Antiku," Byakuya said. Rise shook her head slightly. "No. We'll have to go to Antiku." On the way to Antiku, Rise's mood was somewhat complicated. The reason was the miserable fate of this Washa woman. "Byakuya, if you hadn't saved me back then, the one who just attacked you in a frenzy would probably have been me, wouldn't it?" Rise couldn't help but say to Byakuya. "Probably." Byakuya, mindful of Rise's feelings, didn't put it too bluntly. In the original story, Rise's fate was almost identical to this Washa woman's. That bastard Furuta really deserves to die. "But fortunately, I met you," Rise said. If she had been imprisoned in that place under Dr. Kano's constant torture, without even a moment of freedom, eventually becoming this kind of mindless, feral wreck, she would rather die. Because that would have been leaving the Washu she despised most only to enter another, even more hellish cage. Don't imagine things that didn't happen. Besides, I also think saving you back then was absolutely the right decision," Byakuya said with a smile. At this moment, Byakuya and Rise brought the woman to Antiku. They didn't enter through the front door but went directly through a second-floor window into the upstairs lounge. Yoshimura happened to be on the second floor. "This is?" Yoshimura immediately asked. She was the experimental subject Dr. Kano used for his half-ghoul transformation surgery. Kurona and Nishiro's Kakuho came from her. Byakuya explained briefly. Dr. Kano's underground laboratory has now been exposed and destroyed. We brought out the experimental subject, but Dr. Kano himself was taken by Aojirai tree. I understand. So she's also one of the Washu. Yoshimura's expression grew somewhat grave. Yes. But she's lost her reason from starvation right now. If we can restore her to normal, she'll still be useful to us. So I need some carrion. Byakuya said directly. No problem. Yoshimura certainly wouldn't begrudge a bit of carrion. Especially since Antiku still owed Byakuya quite a few favors. Afterward, Yoshimura first gave Byakuya a package of carrion. Byakuya then propped the woman up in a chair and opened the package to feed her. The moment Byakuya brought the carrion near the woman's mouth, she opened it as if waking up. In her extreme hunger, her subconscious was focused solely on eating meat. Byakuya then stuffed the entire package of carrion into her mouth. The woman gradually regained consciousness from her comatose state. Though she still seemed somewhat dazed, by the time she finished eating the carrion, she was much better than her previous feral state. Can you hear me now? Byakuya spoke to test her level of awareness. But the moment he spoke, the woman, catching his scent before even finishing the carrion in her mouth, immediately turned and lunged at him. He restrained her with one hand on her head again. Thwack. He flicked her forehead hard with his finger. He controlled the force well, enough to cause pain without injury. Ow. The woman immediately clutched her forehead with both hands. That she could feel pain meant there was hope. She wasn't so far gone that she couldn't recover. Get a grip. Don't try to pounce on every human you see. Byakuya said. Now, what's your name? Washichika. The woman's consciousness temporarily cleared somewhat, and she could answer Byakuya's question, though she was a bit breathless. Washichika, is it? Looks like there's a chance for full recovery, since you can remember your own name. Byakuya nodded slightly. Where is this? Long-term imprisonment and torture had affected Washichika's speech. She wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. She only remembered being locked up somewhere, suffering endless torture day and night. Kagun and Kakuho constantly being cut out, regenerating, being cut out again, regenerating again. So hungry. So scared. This is Antiku. But that's not the point. The point is we saved you, so you shouldn't be trying to eat me. Byakuya lectured Washichika. If you're still hungry, I'll give you another package of meat. But if you attack me again, I'll have to punch you. Washichika nodded blankly, forcing herself not to attack him, even though the scent coming from his body was impossibly delicious. Washichika's reason had clearly recovered significantly, unlike Rise in the original story who seemed to have gone completely mad. This was because Rise desperately craved unrestricted freedom, and being locked in such a place was the complete opposite extreme. Over time, she went insane. Perhaps with more time she could have recovered her sanity, but before she could, Furuta captured her again. Yoshimura soon brought another package of carrion and said with a smile to Washichika, please enjoy. Byakuya took the carrion and, as before, unwrapped it to feed Washichika. Washichika devoured it ravenously. Back in the Washa clan, she could only eat the corpses of fallen investigators. Carrion all tasted similarly mediocre, but having never eaten fresh human flesh, she didn't know what that tasted like. Besides, she was so starved that even century-old human bone fragments would probably taste delicious right now. After finishing the second package of carrion, Washichika still seemed unsatisfied. She began licking the residual meat fragments from Byakuya's palm, and then even started to suck on his fingers. Rise's gaze immediately turned cold, a dangerous smile appearing on her face. Don't push your luck. Chapter 220, you made the poor girl cry. Washichika was immediately frightened by that look from Rise and didn't dare continue doing anything strange. She remembered her Kagun being severed by Rise earlier, so she subconsciously assumed Rise was far stronger than her, making her rather afraid. Yoshimura smiled without comment at the little squabble between Rise and Washichika over Byakuya. After a while, he spoke up, do you need more meat? It looks like she hasn't had enough. If possible, please bring another package. Byakuya said to Yoshimura. Certainly. Yoshimura said amiably. It looks like your reason has mostly recovered. Can you remember your identity now? Byakuya then asked Washichika. Washu. I'm from the Washu clan. But when Washichika said this much, her expression suddenly changed. She realized she couldn't say more, otherwise the Washu clan would definitely silence her. She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to continue. I know you're from the Washu clan. Are you afraid of something and don't dare reveal more? Byakuya said evenly. But let me say this up front, right now, the Washa clan has no idea where you are. Even if you say something, you don't need to worry about the Washa coming after you. Washa Chika just shook her head, still not daring to say anything. Then she asked fearfully, if I don't talk, will you kill me? Of course not. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I have no intention of forcing you. Byakuya said. However, I won't let you go back either, because... Here, his gaze indicated for Washa Chika to look toward Rise. Don't you find her familiar? She. Washa Chika looked at Rise, who smiled back at her in what appeared to be a friendly manner. She thought for quite a while before vaguely recalling that the other's Kagun did seem familiar. Wait. Not just familiar, it was exactly the same as hers. This meant. Could you also be from the Washa clan? Washa Chika immediately asked Rise. Yes. To be precise, I'm a breeder who escaped from the Washu. Rise said without reservation. She and Byakuya had no intention of letting this woman return, so it didn't matter if she knew. Though it was their hint that helped the woman make this connection, even without the hint, she would eventually remember that Rise's Kagun was the same as hers. Then one word to other Washa members, and a bit of guessing, would reveal it was Rise, the one who had escaped. So regardless, they couldn't let Washa Chika return to the Washa clan, or Rise's whereabouts would be exposed. A breeder. Washa Chika's eyes widened. Now she remembered who this was. Escaped, breeder, the only one who fit both conditions was the breeder named Rise. You're Rise? Washa Chika asked in shock. That's right. Pleased to meet you. Rise said in a friendly tone. Ah, pleased to meet you too. Washa Chika responded out of politeness. I can't believe you're here. Then I. Washa Chika's brain was momentarily overloaded, too much to process. She had just come from Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory. In short, because of Rise, we can't let you return to the Washa clan for now. You'll stay with us going forward. Byakuya summarized for Washa Chika. If you don't behave, well, Dr. Kanu has now gone to Aojirai Tree. I wouldn't mind sending you back to Aojirai Tree to be his experimental subject again. Experimental subject. This Dr. Kanu you're talking about, is he the doctor who kept me locked up? Washa Chika immediately asked. That doctor had imprisoned and tortured her for so long. She couldn't forget that figure in the white coat. Yes. Though I also think what he did was inhumane, so we rescued you. But if you won't behave, I'll just have to send you back to him. Byakuya threatened Washa Chika. Using Dr. Kanu as leverage was undoubtedly the most effective threat against Washa Chika. No, no. I'll behave. So please don't. Washa Chika said with a tearful voice. She was about the same age as Rise, around 18, definitely not over 20, and was just an ordinary member of the Washa clan. Her psychological resilience wasn't particularly strong. Her experience in the underground laboratory had already shattered her mental defenses. The mere mention of being sent back to Dr. Kanu terrified her. Did I scare her too much? Seeing Washa Chika on the verge of tears, Byakuya said somewhat awkwardly. How mean. You made the poor girl cry. Rise commented without mercy. Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. He could only say to Washa Chika, relax. As long as you don't do anything out of line, we won't do anything to you. Washa Chika then wiped her reddened eyes, feeling rather embarrassed about her current state. From now on, you'll help out here at Antiku. As for housing, you'll stay at my place for now. If you have any problems, you can talk to me directly. Byakuya introduced things to Washa Chika. This is Manager Yoshimura of Antiku. You can ask him about any work-related questions. At that moment, Yoshimura had just brought over the third package of carrion. Byakuya handed it to Washa Chika, meaning for her to open it and eat on her own. Thank you. Washa Chika took it and began eating in small bites, looking much more ladylike than before. Byakuya temporarily placed Washa Chika at Antiku. When work ended, he'd simply have Matsumi and Kane bring her home. Washa Chika didn't seem like a troublesome person, timid, obedient, and reasonably well-behaved. But just then, Yoshimura gestured for Byakuya to step outside. Having that young lady join Antiku now might not be the best timing. In private, Yoshimura began. Why? Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. Because CCG is probably going to come settle accounts with me soon. When that happens. Yoshimura had been about to say more, perhaps to ask Byakuya to help Tuka and the others evacuate, but then remembered that Byakuya was himself a CCG investigator. Saying such things would only put Byakuya in a difficult position. So he gave up. Chapter 221, Little Sister Kamishiro Chika. Amaha Byakuya fell silent. He could simply tell Manager Yoshimura not to worry, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Revealing too much to the manager ahead of time might not be a good thing. So he chose not to say anything for now. Yoshimura didn't press the topic either. I apologize. Please forget what I just said. I'll take good care of Chika-san. Thank you, manager. Byakuya nodded. Speaking of which, Amahakuin, it's been quite a while since you've come by for coffee. Since you're here today, how about a cup? Yoshimura smiled warmly. That sounds good. Byakuya gave a slight nod. He returned to the break room and addressed Washachika and Rise. Let's head downstairs and sit for a while. Also, Washachika, from now on, introduce yourself as Rise's younger sister. Try not to mention anything about Washu. He wasn't saying this to hide Chika's Washu identity from someone like Roma Hoito. Rather, it was to protect Tuka and the others. If they learned about the Washu connection, it could bring trouble down on their heads. Besides, given the clown's intelligence network, concealing this from Roma would be pointless anyway. My name is Kamishiro Rise now, Rise told Chika. You can use the Kamishiro surname as well. Oh, okay. Chika nodded obediently. Then I'll be Kamishiro Chika. When they came downstairs, the Antika staff were surprised by Byakuya and Rise's sudden appearance. Huh? When did you two get here? And you came down from the second floor? Tuka Kirishima looked genuinely puzzled. She hadn't seen Byakuya or Rise enter the cafe at all. And who's that unfamiliar woman next to Byakuya? We came in through the second floor window. There were some unexpected circumstances. Byakuya offered a casual explanation. I see. So who's this? Tuka studied Washachika beside Byakuya with curiosity. Chika appeared somewhat shy and withdrawn, practically hiding behind Byakuya. I'm Rise's younger sister. My name is Kamishiro Chika. Chika hadn't forgotten what Byakuya and Rise had told her upstairs. Oh, so you're Rise-san's sister. Now that you mention it, you do look alike. Tuka glanced between Chika's face and Rise's, suddenly noticing a resemblance between them. This made her even less likely to doubt Chika's claimed sisterhood. After all, both Rise and Chika were members of the Washa clan, pure-blooded, without any mixing. They were essentially relatives, so it wasn't strange that their features bore some similarity. That's right. We're not biological sisters, more like distant relatives. Rise smiled as she spoke. Technically speaking, she wasn't lying. Chika really was a distant relative of hers. So does that mean Chika-san is planning to join Antiku? Tuka asked. Yes. Chika nodded. That's wonderful. We have a new member. Roma Hoito immediately put on a welcoming display, walking over and taking Chika's hand. Eh? Thank you. Chika was a bit startled by Roma's enthusiasm. Roma didn't actually know who this Washachika was, she hadn't visited Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory, after all. But upon hearing that Chika was Rise's younger sister, she found this very interesting. She knew that Rise was a breeder of the Washa clan. If this Chika-san really was Rise-san's sister, wouldn't that be quite the development? Will you be working as a server, or handling food procurement outside? You could also do both, actually. Kaya Irimi inquired. Renji Yomo's role, for instance, covered both serving and outside procurement, though his primary job was gathering intelligence. If any danger arose, Antiku could respond quickly. Chika-san will handle server duties. Yoshimura had also come downstairs by now. Chika understood what server duties entailed and nodded in agreement. Good. With more staff to rotate shifts, I can carve out more time for studying. Tuka remarked. At this, Byakuya asked curiously, how's your studying going lately, Kirishima-san? It's all right, I guess. I haven't seen dramatic improvement, but there's been some progress. Tuka's tone lacked confidence. Clearly, things weren't going ideally. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, why haven't you been coming to the cafe lately? Is the CCG keeping you that busy? More or less. I'm often working until late, and by the time I'm off, you've already closed. But vacation time is coming up soon. Byakuya nodded. This vacation he referred to was actually the period following the owl suppression operation. After that, there would be collective time off. CCG. Chika immediately perked up at this, turning to Byakuya. You're a CCG investigator? Yes. You didn't know. Tuka addressed Chika. He's an investigator, sure, but surprisingly, he gets along pretty well with us ghouls. Oh. I see. Chika was stunned. Because she suddenly remembered something, when she'd lost control and attacked Byakuya, her Kagun had already been released. Which meant he must already know that she, a member of the Washu, was a ghoul. And he was an investigator for the very CCG that the Washu clan had established. Chika leaned close to Byakuya's ear and whispered a rather foolish question. Do you already know I'm a ghoul? Seeing Chika-san whispering to Byakuya at such close range, Tuka couldn't help but take notice. Tuka merely watched with keen eyes, but Rise's reaction was more direct. She used one finger to push Chika's face away. When her face was pushed aside, Chika found herself meeting Rise's gaze head-on. She could feel the chill radiating from Rise's expression and eyes. Chapter 222, The Natural Airhead Girl. Rise's gaze made Chika's entire body tremble involuntarily. But at least she'd asked what she wanted to ask. Byakuya was speechless. That question just now. Hadn't she eaten 3 packets of carrion right in front of him? What was the point of asking something so obvious? Come with me for a moment. Byakuya's tone carried a hint of exasperation as he addressed Chika. Chika's heart skipped a beat. Byakuya's indifferent tone made her uneasy, though in reality, it was simply his normal exasperated voice. She followed him to the back kitchen, which was temporarily empty. Look. Byakuya turned around to face her. Rise and I knew you were a ghoul from the very beginning, okay? And then you just asked me if I knew you were a ghoul. Ah, now that you mention it, that's true. Only then did Chika nod in belated realization. She even spent a moment in thought, reflecting on how she had indeed exposed nearly all of her ghoul characteristics earlier. If that was the case, the Washa clan's secret she hadn't dared to reveal had been meaningless to conceal from the start. Don't tell me. Byakuya mused aloud. You're a hopeless airhead. Chika felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Her entire body, expression included, froze. She'd always known she wasn't the sharpest person, but being directly labeled an airhead was a first. Though she didn't want to be called that, she couldn't find any way to refute it. I think I understand now why that Furuta guy was able to capture you. Byakuya nodded thoughtfully, looking like he'd just solved a mystery. Who's Furuta? Chika asked suddenly. You don't know. He's the one who handed you over to Dr. Kano for experiments. Byakuya explained. Chika shook her head. Her not knowing Nimura Furuta wasn't actually surprising. Furuta's public identity was merely an unremarkable half-human from the sunlit garden. Apart from core members like Tsuneyoshi Washu and Yashitoki Washu, probably few people knew that Furuta was Tsuneyoshi's illegitimate son. Even Matsuri Washu, the future crown prince, might not know. Judging from how Matsuri interacted with Furuta in the original story, Furuta's true identity was deeply hidden. After all, by Washa clan tradition, Furuta as an illegitimate son represented a major stain on Tsuneyoshi's reputation. The head of the household having secretly fathered a child with a human woman was absolutely forbidden by those with rigid views within the clan. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. That guy probably won't bother you again anyway. Byakuya said casually. Based on his understanding of Furuta, the men wouldn't continue interfering with Kano's affairs. Kano's collaboration with Aojirai Tree seemed to be part of Furuta's plan. Then again, maybe that wasn't entirely certain either. Because so far, no successful experimental subject like the original story's Ken Kaneki had been created. And Aojirai Tree didn't have any Washa Kakuho. Who knew what Furuta might do next for his dragon plan? But Byakuya wasn't concerned about this for now. As long as Furuta didn't target anyone close to him, he wouldn't bother with the men. Otherwise, he'd just have to teach Furuta a lesson ahead of schedule. Chika spoke up timidly. Since you already know I'm a ghoul, then doesn't that mean you also know about the Washa clan? Yes. It's simply that your Washa clan is a ghoul family. I already know that. Byakuya stated directly. I knew it. Chika's fair face turned pale. This is bad. Once this secret leaked out, especially if the Washa clan found out, they would definitely hunt them down relentlessly. And she herself would be eliminated as a traitor. What are you so afraid of? Just work here with peace of mind. Besides me, no one can do anything to you. Byakuya's tone remained level. His calm demeanor made it seem like he didn't consider the Washa clan a threat at all. But he'd inadvertently said something that could easily be misinterpreted. Especially for someone like Chika who'd read perhaps a few too many shoujo manga, she immediately misunderstood the meaning of Byakuya's last sentence. Oh okay. In Chika's eyes, Byakuya had instantly transformed into a domineering CEO who would defy the entire Washa clan for her sake alone. Apart from Byakuya actually intending to oppose the Washa clan, she'd gotten everything else completely wrong. But Byakuya hadn't noticed Chika's misunderstanding. To him, she was simply an ordinary airhead girl, nothing more. Ding. The host has raised a flag to protect Washa Chika from Washa clan retaliation. Reward, 100 fusion points. Note, if Washa Chika dies, this mission will be considered failed, and the corresponding fusion points will be reclaimed. Even then, Byakuya detected nothing unusual. He simply reflected that this reward was quite generous, probably because the Washa clan was formidable, making the mission more difficult and troublesome. By the system's standards, a higher reward was warranted. What are they doing in there? Meanwhile, outside, Tuka was growing curious. Nothing much. Probably discussing topics that would be embarrassing if overheard. Rise covered for Byakuya and Chika without batting an eye. I see. Tuka nodded slightly. But something felt off. If it was an embarrassing topic, why was she specifically whispering to Byakuya, a member of the opposite sex, in private? Did talking to Byakuya about those things not feel embarrassing? Enji Koma and Kaya Irimi hadn't noticed anything unusual, since they thought about things from a different angle than Tuka. Roma Hoito had basically concluded that this, Kamishiro Chika, must also be from the Washa clan. Being purely here for entertainment, she had no intention of saying anything. Before long, Byakuya and Chika emerged from the back kitchen. At that moment, Tuka keenly observed that Chika-san's gaze toward Byakuya had changed completely. Those eyes were all too easy to read. 3 parts trust, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts infatuation. That look, this isn't good. Tuka immediately grew concerned. What on earth had Byakuya done with Chika-san in the back kitchen? Why such a dramatic change in her eyes before versus after? Chapter 223, Matsumi's Overactive Imagination. Today was Chika's first day working at Antiku, learning on the job alongside Tuka. When the shift ended, Matsumi and Kane escorted Chika home. This home, naturally, wasn't the Washu estate, it was Byakuya's mansion. Chika-san, according to the master's wishes, you'll be staying here for the time being. Matsumi addressed Chika expressionlessly. She genuinely believed Chika-san was the madam's younger sister, unaware of anything about Washu. After all, no one had told her about this. All right. By the way, this master you keep mentioning, are you actually servants? Chika asked Matsumi and Kane curiously. The Washa clan had servants too, so she understood what servants meant in modern society. At the very least, someone of her ordinary standing within the Washa clan didn't have personal servants. This made Byakuya fit her mental image of a domineering CEO even more closely. That's correct. We are servants of the master, Amahasama. Matsumi nodded. Kane added, serving the master is our duty. Seeing their attitude and tone, Chika was impressed. These were truly professional servants. So his name is Amaha. Only then did Chika realize she hadn't even known the young man's name. By the way, is this Amahasama you speak of the young master of some great family or corporation? Chika asked with interest. Matsumi was stumped. She genuinely didn't know. Regarding the master, whether in terms of strength or identity, he remained shrouded in layers of mystery to her. Though she'd had no opportunity to investigate the master's background, she could imagine that even if she had, it wouldn't yield any results. But this massive mansion certainly hadn't appeared from thin air. Combined with his astonishing strength and his attitude toward ghouls, no matter how she thought about it, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Kane didn't know how to answer Chika's question either. Never mind Chika, she herself wanted to know what the master's true identity really was. Given that the master seemed extraordinary in every conceivable way, Matsumi deliberated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, we're not entirely sure about the specifics ourselves. The master is probably a young master from some hidden family who has come to the mundane world to gain experience. You should have noticed by now that we're ghouls, yes. We were easily subdued by the master and willingly became his servants. Kane wanted to retort but thought better of it. I see. Chika tapped her palm in understanding, actually believing Matsumi's words. One willing to spin tales, another willing to believe them. Aren't you coming in? Byakuya suddenly opened the door. He'd heard their discussion from inside. Having overheard Matsumi's deadpan fabrication, he couldn't help but comment, also, Matsumi-san, have you been reading too many novels or manga? You actually came up with hidden family. Though if hidden families did exist in this world, it wouldn't be that strange. But such hidden families would generally only be ghoul families. In a sense, the Sunlit Garden could indeed be considered a hidden family. Ahem. A rare flush crept across Matsumi's cheeks as she cleared her throat awkwardly. She'd only meant to casually deceive Chika-san. She hadn't expected the master to overhear. So, you're not a young master from a hidden family? Chika asked. Of course not. I don't have any special background. I'm just an ordinary human. Byakuya replied. But this explanation made Chika even more skeptical. She couldn't think of anything about him that connected to ordinary, he hadn't even flinched when learning that the Washa clan were ghouls. Inside the house, Chika met Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. Oh, so there are 2 humans living here too. Though it's a bit strange having humans and ghouls living together. Chika's tone carried a note of amazement. We're not human. We're half-ghouls. Though, we became half-ghouls by having Chika-san's kakuho transplanted into us. Corona stated plainly. As she finished speaking, she even revealed her single kakugan. The appearance of the one eye startled Chika, because one eyes were taboo among the Washu. Why does Chika-san look so frightened? We were transplanted with Chika-san's own kakuho. Nishiro asked in a cool tone. Eh? Oh. So you were also experimented on by that doctor. It must have been so painful. Chika offered belated concern. While it certainly wasn't easy, compared to what Chika-san went through, our suffering was nothing. Corona said. She and Nishiro had actually had fairly smooth experimental procedures, it was the aftermath that was difficult. Accepting that they'd been transformed into half-ghouls, forcing themselves to consume human flesh, those were the truly painful parts. That's right. We were once accomplices to Dr. Kano. For that, we're deeply sorry. Nishiro added. It's fine, all of that is in the past now. Chika smiled faintly. She didn't want to relive those memories either. Having finally escaped that hell, she was willing to accept any request from Byakuya, the one who'd rescued her. Besides Chika, Matsumi and Kane were also quite surprised to learn of Corona and Nishiro's half-ghoul status, as they hadn't known about this before. Thinking about it, perhaps they were now recognized as companions, which was why they could be trusted with such a secret. By the way, I need to visit Special Class Aura tomorrow, so get some rest early tonight. Byakuya addressed Corona and Nishiro. Come to think of it, he'd never been to Special Class Aura's home before. Though Kyoko Aura was quite a mature woman, she apparently remained single and living alone to this day. Chapter 224, the soft warmth against his lips. Special Class Aura. That's Corona and Nishiro's superior, right? Rise asked. Yes. During the investigation of Kano's underground laboratory, Corona and Nishiro apparently raised Special Class Aura's suspicions. Even my partner Akira Mato has started suspecting them. Byakuya explained. Rise considered this for a moment. She recalled that Corona and Nishiro had previously mentioned their superior was a beautiful, well-built, powerful mature woman, probably already married with children. Well, that should mean there was no issue then. Having eliminated Kyoko Aura as a threat, Rise returned to the main topic. So doesn't that put Corona and Nishiro in a dangerous position at the CCG going forward? It's fine. When the time comes, Corona and Nishiro can simply come clean to Special Class Aura about being half-ghouls. I have a way to let them continue working safely at the CCG. Byakuya said. Really? Rise was somewhat surprised, but if Byakuya said so, she believed him unconditionally. We can still work at the CCG even after that. What method do you have, Byakuya Naikan? Corona and Nishiro were both astonished. It's actually quite simple. Aojirai tree is currently the CCG's greatest enemy, right? Even the Washa clan considers Aojirai their biggest eyesore. Now that Dr. Kano has joined Aojirai, they'll theoretically be producing more half-ghouls for the organization. That means the CCG will desperately want to find a way to counter Aojirai. Byakuya briefly explained his thinking. That's where Corona and Nishiro, being half-ghouls themselves, become valuable, not just as special combat personnel, but also as research subjects. The CCG might even consider conducting similar, half-ghoulification surgery experiments in the future. Strictly speaking, half-ghoulification surgery had actually originated within the CCG, though the human investigators didn't know this. The Washa leadership had been conducting human ghoul experiments for a long time. Dr. Kano had been one of those researchers, which was why he later struck out on his own and developed a more advanced half-ghoulification procedure, unlike the CCG, which had long since abandoned such experiments. Speaking of which, Corona, Nishiro, I actually know the true cause of your biological father's death. Your father was Nanao Yasuhisa, correct? Byakuya suddenly remembered this matter and felt it was time to tell them the truth. Keeping them in the dark forever wouldn't be right. Yes. At the mention of their father, both Corona and Nishiro immediately sat up straight. Because from the way Byakuya phrased it, the truth about their father still wasn't what they'd imagined. Many years ago, the CCG collaborated with Sphinx Corporation, the company under your father Nanao Yasuhisa's name. Sphinx provided RC solution to the CCG, the primary ingredient for manufacturing quinquas and RC suppressants. Byakuya continued, but that was only the surface-level cooperation. Behind the scenes, Nanao Yasuhisa also provided the basement of his home to the CCG for certain unspeakable experiments. Later, the CCG abandoned those experiments, and to prevent any leaks, they silenced Nanao Yasuhisa. Those experiments were most likely related to the half-ghoulification surgery Dr. Kano is conducting today. Upon hearing this, Corona and Nishiro both found it difficult to accept. So Kanu hadn't been lying. Had the CCG really killed their father? However, Byakuya added, the CCG's human investigators actually don't know about any of this. The mastermind behind everything is the Washa clan at the top of the CCG. For example, this Chika-san here, her full name is Washa Chika. You should understand now, right? Wah. You mean the CCG's leadership are all ghouls? Kurona reacted quickly, shocked. Unbelievable, the Washa clan are actually ghouls. Nishiro murmured. For Kurona and Nishiro, as well as for Matsumi and Kane, this single sentence from Byakuya carried an enormous amount of information. I didn't tell you the truth earlier because I was worried about your safety. But keep this knowledge to yourselves and don't share it with anyone. It would only cause unnecessary trouble. Byakuya said. We know Byakuya Naikin is looking out for us. Nishiro nodded. I won't tell anyone either. Kurona added. One more thing I should mention, the CCG's human investigators and the Washa leadership are not the same. So you can continue working normally as investigators. The Washa clan's downfall is only a matter of time, but the CCG won't fall. Byakuya reminded them. Both Kurona and Nishiro nodded. They understood that they couldn't let blind hatred consume them. Once, they believed ghouls had killed their father, so they'd enrolled in the academy determined to become investigators. Later, they believed Kano when he said the CCG had killed their father, and blindly turned their hatred toward the CCG. This time, they wouldn't be so impulsive. The true target should be the Washa clan, not the CCG. Having learned the truth, Kurona and Nishiro weren't consumed by vengeance. If anything, their hearts felt lighter. At least they now knew the truth about their father's death. From childhood onward, they'd been deceived time and again, leaving them exhausted. Throughout all of this, Matsumi and Kane had been listening nearby. Byakuya had allowed them to listen because he trusted in the Akatsuki robe's 20% loyalty boost. Even if it wasn't absolute, there was no particular need to exclude them. After a while, Kurona and Nishiro grew increasingly calm. They believed that under Byakuya's leadership, they would surely have their revenge against the Washa clan. So they no longer dwelled on this matter. At that moment, Kurona and Nishiro exchanged a glance, seeming to share an unspoken understanding of what the other was thinking. Byakuya Naikin, could you close your eyes for a moment? Nishiro spoke up. What for? Byakuya asked, puzzled. Just close them. Nishiro and I want to give you a surprise. Kurona's tone was slightly impatient. All right. Byakuya didn't ask further questions and closed his eyes as they requested. The moment his eyes shut, he felt something soft and warm against his lips. Chapter 225, Kyoko Ora's Hidden Side. Chika immediately covered her eyes with both hands, her cheeks flushed red, but her fingers were spread wide open, completely unconvincing, as she watched the scene unfold with perfect clarity. After a brief silence, Matsumi signaled for Kane to step away. She knew that she and Kane shouldn't be standing here right now. As for Kurona and Nishiro's actions, she wasn't particularly surprised. She'd long noticed that Kurona and Nishiro had an unusual relationship with the master. At most, she was slightly taken aback by how bold and direct they were being. Kane clearly wasn't as composed as Matsumi. Seeing this scene made her cheeks flush, and she quickly followed the head maid out of the room. Meanwhile, Byakuya opened his eyes in surprise, finding Kurona and Nishiro's adorable faces inches away from his own. What had just happened was obvious. Both Kurona and Nishiro had faint blushes on their cheeks. Only now did they straighten up properly. They had launched their attack on Byakuya from either side while he sat between them, and they'd done it in front of everyone. Rise's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Kurona and Nishiro to be this bold. Even if she'd wanted to stop them, it was too late now. Her tone was cool as she spoke, don't think a sudden bold move will give you an advantage. Though she was displeased, she knew this moment had been inevitable. Byakuya had once told her, I like them all, so I want to protect them all. Kurona and Nishiro were both among those Byakuya protected, so she wouldn't actually do anything to them. She simply wanted to give them a piece of her mind because she was annoyed. What does Rise-san mean by that? Kurona asked, her expression neutral and voice flat. I'm not sure where Rise-san got the idea of gaining an advantage. Nishiro and I simply wanted to repay Byakuya Naikin's kindness. Nishiro added. Their actions hadn't been spontaneous, the two sisters had discussed this privately beforehand. Though the gaining an advantage part was accurate, since their private agreement had been to claim Byakuya's first kiss together. Little did they know. Repaying kindness. Just a boring excuse. If you like him, you like him. What's there to hide? Rise mocked them directly. Both Kurona and Nishiro were momentarily stunned by her words. Rise continued, also, regardless of whether you two have any little schemes, it's already too late. Byakuya's first kiss was taken by me long ago. As she spoke, Rise's expression was haughty and her tone casual, exuding the presence of a proper first wife. What? Kurona snapped back to reality. As expected, we shouldn't underestimate Rise-san. Nishiro's voice dropped slightly. Chika felt like a complete outsider, unable to join their conversation at all. But she had noticed. Rise-san, Kurona-san, and Nishiro-san all seemed to have clear feelings for Amaha-sama. Matsumi and Kane, standing outside the living room, could still hear Rise's exchange with the Yasuhisa sisters. Matsumi thought to herself that stepping away had definitely been the right choice. The head maid's judgment was wise. Otherwise, we might have been dragged into unnecessary complications. Kane couldn't help but remark. Mayu was upstairs in her room, having planned to go to sleep early. But when she heard the commotion downstairs, curiosity got the better of her and she came down to look. The atmosphere in the living room felt strange, but Mayu only vaguely sensed something was off without understanding what had happened. What's going on? Something feels weird. Mayu asked. The tension between Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters dissipated at that moment. Nothing. Children should go to bed early. Rise said dismissively. Kurona and Nishiro's expressions had returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. I was actually about to sleep earlier, but I heard noises downstairs and got curious. Also, I don't think I've seen this older sister before. Mayu's attention was drawn to Chika. Her? Just call her Chika-wanshin. She's a new member of Antiku. Byakuya introduced her. Oh. Chika-wanshin, I'm Mayu. Nice to meet you. Mayu said politely. Nice to meet you too. Chika nodded. Having now met everyone in Byakuya's household, Chika's anxiety about this unfamiliar environment continued to diminish. The next day, Kurona and Nishiro accompanied Byakuya to the Ora residence. Since Special Class Ora had already given them the address, they didn't need to ask for directions. Arriving at the front door, they saw Ora displayed beside the entrance. Byakuya rang the doorbell. Kyoko Ora soon came to open the door. Kurona, Nishiro, and First Class Amaha. You arrived earlier than I expected. I haven't even finished getting ready yet. Kyoko's tone carried an intriguing quality. When the door swung open, Byakuya immediately understood what she meant. The Kyoko Ora before him wore only a thin nightgown, with the outline of her undergarments visible beneath the fabric. Perhaps I should wait outside for a moment. I'll come in once you're ready, Special Class Ora. Byakuya suggested. Kurona and Nishiro nearly moved to shield Special Class Ora from view. It's fine. Come in. Kyoko didn't seem to mind. Since she wasn't bothered, Byakuya stepped inside. The three of them removed their outdoor shoes and changed into disposable indoor slippers. I apologize. I've always lived alone, so I've been lax about cleaning. It's a bit cluttered, please don't judge. Kyoko said. Just as she described, the place wasn't particularly clean, though it wasn't terribly messy either. There were simply a lot of miscellaneous items around, but nothing that could be called dirty. Seeing this, Byakuya didn't comment. He merely thought to himself that even the CCG's only female special class, Kyoko Ora, had this hidden side to her. As this thought crossed his mind, Byakuya was about to sit down on the sofa when he suddenly spotted something he shouldn't have seen. It was a bright, sexy pair of red lace panties, lying in plain sight on the sofa. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Not Yet Married. Byakuya's pupils trembled slightly. He suddenly didn't dare sit down. Oh, sorry about that. I left it there earlier and forgot to put it away. Kyoko Ora calmly collected the item that shouldn't have been seen, her movements unhurried and composed without a hint of panic. After all, she was long past the age of being a young girl, and as a battle-hardened special class investigator, she wasn't about to get flustered over something this trivial. Kurona and Nishiro were rendered speechless by Special Class Ora's carelessness. This was quite the contrast to the powerful, aloof, and highly respected Special Class Ora they had in mind. Please, sit. Kyoko took a seat across from Byakuya, Kurona, and Nishiro, then poured tea for them. Thank you. Now then. The somewhat languid expression on Kyoko's face suddenly turned serious. During the investigation of Dr. Kano, that Madama seemed to recognize Kurona and Nishiro. Is there some hidden reason behind this? She laid out her suspicions directly. In response, Kurona spoke up first. It's because that abandoned mansion was originally our home. Byakuya had told her beforehand that she could speak openly about this, so she didn't try to hide it. That was your home? Kyoko's tone was surprised. Yes. The original owner of that house was Nanao Yasuhisa, our father. But he passed away when we were still young. Kurona didn't mention the cause of Nanao Yasuhisa's death. Even the slightest detail that might raise suspicion couldn't be carelessly revealed to outsiders, even if that outsider was their superior. But later, Dr. Kano purchased that house. He deceived us into viewing him as a father, and even tricked us into undergoing half-qualification surgery. Corona explained. Nishiro added, so both Corona and I are now half-ghouls. Compared to the failures in that underground laboratory, we're considered relatively successful experiments. I can't believe it. Kyoko exclaimed in astonishment. Before Corona and Nishiro arrived, she'd imagined many possibilities, but she never expected that they had been transformed into half-ghouls. In the typical investigator's understanding, humans were humans and ghouls were ghouls. As long as someone could pass through an RC detection gate, they were considered fine. At that moment, Corona and Nishiro revealed their Kakugan, Corona's left eye and Nishiro's right eye, each displaying a single ghoul eye. Kyoko couldn't help but widen her eyes. Though she knew one-eyed ghouls existed, seeing the one eye appear right before her, especially in subordinates she worked with nearly every day, was still shocking. But from an investigator's perspective, you two haven't shown any abnormal behavior. Kyoko said, forcing herself to remain calm. The reason she'd privately invited Corona and Nishiro to her home rather than immediately reporting the suspicious points to headquarters was because she still believed they were trustworthy subordinates. Otherwise, CCG headquarters might have had Corona and Nishiro executed outright, something she didn't want to see. But she also needed to understand the reasons behind this. She hadn't expected the truth to be even more alarming than she'd imagined. Right now, she desperately wanted to know whether Corona and Nishiro were friends or foes. Given that the sisters had voluntarily revealed the truth, the outcome probably wouldn't be too bad. Because we long ago refused to accept Dr. Kano's deception and brainwashing. Before we officially started working at the CCG, we had already completely severed ties with Kano. Corona stated plainly. Byakuya hadn't intervened throughout, letting Corona and Nishiro handle things themselves. So far, the sisters were doing quite well, no major issues. I see. Regarding this matter. Kyoko hesitated for a moment. By rights, she should report this to CCG headquarters. But she was worried about how headquarters would handle Corona and Nishiro afterward. After all, everything was based solely on Corona and Nishiro's account. As their superior, she could trust them, but headquarters was another matter entirely. Within the CCG, there were plenty of investigators who despised ghouls like Kiryu had, though Kiryu represented the most extreme end of that hatred. Let me be the one to report this to CCG headquarters. I'll do my best to advocate for Corona and Nishiro. At this point, Byakuya finally spoke up. All right. But as their superior, I can't just stand by and do nothing. When the time comes, I'll go to headquarters with you. Byakuya's involvement gave Kyoko considerable hope that Corona and Nishiro could be protected. Though first-class Amaha wasn't yet a special-class investigator, his prestige within the CCG was already on par with one. Combined with her own voice, they would carry significant weight. Yes, having special-class aura support makes things even better. Byakuya nodded. Afterward, Kyoko asked several questions about half-ghouls, though these were merely out of curiosity. For instance, how did Corona and Nishiro handle their dietary needs? How were they able to pass through RC detection gates? We've always eaten carrion, which means we have to find human corpses. As for the RC detection gates, we're not entirely sure either. It might be because half-ghouls possess characteristics of both humans and ghouls, we can't eat normal food, but to other ghouls, we still smell human. Regarding the RC detection gates, Corona and Nishiro genuinely didn't know. Byakuya hadn't yet explained the truth about the gates to them. Kyoko didn't press further. Their conversation gradually shifted to casual chat. How's your Quinqua, special class aura? Can it be repaired? Byakuya asked. I've already had Dr. Chigyu look at it. He said it's completely fixable. Kyoko replied. Then it should be fine, since it's Dr. Chigyu. Byakuya said. By the way, do you really live alone, special class aura? I thought you'd at least be living with your children. Corona asked. Clearly, she'd assumed special class aura was married but separated, or perhaps divorced. No. It seems Corona has misunderstood. Realizing she'd been misread, Kyoko quickly clarified. Forget children, I'm not even married yet. Chapter 227, Kyoko-ne. Ward 20. Yoshimura came to a stop in a dim alleyway. A familiar figure had appeared before him, someone wearing a black coat and a black hat. This was Keiko, leader of the V organization and an old acquaintance of Yoshimura's. Author's note, there's actually a plot hole with Keiko. He's also a half-human, yet when Kishuarima was nearing death from old age, Keiko was still alive and well. His lifespan is practically a miracle among half-humans. Kyuzan, my old friend. It's been a while. Keiko spoke. Yoshimura was silent for a moment. So you finally decided to eliminate me? No. If I intended to kill you, I'd have brought a whole group of people, not come alone. Keiko said bluntly. Then what do you want with me? Yoshimura asked calmly. Don't play dumb. Hurry up and tell us where your child is. Here's some advice for you, this is your last chance. Keiko's tone carried a warning. He knew, of course, that the CCG was about to launch a suppression operation against Yoshimura. If Yoshimura was willing to honestly reveal the whereabouts of the true one-eyed owl, they had ways to help him through this crisis. In truth, the Washu had long since discovered that the real one-eyed owl was Yoshimura's child. They simply hadn't pushed Kyuzen to the brink out of some residual sentiment from the old days. But now the situation was different. Even the CCG's human investigators had uncovered this truth. Unless Kyuzen was willing to cooperate, his death was certain this time. Because the Washu couldn't afford to let those human investigators notice anything suspicious, like them protecting that non-killing owl or something similar, just for the sake of their old feelings for Kyuzen. Child. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Yoshimura replied expressionlessly. Then your time of death is fast approaching. Keiko snorted coldly and turned to leave. After Keiko departed, Yoshimura let out a long sigh. Of course I know. That's why I've been struggling so hard to survive all this time. Ward 1, the Aura residence. Really? Special Class Aura isn't married yet. Corona exclaimed in surprise. Well, she is Special Class Aura after all. An ordinary partner probably wouldn't catch her eye. Nishiro remarked. No, it's not that exaggerated. I just feel that with such a dangerous job as being an investigator, it's not appropriate to think about such things. Kyoko said lightly. That's true. Byakuya, along with Corona and Nishiro, could all understand what Kyoko meant. Ghoul investigators could die in the line of duty at any time. That's why some investigators only considered such matters after retirement. Though Byakuya recalled that in the end, Kyoko Aura never married. The next day, Byakuya and Kyoko went together to the Ward 1 headquarters to report on Corona and Nishiro's situation. They were currently in Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu's office. So, it's been confirmed that both Corona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa are victims of half-qualification surgery, correct? Yashitoki confirmed. That's right. I hope Corona and Nishiro can continue working at the CCG. I'll serve as their guarantor. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Byakuya said. Additionally, Dr. Kano has been taken by Aojirai Tree. They'll undoubtedly use him to continue producing half-ghouls. We need countermeasures, and Corona and Nishiro are well-suited as personnel to oppose them. I can also serve as Corona and Nishiro's guarantor. After all, I'm already their supervisor. Kyoko added. Actually, either one of you serving as guarantor would be more than sufficient. But if you're both willing, that works too. Yashitoki said. And I think Amaha's suggestion is excellent. We do need to take measures against Aojirai Tree now that they have Dr. Kano. Even without Byakuya saying anything, the Washu clan would certainly target Dr. Kano, since he possessed some of their secrets. Previously, the Washu hadn't been aware of Kano's activities. But now that the half-qualification surgery had been exposed, they understood that Kano must have certain information in his possession. Let's leave it at that for now. For the time being, don't spread word about Corona and Nishiro's situation within the CCG. Yashitoki said gravely. We'll address it after the upcoming operation concludes. What operation? Kyoko couldn't help but ask. Headquarters had been frequently transferring combat personnel from other branches lately. Something major was clearly happening, but she wasn't yet informed. It concerns the owl. That's all I can reveal for now. The specifics will have to wait for the chairman's instructions. Yashitoki said. Understood. Kyoko nodded solemnly. Hearing the word owl, she immediately grasped the significance of this operation. Amaha, you and Rank 2 Motto should prepare yourselves. Barring any changes, you'll be among the primary combat personnel for this operation. Yashitoki reminded Byakuya. The reason was simple, Byakuya was one of the very few investigators who had engaged the owl in direct combat and even held the advantage at the time. Understood. Byakuya nodded. Yashitoki then addressed Kyoko. The roster for this operation will include Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. Have them give their best performance, it will reduce the criticism they'll face once their identities become public. Of course, they're free to use their Kagun during combat. I'll inform the other squad members in advance. I'll pass that along to them. Kyoko said. Shortly after, Byakuya and Kyoko left. It looks like Corona and Nishiro should be fine now. As they walked, Kyoko struck up a conversation with Byakuya. Yes. Thanks to having someone as understanding a special class aura as their superior. Byakuya replied casually. Frankly, it was just an offhand response, he wasn't sure what else to say. After all, resolving Corona and Nishiro's situation hadn't been difficult, given his understanding of the CCG and the Washu. What a sweet talker. Kyoko smiled. How about this, if you don't mind, would you like to be my younger brother? Byakuya was slightly surprised. I don't mind. Kyoko smiled softly. Then call me Kyoko-ne from now on. Living alone all this time, it does get a bit lonely, you know. Chapter 228, The Non-Killing Owl and the One-Eyed Owl. Though Kyoko's words could easily be misunderstood, there was actually no special meaning behind them. All right, Kyoko-ne. Byakuya said. He'd already accepted this as normal social interaction. Calling her Kyoko-ne wasn't going to hurt him anyway. Ding. The host has become Kyoko Ora's close, younger brother. Reward, 20 fusion points. Not only was there no downside, he'd even gained some fusion points. I'll call you Byakuya from now on too. Kyoko said. That day, Kuroiwa Ueo, who was normally stationed in other wards, suddenly arrived at the Ward 20 branch. He intended to discuss matters concerning the owl with Shinohara Yukinori, Kori Ui, and Amaha Byakuya, who were stationed in Ward 20. For this purpose, he'd brought a small laptop computer. This concerns the one-eyed owl. There's something I want to show you. Kuroiwa got straight to the point. He switched his laptop to display an image. This is footage of the owl captured during the Ward 11 Aojirai suppression operation. And then Kuroiwa switched to another image. This is footage I personally recorded 10 years ago. It took quite a while to dig it up since it's so old. The top and bottom left show Ito, the bottom right shows Kyuzan. Compare the two images. You should notice some things. Kuroiwa said. After observing for a while, Shinohara spoke in a grave tone. Indeed. Though they're very similar, there are some differences. We still don't fully understand to what extent a complete Kakuja can control its own form, that's worth researching. The owl forms in these two images are remarkably similar. Kuroiwa said. Unfortunately, I didn't participate in the owl's third attack on the CCG, or I might have noticed the discrepancy earlier. That owl was different from the one whose kakuho I severed, it kept rejecting the act of killing. So you're saying there might be two owls? Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. Exactly. That's why headquarters has been frequently mobilizing personnel from other wards. They should be able to pinpoint the non-killing owl's location very soon. Kuroiwa nodded. Headquarters has now officially designated codenames for the two owls, One-Eyed Owl and Non-Killing Owl. The terrifying thing is that both are rated SSS. The non-killing owl, that does fit his style. I heard that during the third owl attack on Ward 2, though many investigators were injured, miraculously not a single one died. Kori Ui remarked. During the upcoming operation, while we're suppressing the non-killing owl, the one-eyed owl may also appear. The non-killing owl is under serious suspicion of colluding with Aojirai Tree. This is likely to be the most terrifying battle the CCG has ever faced. Kuroiwa's expression was grim. The main reason the CCG had decided to suppress the non-killing owl was precisely because of Aojirai Tree. The non-killing owl's appearance at Aojirai Tree's Ward 11 base last time had become strong evidence of his collusion with them. Ward 1 CCG headquarters, inside a spacious and opulent chamber. Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu was present. Yashitoki Washu and Marudatsuki approached Tsuneyoshi and spoke respectfully. Chairman, the Special Investigation Squad's investigation has yielded results. We've confirmed the owl's location. We request your approval to establish the Owl Countermeasures Squad, and to proceed with the Owl Suppression Operation. Tsuneyoshi's gaze deepened. Where is the target located? A coffee shop in Ward 20 called Antiku. At the same time the CCG decided to suppress Antiku. Yoshimura and Renji Yomo had already sensed what was coming. Yoshimura especially, having received Keiko's warning, understood what Antiku was about to face. However, aside from Enji Koma and Kaya Irimi, the other staff remained unaware. Yoshimura didn't want Tuka, Hinami, and the others to be caught up in this crisis. He'd instructed Yomo to protect them while he, Koma, and Irimi faced this enormous threat alone. On the eve of the Owl Countermeasures Squad's formation, Byakuya visited Antiku. This would be his last visit before the Antiku suppression operation began. Yoshimura-san, I've finished cleaning the shop spotless. Enji Koma had just swept away the last bit of debris with his broom. I've also finished organizing all the documents. Kaya Irimi said. Thank you both. Yoshimura smiled. Then he addressed Byakuya, who had just walked in. Well then, Amaha-kun, please come upstairs and have a seat. They'd already hung a closed sign on the shop door. Byakuya nodded slightly. Even though he was a CCG investigator, the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san hadn't turned him away during this critical time. Sitting in the second-floor break room, Yoshimura personally prepared 3 cups of coffee for Byakuya, Koma, and Irimi. Please enjoy. Thank you. Looking at Koma and Irimi, Yoshimura recalled the days when he first arrived in Ward 20 all those years ago. You dare come here looking for trouble knowing I'm the devil ape? Hey old man, don't talk to me so casually, or I'll kill you. And all the little moments shared with everyone at Antiku. But soon, all of this would cease to exist. It's going to get quiet around here. Yoshimura said wistfully. Koma's and Irimi's expressions grew complicated. Yoshimura-san, Irimi, and I will follow you to the death. The usually optimistic Koma was the first to break the heavy silence. Yes, to the death. Irimi added. Yoshimura smiled faintly. This was his only consolation. If only. Yukina, my wish will never come true after all. The manager's coffee is as delicious as always. Just then, Byakuya suddenly spoke up. Yoshimura's reminiscence of Yukina and Ito was interrupted by this voice. He'd almost forgotten that Amahakuin was still here. Amahakuin, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Just a moment. With that, Yoshimura went downstairs and returned holding a small, exquisite, classically designed coffee cup. This was something he treasured for years, never once using it. Because he'd been waiting all along, waiting for that person to come. This coffee shop. I actually opened it for her from the very beginning. Unfortunately, I'll never get the chance to fulfill that wish in this lifetime. Now I can only entrust this cup to you. Yoshimura spoke with profound meaning. That her was actually Ito. Chapter 229, Antiku has closed. Looking at the coffee cup, Byakuya sighed inwardly. Manager Yoshimura had been waiting all this time for Ito to come to Antiku, to personally make her a cup of coffee. Unfortunately, years ago, the one time Ito Yoshimura had come, she'd stopped at the shop's entrance and gone no further. From that moment on, Ito's hatred for her father had deepened, and she'd completely given up on this world. There was no way she would ever come to meet her father again. Byakuya said nothing and accepted the coffee cup. Thank you. Handing this coffee cup to Byakuya also meant that Yoshimura was forcibly letting go of this attachment in his heart. He knew he was certain to die this time, because he had no intention of continuing to live. No matter what happened, Antiku would cease to exist. This coffee shop that held all his memories of Yukina and Ito would be destroyed. And his past self had committed too many sins. Perhaps death was his redemption. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. When the time comes, please be careful, Emaha-san. I'm quite the dangerous devil ape, you know. Despite knowing that Byakuya would appear before them as an enemy when the time came, Koma could still joke like this. I'll be careful. Thank you for the warning, Koma-san. Byakuya smiled and nodded. You should pray you don't run into the black dog. The black dog is far more terrifying than the devil ape. Irimi said with a smile. What did you say? The devil ape is clearly the strongest. Koma immediately objected. This bit of playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Amahakuin needs to conserve his energy. You should head back and rest early. Yoshimura said with concern. I will. Byakuya nodded. Also, I hope Amahakuin can go tell Toka-chan that Antiku has closed. Yoshimura made his final request. Yomo already had too many people to look after. Having Amahakuin deliver this news to Toka might be better. He'd long since noticed Toka's feelings for Amahakuin. Yoshimura then gave Byakuya Toka's address. No problem. Byakuya said. Before leaving, he finished the last sip of his coffee. And then. The name Antiku may disappear, but everyone will definitely be safe. Byakuya hadn't planned to reveal too much in advance, but right now, his emotions had been stirred by the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san. He spoke these words with a smile, his tone calm. Amahakuin. Yoshimura didn't quite understand what Byakuya meant by saying this. Was he simply trying to comfort them, or was he implying that on the battlefield, he would? Don't worry, Emaha-san. I'm the devil ape, after all, I won't be taken down so easily. If you were to personally come after me, I might feel some pressure, but please don't hold back on my account. Koma said with a smile. That's right, please don't hold back. We at Antiku already owe you too much. We don't want to cause you trouble at a time like this. Irimi was more direct. They assumed Byakuya was planning to deliberately go easy on them when the time came, which could raise suspicion among the other investigators present, that first-class Amaha was colluding with Antiku's ghouls. But what they absolutely couldn't imagine was that when the time came, Byakuya's actions would be far more significant than simply holding back. I won't hold back. But I have just one request, please do your best to survive. Byakuya said. Of course. If I can help it, I don't want to die either. Koma said. We'll do our best. That was all Irimi could say. Only Yoshimura remained silent. Byakuya didn't say anything more about this. He simply left with a goodbye and departed from Antiku. Meanwhile, Toka Kirishima had just returned home from school. She was about to change out of her school uniform into her work clothes and head to Antiku for her shift. But just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Coming. Who is it? Kirishima-san. Byakuya's voice came from outside the door. Byakuya. Toka froze for a moment before suddenly jolting. It was Byakuya. Wait, how did he even know where I live? Toka was bewildered. And this guy just shows up without any warning. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Seriously, this guy. Just a moment. Toka called out toward the door, then quickly walked to a certain table and checked her reflection in the mirror above it to make sure nothing was out of place. Finding nothing wrong, she casually smoothed her bangs, then hurried to open the door for Byakuya. Opening the door and seeing that Byakuya's expression was the same as usual, Toka spoke. Why did you suddenly come here? And how did you know where I live? The manager told me. Byakuya replied. And Antiku has closed. Stay home for now and start packing your things. Yomo-san will probably come by later to pick you up. Go with him somewhere safe. Toka was momentarily stunned. Closed? What happened? If I need to explain everything, let's go inside first. Walls have ears. Byakuya's tone remained calm. Okay. Without another word, Toka grabbed Byakuya's hand and pulled him inside. At this moment, she couldn't care less about embarrassment or shyness. She desperately wanted to know what had happened. Antiku suddenly closing, and being told to prepare to go somewhere safe, something major must have occurred. Ding. The host has completed holding hands with Toka Kirishima. Reward, 5 fusion points. This was Byakuya's first time inside Toka Kirishima's home, and Toka's first time bringing a boy into her house. Yet neither of them was in the mood to think about such things right now. Toka closed the door behind her and locked it to prevent anyone from barging in, inadvertently creating a situation where a young man and woman were alone together in a room. Chapter 230, Toka's willfulness. Please tell me. I want to know what's going on. Toka's expression was grave as she questioned Byakuya. The CCG has discovered Antiku's, or more accurately, the manager's true identity. They're about to launch a suppression operation against him. Byakuya explained. The CCG. Toka's first thought went to Byakuya, who was a CCG investigator, but she immediately dismissed that suspicion. Byakuya had saved everyone at Antiku countless times. No matter what, she couldn't suspect him because of this. The manager's true identity. Is it something the CCG takes very seriously? Toka had always known the manager's background wasn't simple, but she didn't know the specifics. The manager had never revealed anything about it. The one-eyed owl. You've heard of it, right? Byakuya said. The one-eyed owl. Isn't that someone from Aojirai Tree? Toka couldn't understand why Byakuya was suddenly bringing up someone from Aojirai Tree. Correct. The one-eyed owl is currently the SSS-rated ghoul that gives the CCG the most headaches and makes them most wary. The manager is the non-killing owl on the same level. Against an SSS-rated ghoul, the CCG will deploy unprecedented combat strength. Byakuya explained. The CCG's understanding of the one-eyed owl was still stuck at what they knew from 10 years ago. Back then, the one-eyed owl had actually appeared weaker than the non-killing owl, having been seriously wounded by Kuroiwa Ueo, then a first-class investigator, who severed one of its kakuho. Now, 10 years later, the CCG didn't know whether the one-eyed owl had grown stronger, nor did they know that the non-killing owl had weakened considerably. Their assessment of the non-killing owl's threat level was still based on a decade ago, which was why they were mobilizing everything they had. Apart from Hisaki Shinmi, who absolutely had to remain guarding Cochlea Prison to prevent another Aojirai attack, every other special class investigator would be deployed. This included Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu as Commander-in-Chief, Special Class Investigator Maruda as Deputy Commander, plus numerous Associate Special Class and First Class investigators. It was an unprecedented deployment of elite forces. Nearly every available combatant was being sent to suppress the non-killing owl. The one-eyed owl and the non-killing owl. Why are they both called owl? Does the manager have some connection to that person from Aojirai Tree? Toka asked. Another major reason the CCG decided to suppress the non-killing owl is the suspicion that he's colluding with Aojirai Tree. That's about all I can tell you, Byakuya said. As for the manager's father-daughter relationship with the one-eyed owl, he didn't intend to go into that much detail with Tuka. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, it was out of consideration for the manager's feelings. Up until now, the manager had only discussed his daughter with Byakuya. Yomo might know something or could guess at it, but probably didn't know the full truth. Now that the manager's identity as the owl had been discovered by the CCG, there was no harm in telling Tuka about the non-killing owl. But Kyuzen's relationship with Ito could remain unsaid for now. Tuka lowered her head slightly. I don't want to run. I want to protect Antiku until the very end. Byakuya shook his head slightly. The manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san all want you to go somewhere safe with Yomo-san. They don't want you caught up in this crisis. But doesn't that mean I'd be abandoning them? The manager always said that Antiku members should help each other. Tuka's fists clenched involuntarily. Then, are you prepared to fight against the CCG's near-total deployment? There will be 6 special class investigators alone, Byakuya said. Even so, I can't just run, Tuka declared. If you don't run, you might die, Byakuya warned, his tone still calm. But the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san, they might die too. Tuka's expression was filled with worry. Antiku members should help each other, the ones who have always upheld the manager's words are Enji and Kaya. Think about it, why are they unflinchingly choosing to fight the CCG? Byakuya couldn't let Tuka rashly join the battle. In a conflict of that scale, with Tuka's current strength, something could easily go wrong. The only reason he was confident he could protect the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san was that all 3 of them possessed strength at least SS-rated, especially the manager at SSS. Even though Koma and Irimi hadn't consumed fresh human flesh in many years and had likely weakened considerably, they could still hold their own against a team of 1 special class plus multiple associate and first-class investigators. But Tuka was different. These words struck at Tuka's heart. Her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothing. So that I, and everyone else can survive, they're willing to sacrifice themselves. The manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san are all such important people. Tuka's expression was sorrowful. The manager, he's the one who encouraged me to go to school. He's been like a father to me, always looking after me. But why? Her mind also flashed with her real father's smile. Finally, Tuka couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her moistening eyes with her hands. Everyone's just going to leave me behind. She sank down weakly, covering her face as tears fell. Everything's gone, everything. I want to save the manager and the others. Even if it's useless, even if I die. I still want to go. Tears slipped through Tuka's fingers. I've really had enough of this. Please, let me go to the manager. Byakuya had been silent for quite a while before finally speaking. Taking the willful lot of you somewhere safe is probably Renji Yomo's final mission at Antiku. So whether or not I should indulge your willfulness is what I'm considering right now. Looking at Tuka kneeling on the ground, Byakuya was deeply moved. I know I'm being selfish. But I still want to. Please. Then. Byakuya mentally opened the system shop. Ding. The host has purchased Akatsuki robe ×1, consuming 10 fusion points. He reached out and gently stroked Tuka's silky hair. Stand up. Put on these clothes, and then come home with me. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the owl suppression begins. What? Tuka looked up in confusion. A black robe embroidered with red clouds had suddenly appeared in Byakuya's hand, she had no idea when. What is this? Tuka couldn't help but ask. It's the uniform of an organization I've established. If you want to save the manager and the others, this is the only way. Byakuya said. He understood how Tuka felt, wanting to protect everyone, to protect Antiku, yet being powerless to do anything. Her father and brother had both left her one after another. It truly was a bitter feeling. So he was willing to indulge her willfulness this once. If Tuka went alone, she'd be walking to her death. But with the entire Akatsuki organization, that was a different story entirely. Currently, Akatsuki's numbers were still small. Tuka was at least S-rated in terms of combat strength and was trustworthy. An organization you've established. Tuka was momentarily dazed. Wasn't Byakuya a CCG investigator? Why would he need to establish an organization? And, the implication of what he'd just said was that he wanted her to join this organization, right? Was Byakuya planning to oppose the CCG? Yes. Rise, Jukiyama, and even Shachi-san from Ward 6 are all members. Byakuya said. We have 3 SS-rated fighters. That should be enough. He'd already contacted Shachi, who had agreed to help and could therefore be counted among them. The father-daughter bond between Shachi and Rise alone was enough to earn his complete trust. Shachi was a respectable father who would give everything for his daughter. But, they're all ghouls, aren't they? Is this really okay? You're an investigator building an organization full of ghouls. Tuka couldn't help but worry. It's fine. Besides, isn't this all for your sake? Byakuya said with a smile. Tuka's cheeks flushed slightly. Those words made her heart skip a beat. But she knew this wasn't the time for idle thoughts. She slapped her cheeks with both hands to quickly compose herself. Anyway, I'll go with you right now. I want to know how you're planning to act. Tuka was ready to leave immediately, not wanting to waste any time. As long as she could save the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san, she was willing to try anything. Tuka followed Byakuya all the way to his home. This was her first time visiting another boy's house, but she wasn't in any strange mood right now. Her mind was focused solely on how to save the manager and the others. As it happened, all of Akatsuki's members were gathered here today, except for Shachi, who was still in Ward 6. Kirishima-san. It looks like you've also. Jukiyama Sho, seated in the living room, was initially surprised to see Tuka, but quickly seemed to understand. Jukiyama, do you all already know about what's happening with Entiku? For once, Tuka didn't immediately give Jukiyama a cold look upon seeing him. Yes. Amaha-sama has already informed us and briefed us on the plan going forward. Jukiyama nodded. But Kurona-san, Nishiro-san, and you, Byakuya, you'll all be combat personnel for the CCG this time, won't you? Tuka voiced this concern. That's correct, but it won't interfere with our plan. Byakuya then explained the entire plan to Tuka. I understand. But if that's the case, won't your position become extremely dangerous? Tuka asked worriedly. Trust me. It'll be fine. Byakuya spoke with considerable confidence. Okay. Much of Tuka's worry dissipated, and she said nothing more. She then tried on the Akatsuki robe Byakuya had given her. It fit surprisingly well, and she felt a strange surge of power rising within her. Thank you. Really, thank you, everyone. Looking at everyone present, Tuka couldn't help but express her gratitude. The one you should thank most is Byakuya. Otherwise, I couldn't care less whether you all lived or died. Rise said dismissively. But Tuka didn't get angry. Instead, she turned to Byakuya. Thank you, and please, stay alive too. Byakuya nodded softly in response. Suzuya, we've been selected for another major operation. The target for elimination is an SSS-rated ghoul known as the Owl. Shinohara Yukinori had also received word from headquarters and was now informing Juzu Suzuya about the matter. Is it strong? Yeah, we might actually die this time. Is that so? Sounds interesting. Suzuya seemed indifferent to life and death. Suzuya, if you died, I'd be very sad. Byakuya probably would be too. Shinohara's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Suzuya was silent for a moment before saying, if I die, I die. It doesn't matter. Shinohara scratched his head. There was really nothing he could do about this kid. He thought mentioning Byakuya would help. Most associate special class investigators had been selected for the all suppression operation. Huji Kusuk was among them, and his subordinate Takizawa Sidu had also been assigned to participate. The target is an SSS-rated Kakuja, the owl that everyone knows about. The higher-up suspect he has connections to Aojirai Tree, so they've decided to launch this large-scale suppression operation. Your name is on the roster. Huji told Takizawa. Takizawa's expression looked somewhat strange, as if he'd grown timid. Takizawa, you'll probably be assigned to rear support, and I'll be fighting alongside you. Huji had clearly noticed Takizawa's unease and placed a hand on his shoulder. Also, take this. You should know how to write one, right? Huji handed Takizawa a last testament form. With the all suppression operation about to begin, all participating personnel had to write and submit a last testament. Back home, Takizawa interacted with his family as usual. His mother nagged him about finding a girlfriend, and he bickered with his somewhat rebellious younger sister, Takizawa Seina. It was as if everything was the same as always. In his room, Takizawa wrote his last testament with an optimistic attitude, joking to himself that it felt like he was about to commit suicide. But things weren't as they appeared on the surface. On the testament he'd filled out, he'd written 4 large characters with a thick brush, I don't want to die. When truly facing such a terrifying operation, he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. Takizawa's situation wasn't unique. In offices throughout headquarters and the various branches, the atmosphere was uniformly heavy. The Owl's fearsome reputation from 10 years ago meant that this single confirmed target was placing enormous pressure and anxiety on the vast majority of investigators. First Class Amaha, here's today's report. I'll be heading home now. Akira Mato's expression was calm as she spoke. All right. Byakuya said. Don't forget your last testament. Akira's footsteps paused for a moment. Of course I won't forget. Tomorrow, stay safe. As her superior, Byakuya reminded her. You especially, First Class Amaha. Akira replied. Because she would only be assigned to logistics in the rear, while First Class Amaha would be facing the owl directly. The next day, the day of the owl suppression operation. Yomo had taken all the other Antika staff, including Mayu, to a safe location. When he went to collect Tuka, the last one, he found only a note she'd left wedged in the door. Reading the contents, Yomo remained silent for a long while before finally departing. The CCG didn't begin their operation until deep into the night. They'd assembled an unprecedented concentration of combat power and completely surrounded a coffee shop called Antiku. The entire Ward 20 was locked down. No one could enter from outside, and those inside had to stay in their homes. Operation begins. With Commander-in-Chief Yoshitoki Washu's order, the owl suppression operation officially commenced. First, a group of ordinary bureau members without quinquas, armed only with specialized firearms, prepared to storm the Antiku coffee shop directly. The cafe had clearly closed and turned off its lights long ago. At that moment, Antiku's door suddenly opened, startling those bureau members. Two figures, one in black, one in white, appeared at the entrance as if they'd teleported. One wore a black dog mask, the other a devil ape mask. Welcome. The actual main combat forces weren't positioned in front of Antiku, because the non-killing owl hadn't appeared yet. Squad 0, led by Kishu Arima, was stationed in the underground passage to intercept any ghouls attempting to escape that way, and to confront the one-eyed owl, who was highly likely to appear. Bureau Director Yoshitoki had deliberately held a press conference before the operation began to ensure the one-eyed owl would learn of this news in time and be lured out. In other words, the Washu's true purpose in launching this operation was to draw out the one-eyed owl. Yoshimura was essentially just a sacrifice. Based on the Washu's judgment, they believed the one-eyed owl, being Kyuzen's child, would come to save him. And indeed, Ito Yoshimura would appear, though she was exploiting the Washu's miscalculation. In reality, she wasn't coming to rescue anyone. Though Byakuya was also a member of Squad 0, the surface battlefield needed more personnel compared to the underground passage. Therefore, the bureau director had assigned him to face the non-killing owl on the ground, especially given his combat experience against it. Byakuya, Shinohara, Kuroiwa, Huji, and numerous other special class, associate special class, and first-class investigators were spread across various positions awaiting the non-killing owl's appearance. Once the owl was spotted at any location, all primary combat personnel would immediately converge there. At this moment, Byakuya's position had only himself, Akira Mato, and some ordinary lower-ranked investigators. He slightly raised his head and spotted several figures in Akatsuki robes on the rooftop above. It's almost time to begin. Byakuya thought to himself. Ding. The host has used 2,500 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 2,500. Current fusion progress, LV4, 0/5000. New abilities, including upgrades Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV4, Taijutsu LV4, Sage Mode, Izanagi, Izanami, Wood Style, Wood Clone, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Chapter 232, The Non-Killing Owl Appears. Fusion points, 520, cumulative total, 4,100. Byakuya's fusion progress had now advanced to LV4, leaving him with 520 fusion points remaining. His Mangekyo had evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. As for the other new abilities, those went without saying. Akira, when the non-killing owl appears, get to your position immediately. Byakuya reminded Akira. Getting to position meant going to the rear for logistics duty, which would minimize her exposure to danger. In this owl suppression operation, both the human side and the ghoul side were expendable pawns in the Washu clan's eyes. The Washu's decision was made purely to lure out the one-eyed owl. They didn't care how many investigators were sacrificed. The reappearance of the two ghoul factions, the Devil Ape and Black Dobers, that had long vanished from Ward 20 was certainly within the Washu's expectations. Yet they didn't care about casualties on either side, even if it meant numerous ordinary investigators and bureau members would die in the line of duty. I understand. Akira nodded slightly. Though she felt reluctant, she knew her strength was inadequate for this operation. Just then, a voice suddenly came through the radio. At Antiku's front, we've encountered a substantial number of ghouls. From the radio transmission, Byakuya could tell the Devil Ape and Black Dobers factions had begun their move. Though these two groups had disbanded years ago when Koma and Irimi decided to follow Yoshimura, their former subordinates had remained in Ward 20, probably frequenting Antiku for coffee. So this time, Koma and Irimi had rallied them once more. At Yoshitoki's position, the very rear of Ward 20's blockade, the same news arrived. A substantial number. Is it a Ajirai tree? But, it doesn't quite seem like it. Director Washu. Should we deploy the main forces to engage them? The investigators around Yashitoki were growing agitated. No. In contrast, Yashitoki spoke calmly. Squads 2 and 3 will handle those ghouls. Deputy Commander Marud will command these 2 squads. Squad 4 and below will maintain the Ward 20 blockade. We absolutely cannot let this affect civilians. But at that very moment, a tall dark figure suddenly appeared not far ahead of Yashitoki's position. Even though the figure had its side turned, Yashitoki recognized him at a glance. It was Yoshimura. So you've graced us with your presence. Yashitoki's gaze turned grave. The other investigators present hadn't yet realized what was happening. To plunder is sin. Since the moment of our birth, we have never ceased plundering. To live is to endlessly slaughter, kill, and plunder. The very existence of life is sin itself. I know that I am evil. So too are you. Yoshimura slowly turned around, his entire body transforming into his Kakuja form. SSS-rated Kakuja, the non-killing owl. The owl's sudden appearance left the investigators frozen in place, expressions of terror involuntarily spreading across their faces. Come. Let us slaughter one another. With a casual sweep of his Kagun arm, Yoshimura severed the legs of an investigator before him. He then fired countless Kagun blades. In an instant, a large number of investigators lost their combat capability. Severed limbs flew through the air. While death wasn't instantaneous, the scene was horrific nonetheless. It was clear that Yoshimura was hitting much harder than usual. This time, he was genuinely angry, and Tiku and everyone there had been put in danger. How can we possibly win? Ayahawk. Shoot. Everyone shoot. A large swath of investigators had been swept away by the owl in the blink of an eye. The remaining investigators were utterly terrified, standing frozen, not daring to move, not even daring to pull their triggers against the owl. Yoshimura's gaze fell upon Yashitoki. He knew this man, especially since he was a member of the Washu. Don't look at me like that. This is my job. Yashitoki's tone carried a hint of helplessness. With the successive appearance of the Devil Ape, Black Dobers, and the Owl, the CCG rapidly redeployed their combat personnel. Squad 2, led by Special Class Investigator Tanakamura Mugen, would handle the Devil Ape. He was equipped with the SS-rated Akaka Quinkwa, Higher Mind, also known as Angel Beat. Squad 3, led by Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora, would handle the Black Dobers. She was equipped with the S+, rated Akaka Quinkwa Zabizu. The non-killing owl was assigned to Squad 1, the operation's main force. Squad 1, Captain Special Class Kuroiwa, Vice Captain Special Class Shinohara, Squad Leader First Class Amaha, Squad Leader Associate Special Class Huji, Squad Leader First Class Mato. Additionally, Squad 0's Vice Captain Kori Ui had been assigned to the surface to fight alongside Squad 1. In Yashitoki's view, leaving the underground passage to Arima and his team was more than sufficient. At this moment, all of Squad 1's primary personnel except Byakuya had arrived at the non-killing owl's location. 2 Special Class, 2 Associate Special Class, multiple First Class, plus supporting fire from numerous investigators, all mounting a comprehensive assault on the non-killing owl. Report to Director Washu, all Squad 1 primary personnel have arrived except First Class Amaha. Why hasn't First Class Amaha arrived yet? He's supposed to be our trump card against the owl. Which position was he assigned to? Is it far from here? While the surrounding investigators discussed Byakuya's situation, Yashitoki remained silent. Just then, a message came through the radio. Emergency. We've encountered 6 ghouls including the Kakuja Binge Eater, the SS-rated Shachi, and the S-rated Gourmet. All of them are at least S-rated. First Class Amaha is locked in fierce combat with the enemy. This news struck like a thunderbolt, making an already unfavorable situation even more dire. The investigators around Yashitoki were stunned. What? The Binge Eater is a Kakuja. Even the Gourmet and Ward Sixs Shachi have appeared. What's going on? First Class Amaha's only other effective combatant there is Rank 2 Mato. What do we do? The appearance of multiple ghouls including the Binge Eater, Gourmet, and Shachi meant the CCG's combat personnel had instantly become insufficient. Even Yashitoki couldn't remain composed now. This was something he hadn't anticipated. At minimum 2 SS-rated and 4 S-rated combatants, and the Kakuja Binge Eater might be even stronger than mere SS-rated. Facing such enemies would require at least 3 or 4 more Special Class investigators plus multiple Associate Special Class and First Class to have any chance of resistance. But the CCG couldn't simply conjure that many Special Class and Associate Special Class investigators out of thin air. Yashitoki's expression grew extremely grave. He had no choice but to transmit to Byakuya, Squad Leader Amaha, please hold out as long as possible. Don't let them leave that position. Chapter 233, 1 against 6. No problem. From the other end came Byakuya's calm response. I'm counting on you. With that, Yashitoki cut the communication to avoid disturbing Byakuya's battle. He relaxed slightly, but remained uneasy. This situation was too severe. If anything went wrong, peace might collapse. At the temporary command post, Marutsuki couldn't help but exclaim at the situation. Seriously, the enemy's combat strength is way too powerful. Is this some kind of final showdown? The ghouls won't break through to our position, will they? Another investigator asked worriedly. Probably not. If that actually happened, then it'd be time for our last testaments to make their debut. Marut said casually. Really? That's terrifying. The moment the non-killing owl appeared, Rise and the others descended from above. 6 figures in Akatsuki robes, each wearing different masks, landed squarely before Byakuya and the others. Only Shachi wore no mask. After all, he'd already been captured by the CCG once. There was no point in wearing a mask to hide his identity. Besides, his fighting style was quite distinctive. He hardly used Kagun at all, relying purely on martial arts, which made him easily recognizable anyway. Who are you? Byakuya's gaze sharpened. None of the 6 responded. Their mere presence was enough to intimidate all the investigators behind Byakuya. That's the gourmet. The relatively calm Akira almost instantly recognized the one wearing the crescent-shaped mask. She hadn't expected the gourmet to appear here. The gourmet, and Ward Six's Shachi. Quite the lineup. Byakuya remarked coolly. Shachi is here too. Akira was slightly startled. The S-rated gourmet and SS-rated Shachi were both here, and the other 4 ghouls didn't seem ordinary either. This situation isn't good. Akira's expression grew serious. Her instincts told her something bad was about to happen. Currently, aside from Byakuya and the special cases of Kurona and Nishiro, all of Akatsuki's members were present, including Tuka, who wore a white rabbit mask. At that moment, the woman with long purple hair and a white mask suddenly charged at Byakuya, taking the lead. For dark crimson Kagun tendrils fully extended, clearly the most lethal Rinkaku type. Her slender form shot forward like an arrow at incredible speed. A female ghoul, appearing alongside Shachi. Akira immediately intuited that this female ghoul might be the Binge Eater. According to intelligence on the Binge Eater, she had been active in Ward 6 for an extended period and was suspected of having significant ties to Ward Six's leader, Shachi. Though there was absolutely no information about her appearance, based on the Binge Eater's notoriously vicious reputation, this female ghoul who'd attacked first seemed to fit. Byakuya immediately used the shield form 13th Jason to block the 4 Kagun tendrils, then calmly reminded Akira, Akira, now's the time. Transfer to logistics. No. First Class Amaha's position is so dangerous right now. How could I retreat at a time like this? But Akira refused. That's an order from your superior. Byakuya's tone was firm. Yet Akira spoke with even greater resolve, forgive me for disobeying your order. I want to stay here and help you. Byakuya felt somewhat helpless. It was one thing for him to put on an act with Rise and the others. But now Akira wanted to be part of it too, which meant Rise and the others would have to include her in their performance. The main issue was Akira's limited strength. Even if Rise and the others were acting, Akira could still easily get hurt. If possible, he didn't want anyone to be harmed in this operation. I won't repeat myself. Rank 2 motto, please withdraw immediately. You should be protecting the command post in the rear. Having said that, he spoke no more. Instead, he turned his full attention to dealing with his subordinates before him. This time, Akira's resolve finally wavered. She really should obey her superior's orders, and her staying might not accomplish anything anyway. Seeing Byakuya exchange so many words with that human woman, Rise grew somewhat annoyed. She charged at Byakuya again, seemingly intent on forcibly interrupting them. Good, that's exactly right. Seeing Rise's all-out posture, Byakuya thought approvingly. He told Rise and the others beforehand not to hold back too obviously, lest the Washa notice something amiss. Jukiyama and the others also immediately sprang into action, following the prearranged plan. Only Shachi charged toward the ordinary investigators and bureau members. New. Ha! With bare hands, he shattered the firearms they held. Then he bellowed at them, useless trash, get out of my way. They were all paralyzed with fear at Shachi's ferocity. But Shachi's behavior wouldn't seem strange. According to CCG records, Shachi had never killed an investigator. The terrified investigators subsequently retreated further back. Akira was among them. Though she hadn't obediently withdrawn to the rear command post, she didn't advance either. She feared that trying to help might instead become a burden to Byakuya. At the same time, she worried about his safety, so she stayed to observe the situation. At the very least, she could help Byakuya maintain communication with the command post. For a time, Byakuya and the 6 ghouls fought to a standstill. He deliberately refrained from counterattacking much, mostly just dodging and blocking, with the occasional weak counterattack. With his fusion progress having advanced to LV4, his taijutsu, Hashirama cells, chakra, and other aspects had all received another massive boost. He'd even gained Sage Mode, an ability that enhanced everything across the board. So even facing the combined assault of all 6, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Even holding back this much, his performance in Akira's and the investigators' eyes remained incredibly impressive, raising no suspicion at all. Even Shachi, an insider, was shocked. He knew Byakuya was powerful, but hadn't expected that even without activating that Kakuja form from before, Byakuya could still handle all 6 of them with ease. This young man is terrifying. At the same time, he was completely reassured. Entrusting his daughter to this young man was definitely the right choice. Chapter 234, Chapter. This is first-class Amaha. Those ghouls all look like they're at least S-rated, and there's even an SS-rated like Shachi among them. Yet first-class Amaha can fight them all alone. Good thing first-class Amaha was stationed at this position. Replace him with any other special class, except maybe special class Arima, and they probably couldn't manage this. This is my first time seeing first-class Amaha in combat. He really is incredible. Seeing that Byakuya wasn't losing ground against those ghouls, the investigators in the rear felt their initial panic and fear subside considerably. But they soon realized they'd celebrated too early. Rise's Kagun suddenly swelled abnormally. In the blink of an eye, the Kagun had enveloped her entire body. This was clearly a complete Kakuja form, not an incomplete half Kakuja. It's worth noting that Rise only had a single Kakuho. Having never engaged in cannibalism, she'd had no opportunity to develop additional Kakuho. But all Washa ghouls were born Kakujas, which allowed her to achieve Kakuja transformation, even with just one Kakuho. However, precisely because she had only one Kakuho, Rise's Kakuja form was limited in size, similar to Tuka's father Hikari Kirishima, maintaining a normal human form with the Kakuja serving as armor encasing her entire body. Now Rise's full-body Kagun had formed a Kakuja shell that conformed to her figure, the same dark crimson as her Kagun. Though it couldn't match the power of the non-killing owl with his 6 to 8 Kakuho, even a single Kakuho Kakuja transformation dramatically amplified Rise's base strength, elevating her from S+/SS to at least SS and above. That's a K-Kakuja. Wasn't the owl supposed to be the only Kakuja in this operation? Just how many allies does the owl have? What do we do? Can first-class Amaha hold on alone? The sudden development threw the investigators into panic. The appearance of a Kakuja had shaken them. She's the binge eater. Report to the director immediately, a suspected binge eater Kakuja has appeared. Akira spoke up. Ah, yes. An investigator behind her immediately contacted Director Washu and the command post, rapidly describing the situation. In his nervousness, he accidentally omitted the word suspected from suspected binge eater. Shortly after, Byakuya received Director Yashitoki's request to hold this position. No problem. Byakuya responded without hesitation. Events continued to unfold in his favor. Of course, Rise's Kakuja transformation was also part of their plan. What did the director say? Is he sending special class investigators as reinforcements? Akira urgently asked the investigator behind her. And no. The director wants first-class Amaha to hold them here. The men didn't dare speak loudly, because he too felt the director's decision was essentially leaving first-class Amaha in a dangerous position without regard for his safety. Akira's pupils contracted. Are you kidding me? But those are the director's orders. The men said timidly. Akira's expression grew complicated, losing her usual calm composure. From a strategic standpoint, if first-class Amaha couldn't hold back these powerful ghouls, the entire all suppression operation might fail. That was why the director had made this decision. But this could mean sacrificing first-class Amaha in exchange for ultimate victory. Influenced by personal feelings, Akira found herself hesitating, unable to achieve perfect calm and rationality. This all suppression operation absolutely could not fail. Eliminating the owl was everyone's wish. She and her father had longed for revenge for years. But just then, a voice beside her interrupted her thoughts. Rank 2 motto, Special Class Marud requires us to reinforce logistics and stop any ghouls that might attack the command post. In this situation, Akira momentarily lost her ability to think clearly. At that moment, Rise's attack collided with the shield form 13th Jason in Byakuya's hands, producing a dull impact. Byakuya deliberately pretended to be sent flying by the blow, moving the battlefield further from Akira and the others. First-class Amaha. Akira immediately worried about Byakuya's situation, but she couldn't disobey the command post's orders. After some internal conflict, she followed the other investigators toward the command post. Amaha, please be safe. Powerless to do anything else, she could only pray silently. The CCG's battles with the Devil Ape and Black Dobers had entered their most intense phase. Associate Special Class Investigator Hachikawa Chu with his partner First Class Investigator Hogi Ayumu, and First Class Investigator Hirako Take with his partner First Class Investigator Ita Kuramoto, these four were engaged in combat with the SS-rated ghoul Black Dog. Special Class Ora Kiyoko, serving as Squad 3's captain, was on scene directing the entire squad against the Black Dobers faction. Since her Quinkwa hadn't been fully repaired before the operation and posed stability concerns, she wasn't directly fighting the Black Dog, instead leaving that to Hachikawa, who was most familiar with the Black Dog. Hachikawa's group of four was currently locked in a fierce stalemate with the Black Dog. If Hirako Take were just an ordinary first-class investigator, Irimi wouldn't be struggling this much. But this plain-faced man was stronger than most associate special class investigators. This plain-faced guy is really annoying. He might threaten Tuka and the others later on. Dying alone is kind of lonely, might as well take him with me. Irimi thought, and immediately focused her attacks on Hirako. But she was quickly intercepted by cannon fire from Hachikawa's Akaka Quinkwa. TCH. Hachikawa, you're getting in my way. Clearly, even after all these years, Irimi still remembered this man. I'm flattered. Hachikawa snorted coldly and continued firing at Irimi. Irimi nimbly dodged onto a building's balcony railing. But she hadn't noticed that an elderly woman was actually on the balcony, apparently drawn out by the sounds of fighting. Irimi was startled. Eek! The old woman was trembling, frightened by those red ghoul eyes and the black dog mask. Why didn't that old lady evacuate? Ita Kuramoto exclaimed in surprise. Hurry and save her. Hirako said immediately. I don't care. But Hachikawa fired directly at that area. Just die along with that old hag. Irimi could have dodged, but the old woman was right behind her. If she simply evaded, the old woman would certainly die. This stupid old hag. But Irimi couldn't bring herself to do that. Not only did she not dodge, she shielded the old woman. I'll resent you until I die. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Madara enters the stage. Seeing the black dog take the hit to protect the old woman, Hirako fell silent, his gaze shifting to Hachikawa. But Hachikawa showed not a hint of guilt. Only hatred for the black dog was visible on his face. Associate Special Class Hachikawa really is as reckless as the rumors say. Ita Kuramoto's expression turned awkward. Having taken the full force of Hachikawa's Akaka Quinkwa attack, Irimi's black dog mask shattered, and she'd sustained significant injuries. As an Akaka-type ghoul herself, Irimi's characteristics included high speed and explosive power, but relatively low durability and stamina. And now that she was wounded, her bodily functions were impaired, causing her speed and explosive power to drop significantly as well. Up until now, have all the choices I've made been the right ones? Irimi questioned herself internally. Are you all right? Were you protecting me? You. The old woman, having collected herself, spoke to Irimi with concern. Shut up. Irimi lay on the balcony, covering the wound on her face with her hand. Damn it. And here I'd been conserving my Kagun for more important situations, but now. Irimi laughed at herself mockingly. Hey, environment really is terrifying. Even my head isn't working properly anymore. Her plan had been to conserve her strength and save her Kagun while dealing with these four investigators, then still have energy to help the manager. But for the sake of one old woman, she'd completely derailed her own plan. Forget it. Looks like my time has come. If I'd known, I would have had one more cup of coffee. No longer holding back, Irimi fully released her Akaku Kagun. But it was too late. Her injuries prevented her from fighting at full strength. If she'd gone all out from the start, she might have already won by now. Kuramoto, defensive pattern 7. Right side, attack arriving in 0.3 seconds. Hachikawa, fire. Left side, attack arriving in 0.1 seconds. Hachikawa's shot arriving. Center, watch above. Just as Arima had once trained Hirako while fighting alongside him, Hirako was now using the same method to train his subordinates while coordinating with Hachikawa and Hogi in combat against the Black Dog. Due to her severe injuries, even with her Kagun fully released, Irimi was far weaker than when uninjured. Finally, Hirako landed a nearly fatal blow, critically damaging the Black Dog's Kakuho. Irimi immediately lost combat capability, her body collapsing limply. Ah, today I finally get to die. Irimi actually seemed at peace with it. I've finally been waiting for this day. Hachikawa glared at the fallen black dog with a vicious, twisted expression. Associate Special Class Hachikawa. Hirako spoke up. According to the Ghoul Countermeasures law, civilian safety should be given top priority. I have concerns about your actions just now. Such a stickler for rules. If you want to put it that way, ghoul investigators should adapt to circumstances as needed. There's that clause too, isn't there? Hachikawa's tone was impatient. As long as I can kill the black dog, what's one old hag who doesn't have long to live anyway? Besides, it's her own fault for not evacuating or staying hidden properly. Hirako remained silent. Itakuramoto moved to take the old woman somewhere safe. This is the moment I've dreamed of. Now then. Just as Hachikawa was about to finish off the black dog, Hirako interrupted again. Associate Special Class Hachikawa, I'd like to raise one more point. She's the leader of the Black Dobers. She likely possesses highly valuable intelligence. I believe we should apprehend her first and let the higher-ups decide how to proceed. Hachikawa's veins bulged at Hirako's interference. This guy just wouldn't let up. Hirako, are you sympathizing with her? No, that's not what I mean. Listen here, if she ends up living a long life in Cochlea like the priest, I couldn't stand it. Hachikawa's voice turned cold. I've waited 10 years for this day. My mentor, my subordinates, she killed them all. All ghouls should be exterminated. So then. He pulled down the collar covering his mouth, revealing the horrific damage ghouls had inflicted. His mouth area had been gnawed away. First-class investigator Hirako, do you have any more objections? What made it even more tragic was that his mentor and subordinates had been killed during a Black Dober suppression operation years ago, specifically because they'd tried to save a civilian in the exact same situation as that old woman. As the sole survivor of his squad, he'd changed dramatically after that incident. That's why, facing a similar civilian situation this time, he hadn't hesitated at all. But Hachikawa didn't share this story. No. Hirako's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, Itakuramoto muttered very quietly, wow, that's scary, and it was squad leader Hirako who did the work. Mutt, you're fit to die in the street like a stray dog. Hachikawa's quinkwa was already charging as he sneered down at the black dog. Farewell, Mutt. But at that very moment, a figure suddenly descended from above. A man wearing a white mask and Akatsuki robes landed before Hachikawa. His eyes were unmistakably the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hachikawa's expression shifted to alarm. The figure before him was clearly a ghoul. Another enemy. Byakuya immediately activated Susanoo, a Kagun arm reaching out to grab Hachikawa. This is a Kakuja. Hachikawa froze in shock. The appearance of a Kakuja threw him into panic. Even the formidable SS-rated black dog wasn't a Kakuja. Facing what looked like a Kagun arm, Hachikawa couldn't react in time. He was seized like someone crushing an ant. The grip focused particularly on the quinkwa in Hachikawa's hand. Crack. Hachikawa's quinkwa shattered instantly, his arm suffering severe fractures. He was then hurled into a wall with enough force to punch through it. Ding. The host has defeated an Associate Special Class Investigator. Reward, 30 fusion points. The CCG had evacuated civilians from this area beforehand. Apart from that old woman, probably hard of hearing due to her age and unable to hear the alarm, the surrounding buildings were all empty. So Byakuya didn't need to worry about harming civilians. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious and powerful enemy made Hirako and the other two afraid to make any rash moves. Itakuramoto and Hogi Ayumu in particular were breaking out in cold sweat. This was a worst-case scenario they'd never imagined. How could they possibly face a Kakuja-level ghoul? Who are you? Irimi's eyes went wide. She couldn't recognize the masked mystery man shielding her. Just as Hirako assumed the enemy was about to attack and took his combat stance, the figure didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he deactivated what appeared to be a Kakuja form, turned around, picked up the black dog, and departed. Before they could react, he had vanished with the black dog, leaving no trace. Irimi looked at the man holding her in his arms, unable to discern any familiarity through the mask and those blood-red eyes. Byakuya had deliberately altered his scent to avoid being identified by any Washa ghouls. After all, Yashitoki Washa was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Irimi couldn't help but ask, who the hell are you anyway? If you don't tell me, I might have to report you for indecent assault. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Would Style, Would Clone. It's me. Byakuya spoke directly. He didn't bother disguising his voice when speaking to Irimi. Do you recognize me now, Irimi-san? Byakuya asked. Irimi was stunned for a moment before finally recognizing who he was by his voice. So it's you. Emaha-san. But, this isn't something that can be solved just by running away. Everyone has already prepared themselves for this battle. Even after being rescued, Irimi's face still showed worry. I never said anything about running away. I'm simply protecting the people I want to protect. Whether it's you, Irimi-san, or Koma-san, or the manager, everyone at Antiku is the same. Byakuya said calmly. Irimi immediately grew concerned. You're going to the manager's side? Do you know what's happening over there? I know. Byakuya said. I was originally supposed to be the CCG's main combat force against the owl. How could I not know? But even so, I won't let anything happen to the manager. After her initial shock, Irimi sighed softly. You're such a fool. As an investigator, you didn't have to put yourself in danger for our sake. Though, you seem to be a ghoul too, don't you? Irimi didn't know why Byakuya could be both a ghoul and an investigator, but she wasn't in the mood to ask about such things right now. What if I said, I like everyone? Would that be reason enough? Byakuya smiled. Honestly. Since he'd already said that much, Irimi didn't know what else to say. She smiled, helpless yet relieved. Let's not talk about this now. I'll take you somewhere safe. Byakuya continued leaping across rooftops while carrying Irimi. By the way, Koma-san has already been rescued too. Byakuya suddenly mentioned. That monkey. Did someone else go to save him? Irimi asked. Something like that. Byakuya nodded. That should be far enough. There are no investigators in this area. Irimi pointed toward a certain high-rise building. Some Black Dobers members were gathered there as well. Byakuya promptly carried Irimi there and set her down. I need to head to the manager's side now. Another me will escort you from here. Byakuya said. Another you? Irimi was puzzled. Yes. That me is already here. Byakuya said. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him, looking exactly like him, down to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This was one of his wood clones. The appearance was completely identical, it was impossible to distinguish the original from the clone by sight alone. It was more advanced than shadow clones. Moreover, each wood clone possessed roughly half his strength. Though they couldn't activate Susanoo, they could use ninjutsu normally. If he used the wood style, multiple wood clone technique, then each clone would be able to use Susanoo. But even as a regular wood clone, it was more than enough to dominate this entire battlefield. Now Irimi understood, Yamaha-san had the ability to create clones. The ability to create clones existed in this world. For instance, the SS-rated ghoul priest could create clones using his own fingers. So it wasn't something beyond this world's understanding. Yamaha-san is truly far more powerful than I ever imagined. Irimi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Route V14, even if those doves know the route, they won't be able to catch up. At that moment, a Black Dobers member spoke to Irimi. Just from their builds, it was clear that nearly all the Black Dobers members were female ghouls. The Devil Ape faction that had once opposed the Black Dobers was composed almost entirely of male ghouls. Let's rendezvous there. Irimi agreed. Byakuya immediately warned them. Don't go there. Squad 0, led by Kishu Arima, is guarding V14. If you encounter them, you'll be completely wiped out. He didn't intend to send his clone to fight Squad 0 to the death. They were all people he knew. In this battle, he didn't want to harm anyone, neither humans nor ghouls. The best solution was simply to have Irimi-san and the others take a detour and avoid Squad 0 entirely. Kishu Arima. The CCG's so-called White Reaper, the undefeated investigator. I understand. Irimi nodded immediately. Of course she believed what Byakuya said, after all, he had his CCG credentials to prove it. While Irimi was locked in fierce battle with Hachikawa's squad, Koma was also engaged in intense combat with Special Class Investigator Tanakamaru Mugen. Unlike Hachikawa's squad's 4-on-1 coordinated tactics against the Black Dog, Special Class Tanakamaru was fighting the Devil Ape alone. But wielding the SS-rated Okaka Quinkwa Higher Mind, his offensive output far exceeded that of Hachikawa's entire squad of 4. Higher Mind, Angel Beat. Few ghouls could evade Higher Mind's ranged attacks. The Devil Ape was one of those rare exceptions. He dodged Higher Mind's attacks with high-speed movement, then seized an opening to sever the fuel tank directly. Higher Mind's biggest weakness was its need for a connected fuel tank to continuously supply fuel, otherwise it couldn't fire those powerful energy shockwaves. Koma had identified this weakness and assumed that disabling it would leave the Special Class Investigator defenseless. Without fuel, that thing's just dead weight. Die. The Devil Ape's embrace shall be your eternal cradle. Koma stopped playing around and charged directly at Tanakamaru. But he'd let his guard down. He didn't know the Quinkwa had another form, and this gave his opponent the perfect opportunity to catch him. You're the one who'll be sleeping. Tanakamaru immediately transformed his Quinkwa. Mode change. The two large cannon barrels merged together, with another barrel rotating to the rear, forming a long cylinder with barrels on both ends. He pressed one end against the Devil Ape's abdomen as Koma charged in. What? Koma realized his mistake too late, there was no time to dodge. Boom. A tremendous energy shockwave pierced through Koma's abdomen, sending him flying. The mode change between melee and ranged is the true essence of Angel Beat. The internal energy reserves are more than enough to power melee mode. As if a mere monkey could understand. Tanakamaru said arrogantly. Tanakamaru-san, the ghouls in this area have been suppressed. Just then, squad leader Fura Taisher's voice came through the communication device. Nice job. Tanakamaru said. Now then, time for this act's finale. With that, he aimed the barrel at the devil ape lying on the ground, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Tanakamaru jerked the barrel upward in alarm. Who's there? The moment he raised the barrel, the figure before him vanished. He could only glimpse a leg moving so fast it left afterimages, and instantly felt a terrifying force, unlike anything he'd ever experienced, transmitted through his quinqua. Tanakamaru's body flew backward at an absurd speed, crashing through several pillars. Cracks appeared in higher mind. No. No. Realizing his quinqua was about to break, Tanakamaru panicked. Then he saw the figure appear above his head, an axe kick clearly aimed at the quinqua. Crack. The terrifying force made the leg cut like a blade, cleaving higher mind clean in two. My angel. Tanakamaru screamed in despair. This seemed more agonizing than being killed outright.